Dipping round here, this another level, this one over here is very rare.
I can't explain, I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in,
Cologne 2019. Astralis, desperate to break the Cathedral's curse. Despite being one of the most winning teams of all time, Cologne was just seemingly the one nut they couldn't crack. Vitality, the Orcs' first time in Cologne, but experience wasn't something they lacked. Don't forget, Apex and MBK had been in this scenario before, all the way back in 2015, ultimately faltering to Fnatic in the grand finals.
Apex, not in this lifetime. He is destroyed.
Both teams with their reasons to fight tooth and nail to take that one step closer to the trophy. But this series was no sprint. Inferno truly a marathon of Counter-Strike, enough to make even the toughest break a sweat.
And it's just Apex falling back, and what can he do? Xyp9x has the most health. If Xyp9x goes down, this can be doable. They double peek him, both kills for Apex. Xyp9x has got to get off the bomb, and it's Apex allowing the reload. He wants it, but Xyp9x one more time, but the time on the bomb.
Down to the last couple of seconds. Oh no!
Oh God!
Apex bolt just enough time. Cyber will go down, playing still holding close. Oh my lord! Taking down MBK. And Sip with the follow-up.
There's a timing on this. Inside of the smoke, as it fades, they walk right through. There's the flashbang, there's a late smoke. Xyp9x has the angle, a good crossfire setup, and B is close. It is so close.
They have a smoke. Maybe that's going to be all they need, actually. Taiwu smoking off the pit. That's going to allow them to take another fight. And Apex, close range, drops Sip, and he's going to deliver on Dupree. Now down in the pit is Magisk, and a good position for Magisk, not waiting to be found. And now it's on Taiwu. 1 versus 2. Magisk gonna put up that smoke, but he's jumping on top. It goes for the kill, takes him down. Device in the corner, and Taiwu again taking him down.
One of the few teams we've seen able to just bully Astralis at their own game, taking over Banana from the offensive side. Fair play, 8-7. Astralis must have the second half. Taiwu has that kill. Xyp9x now probably going to make the decision to fall back, but he doesn't do it quick enough. And now where does Astralis go? They have to move towards the B bomb site. They know exactly what's coming. Vitality, Apex is blinded. He's taken down. They needed that so much.
He just keeps going, doesn't he? Down to 12 health, shorty. There can't be much more left in him in this round. He's going to be going down to Clave and a good follow-up. They make it out of the round, but again, it just takes so much. Dupree, though, that's an opening, and it's all on RPK. They know what he is. They got 50 seconds, and they're going to try and see if they can fall back. This is a very smart play for Astralis.
He's going to catch him. He's going to catch him.
A triple, and suddenly it's in his favor. Sip is right behind him. I don't know if RPK knows that. He dodges it. He wins it. 1 versus 3. Alex in the corner with the orb. Gonna pick up 1. Gets a second. Looking for a third, and he gets it. That was the perfect time to step it up, and Clay will get shot down too. Now we're gonna go to the 30th round. Here come the flashbacks. There's Alex. He sticks around. Another triple kill, shutting down Astralis. And this is what we love about Counter-Strike. It's everything you could have wanted in the Lanxess Arena. Overtime on the second map. 29 seconds, and that is a huge push from Astralis. This Molotov should be absolutely deadly. It's going to be right on top of the bomb, and then Dupree to follow it up. Triple for Dupree in this round. He's ready and waiting for it. There's Taiwu up on the high ground, taking the kill, getting another one. He's back for more, but now surely no chance. Magisk's going to get the kill, but it is not enough. 2 out of 3 rounds going in favor of Vitality. Flashed, he's going to get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air to take down Alex, and now they're pushing. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one from nothing to the AWP ace.
Sipsky?
Oh, no. Thank you. I'm good for now, though. Thanks.
Misters, what can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 BO3s. You know how I like them, 30 rounds. And then precisely 1 death segment after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more every 5 minutes until one of us can't talk anymore.
Excellent strategy, sir.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good with BO1s for now, though. Thank you.
It's his first day on the caster desk. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byron. You're able to drink energy drinks during the day and still do your job, still function?
How the fuck else would you do this job? Monster Energy and bananas, my friend.
Right. I gotta say, I'm incredibly excited to be a part of your broadcast. I mean, the fans are absolutely...
Fuck the fans. Your only responsibility is to put viewership on the table. You got a casting partner?
I do. I do have a duo. His name is Moses.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Think about Moses. Name of the game. Move the viewers from other esports into Counter-Strike.
Right, but if you can entertain the fans at the same time, it's advantageous to everyone, correct?
No. Number one rule of Counter-Strike, I don't care if you're Henry G, I don't care if you're Chad Birchall, nobody knows whether a series is going to go 2 maps, 3, overtime, or be fucking forfeited, least of all the casters, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all a fugazi. You know what a fugazi is?
Yeah, fugazi, it's fake.
Fugazi, it's a woozy, it's a wazi, it's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It never landed. It's not fucking real, right?
Right.
Stay with me. We don't create shit.
Right.
We don't build anything. So you got a fan who watched one IEM and now Pro League is live and all of a sudden he's all fucking happy and he wants to go outside and socialize. You don't let him do that, do you?
Right.
Because that would make it real.
Okay.
Now, what do? You get another brilliant season, a special season, another segment for him to watch during the break. And he will, every single time, because they're fucking fans. And you just keep doing this again and again and again. Meanwhile, he thinks he's watching CS, which he is on paper, but me and you, the casters?
Right.
We're taking home cold hard cash via content creation, motherfucker.
Right, that's incredible, sir. I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, you should be. There's 2 keys to success in the caster business. First off, you got to stay relaxed. You play pugs?
Do I play pugs? Yes, I do play pugs. I frag out.
How many times a week?
2, 3, 4, maybe 5 times.
Those are rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up. See, me personally, I play pugs twice a day.
Wow.
Once in the morning after I work out, and then once again after lunch.
Really?
Why? I want to. That's not why I do it. I do it because I fucking need to. Think about it. You're dealing with numbers all day long. 1st to 16, overtime score lines, economy management, high frequencies, bang, 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 fucking digits, kick, 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 kick. All very acidic, above the shoulders, mustard shit. The grind can wake some people out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you've got to stay focused and stay in the game. Keep up to date with HLTV and Reddit.
Done.
This is not a tip, this is a prescription. Trust me, if you don't, you will fall out of meta, glitch your differential, and tip the fuck over, or worse yet, and I've seen it happen, implode.
No, I don't want to implode, sir.
No, you don't.
I'm in it for the long run, you know?
Implosions are ugly. Pop off to the gaming PCs, win some Elo anytime you can, and when you get really good at it, you'll be fucking clicking your mouse and thinking about commentary.
Right, yeah.
Second key to success in this racket is this little baby right here. It's called Monster Energy.
Right.
It'll keep you sharp between the ears. It'll also help your voice box talk faster. And guess what? That's good for me. Revolutions, you follow?
Revolutions, yeah, it's, yeah.
Keep the fans in the stream and it goes 24/7, 365, every decade, every goddamn century. That's it. Name of the game. Ooh. 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 With a common denominator. Caw! Caw! CSGO. The frags come in. We go 3 maps. Triple elimination. It's a 5-week league, no matter where we go.
Our cathedral, home to countless Counter-Strike deities with the ability to cement errors in their own right. Roll back the years, 2016, truly the year of Brazil. Fallen and his cavalry collecting up their first major trophy, eyes firmly locked onto a second. There would be no easy path through the Cologne gauntlet, as Virtus.pro, stacked with the veterans of Pasha, Neo, Taz, Bialy, and Snacks, would prove on map 1 of the semi-finals.
I know you're ready for this one. Let's blow the bloody roof off the Lanxess Arena. History is about to be made.
We've got lots to work with on the SK side, but through the smoke, Neo does spot him first. Now he can turn his attention back to drop a second one for Neo. Bialy, he'll add to that passion, nearly lining them up. Gets the shot instead. Taz, he only manages one. It's trade 4 seconds, no play. They know it with the shot coming out. Snacks does not need to move. Virtus.pro will pick up their first round. So close and Snacks will spot it. Flashman trying to take over this window from Taz. He's got 2. And in jumping up coldzera, he's got 3. Taz again, same thing. Lines up 4. Don't you dare walk through that window.
Way to boost this guy's confidence. Actually kind of sick. They can set this up and then fall back to the site.
Did Taco hear it? That's the question. He absolutely did. It was so clever, but Taco was there to hear it. Now they've actually given away that position. It's an opening. It's a gift, and Fur, he comes out of drop and cuts off Bialy. Taz is dropped in, but the shots from FNX are brilliant. One last chance as they drop out. It's Pasha that wants to try and foil this. Does find FNX, but Pasha drops as well to Fallen.
Neo doing what he can now. AWP in hand, hits the first one, but Fur will take him down.
Idea from Pasha, but Taz is going to pull back on Fur. Neo keeps himself alive. He's got a chance here to walk back out. He's trying desperately. He does find one, and as he does, Taz comes in to give him the support play. They've got the man advantage on the Virtus.pro side. Good shot from Snacks. Bomb down. 14 seconds. coldzera caught out, and Taz is going to get it.
Clean round so far for VP. Snacks is doing some serious work and gets another as well. Why not?
It's now 8 rounds. Virtus.pro CT side of Cobblestone. Taz again. coldzera, he picks up 2. Gives himself a chance to walk in. Bialy's gonna pop back and shut it down though, and it's 9-6 for Virtus.pro.
After losing the pistol as well, they were 3-0 down, Matt. What are the chances of that? That's insane.
Knocked down to 33 HP, forced out of that drop room, and they're going to try and split on this side aggressively. Taco down already. That's big from Taz because the other 2, coldzera and FNX, have elected to go toward the drop. They're going to give up space, but what a shot. FNX, Bialy, he's got to try and pull this back. It's just him 1 versus 2 and Fallen. He's going to close the round. FNX trying to get a little bit cheeky inside of this smoke and let them push. Well, there's 1. Fallen. He's got Neo on this rotation coming around. Taz goes down. What is going on? SK's made a case for this. Pasha's picked up 1. They're trying to push through. Tech 9 out for Snacks. Pasha takes Fur, and they stabilize. Virtus.pro will pick up 13. In the air, Pasha wraps around. He's been hitting these crazy shots. Molotov out. Fallen can't even sit in the back of the site. The safety play is gone. Neo, what is that? Takes Taco in the balcony as well. All the entrance is working out for Virtus.pro, and coldzera is heading for the hills already. Fallen, not sure which way to look, but he guesses right. What a shot on Taz. Turns and Fallen at a big moment. Bialy, he's left alone, and he knows Fallen's over there somewhere. Right there, Bialy. Right there on map point. Looking for the opening. He knows they pushed up close. It's Neo instead, though, he gets it. He misses the shot. And Taz, he's got Fur. It's down to 2. They've got guns picked up as well, but 1 more goes down. Bomb's going to be planted. 2 versus 2. Position for Taz. Can't overextend. And Neo has to clutch it. He has to keep Virtus.pro alive. A start. A good shot on the cold. Taco wants closer. AWP, and he's done it. Neo's hit both. We're going to overtime.
The master returns just when they needed it as well. And we're going to overtime. Everything's reset.
Fur goes down. Neo's got 1. It's the AWP from Fallen again that has to play this right. Rotations come in, but look how low FNX is, and he's dropped down. Cold, he's got to clutch it, drops in, full commitment. He's got 1, he's got 2! What a flick! And a smoke out, it will allow the movement from coldzera. Snacks has to read this. He's just waiting for this to present as he falls back. The gun barrel shows though, and Snacks spots it with the pistol instead. No messing around. I don't want to chicken coop smoke out. Bialy's going to be able to wrap around on the Cold, but he's on the M4 this time, and he's got 2. The spray transfer onto Neo. Snacks trying to find the equalizer, but look at Cold go. He's got an ace in overtime.
He's boosted up and ready.
Spotted as well, and he goes down. It's an AWP. Fallen's too close. close to utilize it. Connection Taco, but they started off well. Nice shot by Snacks, just spots him up through the edge of the wall. Cold's not sure which direction to go, and it's him versus 4. Tries to find the first shot onto Snacks. Bialy's rotating in, and it's going to be the flank. It's going to be 2 rounds on the T side for Virtus Pro. Taco, and now Ver. They've got the entrances. Taz, he's rotated back over fast enough to drop the bomb down, and if he can hold this position and keep them away from it, he'll do so much. Taco has to go over the wall to find it, and Neo, he's gonna spot Taco as a result of it. The bomb going down in the open. 7 seconds, Cold Zero's got it. Misses the jump, but it's the shot. 3 seconds, he cannot play it. The missed jump's over. It's gonna be Virtus Pro with the first map point. The start to go to Virtus Pro, 1-man advantage. Smoke in hand, he's going to cover off the APC. This gives him more of an angle toward the stables. Taz only with 1. It's Taco to trade it. It's still the man advantage. Ooh, Snacks hits Taco. Bomb down, open again. Jumps over, goes for no scope, but just the information more importantly for, oh, what a play to make. He pulls back. We're still on 2s. Pasha fighting Fur on the flank. It's down to presumably the world's best player right now, Cold Zero. And he hits 1 onto Pasha, but he's going to hold this plan. Neo, he's getting so close. Cold Zero gets the gun back out in time, but Neo, the man who put us in overtime, he's going to end it. Virtus Pro are going to take map number 1.
What an amazing first map this has been.
Now, you obviously been with Zonic for a long time, for every single one of your teams, right? And it's obviously probably a big reason why you came to Falcons in the first place. Can you maybe try and explain it in words why you want to be with Zonic like this? What's the trust? Is it just what you've been through? How does it work exactly?
I mean, obviously, Sonic is a very good coach, probably the greatest of all time. And, you know, he has a lot of respect from a lot of players. And I think also when it comes to myself, I like to be comfortable. I like to be around people that I know what's going on. And obviously with Sonic and Lars, I know the system and I know how everything works and the schedule and the structure and all these small things that means a lot for me is something that I know I will have and something that they also value a lot. So we kind of have a lot of the same values, obviously, because we have been going through the same process with Lars, but also, you know, with the results and the good things and the bad things. And, you know, so yeah, being comfortable and being happy is probably one of my first priorities, because I know if I want to perform on a high level, I need to be happy. And obviously, when I decided to join Falcons, it was obviously also because I knew the persons I would be around would be something, you know, I would be happy. But obviously, we need to start delivering results, because obviously it's tough to keep smiling when you don't make results. So yeah, at the end of the day, we are also here to win. And if you don't make results, obviously it's not gonna last forever, you know, because we are professionals and we all know what is needed from us and what the expectations from the outside, but obviously also from the organization is. So yeah, we know what's needed from us, and that also means that we need to do our absolutely best to keep improving every single day.
Hello, Shiro. How are you?
All good.
All good?
Yeah.
I saw that Donk was opping on those 2, I think. Yeah. No, what do you think? No, what was it?
It's second op in my team. He's playing so good with op, and I like it.
You like it?
Yeah.
You're not a bit jealous? He's already like, oh, he's so good, and now he's also good at opping?
Sure. I'm better. I'm better.
You're better.
Okay.
What are your expectations for Cologne?
I think I think we need to go playoff, in my opinion. After, if we're going playoff, we try to win tournament.
It would be a big disappointment if you don't get to the arena?
Yeah, because I like the arena, and if we're going playoff, it's so happy for me.
Okay. Hello, Magics. How are you doing? You don't want to talk to me?
Hello.
Hello. Are you excited to be in Cologne?
No.
No? Why not?
Why should I be excited?
Well, because you won in Katowice, and Cologne is like, I feel similar, you know? It's that huge tournament, so I think people would be really excited to see you, and I thought you'd be excited to play here.
I hope I will be lucky enough to play in front of the crowd.
Yeah. Have you played in the Lanxess before? No? You looking forward to it?
I really hope so.
Okay. I found Konstantin here because as you saw, it was hard to get things out of the Spirits players. They didn't really give me a lot. Are they tired?
I mean, they usually give you a lot if you ask them in Russian, but obviously there is a bit of a language barrier, and yeah.
Yeah, maybe I'll need your help. Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, thank you. How does it work for you guys? Because of course you had Blast and now you're in Cologne. If you're not at tournaments, how do things work? Is there a gaming house or?
I mean, the travel right now is hectic because we hop from tournament to tournament, but our base is in Belgrade. We have a bootcamp there. We also have an office there, and our CS team likes to go to the office actually more than to the bootcamp. So yeah, this is where we train usually.
You're saying there was differences between like how the Dota team likes to do things and the CS players like to do things.
Yeah. So Dota players like to be catered to. Like, you know, you wake up, you brush your teeth, you play Dota, and CS players are more into the office type of environment. You know, you wake up, you eat your breakfast, go to work, go to the office, then go back and...
oh, I see.
Yeah.
So a little bit more structure.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. What are your expectations for the squad for Cologne?
I mean, as you yourself said, this is Katowice type event. We have a good history there. So, I mean, we're expecting big things.
Good luck.
Thank you.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. IMSI is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nobu!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Well, good morning.
Good morning to you, Matthew. How are you doing?
I had this crazy dream. Can I tell you about it? But
yeah, go on.
You need to really put your seatbelt on.
Right. Okay, I'm strapped in.
I had this dream that G2 and Spirit not only lost their game, which, whatever am I thinking, but also we're going to play against each other for elimination.
Matthew, that did actually happen. I don't know how many apple juices you had last night, but
no, that's
that
real.
is correct. And they're going to be playing the elimination game, third game on the A stream today. But it's okay. We have some qualification games today as well. You know what? Relax. Get back in the zone. Navi Astralis, second game of the day. One of those 2 teams guaranteed to be going to the Access.
Okay, you're right. There are some positives. And, you know, Navi, great 2-0 against Pain. Still one of the most highest floor we have in the game. Solid Counter-Strike. Eyes on the prize. I loved how they displayed that performance. And for Astralis, it feels like the step is going to be really, really high to overcome that obstacle.
First game of the day on the A stream, though. Falcons versus Mouse. First, we'll be seeing of Mouse here in Cologne. I'm sure they're hoping to make it to the playoffs, considering they didn't do it last year, right?
And they're the prime candidate to make it to playoff. They're the prime candidate. You don't ever want to play in group stage, the masters of that environment. It's a bit of the new versus the old. huge age gap between these two teams. Shuli versus Snappy, a lot of experience gap as well in there. But I think MOUZ have it in the bag. I think they're unplayable at that stage in Counter-Strike.
We've got a hell of a lot going down on the A stream, but I'm curious, Sam, what's going down on the B stream for you guys?
Thank you so much, Freya. We do have a lot coming up on the B stream. I also love where they put me next to Babsky, so I feel like a tiny midget because he is so incredibly tall. That's completely off topic, though. Let's talk about the games we got going on. We have South American face-offs once again, 9Z up against Pain, and then the Usurpers coming in, facing off Saw versus Mongols in the upper bracket. Babsky, did you ever think you were going to see that here?
Not really. I think everybody expected Saw to have a rough time against G2, right? We saw them at Fall Finals not really having a great showing, and all of a sudden they play fantastic Counter-Strike. They had a long break, and they really showed that they can play at a top level. Also, the Mongols had a rough showing at playing, right? They were almost at the edge of not even making it here, and now all of a sudden they're 1 BO3 from the Lanxess arena. That surely must be a great feeling.
And then we're starting the day with Vitality up against Furia. That is such a banger matchup. Where's your money going, though? Who do you think's going to take it?
I think it will be rough Vitality. Also, seeing all the favorites on the first day having a hard time, you're going to be watching that at the hotel, right? And now all of a sudden you're sitting in the zone yourself. So they will be respecting Furia. It's not an easy opposition, and Furia has also been looking great.
It's going to be a really fun day here over on the B stream. But my favorite part about the pre-show is always where we get to hear from the players, and I do believe Banks is with one now.
Hello, Berlin. How are you this morning?
All good. All good, stress and stuff, you know, as usual.
You guys were up very early today, right? Teamwork, team prep, what was going on?
Yeah, some routines like taking a walk and stuff in the sun and stuff, yeah.
Taking the sun, feel awake, feel ready. You ready for the first game of Cologne?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be fun. It was a long time ago we played official, so I'm looking forward to it, yeah.
Are you the massive favourites in this one? It's a lot of young players against a lot of old players.
I mean, favorites, I think we're favorites in many matchups, so it's gonna, I mean, obviously, I don't really know how to feel it, but yeah, it's going to be a good game.
All right, good luck, man. Thank you very much.
Age is just a number, James Banks. But either way, MOUZ are ready to try and make their mark at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. It's going to be their debut day today at Stage 2. But before we dive into any of that, Blair, I hope you've wiped that sleepy dust out of your eyes, because yesterday was chaotic and it was actually real. Can you believe?
I mean, now I have to, right? I have to believe. You brought me back to reality this morning. Top acting on top. Oh, well, hello there. Always nice to hear you.
I like the music.
Maybe I thought I should stop talking because we wanted to do music. But no, we keep yapping.
Yeah, you're more important to yap about.
Okay.
So, G2. That was a wild ride. You know what? Okay, this first map, Nuke, 16 to... Oh, sorry, not 16. I'm back in the old school days. I've been watching... We've been watching the throwbacks that were in the pre-roll. You know what, Nuke? Okay, I was ready to give it to Saw. It was the Inferno that I was like, holy hell, what is happening here? 8 rounds in a row on the T side.
And this is the moment. If you ever have this thought that Saw did not deserve the G2 win, you go back, you start the VOD at 5 to 10, and you witness the greatness of a comeback. You witness them just picking apart G2, the triple nade stack, the playing of the A side in 5 different ways, the timings they found, their ability to trade in space. Ooh, Saw played such a beautiful Counter-Strike. And it's putting all the favorites on notice. People are ready to play.
There's an old adage that goes, you know, it's a blunt sword in the right hand is more dangerous than a sharp one in the wrong hands. And I think that's what we saw from Saw. If you look at the individuals right there, sure, Ujug, Story, all these guys, very solid players overall. But you look at the side of GT, looking like Monacy, looking at Nico. On paper, it has to be G2 winning, but the game plan they put together, Freya, that was genuinely a thing of beauty.
You see that Roman double nade as well?
I love that.
That was ridiculous.
Get brained on.
I love how we asked him about that in the post-game interview, and he was like, that was a mistake. I was lining up for a completely different
He's so genuine. He's so genuine.
Yeah.
He could have played it off like, oh no, we practiced that for months. No, we had it in the back pocket.
Knew
He's
the
so
positioning.
genuine.
We've been watching so many demos of them. I mean, this is just historic in terms of if Saw do make it to the playoffs, because last time we had an Iberian team here, Blair, it was Movistar Riders back in 2022.
Yeah.
We've never had a solely Portuguese team, though.
Oh no, absolutely not. And it's been like, this year has been fantastic for the Portuguese side, right? We talk about the run they had in the PGL Major, and it tapered off a little bit. And I won't lie, I felt like, all right, they maybe peaked over there. They're going to plateau out a little bit. They're still going to be an okay team, but making it into the Cathedral, it's almost unthinkable. And it would be 2 massive achievements for these 2 veterans in the team.
And obviously, when they went against G2, I don't think that they had a whole lot of pressure. I think they were highly prepared. They knew what they needed to do. Now they're entering a very different mindset, which is The opponent that is separating us from Lanxess is a team that we have already beaten. And that comes with a price attached to it. I think it's going to be a whole lot of mental work and psychological preparation for Saw to address this game with the same attitude they did G2, because the mistake could be to think, that's it. Lanxess is right there, and that comes with pressure.
I love how genuine Roman was as well when he was giving a lot of credit to Berry. Fair enough, he gave a lot of preparation. He literally said the words, I don't know why he chose to be on our team. There's so many other teams that should have picked him up. Why did he go with us? Because you're good, dude. Like, clearly they could do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like they're a team, like how I talk about Na'Vi as being more than the sum of their pieces, so to speak. I think they're able to pull it off. And yeah, obviously, Barry, it is rough for him standing behind them, having no idea what they're saying in the server, but then the prep work, right? That's what really matters, and that's what's shown through so far in Cologne.
I mean, it also is a win-win. You have to realize Barry's been around Counter-Strike for years. Like, he is my generation type player. Like, we used to go against each other, and he persevered. He stayed within the scene. He played in many different teams. He tried as an IGL, then as a coach. So to have this sort of encounter and this win-win situation where, okay, I would like to revamp your playstyle. Do you trust me? Yes, we do. Let's try and do it. And then over the summer, it works.
Let's talk about the team that they are going to be facing, because you're totally correct, Matthew. It is a team that they've beaten before, but I'm sure, Blair, it's not the team that they expected to be facing, because what happened to Spirit yesterday?
Oh, just got destroyed. Just absolutely wrecked. And for me, like, this win was, I feel like, kind of like a graduation for Mongols, in all honesty, right? Because they've been a team everyone's talking, they're a top team right now, top 10 team right now, but I haven't really seen them being, consistently good against a top 10 team. They've been struggling against teams that should be, beating convincingly.
I mean, they lost to 3D Max on LAN like weeks ago.
And they got completely smacked over there. They opened things up against Saw, who played a great game of Counter-Strike, take nothing away, but you expect them to get that win. That was an upset right there. And you expect against Spirit, sure, they might get a map win over here, but they should get destroyed. But man, the way they turned it around, so impressive.
Felt like a long time coming, right? If you've kept your attention and your eyes on the Mongols, you've felt this rise of level. You felt that they were pushing the boundaries, they were pushing the ceiling, they were cleaning up their game. And sure, now they still have to learn how to not lose to the teams they aren't supposed to lose to, and that in itself is a learning curve rather that they have to go through. But I've been waiting for this moment, and it's not just because I like to see Blair smile, and of course I empathize with this situation. No, just because I like this group of people. I like what they want to. I like what they dare to do with Counter-Strike. I like their playstyle. I like the vibe that we're getting from them. This is something that I just rejoice in, watching Mongols having success, and it feels good.
And just looking at Xenia there, right? And everyone remembers, Caden yelling at him literally a year ago in this very arena, in this very group stage, effing noob right there. And I won't lie, he did struggle last year, right? 9-10 and Mazzino, these two kids were like 18, 16 years old at that time. And look at how much better they are right now. A year later, he was the one top fracking yesterday alongside 910 while they're destroying Spirit. So they have grown by leaps and bounds.
We do have to address the elephant in the room, though, because that does leave G2 versus Spirit, the champions of IEM Cologne last year, obviously with, a different face with Snacks and Malbs, going up against Spirit, which, Matthew, I'm going to throw you under the bus here. You had them as favourites. You said it on tape yesterday.
I did.
So I guess Spirit are winning today and G2 are going home.
I did say that Spirit were my favourite to win the entire event, and I regret nothing. I stand by my statement. I do think that they will be heavy favourite versus G2, but that loss, the second map loss to Mongols, was so one-sided that it confused me, it unsettled me. So much so that this morning I took a walk, and I walked outside with my phone just watching this game so I could understand what the hell just went on. I probably looked like a lunatic just walking in the streets of Cologne.
I mean, your name is Maniac after all.
Looking at this game, just trying to figure out how did this happen? And now recency bias puts me in a very awkward position because this Spirit looked completely lost on map 2, but still they are going to be favorite. Please tell me they're favorite.
A little bird came into my ear yesterday evening and said, Spirit, the moment the game got done with, immediately straight onto the PC watching what went wrong on Anubis. So
what were you drinking last night if a little bird came and talked to you?
I don't know, that's some apple juice. You might know about it.
Oh my god, I've never had a little bird just talking to my ear. That sounds great.
We've got a lot of great games coming up today, and you guys have been getting involved in the action at home and winning some skins in the process if you move on over to Face It Watch, because we've got Dawn of the Deagle today where you can be winning some nice Deagle skins alongside enjoying all the additional features of Face It Watch. We're going to be splitting on over to the A stream and B stream, so I'm going to ask you, Blair. Somehow, Matthew, you didn't get put on the Vitality game. Blair got put on it over on the B stream versus Furia. If you had to pick one player to be watching for this game, who would it be?
Yeah, who would that be?
Skulls.
Oh my God, you break
How do
my
you feel
heart.
about that?
break
How
my
do you
heart.
feel about that?
Just
It's
stay away
nice.
from me.
Every time this guy's
It's
on the
over.
game, it's like, oh, gotta talk about Zaiwu. Well, I'm curious how Skulls and K-Saran and Yuri are going to be playing here, because I think they're looking good right now, and we've seen a lot of teams, ring rust coming in, Vitality. Are you feeling comfortable?
Listen, if the favorites were not put on notice by this day one, they have not been paying attention. Whoever was playing here in the plane are ready to fight, so I hope Vitality take that and really focus on this game.
Matthew, move your mindset over to the A-Stream side of things, because that's where Mouse are going to be taking on Falcons. Mouse, obviously their debut here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. It's going down after this.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Two mammoth organizations on the global Counter-Strike stage, both investing in superstar players, both expect nothing less than trophies, both led by veteran major winning IGLs. Vitality and Furia are about to face off. Their Stage 2 IEM Cologne campaign begins right now. You can see them coming on your screens, and it is possibly for me, the game of the day here on the B stream, because it is the first time we get to see Vitality. And of course, we've seen Furia in stage 1. Can they continue their ascent? That is what we're about to find out. My name is Sam, joined on the desk by Blair and Babski. Straight into this as IEM Cologne begins for them. Babski, nothing less than trophies will do for Vitality.
Yeah, trophies is what they need, right? They've not had the easiest season and they really want to take it to the next level. When you have a player like Saiwu, you expect to go far in every tournament, and it's a realistic one for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Vitality, the end of last year was pretty good, winning a couple of Blast events there, World Finals as well, my memory serves me right. And this year it's just been about heartbreak, right? Getting to the finals, losing to G2 over in Dallas, having very close games, but not quite able to get to what they really want. And this is a team built to win championships. This is a team built to be number one. And I won't lie, it's not been number one this entire year.
Without a doubt, though, for Vitality, I think for some other organizations, making finals so many times, being in the playoffs so many times is great. They'd be really happy. For Vitality, though, no. They want trophies. And I'm pretty sure the team is feeling the pressure as we kick off stage 2 for them. Let's find out from Flamesy how he's coping with that.
Time for Vitality to get into action here at IEM Cologne, and I've got Flames with me before they play Furia. I talked to Flames already on Media Day. Then you were like really chill and funny and jokey. But is it serious today? Are you focused in a different way?
Yeah, we're more focused on the game, less on other stuff. But yeah, obviously you can feel like there is a little tension because it's Cologne. It's not like just a first game of a tournament. Like it is Cologne, so everybody's coming up ready, and you can see on Furia faces as well that we're not coming to play any team that is not ready. So everybody's excited, everybody's nervous, and the focus is there because you're nervous and because it is important to you.
Yeah. No, I was over at the Furia booth. They're super relaxed.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. It's what's on the inside.
Yeah.
But there is no shame in being nervous, right? There is no shame in being because it means that it's important to you. And I myself feel like there is a little tension over there. So, well, I'm really excited to jump into the game. Well, hopefully it comes sooner because it feels like ages. But yeah. We're focused.
Sure. Yeah, I see that you're focused now. Obviously, yesterday was a bit dramatic here in Cologne. A couple of teams who were expected to win, like G2, like Spirit, fell to very strong opposition that were underdogs. Is that something that you're extra careful of going into this match versus Furia?
Yeah, well, you can see that this is Cologne as well, because you see Spirit losing to Mongols. You don't see that very often, and G2 against So. So yeah, we're obviously... It gives us like a little slap in the face because we're aware that it's not a guaranteed win, but I think with how the year has been for us, we saw that any team could beat any team, and there is no guarantee that you're going to win any game in CS2 easily. So we just need to do our best and give the most energy we can, and well, if we do that, I think we have good chances to win, and that's what you have in CS2.
Yeah. Final question. When it comes to the year, the clock is ticking. Vitality has an empty trophy case for 2024, despite very, very good performances. So has that upped the pressure a little bit coming into this particular Cologne?
Well, we obviously, it doesn't feel like we had like a really bad season because we still hit some finals, still got some semis. But yeah, there is... We want to win a trophy, and this trophy specifically could heal a lot of the time that we didn't pick up a trophy. So it is the biggest focus up until the major. So yeah, if we're gonna be, well, obviously every team, but we really want to pick this trophy because we know that it will, as for the organization and for the players and for the team, for everyone, it will be very beneficial to get the trophy because. If you look back, then you don't care that you didn't win Pro League or Dallas, or you're really happy with this trophy. So yeah, this is the extra focus, the main focus, and hopefully we get it.
Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Flames very eloquently explaining the importance and the prestige of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and they are well aware that this is a trophy they need to lift.
Oh, absolutely, and it has to be a little heartbreaking, right? You look at some of the results right there, in EPL falling to Mouse, and Dallas falling to a G2 with a stand-in right there. The major as well, heartbreak, coming third and fourth when looking so good, where they were one of the favorites as well. But it has been very close. But again, that's the thing with this team. Most teams would be very happy with these results, but certain teams, there are a certain caliber of teams, like your FaZe, like your G2, like your Vitality. For him, second place is not good enough, and this is the time to prove it.
And the reason why we say it's not good enough is solely because Saiwu, because let's be honest, the rest of them has had a little bit of a rough showing in 2024. I think Flames in the interview is actually one of those who have improved the most, one of the better CT side players in the world all of a sudden. Spinks has had a massive fall off, and that is also a reason why they're not getting the final line, right? I think just when you have this duo, by Saiwu and Apex, you expect to go far every time, right? And unless that changes, I will never put them out of contention for getting the trophy.
I would argue they've gone far, just not far enough. We need them to lift that trophy. But upsets have been the name of the game here in Stage 2 of IEM Cologne. We've spoken enough about what happened yesterday. I would say that Furia is the underdog, quote unquote, in this particular matchup, even though they've looked pretty strong. I mean, a lot of money has been spent on ensuring that they have some really strong players in the lineup.
And it's all about expectations, right? And one thing with Furia and all the interviews that Fallen has given so far is they know exactly what they want to get. And they know exactly what they want to get, basically.
There we go. Obviously chatting a little bit more about this Furia Vitality team matchup. This is what is going down. It is what we need to expect, is that the upset could occur. Could Fallen actually lead his Brazilian boys to victory here, Babs?
They're not going to be favorites, but one guy that I think has a lot of potential to have an upset today is a guy like Skulls, right? We talked about him a little bit before coming into Liquid. Everybody was stoked to see a guy from Pain coming into the international scene. I understand that it's so much more comfortable to be inside a regional team. You can speak your own language, you can get the timings. I think Fallen will evolve Skulls to the next level.
Let's find out exactly how Furia is feeling coming into this, going up against Vitality, starting off Stage 2.
Time for Furia to keep playing here at IEM Cologne because they have made it to Stage 2 and they're up against Vitality in their first match. I've got Yuri here, who I think has had a tremendous playing stage, or Stage 1 of Cologne. I mean, your performance was really, really good. I wonder how you have been adjusting to, the coach change with Sidde, but also Skulls, because it seems like it is benefiting you.
Yeah, for sure. Schools and the guys, Lucid and Ershai, Sid, have been so good for us, and everyone is so happy, everyone is so confident. So, yeah, everything's fine for now, so we need to keep going and do our job, so.
I heard you have some extra good luck in this tournament because you have a skin on loan from Neymar. Is that true?
Yeah. He lent for me like 1 week ago. I was in his house in Riyadh, so I just took the skins, and he wants to give one more for me, like one WM4. I don't know, but I will try to get. But I have some skins. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure you have some skins. So now you're going to be playing Vitality. Now, in terms of the competition that you have beaten lately, even though it's gone better, you haven't beaten a team like Vitality yet, which is one of the best teams in the world. So how do you feel about this one, knowing that a lot of the favorites yesterday fell to teams that they weren't expected to lose to either?
Yeah, the game will be very tough for sure. We didn't play against them yet, so only on Prex. So it will be hard, but I think we can win with our game, what we prepare. So yeah, we need to have more confidence in ourselves. So maybe you can win, and you're gonna win for sure. Yeah, that's it.
Obrigada.
The thing that makes me so excited about this Furia lineup is the revitalization that seems to have occurred with the addition of Skulls. One, he finally looks really good. So in Zeus, we believe he wasn't wrong putting him in Liquid. Now Skulls, we're seeing his potential. But when you mix him up with Keserato and Yuri, holy hell, this is a powerhouse.
That is exciting prospect here for this new look Furia. You look at the results they've had so far. Sure, they had a very close loss to Liquid, but there's so many unknowns. We're talking about a new map pool. We don't know what they're going to be pulling out of their pocket, but also more importantly, they're here in the second stage without Keserato having to go pure beast mode. It's been Yuri in the opening few games. It's been Skulls just being so very reliable, and Fallen as well. Listen, you can't discount the fact that the Professor has been hitting some nutty shots with the AWP as well. This team finally, after I don't know how many years, looks like a team I could potentially get behind.
And the thing that is the most unspoken of is also the removal of Art, right? I think it's some time ago, right? But now it feels like everybody trusts Fallen. I felt like with the old roster, there was too many plans. They wanted to do different stuff. You would see Art running out in the smoke, but all of a sudden you have a real experienced IGL who knows what it takes to actually win games.
We're bringing up the Vita, and this was something, Blair, that you mentioned just a few minutes ago. We don't know what to expect from Furia.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're just going to float Ancient because Vitality have to ban it. I know Furia's like, our dusters look a little shaky so far. let's take it out of the equation. Now, Furia, I'm going to be very surprised if they don't go with Nuke. I think the Nuke hits look very good, despite the fact a lot of teams have a lot of tape on it. You're the underdogs. You played safe, is what I would have assumed, but they go for the Inferno wild card. And this is what I'm excited about. We don't know what to expect from them. We saw Anubis being played when Liquid picked it against them, and they got destroyed on it. So for Vitality, they do have a couple of options. I thought they would go for the Dust 2 pick, but with that getting taken out of the equation, maybe Anubis? No, Mirage. All right.
What are we thinking about this now when you see this on the screen?
Vitality takes the roles of the favorites, right? None of these teams wants to play Ancient. Obviously, perm ban for Vitality. Furia sometimes lets it float, but they decide to take, okay, we're taking no chances. We're going to give the respect to Furia. We're just going to remove it out of the equation. And also Anubis getting taken out. This is a really good veto for Furia.
I'm actually, I wouldn't say surprised, but it's interesting why Vitality have let Nuke through, right? It's a map that Furia love to play, but it's also Vitality saying we are also very, very good on this map. And also, they don't know Furia's vertigo. We haven't seen Furia on his new vertigo. So if you look at the map pool, though, Furia should be happy.
Yeah, and
this game is... Yeah, shut up, Babsky. Nah, man. This is such an epic... This is going to be so hype. I'm getting excited as a fangirl of Counter-Strike. Apex, Fallen, ZywOo in the mix, one of the best players in the world. What a way to start your day. Dinko, Moses, I am hyped. I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, we're hyped. That's right. Shut up, Bubsky. Let's get this game on. Vitality and Furia. And for Vitality, I think the first thing you got to say about them is they got to watch all their friends over in G2, all their friends over in Spirit yesterday, screw everything up and take some upset losses. And now they face each other in the lower bracket. And Vitality's just thinking, hot start, boys. Let's not go into that world. Let's not live that reality.
Let's not get ourselves into an elimination situation early on here in Cologne. A chance for Vitality to open up versus Furia. But this is a squad that have played in Stage 1. Furia have had the warm-up, and as Bly was saying, this is a team Furia that have Fallen stepping up in performance, that have Caserado that could deliver a massive game here out of nowhere, but we gotta see more out of Yuri, I think, Jason. He hasn't been the same level we've seen from him over the last few months, and if he shows up alongside Caserado, this team becomes ferocious, and Vitality, it's a tough opening game if Fury arrive.
Yeah, really tough opening game. I spoke with Gary outside the hotel just on the way in today, and he just kind of mentioned it feels like his star players, it feels like they're getting more confidence, that they're building themselves back up to where we've seen them in the past, and that's only good signs for Furia. You add the eye test that's looked good with Fallen's leadership, yeah, this team can be dangerous if they start firing on all cylinders. Set up for the half wall. There's a flashback at Coffins for Vitality.
Apex has it cocked and ready to go. Flames and ZywOo waiting for that initial fight. Flames will take the attention. Molotov does not go to the sandbag, so Flames is trying to sell his life so that ZywOo can succeed, and that is exactly what ZywOo will do. It's a couple of kills, makes up 4, and ZywOo just shuts down the entire setup. ZywOo's first round at Cologne is an ace in the pistol round.
Oh, the old bait and switch. So beautiful. They could never get a read. They could never actually find this fight. Shout out to Flames, ensuring that with that flashbang, he swung wide to activate ZywOo in this play. And what a way to start Cologne.
Let's go! They were not watching you? No one was watching me. Let's go, boys!
No one was watching him.
That's got fucking Apex. Sorry, excuse me. That's got Apex. That's got B fired up.
Fired up,
yeah,
Jason.
I'm ready to go now.
Well, excuse the French. ZywOo with a hot start. Furia down to Glocks. And we'll take a moment to take a breather. There's been so much talk over the last few months about Donk and Monacy's rival. ZywOo fell out of that conversation for a long time. He hasn't been sort of fighting for that top spot, it feels like.
Let's be real, he's still out of that conversation. But I mean, look, the thing you have to think about with ZywOo is, you know, he's always said, from speaking with him, it feels very true. Like, it doesn't come off as false that he doesn't actually care about any of that. He doesn't care about that individual accolade. He doesn't care about being considered the best player in the world. He didn't care about it when he was on the verge of overtaking Sipple back in CSGO. So now when you come into this, he's not going to care about it when, you know, it might even be a relief that conversation isn't constantly there.
True, but
he certainly got the skills, and Vitality would certainly love for him to play like that, and we certainly still have the expectations that he can deliver like the best player in the world.
Solid performance in Cologne could absolutely change that. Furia to the buy, finally with rifles. Skulls is looking to apply some pressure towards top middle. We really enjoyed Skulls' performance in Furia throughout stage 1. He's looking a lot more comfortable. A lot of the Skulls critics have even had to say that, you know, he's definitely looking more comfortable inside of this Furia squad. He saved Furia a lot of the times in stage 1.
I mean, he just looks like a completely different player. So much more comfort within this team. Here comes the execute. Late round take of Banana. Flames up close against these AKs, and you shall not pass this smoke. Oh no, a complete disaster.
That was a buy for Furia. They do not get even through that smoke. It's ZywOo and Flames. That combo is just locking Banana down.
And look at the way that this map has started. You have the ace from ZywOo in the pistol round, and now you get this where no one can actually even make it through the smoke. They get stuck behind it, they block each other, and get absolutely deleted. If you're Furia, this is a low point already.
Oh, yeah.
3 rounds in.
It's definitely a low point. We'd be surprised to see a timeout come in at some point soon, because it's been a very slow start to this game. Vitality have come out with an absolute heater. Fallen, sprinting out through Banana, gets beyond that half wall.
And look, let's put this in context too. Inferno is a must-win map for Furia. The idea that you go to Vitality's best map of Mirage and be able to take them there to bring us to a third map, you can't rely on that whatsoever. So this map is critical for Furia in this series.
Yeah, Fallen's done a pretty good job at forcing these rifles back without losing his life, and no one from Furia goes down in that skirmish at top Banana, but the bomb is still going towards top mid, and ZywOo's got the read to rotate over, and from Library he's seen enough of Cello to stand and fight, but it isn't exactly the most impactful shots from ZywOo. He leaves that to Spinks instead. ZywOo rotates over to cover off that archway, and Keserato is left in a 1v5. It feels like Furia haven't got any kills yet, Jason. It just feels like the minimal amount of frags have come in for Furia so far.
Yep, just one on Yuri, back in the pistol round.
A single kill is just crazy to think about for Furia as we go into the 5th round of Inferno.
Well, let's see how this next gun round goes. It surely can't get any worse than the first one in round 3, getting stuck behind that Banana smoke. Well done from Vitality, as you mentioned. No one committing to the fight against Fallen. No reason to risk your life in that situation, so backing away. Same with ZywOo. Awkward spray out towards long, but doesn't really matter because his goal is just survival. Doesn't need to commit to that long-range fight. And this is a tech as we chill for a little bit.
I think Furia need to chill for a little bit, just kind of get into this.
Yeah, it might actually be.
There's cold starts, and then there's this. This is freezing.
Yeah, you can't talk, but at least you get to just sit there and I don't know, do whatever breathing exercises, meditation.
Well, Zai was just staring directly at them without a blink.
Yeah, so. Whatever mantra you need. It'd be funny if we get to a point where like teams like during a tech timeout would just like stand up and stare down their opponents.
That'd be great. Who do you think would be first to do that?
I think
it's like a Carrigan move.
I think it's playing out cooler in my head than it would in real life, but.
Yeah.
It's sweet in my head.
It's kind of be weird in real life, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be a little awkward. I don't know who would do it. I don't think there's any teams who have the attitude. The old VP would have been great for
Yeah, that would have been good. They can do that now with the coaches. And Xtaz returning to Vitality. He'd want some trophies this year with the squad.
And it's been a talking point for Apex too. He's got a lot of faith and a lot of comfort with his coach and really enjoys working with him and just speaking with him about it in the past. He's just kind of been like, look, bringing him in here, you know, I want him to win trophies. I want him to have more trophies. I want him to experience winning the biggest trophies on the biggest stages. So, I mean, part of the reason that Apex brought him in was, you know, to work with him and work closely with him and have his knowledge kind of flow throughout the team, but also he wants his homeboy to have some fucking wins. God, I did it again. I apologize.
You're turning this into an 18+ show. This is a family show, Jason.
That's the last one. I'm going to button it down for the day.
Get the F-bombs out of here, you dirty little mouth. I'll get you some soap to clean that out, Jason.
I profusely apologize to all you listeners at home. But yeah, he wants to be winning trophies with his coach. That's the point I was making.
Doesn't have the same dramatic effect as your previous words, Jason.
Really didn't need to sell it with an F-bomb either, did I?
Let me hear what you thought about yesterday. We had some crazy upsets, Jason.
Yeah, we did. Oh, it's heartbreaking. It's mental to think about. I mean, it's cool because both of those teams, Saw and Mongols, were like two teams from the first half of the season that we were like, all right, we're seeing some cool things. We're seeing some really cool things out of these teams. It's looking good. You Jerks and Aristos for Saw were like a revelation isolation. Their rifling was so strong. Mongols, obviously, Mazinho's been on the rise as well. Blitz still playing really good. And just seeing both of them actually capitalize on that potential and show it off and upset some of the biggest teams, it's crazy.
A few days ago, we opened Stage 1 commentating Seoul versus Mongols, and that felt like the most opening game of a tournament ever, right? But now that we're casting it again today...
It's because that first game we were all tentative. We're just like, all right, which Saw is it? Which Mongols is it?
And now today, it's for qualification to the Lanxess Arena. So it's crazy how this tournament has gone so far. And that's going to be a tough game to call because Mongols feel like they're playing better than that opening game and Saw are looking fantastic. So yeah, that's going to be a fun game later on today. Miles versus Falcons currently going over on that main stream. We won't spoil the result for you, but it's over there if you want to catch that action.
You saw the tweet.
I did.
Did it make you feel bad?
Yeah, because I was like, yeah, you're right.
All right, well...
Sorry, I ruined your viewing experience.
Make a note out there in Twitch chat. Dinko is susceptible to peer pressure via social media.
No, I'm not. I'm an accommodating person, and I didn't want to ruin this individual's viewing experience.
Well, 4-0 for Vitality. If goal was to get a good start in Cologne, they're taking the first step. All right, fist bumps, high fives, everyone's clapping, feeling good. We're getting back into things. You know what that means. Tech pause is fixed. Thank you to the admin team. And we've got round 5 for you. It's going to be an AWP in the hands of Fallen, surrounded by full AK-47s and utility. No AWP yet out in the hands of ZywOo. We'll have to see if that even comes out, as we know with ZywOo. He's content, even happy at times, to stick on the M4.
We had a fiery start for Vitality. We'll see if the tech pause has iced them out. Okay, Serrano spamming up through that smoke. Dishes out significant damage to Apex. Banana has been a problem for Furia. They haven't been able to get up through Banana. They haven't been able to get back this ZywOo Flames combo. This time they forced an adjustment in Vitality's defense. Quite significantly so.
Might not be the adjustment they like with a 4th player over at the A-bomb site, though. Skulls over in Boilers are looking for someone to get aggressive. Apex, that low HP, is going to park himself inside the bomb site. He'll be stationary for the rest of this round with that HP. Now, with 4 players here, does Vitality want to get aggressive at all towards brackets? Just playing containment for the moment. Defensive smoke deployed, closing access to trap. I almost feel like Furia look like they want to set up a mid to B split. With these smokes delaying things, are going to make this a really hard timing to hit and synchronize.
And now Vitality start to send players away. They're coming back now. Signs of Furia's presence in top middle. That bomb's still on Banana, and ZywOo goes for the peak. Dies at long to Skulls.
And Apex has no HP, so he can't do anything. He tucks himself into the site. He has an MP9 and no HP, so it's all in Flames.
So it's either Flames goes nuclear, or this round goes the way of Furia. Fallen cuts off Apex, trying to make his way back. And now Flames has been spotted, getting pushed from 2 sides. Time is limited. Flames with that headshot. Bomb is down, and the kill comes through that smoke, but they have to sprint to the site. And there's no more time. Surely last second. Is there? Vitality pick it up. A last second kill onto that bomb carrier. And Furia cannot catch a break. It's 5 in a row for Vitality.
That's insane. I actually thought he might have gotten that at the last second.
Literally just ran out of time at the millisecond. Flames had to get 1 kill, and he sinks the bomb carrier. That is so huge.
Sinks the bomb carrier behind a Molotov that he threw as well. Everything that can go wrong has gone wrong for Furia in the first 5 rounds of this half. And now ZywOo's got the AWP, and now he's punishing you early deep down middle. Furia knocked out of their game so hard.
Serrano charges out with a flashbang, and Serrano rips them open with his fangs, and that smoke goes down towards CT. This time, Vitality do not hold that B site. Finally, Furia break through.
And Vitality not even budging whatsoever. They know the B site has been lost. This is just an automatic save call immediately. Clearing out halls to make sure there's no danger for the save. ZywOo will transition away from his position on Rap side. Furia is just going to, I mean, at this point, yeah, you check all the details. You don't skip any steps. Clear everything, smoke everything off. Ooh, Furia's actually coming over for a little look-see.
Vitality's having a peer. No, the leg shot. Yuri gets brought down incredibly low. Now, Spinks is still on the A side of the map. He's nowhere near this.
Yeah,
so they're just poking and prodding and trying to get a couple of X's and damage the economy of Furia.
I think equally, though, they probably don't want to lose these weapons, even though Spinks has $11,000.
Yeah, it's been a very clean start from Vitality.
Yeah, ZywOo will just take a shot at a very narrow angle.
Whoop.
He knows there's one still, can't land it. Furia's going to get away, and they have their first round on the board.
Yeah, but Spinks is still over towards T-Stars. Mezzi's charging down middle. They look to make this very expensive for Furia right at the end. They're going to throw utility down. They're going to try and heat things up. And Cello and Skulls will hang on to those weapons, and they will stop Spinks and Mezzi from creating problems.
Yes, they will. Dangerous situation for Furia, and they come out on top. So some rebuys for Vitality, but they've got plenty of economy to handle it. Good job from K Serrato. It's one of the things I talked with Gary about. I mentioned I spoke with him at the hotel before coming in today, and I even just kind of said, like, one of the things I've noticed is K Serrato is way more active in like the first 20, 30 seconds in the round than I'm used to, and here just grabbing 2 entries over in Banana like it's nothing.
He's like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Yeah. Love to see it. Mezzi's going to mix some aggression into his play style, and he's got a clear runway until he meets Skulls. Heads up, watching for the push. And an early advantage for Furia.
ZywOo drags the AWP over the line bridge. Spinks fighting from short, gets taken out by Fallen. ZywOo had to chime in. And he's holding for that second. Smoke is about to come up. As long as they wait long enough for that smoke to bloom, they'll be able to get onto the site. And ZywOo is still fighting. Smoke breaks apart. Yuri goes down. And a 2 versus 3 that just seems difficult for Vitality again here to retake. So they're walking away from this. Furia will pick up 2 in a row.
They needed that third player. I think that was Apex trying to come through the smoke in brackets to wrap around into the bomb site to create a second angle. And this time, K Serrato, not the entry man, not the aggressor. He's just chilling and lurking and waiting for that. So Furia now with 2, seemingly unfazed, not knocked off kilter by these first 5 rounds.
And there was plenty of frustrating moments. You get aced by ZywOo in the pistol. You get one kill in 3 rounds or 4 rounds, and then last second missed plant. So there's a lot of moments for Furia that could have tilted them off the face of the universe, but they have stayed in it. There's a sense of being able to build into this as Vitality go for their first time out. As you mentioned earlier, there's a lot of money available for Team Vitality, so even though they've lost 2 rounds in a row, they still got so much cash.
So much cash on the CT side built up, it would almost be a travesty if they let this kind of early 5-0 lead slip away.
It's true.
They have so many opportunities to rebuy and adjust and adapt.
I mean, this start for Vitality, it really ends the conversation that is often had in these tournaments when a team joins later in the competition. Is the team coming in from the stage 1 or the play-in going to have more of an advantage warming up? Well, I think with Vitality's start, that instantly ends that conversation. They're here to play.
I mean, if you look across the board, everything would lend to that, right? Saw Mongols with those upsets yesterday as well, to teams coming in fresh, teams coming in cold. And that's, I think, why it would be such a devastating travesty if Vitality wasn't able to capitalize on such a good start with everything falling in their favor. Out of the tactical, we're going to get a technical. Giving you everything today.
Yeah, it's a communication issue.
We don't like those.
No, we do not.
Communication's a two-way street.
It is. Unless one of them's a narcissist. And then it's a one-way street, Jason.
Okay. Well, we'll add that to the quote. That's the new evolution.
We can add that onto it, and it rolls off the tongue. We'll get this one solved. I've had a few of these, but they always get fixed nice and quick.
As always, my dream occurrence for this match with ZywOo having an AWP on the CT side is that we just see dominant ZywOo moving around the map. We saw him with the mid pick a couple rounds back. I'd like seeing more of those aggressive plays, peek down banana, peek down middle, maybe get aggressive and go for that peek and ult mid. You got options, and we know that op on Inferno, if it gets rolling on the CT side, can just control and dictate where the Ts feel comfortable attacking.
I'm sure Brazilian fans wouldn't like to see that, though. I'm sure they would be happy if it was a quiet ZywOo, but he doesn't look like he's going to be that quiet ZywOo today.
Now 11-1, 5 of those in the pistol. it's actually a very cool op battle when you think about it. Fallen, obviously not on the same level these days, but has put together some very good individual maps in this tournament with his ADVP. Some brilliant sequences that we saw over on Anubis.
That was crazy.
Yeah, some combat opping, some classic vintage Fallen was peeking out from behind the curtain. It was great. I could go for that too.
Yeah, more of that, please.
Yeah, I'm a greedy. I'll take it all.
Vitality's results recently haven't been bad, but I think when you look at a roster like Vitality, their expectations are different than the rest of the squads, right?
Yeah.
They're in that top echelon, so they're wanting trophies. So second place is the first loser.
Yeah, it's weird because there is like a very negative conversation around Vitality because it's clear with the eye tests and even just hearing from the players themselves and the team themselves. There's some things that aren't clicking the way that they feel like they should be. And I mean, all these 5 players individually, very, very good, but just something hasn't been working, and a lot of it comes down to roles, who's playing where. But you look at these results, it's not bad. I mean, second at Pro League, second at Dallas, semifinals at Blast Spring Finals, quarterfinals at Esports World Cup is a rough one. Obviously, you go back further to Katowice, it's a little ugly. But even that Esports World Cup, like getting to the playoffs, getting to the quarterfinals, it looked bad.
Yeah, but
it didn't look good.
Let's not miss out on the Katowice topic. Sure, it was at the start of the year, but it's the other championship event, right? And this is Vitality expected to do well at events like this. Katowice seems to have a curse for them. They've been in the final in Cologne.
I just bet, I like to keep my reference point for teams on that HLTV 3-month filter.
Yeah.
Like you go all the way back to Katowice, and it's like we've been over that. And yeah, it's an ugly stain on their resume for 2024 for sure. But I think some of those
you can make up for it with a good performance in Cologne.
And some of these issues still obviously persist.
Well, the issues are not persisting in terms of communication. They're sorted out. We're ready to go. It is 5-2 for Vitality. Furia off the back of it 2 rounds in a row. Let's see if they can keep it up with AKs on every player. Caserado getting into Banana early on. Grenades will land past him. You won't take any damage from these initial skirmishes, but Flames is charging right through that smoke, and Caserado handles business.
Feels very forced, like that play was designed out of spawn and they just stuck with it, even though it's not ideal. Maybe some utility was missed, but coming through that smoke, Caserado's not blind whatsoever. No flashbangs, nothing harassing him, and that's an easy frag and an easy advantage for Furia again.
Now the bomb is going to be going towards the apartments. Mezzi sits within the site. And Zaiwu towards Pit. Committed position with AWP, but he's got cover. He can dance in and around this wall. And Mezzi, if he sets up enough distractions, Zaiwu's AWP could prove lethal. Mezzi from the site collects 1 kill, and Zaiwu's got the rest. No issues for the French AWPer. He now knows where his next victim is. The flash up short. Smoke is out to protect Yuri. The grenade for Zaiwu is so heavy.
It's beefy. Man, Fallen just frozen in that corner. You're fighting towards bomb site and you hear that AWP ring out and see a teammate fall and you just know you're dead. You're frozen in the open, frozen in place and helpless. So, a 5-on-4 for Furia. Doesn't pan out with the hulls pop, trying to hit a creative timing, but Caserado can actually still
do something with this because there's separate 1v1 fights. One towards CT, one in Banana.
Problem is he needs to make something happen now. There's 15 seconds, and when no one's showing themselves, this defensive, like just staying pat and just staying hidden is actually perfect. Because if Caserado was able to get 1 kill, you could see that bomb over in halls. Maybe you force a rotation. This late in the round, Vitality takes a death at the B bomb site. They probably think that both players are attempting to finish there, and maybe you get a rotation. Caserado goes down at the end.
For the time, so he has money left over, and it won't be a 3-round in a row comeback for Furia. Vitality back to winning ways out of the tech issue. And it's Zaiwu was earlier playing towards B. He finds himself in Pit this round, combining with Mezzi. And they don't get past that all.
This is the great disaster of going down 0-5 in the fashion you did without having a whole lot of impact, without getting a whole lot of kills and letting the money on the CT side grow. There were 4 kills in the first 5 rounds of this game for Furia. So you get to a point where, yeah, you go on a 2-round streak, and usually that's going to be like a half buy, 2 rifles, some SMGs for your opposition, but Vitality had built up like 4 or 5 rounds of buying just by the virtue of how strong they were to open this map. So Furia is just playing this game on nightmare mode, having to grind back this game against full buy after full buy after full buy with no relief. music really does make me feel like I'm on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, you're beginning. Yeah, it's a fantasy being lived out, Jason.
Get out there, Maverick.
ZywOo, confident to take the pick down middle. He's 13-1 to start off his Cologne campaign. And Spinks, oh, he's moved down into second mid. Fallen spotted. That Tech 9 will not fall, though. Now Cello's turn from Boiler. Oh, he gets ZywOo. And that's a huge opening to get Mezzi looking to plug the gap, though. He goes to fight short, but Cello is playing the sound of death right now inside of the site. And Spinks, he's trying his best to make up for Vitality's weaknesses inside of this A-bomb site, but Cello does not stop. Unrelenting, finally taken out by that HE grenade, but the damage is already done.
Yo, that fence on balcony saved his life.
It did.
That is made of some tough material, blocking all of Mezzi's bullets. And this is like a change of pace, I think, brought on by individual decisions. Like, you get that spam going towards alt mid, and Cello up in halls is like, oh, I can actually beat his fallback. If he's actually peeked that far down mid, he's got a long route to run, picks up the pace, good heads-up play from Cello, and you get that kill, and you say, they've been starting 3B, let's actually try and pressure this a little bit faster. And then once again, you find another kill on Mezzi, who misses the shot. It's perfect.
So 2 out of the 3 round wins that Furia found is off the back of Kesserado sprinting up Banana, getting 2 entries, and this one's Cello crushing down on that A defense.
Look, they all count. You know, we're not going to sit here and say Furia's playing beautiful team Counter-Strike, but yeah,
it's keeping them in the start.
You have the individuals to win as individuals as well, so use that to your advantage. And as bad as this half has looked, you start winning a round like that here and there. Every once in a while, get up towards 4 or 5, and regardless of the fact that you've been outplayed and you've looked like the lesser team, you're going to have plenty of rounds to make this a match in the second half.
Another tech issue, unfortunately.
Yeah, thankfully both teams extremely experienced with these situations in tournaments, and I mean, the stop and start of play like this can really take you out of the flow, out of the momentum, out of the game, but these guys are going to be well experienced at dealing with these pauses.
The rest of the series involves Mirage up next as Vitality's map pick. And if needed, we got Nuke for third. Do you think we're going to need 3 maps in this series, Jason?
Like I said, if Vitality win Inferno, I think it's a 2-0. I don't think Fury's winning Mirage. I think the hard part about this whole series, when you prepare for it, if you're Fury, you're looking at it and you like Nuke, you don't like Mirage, but you have to ban other maps. So they're going to get their best map. And even though you like Nuke, it's Vitality's second map. So you're playing 2 really, really, really strong maps. Inferno is the weakness that Fury is trying to punish, and if they can't do it here, it's hard to imagine that they would cause an upset on one of Vitality's strengths. I mean, ZywOo is a beast on Nuke. He's a beast on any map, really.
Yeah, it's true.
But specifically Nuke.
But Nuke like, is, yeah, it's another level.
That beast shows up a little more often.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
It looks like a little, I don't know. Yeah, like a purple-eyed lemur.
Cool.
Or some weird sloth.
Yeah, or sloth. I feel like sloth is taken, though. Like,
yeah, NAF is kind of taking that market.
You can't bring a sloth.
I seen a sloth recently, Jason.
How was that?
It was pretty cool. It was like this open. It was kind of like a zoo, but it was a lot more space for the animals, so it was kind of cool. So I went up there, and it was the monkeys were sharing the same sort of enclosure as the sloth, and the sloth was moving pretty fast for a sloth, man.
Yeah, faster than you expected.
Yeah, it was climbing above my head. It had this tube, and it could climb above your head, and you could stand underneath it. And a little monkey came over and started peeing through the hole. So I had to dodge that, Jason. But that was a fun day.
That's a special day.
I was there with nature.
One with nature.
Sloths are awesome creatures, though. I can see why NAF loves a sloth.
Are they awesome?
Yeah, dude. It's like they're slow.
Yeah.
They live life in the slow lane.
Sure. Everything that makes
They take everything. They enjoy life more than others. And they sometimes even forget to eat. They're so lazy. So a lot in common with gamers. And Spinks, he's charged down mid. That M4 is ready to go, and no one's turning, no one's thinking about it. Finally, Yuri has a little look towards Spinks, and it's lucky that he did, because he actually outmatches Spinks in that fight.
I wonder if he heard a footstep as Spinks kind of sped that up to turn the corner. Either way, this is a lot of 5-on-4 advantages that Fury's been able to find. I think this is their 3rd or 4th one so far in this game. And now they're going to build upon it. Apex gets a little lazy with that peak and utility, but Flames has a rebuttal.
No way. You can't let this happen, Furia. 2 kills, clean on the entry, and Flames off the coffins. It's just ripping them to shreds. He nearly takes everybody with him to the grave. And now Fallen's left in a 1v3 total. He's collected that first kill. There's still 2 remaining. And that rotation from Mezzi's only arriving now. So Fallen, he puts the bomb down. He could have thrown the smoke out towards CT, but instead uses that to the site. There's a gap. Fallen goes to use it. ZywOo already had eyes on it and pins him down with an AWP. But what a step up. What a hold from Flames.
Yeah, that's a 1v5 hold from Flames at the B bomb site. 4 kills, and I think if he went passive after the 4th one, he would have got the 5th. If he just reset himself, he got a little eager for that ace. But it's all good when you deliver like this. 2 rounds that Flames has individually, literally by himself, won for Vitality at the B bomb site.
I don't know how Fury are going to deal with this now. When you get 2 entries towards B, you're all charging at 1 player. And you still can't get into the site.
Yeah, those kinds of miscues for Furia, they'll start to make you in a game feel like you're just getting buried. Inability to trade a player like that when you have such an overwhelming advantage. 5-on-4 into a 5-on-3, and 1 guy takes you out. Chip damage from the native Apex. He eats a ton of damage in return. That's not what he wanted. We'll give him a pass. He's been excellent outside of that flashbang. In the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal.
It was still pretty funny though. Apex just getting absolutely destroyed by the flash. Furia, they still want to go B.
I think this is a lot of Furia just saying, you know what, we're getting a little bit beat up in these defaults. Obviously, 7-3, it hasn't worked the way it's designed. Let's go into something a little bit more simple, and let's focus on the trading that we struggled with in the previous round. Now, the hard part is because they've been stalled out for so long. By the time they end up pulling the trigger, Spinks is going to be here.
And there's still utility to delay this final push of Furia. Flames forced out of his position. He'll play for Nubox instead and strip back into second oranges. Here comes that attack for Furia. Flames from the site, it's Cello down. Flames looking for a multi-kill yet again, and he will secure it. This time he's got Apex to back him up, and Apex, he's down. Tech 9 for Fallen, strikes into action, and now suddenly it is a winnable round for Fallen. He's on for the ace. He's on for all 5.
4 HP.
Yeah, 4 health, that's all he's got to play with here, but Fallen, he brings the fight to ZywOo, and suddenly it is just Mezzi left. Just Mezzi to stop the power of the Professor. And Fallen waits around that corner, doesn't want to give away his spot, doesn't want to peek into the open. He won't fall for that initial tap. He will not fall for that old trick. The second, he won't even peek that until this fight eventually comes. Mezzi walks into him and prevents Fallen from pulling off a heroic clutch to save Furia. It's 8 rounds for Vitality, but that was a damn nice try from Fallen.
It really was. He did everything he possibly could. I mean, obviously all the kills are lovely, but even in the one-on-one, right as the bomb goes down, that's so much time to have to play a post-plant 1v1 with only 4 health. And even holding his nerve, not peeking on the first, not even really peeking on the second. Mezzi just had all the advantages.
Dude, this is going to be such a frustrating half for Furia because you're thinking about so many of these scenarios that you should have won, how close you came to winning multiple rounds in this half. They have to get 4, though. They have to get 4 out of this.
They got to do it with mostly Galils.
You think to how Furia have won the majority of the rounds in this half, it has been one individual stepping up and getting those clean entries.
Okay, Serato, Cello's had a couple.
Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to happen for them here in round 12.
you don't get to do this, you don't get to live in this reality, but if you take the first 5 rounds away, Fury has done a really good job on this T side of finding kills, finding access to bomb sites. I think the biggest problem has been, as I mentioned earlier, every single round is against full buys. Every single round is against rifles, AWP, every single smoke and Molotov possible. They haven't had anything easy.
And they're walking again into the B bomb site. The B site has been the bane of their existence. And Flames, a huge part of that. He hides, he shrouds himself in the darkness. And he now reveals himself to 2 kills against Serrano and Yuri. The fangs of Furia are blunted in this half. And Vitality is now a 3 versus 2 for them to try and close this 9-3. Furia get the bomb down. This time Fallen isn't alone. He has Cello with him. And Cello is inside of Banana. There's utility, there's time, and Vitality have the player advantage. Cello is pulled into focus of CT. He's smoked out.
That's going to make him think there's no banana flank, though.
And he's looking for it intermittently, but here comes Spinks. Doesn't see Cello. That smoke is acting against Vitality at the moment, but he's going to start spamming it, trying to keep their attention. Cello goes back to that kill. Now Fallen at the coffin, spraying down, goes down to ZywOo, and Cello left alone. He wanted to pull the utility, but he couldn't stop ZywOo. ZywOo opens the half with an ace and closes it with the Deagle. It's Vitality in the lead, 9-3.
Well, if your first goal is to start out playing hot at Cologne, Vitality have accomplished that. ZywOo got him started in the right way. 5 kills, an ace in the pistol round. He ends the first half 16-3. He's got Flames, a little sidekick, locking down that B bomb site round after round. He's got 15 kills, and they have buried Furia in a 9-3 hold.
Yeah, Flames was incredible in that half as well. It's just so sick to see Vitality's CT side look that strong. And now with a pistol round win, Inferno could be a very short story. Furia invest into 3 sets of Jewel Berettas, and Cello gets melted. ZywOo is having a field day in pistol rounds. He is the only player for Vitality to get a kill in a pistol round, still to this point.
I kind of want to play a game against ZywOo. I just want to see what it feels like. Because it looks funny.
It would feel rough. It would feel real rough.
What are you supposed to do? Skulls and Yuri up in halls. So there's no resistance at the A bomb site. They'll be able to gather information. It's just about, can they hold on to their position, stay alive, and have some impact, so when eventually K-Serrato and Fallen come over, they can actually make an attempt at the retake. And as soon as Vitality swing into the bomb site and see nobody shooting at them from pit, nobody shooting at them from the bomb site, they're going to know halls, which they've never cleared, is a very real point of danger. They've got to be a little confused right now as well. Oh, Apex about to find it out.
Ooh, apartment's now cleared. Apex has the information. They're currently occupying the apartments.
I think this round is, I think I feel pretty confident in just calling this. Like, even if they come in for the retake, there's no kit.
Yeah.
You got to find 5 players, 3 of them are in pit, 2 of them in the bomb
And the utility's
site.
all over a B still.
There's about 15 different crossfires. There's, I mean, for a must-win round, Furia put up no fight.
Yeah, there's no urgency about this either. They're still coming closer to the A bomb site, but they're so far away from it. It's a cool boost to get a kill on the Apex, but yeah, it's just a limited time is the problem. They don't have any real standing in this round, and it's 10 for Vitality, so essentially it was one off the back of that blistering shot from ZywOo, and the round's over. 10-3.
Yeah, I don't really like that from Furia. Like, that's a critical round that you have to win. I would have liked to see a little bit more fire than that. So Vitality get MAC-10s and rifles. Furia is going to have to decide to do with this armor that they've saved into the next round. 10-3 and a timeout taken from Furia, their second, as they discuss things. Do they want to force up here, or do they want to wait until they can get some stronger weapons on board?
Conversation currently going on in the Furia camp. Their second timeout used in regulation. There's all this talk about some of the teams that have come into this competition and have had some losses already. You know, we're talking G2, we're talking Spirit. We were wondering, would Vitality fall into that same conversation? Well, right now, it looks like a completely different story for Vitality.
And honestly, like, before the games began yesterday, if you had asked someone who's the likeliest to get upset in this opening round, G2, Spirit, or Vitality, I think most people probably would have said Vitality.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. Well, Apex getting destroyed by Cello.
Oh, and a tag down mid from Yuri with the scout. This is a very nice start. Oh, but it's speeding up, and they have got no way to stop it.
Charging out of the balcony, descending down into the A bomb site. They've got 2 kills in this Vitality, and they're 2 important ones because they've got full control of this A site. Furia start to rotate these players back. Fallen is the closest to the fight. The plant is in. Fallen's looking to see if he can catch someone trying to change position, get into a post plant, but Vitality have found themselves quite comfortable. ZywOo's elevated on the box inside of the bomb site. Fallen's got beyond that utility, but Spinks has still got eyes on this, but Fallen's just charging in, gets caught by Spinks from pit, gets caught by the flash, and that does cost him his life.
Yeah, he actually might have been able to create an opening for his team if he didn't get blind, but he ate that flashbang. That looked really silly, but I guarantee he was full white on his screen.
Dude, the way ZywOo can even control that Galil spray while he's just jumping off a box is so crazy. It's 11 rounds now for Vitality. It just keeps getting worse for Furia. And up next is Mirage.
Mirage is, as I've said, Vitality's best map. It's Furia's worst map by win rate.
the only way I do damage right now. Let's go, boys.
So quite a disparity between the two teams heading into map 2. And this, I mean, for me, as I've said a couple of times, losing Inferno is just the series over for Furia. We'll have to see what this new lineup can do on Mirage next. But it's not looking like there's anything to really discuss here in Inferno in terms of a comeback building up, in terms of some life coming into the Furia side. Vitality's just had their way with them this entire map.
Cello just gets wiped out. It's map point for Vitality. Fury will have, will likely be their only buy here on the CT side in the next round. And it's exactly what Vitality want. It's what this team is designed for, and it's having ZywOo, Flames, and Spinks at the top of the charts. Apex and Mezzi down fulfilling their roles, but you want those 3 players at the top of the scoreboard finding impact and winning you games like this.
And boy, have they. I mean, Flames especially. ZywOo's going to get, obviously, he always attracts the most conversation, but Flames is...
so much impact.
I mean, winning the round at the last second because he drops the bomb carrier with 6 seconds remaining in like a 1v4 hold of the B bomb site, his 1v5 hold of the bomb site, getting 4 kills on it.
It's so impressive that he's able to do that more than once in a single half. Now ZywOo charging up Banana. We know this is his comfort ground, but not this time. Cello wipes the floor with him. Kesserado, oh, they're low, they're softened up, and that MP9 only manages 1. There's still this fight for Banana going on, and Cello gets traded, and again, it's Flames biting back, putting Vitality in pole position, and he is going to smoke out CT and sprint into the site with a bomb. Spinks is here to cut off this mid-rotation.
Ooh, awkward situation for him, though.
He's got a smoke to get him out of there. Still uncomfortable for Spinks, but he gets out. He's joining his countrymen inside. Oh, Banana. Spinks will hold it, and Vitality come through. Their opening map in Cologne is domination versus Furia. This is a squad that are looking scary. This is a squad that do not look like they're going to get upset. Mirage is up next. Vitality looking strong.
Hello, Messi. Welcome. I can't leave you alone. Flame says I have to leave you alone, but you're okay doing the interview, right?
Yeah, of course, always.
I heard the doors opening to the shuttle, a lot of music blasting. Is that how you get the troops ready for today?
Yeah, got the team playlist going, got to get ready, get pumped for the game. So yeah, feeling good.
Okay, who has the best music taste?
I don't know. I think the French guys like to think they've got the best music taste, but I don't know. The UK's got it, I think.
Yeah, I can agree with you there. Hey, Furia is up here. Now we've seen some of the big teams fall to the teams that have been here for a while, even though they should be favorites. So are you extra careful going into that one?
Yeah, I mean, you've always got to... You can't underestimate any opponents. Like you said yesterday, there was a lot of underdogs coming through and taking a win. So I think especially for us, we sometimes... even in the last events, like take it a bit easier on games that we feel like we should be winning. So you can never take it for granted. We need to go in and give all the energy we have and just take it game by game because this is the first obstacle and Fury is the team that we need to beat.
Absolutely. Well, I'll let you go and join your team. Bye-bye. Good luck.
Starting this segment with a little bit of a vibe check from Vitality as they arrived today. And the reason we're doing that is just to highlight the confidence, the calculated responsibility this team has come in with, knowing that they are one of the favorites to lift that trophy at IEM Cologne. There is an attitude amongst this team that is completely different to anything we've seen, I think, so far with teams arriving. And they are basically starting exactly the way I presume they want to finish. If you don't believe me, take a look at round number 1. This is how Vitality chose to start their IEM Cologne journey by taking their superstar, ZywOo, and banging out an ace right at the get-go.
Yeah, absolutely, and could probably just set it up right there. It sucks to be facing off against Vitality when they're starting off in this way, right? It was a pretty good hit coming in. The opening kill goes away, Furia, and as ZywOo says, you know, Sacred Blue, you're not going to come into my side. Takes them down, shuts it out. What do you do with that, Bobski? What do you do against that?
That's just such a frustrating part, right? Because you are realistically a tier 1.5 team or something on Furia, right? You need ZywOo to have a bad game if you want to advance from this one. And this is what you gamble on when you're the lesser opponent. You know ZywOo on his A game, you're just not going to have a chance. It's also crazy when we look at the scoreboard of this team. It's only ZywOo and Flames actually doing a difference, but they win by so many rounds. Like, it wasn't even close. Obviously, there's moments where Furia could have done better.
Yeah.
But overall, not even...
I remember looking at the scoreboard at the end of round 4 when they were 0-4 down for Furia. That 2 frags in 4 rounds. So it was a solid start for Vitality.
A solid start. Holy hell, it was a stomping. Let's be clear. I mean, you mentioned there that you set up for a team. This is not what you want. For fans of Counter-Strike, fans of Vitality, Maniac up in the bleachers there, this is what we wanted. This is what everyone wants. The ZywOo stands get up and go, ho. There they are. They are here.
But here's a really impressive thing is the fact that, you know, just apart outside of ZywOo as well, a couple of players we did touch upon was, you know, obviously Sphinx and Flames in particular. We spoke about how he's really improved himself when it comes to being an anchor. And it was very evident to be seen, especially in the B bomb side. We have a couple of rounds we're going to bring up later on, of course. But yeah, like when you have ZywOo all over the map with the AWP, with the rifle, with the pistols, it's getting kills at will. And then on the B bomb side, you have Flames just being just a rock right there. Furia didn't have too many options.
Even the rounds you win on Furia's side, he constantly ruins your economy, so you're just forced with having like very limited util. And I mean, he just won so many rounds by his own plays, right? He forces them pretty much all the time. I do also think they were a little bit unfortunate on the side of Furia.
Yes.
Constantly running into like, okay, let's try to hit A, guys. Let's try to avoid him. Go out pit. That's Messi, right? Then you see him in pit with an orb, and he just kills you as well, right? I think that's the reality of facing ZywOo sometimes, especially when they were good on Banana, like giving the information for ZywOo to actually rotate between the sides and be the correct spots.
He's just so good, and it's so fun to watch. But when we take a look at that scoreline, I mean, if you were to look at this and just see the score, you'd be like, oh, wow, Furia really didn't show up. I don't think that's really fair in terms of the level of Counter-Strike they were trying to play, Blair.
Yeah, no, we have a few rounds we're going to actually highlight, and I personally feel Vitality messed up a few times on the CT side. We saw, I think it was Spinks running down Banana. We saw Mezzi pushing down Apps, and they were getting caught off guard, and a lot of 4v5 situations starting off early for Furia, rather 5v4 situations. And this is a round which is a bit of a heartbreak, right? So you can just take a look very quickly at the minimap just to kind of paint the picture as to what's happening over here. We have now about 30 seconds left on the clock. They have full banana control. They have control here towards brackets. Now, the one player I do believe is Apex. He's very low on health. He can't really help out his teammate here. So this duel is everything, and I do believe that is Spinks. And only Flames by his lonesome on that B bomb. So you look at this and you're thinking, oh, this is looking good for, sorry, ZywOo actually. Looking good for Furia. Great kill by Skulls on towards ZywOo. Immediate call for the split to take place. And then now we switch to Flames' position. He's got one Molotov in hand. 15 seconds. He knows that the flank is coming in. He needs to delay them, maybe prevent a plan from taking place. Peeks behind the Molotov, gets the one kill onto Yuri, and even though he gets traded, there's no time remaining, and that's a round being stolen by Flames.
Yeah, and this is the issue. If you want to split B, you need a little bit more time because you know it's going to be messy when you get to that pool area, right? You want to have time to actually set up the smokes and anything. If they would have done this 5 seconds before, it would have been a really good call, but as you say, Flames perfectly deals with it.
And then this is again going to be an early kills going the way of Furia. It is again Spinks falling towards Banana. This is a round where he just ran down and got taken down right there. And then you can take a look once again. Should be the round here for Furia. It's only Flames by his lonesome. Apex going to try and help him out, but this isn't a great jiggle from Apex. That's a bit of a mistake there, Dan. And then Flames strikes out. I love this flashback. It pops right beneath that box of coffins right there, so it doesn't blind him. He can take the fight, gets a 4th kill. Should have honestly gotten the ace. And once again, Flames just stealing rounds away from Furia.
This is an issue you get with the, what do I call it, energetic Counter-Strike from Furia, right? They get the entry. They should just say, slow down. Now we know there's only one left. Let's smoke coffins.
Use a util.
Yeah, exactly. Do the correct order of things. And they just fail to do that. And a guy who's in the form of Flames, he's just going to punish that.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that is something where I can kind of see what they're going for. You kind of get you kind of feel the momentum going your way. You know, you can just swarm the guy, but that is what we talk about superstar plays. What we're talking about these strong rifles you have on the team, and if you're talking about the 3 Musketeers on the side of Vitality, obviously you have ZywOo, you have of course Spinks, and you have Flames, and that's what a player of this caliber can do if you don't make these little micro mistakes right there.
I just watched Furia walk in as you gents were talking, and they look very solemn, very different to the Brazilian smiles that we saw, because now they know that they're going to Vitality's map pick, and they've seen what Vitality is bringing to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, I feel for this series to have been competitive, for it to potentially go to a map 3, or even for Fury to get the upset, this Inferno win, I feel like absolutely had to be in the pocket, right? Again, they went for a bit of a gamble pick coming in here. I thought they'd go with Nuke and just rely on how good they are on it, but they're like, nah, we don't want to face out ZywOo there. Let's try Inferno. And I won't lie, a little unlucky here and there, but I don't feel like they would have still gotten the win either.
I do think they have the upper advantage coming into the map pool. I just think it's a balance between a really good team and a team that's on the uprise, right? Speaking before the game, you're forcing Vitality to ban Anubis and Ancient. You're already in the perfect position to actually go for that map pool that you actually want, and you can prepare a lot better than Vitality because you're the underdogs. You decide who's going to be the favorites in this matchup, and I think they've done that well, but I mean, it didn't really show up on the server.
Vitality has taken the first map, and it was Furia's map pick. Obviously, Furia now desperately trying to fight it out to get it to a 3rd. They do not want to drop into that lower bracket. If you're a Counter-Strike fan, you must be having a good time. I know we all are here at IEM Cologne. Quick break for you so you can run to the bathroom and do whatever it is you do during those breaks. And when we get back, we'll jump straight into game.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Furia fall 13-3 on their map pick, and if they want to survive having to go down to that lower bracket for a rematch with Team Liquid, then they've got to pick up Mirage versus Vitality. That is going to be a task that is incredibly difficult, Jason. For the facts that you highlighted on map 1, this is Vitality's best, and this is Furia's worst statistical map right now. So this is definitely going to be an uphill battle for the Brazilians.
Yeah, I think Inferno had to be a must-win, and it's just shocking that it wasn't even close to being in contention. It was just such a wipeout by Vitality. They came in today with an attitude. I mean, the hard thing is seeing a way that Furia can win this map, steal it away from them when you have ZywOo playing the way he did, when you have Flamesy playing the way he did. Spink started to step up towards the end. So the pieces on the Vitality side are looking good. Pistol round start, 1-for-1 trade in mid, and Cacerado eats one Glock bullet to the dome.
Well, Vitality have decided to go with every single player on Kevlar, so it's all about headshots for Vitality, and they've got a lot of them in these pistol rounds today. And there's another one coming right up. Fallen walks into Spinks, Fallen's down, Vitality into the lead on players, and there's so much time.
Look at the minimap and how much space that kill created. You saw immediately Yuri back away from Con. Cacerado's left the A bomb site. They're going to choose to stack over towards B, and this entire time Vitality was just hoping they'd be able to crawl up connector. Apex needs to find this information though and make sure his teammates don't go up catwalk. That would be the only calamity that Vitality can run into. And with Apex in this position, no one's really scouting the A bomb site, so Vitality still taking their time, still figuring out exactly where they want to finish, seeing if they can have any more information gathered, seeing if anyone from Furia is going to push into them.
But the bomb now making its way up connector.
Yeah, making the right call. So pistol round for Vitality.
That's another one for Vitality. Furia struggling to get good starts in the halves today in this best of 3.
Look at Apex just going from rat position to rat position.
He's loving it. Absolutely loving it. No one from Furia coming towards him though.
They can't win this round. Once you call that stack, it's over if they don't come to your bomb site. So they'll bring the armor into the next round. Cacerado got gushed, so he should still have enough armor. I would wonder if he can upgrade for free. We'll see what they can bring out around that, if they even want to go for a second round buy.
Well, we'll get to see if Furia want to go for the Force. But Vitality are going to be extremely happy with how today has started for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually super important for a team like Vitality that's supposed to be one of the best in the world, but has been dealing with so many internal issues, probably issues that aren't even like directly related to the Counter-Strike itself. It's you know, the team issues between them, the frustration of things not working, of maybe thinking you need to change some things, adapt some things, those conversations. Getting out to a start like this helps alleviate some of those problems really, really well, especially at the start of a tournament. It's perfect.
Furia have invested. Cacerado's got his head armor. Vitality setting up for an A play. Direct hit into the Furia defense. Fallen, Cacerado, and Skulls, the 3 players closest to A, to try and stop this Vitality attack. Messi and Apex will be in Palace.
Better get some god-tier shots with those deagles.
Well, here come the smokes. Skulls deploys out his own defensive smoke in the middle of the bomb site, allowing him to play closer with this deagle. The Palace prong to the approach has been softened up. Skulls with 1 on Flames. Traded quickly by Spinks. This round is comfortable for Vitality, especially with that kill through the smoke from Messi. They clear the rest of the site and they know they've got it.
Yeah, nice shot from Skulls to open things up, but nothing else can be built upon. It was just the utility, the full wall of smokes that was denying those deagles any lines of sight.
And Skulls was the player that was really stepping up over the last few games for Fury, especially on Mirage. I felt like his A-hold was incredible. He was getting 3 Ks. When both of his teammates were falling on the site, he was still getting a multi-kill to keep them in the battle. So, it was, Fury overall may feel uncomfortable on the map, but Skulls in particular looked really good on the A-site defense.
Yeah, he did. He was showing some good things when we saw Fury play this map earlier in Stage 1. I think the biggest problem with it is just, the level of opposition is going to be completely different. We saw them play this map against Heroic.
They should have won it 13-11 versus Heroic.
Yep, 13-11 win there. They played it against Liquid, a 7-13 loss, and they played it. They did not play it against Imperial. So yeah, I got a couple runs on Mirage under their belts to be able to adapt and change and look at things and see what's working and what's not. But very tough test to start Stage 2 of IEM Cologne.
Winner of this game goes on to play FaZe Clan.
Congrats.
That'll be a very exciting matchup if Vitality make it through, looking like it is going to be Vitality. And FaZe versus Vitality, ooh, that's an IEM Cologne game right there, isn't it?
Especially to give an indication of which one of these two like top teams that's come in limping a little bit and struggling, in, you know, with themselves. Which of those is gonna look the best and come out on top to start getting into the playoffs? Will be a really cool indicator of what level these teams have come into Cologne with. Vitality staying very grouped up as they have every round so far in this half.
The window smoke blasted open to reveal two Furia players. ZywOo, Apex taking the first two in this round for Vitality. You're at least trying to keep Furia in the fight, but it's gonna have to go out again. Second time of asking. Now third, unable to sync Apex. There's a boost being constructed with these two Furia players. Yuri climbing up on top. ZywOo dealing with that. Does lose the majority of his health, but Spinks has got short and covers off Fallen. It's now Caserado, the only remaining player for Furia. And Vitality once again off to a flawless start. It's going to be 3-0. They had a 5-0 lead on Inferno. Now 3 here on Mirage. It could be a similar or even better for Vitality to kick off Mirage.
Furia really can't let themselves get into that hole where the money grows so much for Vitality that they'll just never have to save throughout the half. That's exactly what happened on Inferno. If you're going to get into a hole, at least do some damage, get some kills, and make sure they can't just build up an undepletable bank. Apex gets that final frag. It's 3-0. Guns will come back out for Furia. Fallen should have the AWP as well. So a chance for Furia to mount some resistance against this Vitality onslaught.
Yeah, it's fine, we won it.
It's fine, we won it. Perhaps not completely happy with it, but...
No, someone probably apologized for a mistake.
Yeah, they got the result. Mid-fight, Skulls getting in towards Connector. Getting back to safety. This is a cool boost from Cello and Yuri. See if they can spot out Spinks in the apartments. But he didn't take a step too far. Now, oh, Cello, that's a risky game you're playing, my friend, and he ends up getting dropped down to 6 health.
Yeah, that was a really bold, naive move from Cello that no one would be having that angle, even with that boost, but that boost wasn't deep enough to spot the position Spinks was in. So Cello pays a heavy price. Vitality playing this round a little bit slow, hoping to let some of this utility be used and burned early from the defense.
ZywOo boosted on top of his teammate's head. That movement was enough to adjust the attention of Caserado towards him.
Well, breaking the smoke also allowed him to get the glimpse of ZywOo jumping up so he could swing back with the pre-fire.
That's the advantage now for Furia. As we now hit the 39-second mark in this round, the fight is going down to Connector and Skulls with the second play they weren't ready for. Fallen and Skulls combining, keeping Furia ahead, this time by 2 extra players. And Skulls wants to clear Mezzi. He knows he's got him pinned in there. But Mezzi steps up with a headshot. He's got the bomb in his back. And he knows if he exposes himself to short, he could easily fall down here. And he gets involved with that fight. And Yuri somehow loses it. Remember Cello? He started at B. Well, he's over at the A site now. And he might be the player to unravel this round for Vitality. He denies that bomb plant. Now there's no time. Spinks has to get it instantly and start planting, but he doesn't have the time for it. Now it's about the kill, and Fallen just hides away. So from 0 to hero, Cello wins the round for Furia.
Yeah, nice round from Cello. He couldn't really do anything until that last eventuality. Just had to hope and pray they were going to end up coming to that position, and he's primed for it perfectly. Good job from Caserado and Khan. Fallen even chimes in with an op kill. Not a bad round from Vitality, though. I mean, phenomenal job from Mezzi in a losing effort to get all of those kills, actually be able to pressure the bomb site, but more than anything, Furia wins the round with only 1 player surviving. So again, money going to be an issue. It's been such a talking point for them on Inferno, obviously, because Vitality had all the cash in the world. Now it's Furia trying to get going in the CT side with a really low, tough economy to work with.
It's easy for Vitality to just return to the purchase again. All out for ZywOo, 8Ks for everybody else. Although if they do concede this one, money will drain down to a half-buy scenario. Furia will then have the opportunity to get into the start of this game, and it wasn't a luxury afforded to them over on Inferno. But yeah, you look at Furia's buy here, there's so many weaknesses despite winning the round. They're going to boost Yuri up into ladder room. It's quite quick for Vitality getting players into mid. Fallen's down first, and that's one of the best weapons gone instantly.
This is why I think they wanted to have players in mid so fast, as they wanted the comms from Fury to be that mid is being pressured. They wanted to take some attention away so Apex could have an aggressive lurk in Palace. And one by one, it all comes crumbling down.
He's looking sharp right now, Mezzi.
That's a heat check peak.
He's won some fights he really shouldn't have had a chance in winning. This time just looking sharp in this round, and that's 4-1 for Vitality. Furia, it's real tough to have to swallow that pill. No, Yuri.
All that aggressive attention just allowing Apex, I mean, everyone, all parts of that Vitality attack in different locations on the map had a pickup of the pace. And able to completely take advantage of things really early on in the round, and now they're hunting down some weapons.
This would be just brutal for Furia to lose everything here.
Utility used by Yuri, and immediately the comm is both are at the B bomb site. One towards Catwalk on the right side, one was just at the market door.
Yeah, well, they might be arriving at the Stone Age again. The asteroid has come to hit the economy of Furia. Yuri gets rid of flames, shredded instantly. Now just Cello inside of the smoke, and he's cleared out. Nothing saved for Furia.
That is a harsh victory for Vitality. Good to see them bloodthirsty and ruthless, ripping everything out of the hands of Furia. Now they have a decision to make, although with the bonus up at 3 rounds, I imagine it'll be a low buy, pistols and armor, maybe a little bit of nades, and full buy in the next one. Apex is having fun.
Yeah, he's loving it. As far as opening games go, they haven't really been made distressed yet. They've got so much money. As Apex was mentioning, Furia do not. Zaiwu opens up with the first kill on Yuri. This Deagle, unless it goes massive, is not going to be able to stop anybody from Vitality.
No, they're working so well together, Vitality. Everything's in sync, everything's timed perfectly with different prongs of the attack. Things are looking really good for them on this T-side Mirage.
Yeah, cash is starting to swell.
I think we even heard Apex say that in the last round, didn't we?
Yeah,
we have
he
so
did.
much money.
So much money. And they had a little French giggle.
A little French giggle.
Cello will at least try and get something out of this, but no one for Vitality is coming his way in Palace. It's going to be a 5-1 start now. It's not a 5-0 start, Jason. It did improve slightly.
Yeah, they did. There is that they can hang their hat on. We'll see what else they can do with this half. Cello's not going to get any of the exits he's looking for. No rifle for the next round saved. I'm interested to see what Apex is going to do. This feels like a round where Apex might just call like an A exec or a fast B exec. They've messed with them in middle so much. They've had so much success there. They've taken it slow. They've taken it fast. They've abused you at Catwalk. They've abused you in Con.
Yeah.
I feel like Apex might try and get ahead of the defense here and just call a different style.
Zaiwu's up, pointed towards mid. He's got a pretty good spawn for a pick here. Actually might just head towards the apartments and go for the B pick, so he's going to send his AWP over there. Fallen up in ladder room with his sniper, and he wants to fight mid. Needs to be careful here. Cello has had a couple of jumps that may have cost him. I know that grenade, it slows Castrato down, so it completely halts his motion towards Connector, and that keeps him in the open long enough for Flames to finish him off.
It's okay, Fallen's here for the equalizer. It's not all lost yet. He's hunting desperately to just find a kill, but another one of his teammates have gone down before he's able to even see anyone.
Yeah, this is rough for Furia. Fallen desperately hanging around, trying to get rid of Flames. Even that grenade is not enough to finish off the low HP Flames. A 5 versus 3 for Vitality, and they've got so much time in this round to play with.
And a quick hit a tab and you have all the information if you're Apex. You get the communication from Flames that a nade came out from Catwalk, so one's playing there. You see Cello is still alive as that B anchor, Skulls is still alive as the A anchor. You can start piecing things together. And they just have an infinite amount of time to work with in a 5-on-3. It's such a tough round for Furia to figure out where exactly they need to be positioned.
Their best chance is if this bomb goes towards A. Flames is searching through this B bomb site.
Oh, Cello, this is gonna suck.
He's got the one angle that Cello's not positioned for.
You might not clear it.
Oh, tip of the barrel. He's not going to clear it at all. Cello looks up to the apartments, nearly gets a second kill out of that as well, but will fall at the hand of Spinks, who just proves to be immortal right now, yet to die. That's a 7th kill. And now Mezzi stands out of the ramp. Bomb goes to B, and Mezzi is about to remove everything from Furia's hands. Fallen knows that Mezzi's there, but the peek into him is not going to work out for Fallen. It is 6-1 for Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, you have that kind of a 5-on-3 for that long, and it's easy to kind of work the map. They found the success over at the B bomb site, and they didn't even need to use Mezzi, who's just setting up to take everything away from them again. Furia not able to slow down this Vitality attack at all.
You could just tell by the comms that nothing's hectic right now. Everything's going so smoothly for Vitality. A timeout taken, second for Furious. Still their coach having his say. Furia do not have the weapons to combat against the full force of Vitality here. It's a scout for Fallen, MP9s on Casterado, Yuri, and pistols for the rest.
Here's that change up in style. I was a round late. Mid-utility, but it's going to be a timing hit towards the B bomb site. Nade and Scout combined for the first kill. Cello does fine work with the P250.
Oh, Apex.
Spam down randomly. And Apex is going to drop the bomb to take space and make sure there's no stack.
Yeah, he's activated bloodthirsty mode. He throws the bomb down, says it's not his job.
I think it might have actually been his job, though. Zywoo's got the op. It's not going to be his plant, and you have Mezzi up in the halls. So he's going to have to drop down and descend, and that opens up the flank a little bit, but
force the British guy to do it.
That's the thing. You see a little bit worried they are about these kinds of things, but it's all good.
As he puts that bomb down. Yuri Casterado coming back through the apartments. And they're just trying to figure out where are they coming from. Eventually they'll find out. Apex is covered off short. Oh, Zywoo gets dinked. He's low. Mezzi's got him covered though. Skulls comes in. Apex looking the wrong way. 2v2 now. Casterado, surely can't win this fight against Mezzi, but he certainly will. Now Zywoo's forced to keep Vitality in this round. Time ticking, no kid available. Casterado's got that kill, but is there time? No. The answer is a resounding no. Furia come in, they clean up all the Vitality players, but unfortunately for them, Vitality's full of cash, and, well, not enough time.
But you see how sketchy it gets when like things get mixed up on who's planting the bomb and who's got the responsibility. Leave that player up in the halls. He's safe, he's comfortable. It's the best place to watch that kind of a flank. He's all good. But yeah, a little bit of miscomm on Apex pushing forward, having to drop out of halls, and that opened up the avenue for that retake from Furia. Just no time whatsoever. And in the wise words of Apex a few rounds back, plenty of cash.
Yes, those wise words from the Prophet Apex. Double up setup here for Furia. Cello and Fallen, we know they like to bring it out every now and then. We know it can be very, very impactful. And I think at this point, nothing's working, so throw it in. Flames once again getting out behind these top mid boxes. Zywoo and Spinks clearing the underpass. He thinks heat up for Flames, but he uses that smoke. The grenade just beats off his head. Claims he's on a diet of shrapnel.
Ooh, look at Apex. He just crawled through smoke out Palace, tried to get cheeky.
Didn't go well for him. Ooh, Mezzi clearing the smoke. Skulls took a step back and didn't really clear the whispers of smoke as much as Mezzi would have liked.
Vitality did a really good job of converting 4v5s on Inferno. They've got another one here, but this time they walk into a two-man stack. K-Serrato handles business with the help of Skulls.
Yeah, and they know where Mezzi is too. They last seen him towards ramp, so not going to be easy here for Mezzi to do much. But if you can make it expensive, Fury have three players of Alps in their hands right now. It's like the old art days.
Not trusting their rifles. Not trusting those M4s.
The one bullet
surely one gets dropped,
yeah,
right?
They're going to drop it. For the AK-47, and pick that up. That's K-Serrato grabbing an AK. Timeout taken for Vitality.
Yeah, they're giving a speech now. This isn't really about anything tactical or anything switch up. This is just, all right, everyone take a breather, chill. Let's give them no ground, give them no more rounds. Don't let them get back into this game.
Yeah, there's a few little moments that, you lose every player in the previous round, the bomb fumble, and that you lose the follow-up. So just make sure we recalibrate.
I think that kind of a lead, I think that's around there. They was just kind of opened up to individual plays. Like, let's spread out in the default. If you guys see something, you have the freedom to go for whatever you want. Apex obviously wanted to test a Palace walkout. Again, after abusing middle so much, after hitting the B bomb site pretty quickly in the previous round, thought maybe he might have had a window where he could catch a sole defender at the A bomb site, hit a timing and crack it open. And Skulls was ready. Furia looking at this double op setup as the solution to their problems to drag them back into this game. A 5-round deficit at the moment, and K-Serrato is going to get aggressive.
A charge up top mid, AK-47 in the hands of K-Serrato, only grabbing one. ZywOo barely alive, but still able to trade out that 1v1.
Pretty quiet on the map. Vitality's just looking for the next reaction, the next play from Furia, but that's not coming. With a double op setup, they're so content to just stand far back. Cello watching B-Halls from Market. Fallen's up over at the A bomb site, peering towards Con and ramp on timings.
A word from Cello, Mezzi goes down. Vitality crumbling in this round. It's Spinks and ZywOo having to fight back, and that is just so unstoppable.
Oh, he's gonna molly him out as well.
And now Skulls is forced into the open, Spinks following up. And now it's a round that Spinks can win. That fire starting to clear in jungle, but Yuri somehow finds Sanctuary. Plant comes in, but it keeps him at least pinned in jungle long enough for Spinks to plant the bomb.
Let Spinks know where he is, and he knows the other one was an op at the B bomb site.
So he's trying to just use this belt full of utility to try and make things a little more comfortable for himself. Create space for him to get out from behind default boxes, in behind triple, but he's got to worry about all of the retake positions until those steps. Now he knows they're both here, and Spinks separates it into the 1v1. Spinks sharpening his sword as they come around the side. He slices them back, and it is Vitality in unlosable rounds for Furious, still stepping up and still getting victories.
That's a 2v4 win for Spinks and ZywOo. An absolutely filthy round, trading their way into the bomb site, activated by some spectacular shots from ZywOo. And a great piece of movement from Spinks. He chucks all that utility, flashes, Molotov, nade, all from the default plant spot inside the bomb site, and finds a perfect timing to transition to the other side. Furia thought he was on the left the entire time.
Oh, and ZywOo's now fired up. He goes in the middle. K-Serrato taken down. Mezzi quickly in mid.
Do they not know?
There's two players in underpass. There's two players in underpass right now, and Mezzi has his back turned to them. Finally, that trade comes in from Spinks. And they'll molly and heat things up for Yuri. He's making noise now, burning away, and ZywOo Well, starts to clean up this chaos. He's had enough. ZywOo activates into a 3K, and it is dominant again from Vitality.
It's just like Inferno. There's just nothing Furia can do at the moment. Vitality hitting all the right responses and looking real sharp in doing so.
I couldn't believe Mezzi just walking with his back turned to the underpass.
Yeah, I guess I was surprised they didn't know. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of smokes and flashes, obviously, in mid, a lot of movement and probably comms on the Vitality side, but I thought surely someone would have seen one of the players in underpass. Look, they handled it at the end of the day. High fives all around, and the final timeout used by Furia, so that just goes to show you how important this last round of the half is.
We'll see if it makes a whole load of difference. It does feel like this result is already written down.
It was always going to be a tough affair, Mirage.
But you didn't think it could get worse than Inferno.
Well, and then you saw the level they came up with on Inferno, and you're like, oh, yeah, Mirage is going to be bad. And they've kept it. I mean, they've sustained it, Vitality, through both maps in this series. It's not like just a random pop-off on one map and then back to nothing on the second. They've been incredible consistently across both. Final round of the first half. Final chance for Furia to just claw together 3.
No mid-fight going down this time. Fury don't have the resources, the weapons to fight. Vitality, no, they've got dominance in mid. The head of Skull's just a little too large, peeking over the top of that box. ZywOo just needs to see a pixel, and he's got that kill locked in. Spinks to drop Kesserado. Yuri spotted at stairs from ZywOo, so that information, oh, he even hits the wallbang. And Flames finishes them off. ZywOo is unplayable today. 12 kills, 5 deaths, only bested by Spinks, who was about to extend to 14. It has fallen left in a 1 versus 5 at the end of this first half. It is dominance from Vitality. It got worse for Furia on map 2. And Vitality have come in with a statement performance to open up Cologne. This is strong, and they are so close to the finish. It's a brutal domination from Vitality, and we got to hear Apex laugh in French a lot in that first half because Vitality are having a great time.
They're having the best time ever. 10-2, they just finished mopping up Fury on Inferno just earlier. This series is going to come to a very, very quick finish.
And ZywOo, the alien, with a cosmic performance in that first half. He's unplayable, unstoppable. And he's 12-5 right now, and he's actually getting outmatched by Spink, so everyone's firing all cylinders today.
Even Mezzi's had some incredible rounds in the first half.
Well, let's see how Fury are doing a pistol round. They have struggled in pistols, and Apex Flames, they're starting off the theirs with a very clean start indeed. It looks like those struggles will continue, and Fury better start prepping for Team Liquid in that lower bracket. Imagine just getting destroyed. You look up and it's just Apex off the other side of the floor.
It's a shame we don't get to see Vitality dominating like this more often because the Apex just goes wild. Look, Mom, new Apex meme just dropped.
Yeah, there's always a new one.
There's always a
Cologne edition. Oh, Fury. Well, they've gone for the conservative approach.
Look, you can't fault him whichever way they would have decided to go.
Yeah, this is going nowhere, though. This round ain't going anywhere.
Ideal start to Cologne for Vitality. When they win this series, they'll move on. They'll play FaZe tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough game.
Fury will drop down to the lower bracket. They will play Liquid tomorrow. A rematch.
That was a good game. That was a great match.
Close game, yeah. A rematch from the stage 1. 2-1 victory for Team Liquid. And obviously a regional matchup as well. A nice little preview of the RMRs we'll get. We saw both those teams were invited to the Americas RMRs.
That's true.
All these regional matchups we've been able to watch at Cologne between the Brazilian teams, the South American teams, the North American teams. It's just like a good litmus test heading into one of the most important qualifications of the year.
And right now it's lit from Vitality. And that's 12 rounds. Round out on their scoreboard. Oh, nice shot from Kesserado. Eventually taken out by Mezzi. It is 12-2. Map series point for Vitality. And I love that we're seeing this level from Vitality in the opening game, because in a world where you see G2 lose in their opening match, then you also see Spirit lose in their opening match. You're wondering, what are Vitality going to do against Furia? This seems like a banana skin. You could slip on Furia coming into the start of this tournament, and Vitality have utterly destroyed them. Furia have won 5 rounds in the series so far.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it's not great. I actually didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
That's, oh, baby. Well,
that definitely doesn't help.
That's pretty much how the series has gone, if we're honest, is just that getting killed through a smoke for no good reason. Vitality, again, just everything has gone their way. Everything has worked. One of those games where everything's in your favor.
Furia gather outside of the B-bomb site. The defense that are designed to deal with it is Mezzi with a FAMAS at short.
This is going to be a really hard match review for Furia after this, because it's like, you can talk all you want about strategies, and yeah, there's some mistakes you can pick up on, but on some level, it's simply just Vitality individuals outplaying and out-aiming and out-fighting them everywhere they go.
Fallen, the last remaining member, Apex is in the perfect position to close, and today the V is absolutely for victory. Vitality come into the opening day of Cologne, and they stomp over Furia. This is a Vitality that is looking scary. ZywOo shows up, and he had the rest of the Deathly Hollows alongside of him.
Yeah, I really don't care what the kind of recent history is for Vitality in terms of disappointing performances, in terms of whatever you think of them. You see this Vitality start out Cologne in this fashion, and that's like a little thing goes off in your head that's like, oh man, if they're going to be here, this tournament's going to get a little bit crazy. That's going to be a hard team to beat. We'll see if they can keep it up. As we said, a tougher task in the next stage against FaZe, but if they've got some magic there and if they're looking good there, man, we've got Vitality just marching towards the cathedral.
Yeah, they're looking fantastic. We'd love to see them play in the Lanxess Arena.
And Furia,
they got Liquid.
They look dumbstruck.
Yeah, they do.
As you said, 5 rounds across 2 maps, Inferno and Mirage, only able to manage 5. And that's going to be disappointing for a team who's felt like things have been heading in a positive direction. They've hit a little bit of a speed bump, and they'll have to overcome it. They've got another speed bump in their way tomorrow in Liquid, another America's team that's on the rise, that's looking good.
Yeah, familiar foe for Furia in the next round. We'll hopefully see a different result from Furia. They'll be hoping that, absolutely. But we've got an interview with ZywOo down on the floor. Get to hear from him after his victory.
Yes, we do. ZywOo, congratulations. I mean, could it have started any better? If there was anything that should have gone better, what was it? Or was it nothing?
Nah, I don't think anything could be better today because I think we played really good CS together and actually we saw like some upset from yesterday, so we were like kind of ready to not be upset today. And like we saw G2 and Spirit and we didn't want to have the same scenario, I guess, so we were really ready to fight today.
Yeah, so thank you to them for showing that you had to pay a little bit more attention. But talk to me about the very beginning, because you arrive in Cologne and then you get an ace in the very first pistol round. Did that set the tone for the day?
Yeah, of course, he gave the tone for, I think, for the team as well to see me like having a good ace in the pistol round, but also like for me to have a good start in this tournament. But of course, I think it's helping like for the mentality for us, and yeah, it's great to start with the ace, obviously.
Yes, obviously. I talked to some of your teammates during the lobby, and Mezzi and Flames were saying, yeah, we want to do it for ZywOo. We want to do good here in Cologne, because obviously the big topic is that the clock is ticking for this year and the trophies are not yet there. Talk to me about how you feel about all the work you've done this year coming into Cologne, that this could be the one that you take home.
To be honest, in the start of the season, we have been working really well as a team, so no doubt we can do a really great job in this tournament. So we just need to keep this mood, just to keep like this energy together, and obviously we can go far in this tournament.
Okay. One final question. I talked to Mezzi after you guys stepped out of the shuttle, and I asked him about the music, and I asked him which was better, and he said that he prefers the UK music and the UK rap over the French counterparts. What do you have to say about that?
I don't want to say a bad thing, but fuck you, okay? Nah, maybe it was too harsh, but nah, I prefer French music. But fuck, this guy is listening like bad music, so fuck it.
Oh, you just dropped 3 F-bombs in the first interview. I love it. Merci beaucoup.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, back to you.
I agree with ZywOo there. Yeah, screw the UK.
Never mind that. I mean, never mind that. What I want to say is just shocks, bringing us all the shocking stuff. Not only did we have all the ZywOo F-bombs, the weird music taste, even a Flames nipple slip there. What is going on?
Those are nipples slipped, because both of them are out there on display. And I think it was kind of flexing there. It's looking good. It's been running around, working out. I saw him see the camera of the corner of his eye, and he's just starting like, flexing it a bit, having a good time. Yeah.
We're having a little bit of fun, yeah, and I think Vitality had a ton of fun in the server. My goodness, this team looks insane.
Yeah, there was no chance. There wasn't even a game. They didn't even get double digits combined. Furia disappointing me a little bit, but we have to give the credit to Vitality, right? They played lights out. He also says it before coming into the game or after the game right here that we didn't want to be one of the favorites who failed, so we really were ready for this, right? This is the benefit of you playing on day 2. You kind of know how the bracket is going to look. And I know it doesn't really change anything objectively, but inside the team, it can actually affect you how you perceive the game and the tournament.
And also considering the results we saw yesterday when you're talking about your G2s and Spirit and how a bit of ring rust, they hadn't had matches during the play-in stage and the first stage. In the meantime, you have some of these teams coming in pretty warmed up and ready, and how they stumble right there. It's a good sign for Vitality overall that everyone, it's kind of like a warm-up for them, right? It's not going to get as easy. It's going to get, harder and harder the deeper they get into the tournament. And a good sign is ZywOo, once again, Group B's demon, hopefully continues his form into the playoffs. But more importantly for me, it's about Spinks, Flames, and even Mezzi having a pretty field day here in the server.
Of course, you mentioned it there, ZywOo. He is our US Air Force aim high player, because wow, what a start. Like he said there, he started this with an ace. He just looked incredible across both maps. I love it when ZywOo is performing.
There's been a lot of discussion this year, right? Is it Dong? Is it Monesi? Is it Shiro? Whoever is in the top right. I think many people. Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I still think ZywOo is the one who's giving the most impact to his team, right? Without this guy on the server, I have a hard time seeing this roster even operating inside top 8. This guy is so impactful in so many moments. I know there's been some for the eye test in some playoffs where you see we need a little bit more, but from my side, he's still in the race for the top 1.
Khaled, I'm going to do this. I'm sorry, Babski. I'm going to bring this up. Babski recently told me that ZywOo, in his mind, will go down as the better player next to Simple. standing with that, I mean, let's.
Do you want me to defend myself?
I think that you should do it just because I think that we're reaching the point where if ZywOo continues like this, you may have a very justifiable argument.
There is a realistic argument for this year. If he finishes off as first, you could consider him the GOAT. I mean, it's still a subjective matter, but I think he's very, very close to making where it wouldn't be crazy to say. I also think he's proving himself that he stepped inside the server from day one and became one of the best players in the world, where Simple needed a little bit of time, but it's still an argument.
I don't think it's a hot take. I actually think it's a very fair one.
I think it's about longevity, right? And Simple, as much as I miss watching him in the server right now, has been around for a while, and as time progresses, right, he is getting older after all. At one point, it's going to become a case of like how we had players like Forrest and Neo, all 1.6 legends, and how they tapered off as well during the end of their careers. And if that's going to happen, and then we look at it from the bigger context of time, I think ZywOo really has a chance. Being said, he needs to win a few more events, though.
Need some trophies.
It also depends if you consider CSGO its own game or if this is the same, right? If we talk CSGO only, it's Simple, no doubt, right? And even Device could probably challenge ZywOo in that game. But if we're walking into CS2, right, Simple right now is not getting anything. He's not adding anything to his trophy cabinet. His stats is anything, right? But this guy just continues operating on a really, really high level. For sure, he's even going to be top 4 this year, 100%. So what will it be this year? If it will be first, I would consider him the GOAT.
On the other side, we have Furia. They drop into the lower bracket.
Yeah.
They're going to face off against Liquid. They played them in the play-ins in stage 1. And Furia looked good in stage 1. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for them because they've come up against ultimately a team that is in contention to lift a trophy. This was a stomping. It's not going to be great for their mental well-being, considering in stage 1 they were kind of on this progression up.
There's no point, doing a post-mortem on this matchup. I feel like Fury just didn't show up at all. That first half, Fury Inferno, they maybe could have had a few more rounds here and there, but Mirage was rough to watch, right? The CT side, it was so discombobulated, so disconnected when it comes to the comms, and just getting picked apart by Vitality, basically playing deathmatch down right up there. And yeah, but this rematch against Liquid, this could be spicy, honestly, because Liquid as well, finally falling to a team, of course, that being FaZe, and Fury were able to expose a couple of weaknesses in the map pool as well. So that is absolutely a matchup we should be keeping our eyes on.
What was that original matchup in stage 1? I mean, it was close, right? It was 2-1.
It was close, and it was also them actually exchanging the map picks as well. I think Liquid lost an Anubis. It could have been 2-0 for Fury. In fact, it came down to the wire heading into map number 2, where Liquid were able to, at the end, comfortably close it out. But we've seen one thing so far in this event, man. Like, these upsets can happen any given time.
I didn't get the feeling from Furia either getting like those rounds where you can feel the energy going, right? I feel like they're one of the most momentum-based teams in the scene. So once they get a nice start or like a good couple of rounds, they will actually start screaming at the opponent, feeling like everybody will chime in with ideas, plays, and all these sort of things. I didn't see that today. They lost a lot of the moments where you would expect them to maybe turn it. I think Fallen 1v4 could have been a moment on that Inferno, almost doing it. If they won that, I think Cello would have screamed, potentially get some new good ideas for the next rounds, and then the ball could roll a little bit. But they never really got those rounds.
You said it earlier where you said they didn't show up. I mean, could we argue they couldn't show up because Vitality just had this wall set up and was like,
I kind of disagree a little bit. Like, a few of the rounds, like, sure, they were 0-4 down, right? And after that, they had a couple of decent rounds. They were punishing Vitality. Players were individually, pushing down Banana, pushing down mid, not really being able to trade. And as we pointed out earlier, it was Flames really popping off the B-bomb side, punishing the small little mistakes that Furia did, wasting too much time heading into the B-bomb side, not, dotting all your I's and crossing your T's, not using all utility when you have that as well. So if they hadn't made those mistakes, made it a little bit more competitive, and as you pointed out, they are very momentum based, it could have been a different story in Inferno in a parallel universe. Mirage, though, yeah, let's not talk about it.
And last point, maybe just about Vitality, right? We don't even mention him. Flames, I think he's one of the players who's been the only highlight of why Vitality has been doing somewhat decent besides ZywOo, right? Normally we said last year, Sping, ZywOo, what an amazing duo. But right now it's up for debate. Is it ZywOo and Flames, or is it ZywOo Spings? Flames right now is stepping into the server to become potentially the second best player within the roster, at least skill-wise. I think Spings has better roles to actually get statistics that look better, but inside the server and to the eye test, from my money, Flames is right now the second best player.
Hear me out. If this is how Vitality started their IEM Cologne campaign, do we think? Is this their trophy?
It's too early to tell.
Spirit or G2 is going to be out by the end of the day. Like, this is insane.
We're forgetting a Na'Vi is looking really, really good as well. And here's the thing with Vitality, right? They seem to lack that killer bite, that killer instinct when it comes into the finals or semi-finals where they just go in like favorites. I'm talking about, look at FaZe. Watch FaZe play in an arena, whether they're in bad form or good form. You can feel that hunger to go for the throat, right? And I feel like sometimes they lack that. If I find it, I'll be pretty happy for them.
Yeah, sometimes I question Apex's abilities inside an arena with these guys because I think he stresses a little bit, and I think it kind of affects the new players within the team. I'm not saying... I think it can work when you have the 3 matches by your side, also Flames when he's one of the few new guys, but now you have Messi, Flames. I know they're starting to get experience, but I'm just saying if you have that atmosphere of expecting excellence every time you step inside an arena with Apex as an IGL, who's going to be a little tilted once things go south, I just think it can affect them in the most crucial moments.
I feel like this is their moment. FaZe is looking a little bit fumbly. G2 and Spirit, one of them's not even going to be there. There is so many opportunities.
Now's the time.
Now is the time. You have the best player in the world in your lineup. This is your trophy to lose. And I will end it there. That's the last thing I'm going to say today because I am off for the rest of the day. Darth Mike is going to be stepping in. Babsky loves it when I leave. We will take a quick break, and when we return, I won't be here.
Bye.
I should leave now.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it. Lovely from Fallen.
You notoriously don't really do a tremendous amount of, warming up or, show up your settings. Like, you don't worry about it. You just come and play.
Actually, my game is in default. I play default game. I just put my bind to buy weapon, and I'm ready to play already. Just basic stuff.
Do you do any sort of, obviously you have your preparation with the team where Dan is talking for 7 hours and telling you, what they're going to
do. But on my side, I'm not focused. I'm most likely focused on myself because I know people are maybe watching us, Vitality, and we just need to focus on ourselves because there's a lot of anti-strats in the CS, and if you start to overthinking, it can be even worse for us. So I'm just not too much focusing on the enemy, but maybe on myself. What I did the game before, what pick I did, or what position I take, and I think it's even good to think in this way to have maybe better positioning for the next game.
More self-scouting.
Yeah, kinda self-scouting to know what the best for the future.
How often do you feel that these guys are really trying to counter me or what I do? How often?
Sometimes I don't even try to counter me, but it's also good for even those that are watching a demo or anything, and the coach will say, yeah, you can play long, short, boiler or apps. Or it's so annoying to know that. Imagine you're apps player and you can be boiler, apps, close, or what can they do? I will use nades, I will do. So it's kind of to scare the enemy. So to think in this way.
What about you, Ilya? You feel sometimes like people are specifically trying to do things to make your life difficult or against you, or deny you some of the things that you like to do the most, or peaks you like to go for the most?
I don't know if Matthew felt the same, but sometimes you feel like you play official and people just don't go on you, Like they just don't go on your side where you're staying with up, It's not because you're not, how to say it, they just don't go on you. They just go all the time on the other side. You're going B, they're going A. Yes. Yeah. And you're playing with up. And after they do some really good execution and you're dying with up and you're full tilt,
It's the first time you see actually 7 rounds in and it's a
your first shot, you're oh fuck.
But I think against enemy, if you're an upper, when I played Mirage in 2022 against Navi, and I was also self-scouting what I was doing with op, what picks, and you can see these dots where you're more playing And when I clicked on Simple, where he played on Mirage the most, on City, he was everywhere, You could not. you could always feel that wherever you go, you have to be ready for this pick, because he was everywhere, like picking on the ground, picking ups with open A, picking B-ups, going aggressive middle, rushing rushing towards top mid with open, picking insta, and these things you had to be always ready for, and like, obviously, I think it's pretty annoying, yeah.
For me, for example, is the remembering of the struts. That's the thing that gets me crazy. Imagine you work on the morning, you do 2 hours theory, they all had a nice weekend, and you worked on the server, you do a new thing, you're happy, you show them, you try all the struts, they didn't write it down, you start practice, you call a strat, what do I do? For fuck's sake.
Surely that's not still happening today. The year 2024, come on now.
Of course it does. Say Rain doesn't have a playbook. Everyone else on our team has playbook. He's winging it.
I don't know.
And it's actually impressive how much.
He's the best winger.
But I know him that much when he says, I say, can you smoke this? And he says, yeah. And he says like this. I know it's 90% chance he knows it. But or he does this like, Finn, I have brain fart, what I'm doing. But he comes instant with it. But it's like, you can see like sometimes. But it's also good because he's that older generation that he believed in intuition, and if you can't remember it, then you are not time to look at the book during the round, and you're losing focus. So, but you need to be very mentally in it for it to be a problem. I accepted the flaw of it when he does it, but also knowing he is adjusting sometimes on the fly to what he believes is right. So, I mean, some of the many rounds he's doing some of the same tendencies, so to say, right? So, but it's funny sometimes. We are calling him the best winger in the world because he wings a lot of things in the game. And I mean, I also think that's why he was one of the best interpreters for so many years, because he just plays off intuition, like one-to-one.
Dupree is a lot like that as well.
Yeah, and I think
he's a lot like that, like just intuition.
Yeah, and if you have the system in your head and it works and it doesn't destroy it too much overall,
that was hard for me at the beginning, because I didn't have any player playing like that before in the French teams, like someone being on intuition like all the time. And at the beginning for me that was tough. Yeah, that's one of the tough things.
I play with him for a few years now, so I just know.
Yeah, no, it's easy.
I know when he's in the zone, I'm like, okay, don't touch him. He will do everything. When he's a little off, I'm like, okay, time to micromanage a bit over here, to set him up better. So I think it comes down to the relationship. Me and him played also for 6 years, right? So, but he's always getting mocked by the other guys. Yeah, where's your strat book, Ovi? You can't remember, Ovi? Huh?
He gets away with it because he's an older guy, right? So,
yeah, but also he's a smooth operator, no? He's always like laughing and smiling at you. That's fine, I got it.
You might walk into a stack on the T side and you might win the round, but in your own head you're thinking like, they fully outplayed us, but we just won the round, right?
And nice goal.
You know all the casters and everyone is like, oh, you got away with this, like whatever it is. But at the same time, then you lose a round. You made a really good call on, and you, like your side player gets the timing, and as we spoke, like loses the duel that's gonna win the round. And then the casters are going like, what a weird call. And you're thinking to yourself like, this was actually...
He's alone, mate. He's alone. He just did 3 kills, mate.
The bad call was when he walked into a stack and just managed to win it.
Yeah, it's like true. Sometimes we die 1-1-1 and it's like, what the fuck is FaZe doing? But in theory, it's 3 1-on-1 duels.
Sure.
And some of them is not 50-50. It's some advantage for us. And it's like, it looks really bad. When I watch the game, like, it looks really bad from outside what the plan is. But there's like, the key details is in the duels, and I think often that's really hard to see when the game is live from casters and viewers, that there is one duel that the call is about, and if that duel might turn one away, you can react on it, and if you win the duel, the round is over, but if you lose, the information you gained might be really valuable to what you planned.
Sure.
And I think that's very hard to see from outside sometimes.
Sure. Well, the X-ray throws things off so much as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
I love watching clutches when the X-ray is off. Yeah. It makes it so much more like, I don't know, just CS-like. Yeah. When I'm watching rounds like with the X-ray on, sometimes I understand what the team is calling, but for the viewer it might look so dumb, like if the CTs are just making a good plan or whatever, but the X-ray just throws it off so much.
Yeah, they think we see it,
Yeah.
We see through the wall, it's there, let's go together.
Yeah.
No, of course we don't know, like, and that's also, I agree with that when you have the X-ray, you might think, what the fuck is this? Why did it? But we have no idea, the guy is there, mate. Yeah, I mean, we're not watching through walls.
when I connect to the server against top 20 teams or top 30 teams, they have 3 coach slots.
Yeah.
It's like 2 analysts and a coach. And you never know like how much are they gathering from all the games they play. And I don't know, like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I would join server and maybe they don't have a coach, you know? It's like the level has for sure risen in terms of preparation and how many people are watching, you know, all these academy leagues and general managers and whatever. Like you have a lot of people behind the scenes who are also doing something.
Yeah.
You had also this team you played, like you knew you will kind of win because it was easy to call, easy to read, so easy. Nowadays, there is not like this really easy game like you like.
Especially with MR12.
Yeah, you back then you were like, okay, we play them. It's just a book. You know? Just read a book and you were like, okay, they will do smokes, okay. This strat, guys, let's go 3 there. But nowadays you can't do that. You have no one that you can read like that.
Yeah,
it's not
like
possible.
The major in 2015 was like top 8, easy. Don't have to think about go there, chill in groups. Made Armar starts. I'm like, exactly. 24 spots. Might get one, right? No, but it's like best of one, MR12. Have been there a few times, 2-0, 2-2, last chance qualifier. Bro, nothing is easy nowadays. And I think I had a discussion with Philip. Like I kind of said, I think back in the days, like when we go top 8, it was open. It was very hard. But from top 8 to when you met the 16th team, the gap was big, falling big, right? And yeah, upsets could happen. Yeah, the game was played at a high level in top 8. But now the floor of Tier 2 is risen so high, they're playing much more than all the top teams. So when you think about, especially with CS2 coming out, they're playing double amount officials than we do.
Yeah.
Meaning they're gaining way faster experience from official games. So once they get an offer to a Tier 1 team, they are gonna, like Ultimate from Liquid, right? I've never really heard about him, but he goes in and he shows a really good game for Liquid, right? So that just showcased that there's so much unknown talent right now in Tier 2 that I think we're choosing Tier 2 with some decent stats, he's gonna perform on a Tier 1. And I don't think that was the case 5-6 years ago.
It wasn't. Like people were coming to Tier 1, it was like, what the fuck is
Where am I?
Yeah, exactly.
What is more annoying, going up against someone like James or Shiro, who is very hard to find them? They're playing passive a lot of the times. Then you start getting paranoid. What defensive angle are they holding now? Or someone like Monesi, or maybe a more aggressive opper who can just wow, this guy is just in my face immediately.
I mean, I think if I can talk for that, I think we have a big problem with Virtus.pro because we never know what they do. I mean, they can do everything. They can do A-stack, we don't know. They 2 guys hiding. There maybe 4B next round, maybe James next one have open. We don't know how the fuck he had open. Like, so they have the bank account on the side and they take money on it, but sometimes it's so annoying to play against them because I feel like they have buy round every round because someone save and they give a kit to someone. Also they're playing good individually wise, so it's so annoying to play against them. So.
For me, I think against, for example, like playstyle of Navi, because I mentioned before the defaults, and they always push you to make a mistake, because like if you're, for example, team, your FaZe clan, like and or Furia, your Furia, like in 2021 when they played really aggressive, old Furia, and for Navi to play against Furia, I think was easier because like they 2 different styles and they can control the pace always, I'm talking about Navi. And like against Navi, when I played against them in Grand Final on World Cup, I was always guessing and like they were always pushing me to make a mistake, and I was mistaking, and that's why I was dying all the time.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Neither Saw or Mongols can make it to the Lanxess Arena today. That is insane. And I have Mutiris here to talk about it because, oh my God, yesterday versus G2, that was unbelievable. Have you kind of, I don't know, how much have you thought about that victory and how happy have you been about it, but also how careful have you been to not be overexcited coming into today?
I don't know. Yeah, yesterday we were speechless because it was a great win for us. Of course, we know that we have a great potential, but winning like that against a great team like G2, it was unbelievable. But like I said, it was just a win. Today we're gonna try our best. We know that we are the underdog of the tournament, but we are okay. So we can dream a little bit.
You absolutely can dream. In fact, it is necessary. I do think back to Copenhagen, of course, because a lot of people were very excited about Saw, and you had that kind of heartbreak where you went up the 2 series, but then weren't able to make it to the next stage. Has that been a lesson for you, also thinking about kind of the rest of Cologne to make sure that you take it game by game?
Yeah, of course. When we were 2-0, we felt that we kind of shocked a little bit. It was a new situation for us because we were so confident, and after we lost 2 games, we were just in a deep hole. So it was a lesson for us. Of course, we like I said, we know our potential, and right now we are kind of eating everything. So let's see if we can do that today.
Put that in context for me a little bit, because yesterday seemed like a life game for me, you know, like you were hitting everything. You were hitting all the utility exactly. Of course, that is hard work. We heard from Roman saying, oh, some of the things weren't even on purpose, but it was working out. So, you know, is that the kind of level we can expect, or are you also realistic in that, you know, it might be a bit harder work today?
No, I think that we can be good. No, I don't want to say that we can be that good every game, but we work every day to be in the best shape possible. So I think we are trying to find our because we are a bit inconsistent in some moments, and we are trying to figure out how to fix that. So right now I think that we are confident, and we need to feel that way because we already we set the goals and we already made it. But like I said, we need to dream, and it will be amazing if we can win against Mongols again.
Indeed, you have played them already, but it feels like Mongols have also had a similar thing to you, where yesterday they had this unbelievable game versus Spirit. So how different do you feel the game is going to be?
Well, it's going to be different. Of course, we adapt some little details from game to game. We know that they're gonna come with a lot of confidence, but of course we are okay with that. We just need to play our game. The game plan, I think it can be good. So let's see what happens.
A couple more questions. One about the work that you've been putting in, because I talked to Arisdos after the victory, and he said, people think we are a bad team, but we work so hard. Can you tell me a little bit about that need of wanting to prove, hey, we do the work, watch us?
Yeah, it's sometimes it's the momentum, but we are working really hard. But that's the main thing about our team, because in the bad moments, in the good moments, we are always working. We have a goal. It's to be in the middle of the big teams. And that's what we are doing right now. And we're going to try to stay here as long as we can.
Talking about staying somewhere for as long as you can, you have given so much to Saw. It would be so insane for Portugal also as a CS country. And it feels like it could be the moment that you have worked for so long, getting to the Lanxess. Can you tell me a little bit about how much it means and how much of a momentum you feel that you're on right now to fulfill a certain kind of destiny?
Yeah, sometimes life, we work so hard for so many years, and right now what I feel is that sometimes people with 20 years old, they are already on these stages, and we can be on a big stage, especially for me with 31 years old. So we just need to dream and work hard, and I hope to be there. I don't know, it's a special moment, but I'm ready for it.
You're ready. So are we. Obrigada. Good luck.
Working hard year over year, event after event, match after match, and it may all be leading to this moment as SAW are set to potentially break through into the Lanxess Arena. What a goal that would be, and only one hurdle remains before them, and it's a hurdle they've already overcome once. Where on earth has this SAW come from, Bubsky?
I think Barry said it perfectly in some interviews. They took some time off for the online cups. I mean, when you're a tier 2 to 3 team, you're forced to playing all these online cups to constantly get enough points to get invited for new tournaments. But they took the decision, and let's focus on Cologne. Now we have that invitation. Let's take our time off the server and actually make the most of it. And they've surely done it.
They have indeed. They have indeed. I mean, this is a better looking team than anyone would have expected, frankly, coming into the event. They're bringing the level again and again. They're looking prepared. They're looking dialed in, Blah.
Yeah, and I mean, I was forced to eat humble pie or cake. I prefer cake, honestly. Well, when I said that...
We'll get to the cake later.
We'll get to cake later on, but the fact that SAW, when they came into this event, I said it as well. I'm like, it feels like they plateaued after the peak they had over in PGL, over the major. You know, they had a good run, and then it seems like they just plateaued and hit the floor where they should be at, right? Looking at some of the ages, a few of the players, you know, just the fact that this might be the most they're going to achieve, but then they bring in Barry, they bring in the coaching staff, new coaching staff coming in, kind of reinvent themselves and just take a breath, as you pointed out as well, and just be like, okay, what more can we do? Is this going to be it, or are we going to be progressing further? And what we saw yesterday against G2 wasn't just pure skill, it was preparation. All the hard work coming into fruition right there. So hats off to them for me.
Hats off indeed. You got something, Bubsky?
Yeah, I mean, I've played with Barry myself, right? He is one who's like a little bit of a goofball. As a coach, right, socially he's pretty funny, but he can be very strict on what he demands inside the server, right? Don't get fooled by like the smiles behind the server and on the cams. He is a guy who will want this team to go to the next level, right? Everybody would be like, why is a Danish guy in a Portuguese-speaking team, right? It makes no sense. But he can see the overview of like what's going wrong. He can tell them the answers, and then it's just up for them to implement them, right? I think the issue with the also is that they got stagnated with the amount of tournaments they're playing. They would never have time to like revisit their map pool, their anti-strat, their strat book. Like you constantly just play, and then there's no time to practice, right? So I'm very glad that Barry came into that team and made that decision and say, guys, we don't need all these crappy ass online cups. Let's take some time off, focus on the real stuff. I would have loved them to do that the same for the fall finals, but now they've actually done it here for Cologne, and it surely works.
It's shown a great result, and they had great results yesterday as well. Both these teams, frankly, bringing in massive upsets, really turning over the apple cart. SAW besting G2 and Spirit toppled by the Mongols. They have completely subverted the world order here, Blah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the G2 win was so impressive. We could even see Nico just smiling because he was like, well, we're just getting owned right now.
Yeah.
That Inferno game is just a textbook on how to approach that particular map. And then on the other side, let me just quickly paint the picture here. It was a very close affair where Mongols had to crawl back onto Ancient, their map pick, and steal it away in overtime from Team Spirit. And then you go into Anubis, which is a punish pick by Spirit, who have almost a perfect win record on it, in which Mongols completely crapped the bed just a couple of days prior, and a Mongol just maul Donk & Co. alive. Incredible scenes yesterday.
Incredible scenes indeed, and for SAW, part of the engine was these young guns, right? You've got Ujux, you've got Arroz. These are guys that I was introduced to back in their FTW runs, where they were all over the place pulling off upsets. Now, they're the faces of Portuguese CS.
And it's so important that this team is facing some sort of positive momentum, because there is players on this roster that are too good to be playing in like top 20 to top 30. I think Arroz is one of the most interesting prospects we have in European Counter-Strike when it comes to like a support type of player. Like he's so instant in his tool, very underrated in my opinion. I think he's the new prospect of Portugal CS, and I love that he can do it inside a team, but of course they must also improve with his level, right? I'm not saying the rest of the guys is not up to his level. I just see so much potential in this guy. Also, Ujux is one we have to mention. He is
basically crazy yesterday.
Yeah, and he's also the yin and yang, right? Ujux is going to be the crazy guy who's going to be pushing a lot and doing a lot of crazy stuff, where Aerostosh is more of the defensive anger.
I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for Ujux, because the first time I watched him play, he went 0 kills in a half, got 1 kill in the second half pistol, got 13-0'd, bounced back to top frag the BO3. So that guy's got some resilience.
Yeah, he went from brother to Ujux, hell yeah.
Ujux.
What?
He was great yesterday, man. He was lights out, and I feel like even though we were praising Saw for the the tactical Counter-Strike, the playbook they showed yesterday, end of the day you still need to be hitting some shots, and Ujix was popping off against the likes of a Monesi, of a Hunter, of a Nico, of a Mob, so he will have to be instrumental here today.
There are 2 players though in this matchup, and the Mongols will be looking for some revenge here, Vlad.
Oh, they absolutely will, right? The opening matchup for this for the first stage was Saw going up against the Mongols, and Saw pulled off a little bit of an upset right there. And if we're going to touch on Arostos and Ujix, we've got to talk about 910 and Mazinho, right? You go back a year when they're playing against Heroic and Kaden, yelling at them, you noobs, you're bad at this game, and they come back here now, and they come as the highest rated players in a very, very young team indeed. The difference is massive from what they were last year in Cologne and what they are here right now. The youth, the depth of the young players in Mongolia, it's insane.
And the crazy part is that their best player on paper, Sensu, has had a mediocre tournament so far. Like, he is the most skilled player inside the roster, if you ask me. Of course, we have the 910 on the offer and Mazinho, which are more prospects for my liking. I think Sensu has shown that he has some flaws, but if he can crawl back to his usual level, Mongols has yet to show so much more, I feel like.
And what a day it would be, because it's his birthday today.
It's his birthday, and it feels like everything's coming together for me here, Mike. An Asian team in modern-day Counter-Strike has been in an arena in a big S-tier event only twice. Once was in Malmo in 2016 with Tyloo managed to do it, and the second time was again Tyloo, different lineup, in IEM Sydney. Today could be the third, which is pretty historic, especially for his birthday as well.
Especially for his birthday, and what a long time it's been in the making. These 2 teams represent the changing face of our beautiful game. As the clock turns, new teams rise, and new maps come up for this pool. What do we think of this?
I do wonder if Saw's going to probably go for Nuke, because even though they picked Anubis last time, I think they might just try Nuke out here. It's a map they do like to play, and they saw how good Mongols were on Anubis against Spirit. Ancient pick for Mongols, no surprises. Maybe a handshake on Dustu? No, says Mongols. Instead, it is indeed going to be Anubis as a decider. Oh, this is spicy.
This is spicy indeed. And now as the spice ratchets up on the server, the spice will also ratchet up on the microphone. It's time for casters to take it away.
Thank you very much, Mike. Both teams today looking to make history for themselves and for their country as they challenge for a spot in Counter-Strike's beautiful cathedral here in Cologne. These are 2 teams we didn't expect to be in this position. This is the game we opened up stage 1 with, Jason, and now they're fighting for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, shockingly with the opponents they took down yesterday. Saw taking down G2, Mongols taking down Spirit. Mazinho is excellent in that series. We'll see if he can replicate it again today with playoffs on the line. The winner of this series moves on to the playoffs. They play a seeding match later on to determine where, but they are locked into the cathedral. Losing team has a couple more cracks at it later on in the tournament. Saw's going to start on the CT side. Mongols attacking into them on Ancient. They've got Smoke Flash on Blitz. But starting out in the early round, a little bit spread. 3 towards the B bomb site, 1 watching mid, 1 watching passively outside of A.
So many players making their debut here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. And now 1 best of 3 away from the playoffs. 910 making his way out elbow. That P250 not spotting its target just yet. Story plays with the crossfire. Arosdose out donut, Story in the cutout. And 910 is crossed under those boxes at the ledge. He'll take a few steps forward. His teammates are currently occupying B lane, and 910 begins the first fight of this round. He's drawn away from the attention of Story, who takes that headshot. Mongols getting ever closer to the B-bomb site.
Yeah, he realized the danger of that stack a little bit too late, backing off, trying to adjust, but they still have an avenue into the B-bomb site. Smoke down, a little bit damage on a Techno. They cannot block off long, but the bomb is able to cross safely. It's a retake scenario for Saw. They've got no kits and no more utility.
Utiris getting ever closer to Techno, who just swings out with a headshot, and Techno says hello in this pistol round. It is death to 3, make it 4, and that's why they call him the 4K. Mazinho around the backside closes out this pistol, and the Mongols crush down on that B-bomb site.
Saw never organized a swing with multiple players. They didn't expect the contact on the first fight, but after that, everyone just slid into it 1 by 1. Techno, I mean, beautiful shots, but you're given every chance to grab 4 kills. They're just swinging into his crosshair. Nicely done. 4v5 pistol converted for Mongols. And the stellar individual play from the Mongolians continues. This round staying grouped up with all the rifles over the pistols that Saw has purchased up into the second round. Walk and trade their way out A main if they encounter any difficulties. The question becomes, do you respect the smoke? And yeah, with AKs against the pistols, no reason to voluntarily take your advantages away by walking through smoke. Have to imagine they're just going to come back to this hit at the A bomb site at the moment, spreading back out and making sure nobody pushed B, nobody pushed middle, nobody's got a good read, a good flank on them. But it'll still make you a little bit nervous if you're Mongols, because you haven't applied pressure anywhere on the map, you haven't made noise anywhere on the map, so a little bit of mid utility is going to go a long way. Red room smoked off. Molly for the mid cubby. 4 players making their way out.
.40 seconds left. Finally, Saw applying some pressure towards middle, but that's spotted out by Techno, and they charge down this donut. 1 kill from Arisdose, traded out by 910. Story swinging out from red. Techno's rifle should be superior in that fight, certainly will prove to be eventually, but they're taking damage on board here, the Mongols, and they aren't in the sight just yet. 16 seconds left, not a lot of time. Bomb plant denied, and 10 seconds left. That Roman 5-7 has destroyed this Mongols round. Senzu can't win it. He hops back into the temple, and Saw answered back instantly after losing the pistol round.
I think Mongols gave him way too much respect. That was such a slow round from them of not challenging and not having presence on the map, and you run into a little bit of difficulty. So much damage is done by pistols and deagles and losing efforts, and Roman's just here for the cleanup. Easy kills. Everyone down in red when he turns into Donut.
The Mongols have that 1 AK saved over. They've got the rest on Tech 9s. They can bounce back here. Through the fire they go, charging into the B-bomb site.
Oh, they got space to work with, baby. This is on. This is going to be a challenge for Saw. Cave is smoked off. Long is held at bay for the moment until U-Jerks arrives.
He's just been so good, and he's got a double back again. 910 uncomfortable on default, spam down, combined with utility to remove 910 from inside of the site. It's Blitz looking to put the pieces together.
He's got HP and an AK though. He can cause more economic damage. Win is not really seeming likely at the moment, and they wrap around him before he expects it.
So Mongols got space up that B-bomb side, but really couldn't work with it. U-Jerks shut that gap down real quick, and they delayed the plant consistently, and the bomb actually just rolls down long here on...
Yeah, that was the first delay, and then the Molotov stream in. Yeah. All the reinforcements arrived from Saw, and just you can't get that bomb planted fire at your feet every single time. 2-1, and Mongols forced back to Glocks.
Blitz will play with the Deagle, everybody else, yeah, just default pistols. Not expected to get a good result out of this round. And we talk about the amount of players that you get out of Mongolia and how the side of Mongols have made some roster moves over the last few years, and every time you feel like, okay, that probably will be the end of their upset potential, they got better. Somehow they just kept finding extra players, and a lot of that comes from what Blood was saying on the desk, is the fact that there was a time that inspired a lot of these young Mongolians to start playing Counter-Strike, and that was the Mongols back in Taipei making a run against the Renegades and being able to inspire the next generation to come up. And these guys would have been very young back then, 10 years old, a lot of them, some of them even younger than that. And so now they're in a position where they're the ones that are going to be inspiring the Mongolians at home.
I was casting that game, that Mongols versus Renegades.
That's crazy to think about.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, you remember that, Jason?
Like it was yesterday. I only remember it because that's the match where Sponge was playing.
Yeah.
on Inferno. It was the old Inferno, and one of his teammates got killed carrying the bomb, and it fell in like an impossible crack in the map that they couldn't recover, and that's how they lost the swing round. Flames at their feet, Mongols push forward.
Oh, this is a charge forward indeed. Blitz at the front of this attack. Techno's taking a lot of damage. That grenade will soar over the top of his head and catch him. So he's down. Mazinho falls, and it is starting to look a little uncomfortable here for the Mongols. They've tried back-to-back B hits. They're now getting involved in some fights to even out those numbers. And they finally get the bomb down. That's a big difference in what we've seen previously for them, as they look to try and hold on to this post plan. It's easier said than done with damaged players. And 2 coming out of the cave for Saw. They line up for 9-10. That's a triple. And Story's locked outside. Smoke is up on his left side now. He can isolate that fight on 9-10 in the site, but 9-10 shouldn't give him anything, and he won't. He'll stay disciplined, and Senzu spams down through that smoke, and the Mongols finally break through their barrage on the B site.
Felt like Saw had the advantages considering the HP of Mongols, and that's a big-time step up from 9-10, swinging into a fight and having him line up with a double kill. Absolutely perfect, and just what Mongols needed to secure the round. They've attacked B a number of times, and they've kind of used the same utility. So if you're Saw, if you're one of these B players, you're saying, look, they're not smoking long. When you guys rotate over, like, you have some angles at long. We can actually pressure from this position. They're not smoking it, because as you saw from Senzu, the Mongols actually want to take control of it. They think that's a big pressure point. Oh, back to the B bomb site.
Oh, they're going forward again. Blitz at the front. Straight through the head of U-Sharks. He's damaged. Roman comes in to trade it, but Mazinho's so fast in that MAC-10 that kill doesn't really matter. And for Saw, it happens so quickly. It happens so fast. It has to be a save call. The Mongols into B again. I am loving this from the Mongols.
Yeah, no brains, all brawn. They've broken through twice in a row now, and this is running through Molotovs as well. This is not a low econ Saw defense. There's flames on that ramp. There's nades and flashbangs coming in, and they just don't care.
No other option but to save. You get that AWP over for Story in the next round. You get these rifles. If you lost all of that, you have no money left over. And Story's AWP is holding for T-Spawn.
Story's AWP has been critical for Saw. Some of the best games we've seen them play is when his AWP is having impact. And the way it changes things, U-Jerks and Arisdose are logging good performances here in Cologne as well. Roman has had some pop-off games.
A lot of praise from Bubsky on the desk about U-Jerks and him being one of the most interesting players in European Counter-Strike at the moment for Bubsky. That's high praise. And I think, you know, U-Jerks has definitely been so pivotal in what has been the best year of Saw's Counter-Strike careers.
Yeah, absolutely. He was one of the main powerhouses to get him to qualify to the major, their first major. They had attempted it in every single one of CSGO, and they make it to the first one in CS2 after failing for so many years. But talking to them at that event, and even the disappointing finish, I thought they'd be challenging for a spot in the playoffs, and they fell short. It's all about experience and learning, and that's kind of like the contrast you have on this team is the younger players of Story, Arisdose, and U-Jerks, and then you have Mutiris and Roman who have been around forever. And getting those guys that experience in tournaments on LAN and everything that goes into it and how you prepare for your opponents. If the first half of the year was just a learning experience for them, this second half of the year should see them start to come into their own. And that might be what provides Saw with the playoffs here in Cologne.
Blitz is bruised very slightly by that early utility. Being disruptive, being a nuisance, selling more presence than really exists in mid, because once again, the Mongols have their sights set on the B-bomb site. Will they clear out Cubby? They're not looking for Roman, and his empire begins with just one kill in that P250. Cleared out by Techno, and Story is far removed from this one, other side of the map. It's B again, Jason.
That's got to be so frustrating. It's not a rush this time. They just changed the pacing and the timing of it, but it was stacked. There were 4 people there, and you still can't hold on to it. So got to be some mounting frustration for Saw, just saying, yeah, we'll put 4 people here if you're going to keep rinsing and repeating. But still can't stop. Mongols regains the lead. Not doing anything fancy just yet, just overrunning the defense everywhere they go. Next round will be another full buy from Saw. They have plenty of money.
Yeah, and I think Story's going to start getting frustrated that he's had this off for multiple rounds now, and he's never really been able to be in a position to get involved.
Great, put him on the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they need to put him over there perhaps. But he hangs on to it against Techno right at the end there.
All right, bro, your turn. Come on over. Come see what it's like.
And then they go out. Could happen. Let's see what Blitz is masterminded here for his side. There's no way, Jason. I love it. They got 4 players heading to B again.
Story's here, and he's at long where they haven't been smoking, but an op to challenge him, and he's going to win that out.
Yeah, that's the difference. Story's op comes on over. 910 was boosted up in that top box, and look at Ujarks. He's going on this. He's pushing down that ramp with a space created by the AWP, and he's seen enough of Mazinho. He takes that headshot, and he ducks out of there.
Yeah, Mazinho never knew he was showing through that smoke. That probably scared him a little bit as he goes down. Story,
oh, no way.
not prepared, and Blitz rips his head off. Over towards Donut we go.
Itiris readying himself. Molotov is going to heat up the back of that donut. Ujarks starting to come through red. He can cut them off here, but they start to read it. They start to read this play. He'll dish out even damage on both players. Mutiris misses the timing to be able to capitalize on that initial damage, and Mongols get out of there somehow with a 3v3.
Yeah, that's actually really cool from Mongols. We've seen all their aggressive B brawly plays. Now we're getting a little bit of the tactical mind games. Pressuring Donut, grabbing some kills, falling away.
Senzu watching as Mutiris is now stuck inside of the donut. Smoke goes up for defense. The bomb is making its way out of A main right now, but that donut player is completely focused on the mid fight. 25 seconds, Senzu crosses in behind him. They're clearing the donut. They know this is an awkward fight. And Mutiris, he's gone into middle. He's gone all the way to red. And donut's now empty. So Blitz can plant that bomb for a donut post plant, and Senzu has a powerful position to play.
Oh, they're not aware of Temple, though. This timing is perfect for Asdos. And now I don't know what you do if you're Senzu. One's going to lurk middle. He'll wait for some kind of contact to occur.
Oh, Roman's the first fight, and it's the first fight. That's all that's needed there for Saw. They top the scoreline 4-4, and that difference is just Story being over in that B bomb site, picking off 910, frees up Ujarks to walk down the ramp, and he comes away with a second opener.
And also the other problem with that for Mongols was, you sent all 5 players towards the B bomb site, hoping that 910 would provide you that pick, and then you can kind of stream in. But when you have all 5 players here and that initial play goes against him, Story gets the frag, you don't have any map control elsewhere. So it's like as a pack, you have to move and readjust across a very large map with no information. And a timeout taken from Mongols. How long do they want to keep up just this storming of the B-bomb site?
Do you think this is the end of it now? After that adjustment to bring the AWP over, you feel like finally it's the end of that road for Mongols?
It feels like it should be. I think we're going to get at least one more of them at some point in the final 4 rounds of this half. They'll go back to it at least one more time. I think this round will be a little different.
And that conversation now likely being had in the timeout. Once again, 3 players positioned outside of B, and they're going to go for this fight up the ramp. It works. It works completely. Roman's split wide open. Ujar's coming in to try and plug that gap, but Mongols have created panic now among the solid defense.
They don't need to hit this. They don't need to if they don't want to. Oh,
Ujar
steps in front of the Molotov.
It's a sick maneuver for Ujarks because it does drop the bomb and cause a couple of problems now for Mongols to have to figure out, but utility is keeping them comfortable.
Yeah, but it's about to fade.
Oh, Mazinho's flank. Story's reading it. Story's ready for Red Room, but doesn't hit the shot, and that's a big kill for Mazinho. Now it's Mongols into the B bomb site, and Saw committed to this. So Arasdose still in middle. He can start that climb up ledge, but they're losing members with every second that ticks on, and now Arasdose spotted too. It's over. And Mutiris has nowhere to go because Red is cut off. Techno's charging him down, and Mongols go back to B.
I mean, if you're Saw, I think you just have to park the op there for the rest of the half. You just have to park Story. And actually, he can't even afford it right now, so maybe next round, but so much confidence right now in the Mongols, whether it's rushing, and we've seen them a couple times slow it down and hit a different timing where you're just kind of peeking into the B-bomb site to see what you can find, just taking a heads-up fight and winning them. I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's funny. You're asking me if is it going to change. Saw's having that same discussion.
It's like, when is it going to change? When are they eventually going to just start focusing
like,
somewhere
we don't want to like overcompensate to the B bomb site because then we get hit at A or middle and we lose in that fashion. But at the same time, if Mongols is just going to keep bullying you this way, might as well take the risk. 9-10 backs away with the op to look for a push, and it's coming.
Good idea, 9-10. Oh, nice good information. They were boosted up. They do get away. They don't keep walking down into the scope. Solid do a good job at not putting themselves too far in danger's way. And they're stacking over to the other side of the map at the moment, so they're adjusting that defense.
Well, they're thinking like we just pushed down ramp and boosted up. You saw some pressure of a couple pistols there. We made presence in Cave and Jaguar earlier. You know, likely you guys are currently taking over mid, maybe Donut.
Yeah. But this is the Mongols B movie. New Jerks brings the Deagle over. Senzu clearing him out. Mazzinho's got his back, and it's all clean for the Mongols. 6 rounds to 4, as this T side is simplistic yet effective. And so I'll return to having enough cash, but they don't have enough to get the AWP out, it would seem, here. So they do. They got Story dropped over, so that's good enough.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes. I'm telling you, I think he's got to just be parked at B. Like, even as the opper, it's almost like saying... But then again, this is where the mind games of Counter-Strike come in and the things you have to process and think about and just at some point make an educated guess. So I was saying, yeah, we already put Story at B. He got us a kill. Now they know we're going to be buying again after a full save with heavy losing bonus, so we have an op out one more time. They'll know that. Do they just avoid the B bomb site now? Do they say the op is going to be here, so let's just hit A, force that into a retake? Getting this battered, Saw just have no real read of what Mongols are going to do.
I would just love if the Mongols went B again. I would just love it.
At this point, yeah, for the laughs.
Yeah. And just because it's probably going to work?
Nope.
Okay, a little change up.
Going towards A. No one's at the A bomb site.
Oh, Blitz is just wrecking them right now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, especially when you win the B bomb site like 5 times and a half, like in multiple fashions. Like, it's such an advantage for an in-game leader to be able to just call circles around his opposition because he's got a pressure point that he can lean on.
Yeah, this is chess, and we're just living in Blitz's world. That was Dulce through CT. Matiras tries to hold from Donut. It's his second kill of this map. He stays alive, he gets back to safety. It's not the cleanest entry path here for the Mongols. Luckily, Blitz is still at elbow, and he cuts off Ujark's quick rotation. Now Matiras is a little worried because he could be pushed from Donut from mid. He also has to worry about shots ringing in from the site itself.
What is Blitz doing? He's going all the way back to the B bomb site, but the bomb is an A.
This is a long way to go.
This is a really long flank.
He's got a lot of time at least, but a lot has to go right for him for this to work.
It's not about his time. It's about how much time his teammates have to sit in the bomb site being safe with the potential of being flanked out.
Look at Matiras.
I think this is way too ambitious from Blitz.
He's gone back around middle through elbow. And with 40 seconds left, Blitz is on the B bomb site.
Yo, shout out to Senzu at 9-10.
How are they just still alive? It's just so silent, so sneaky. Blitz, there's 30 seconds left, buddy. Gotta get into a position where you can impact this round now. 27 seconds. Matiras is on the flank. He's in behind him. 9-10 not considering this. Not considering whatsoever. That bomb goes down, and 9-10 moves away.
No way.
No way has this gone the Mongols' way. It's now 9-10 to the Tech 9. Blitz has got that kill on Story. This is one of the most ridiculous rounds of Counter-Strike, and 9-10 finally falls. Matiras gets rid of him. Sends it from the site. It's now Matiras all left alone, and Mongols pull it off. An ambitious round, and it has worked for Blitz. He gets that final kill. And 7 rounds to 4. The Mongols have an interesting ancient T side. This is crazy Counter-Strike.
That's a mental call to fall back and go for that big of a flank. That is such an insane call to make in that situation. But by virtue, I think at this point, Mongols have kind of put Saw in their place to a certain extent. Like,
sure.
No one from Saw peeking, no one investigating. Mutiris the second guessed that flank a number of times.
And now they brought out the auto sniper. The Mongols have come to play. They have leveled up in this competition. 9-10 close to that kill on Ujarks. 9-10 close to that kill on Ujarks. 4 players from the CT side start inside of the B-bomb site.
I mean, I think they want to finish there again. But this time they want to get this wrap going.
Oh, one of their smokesmen.
But again, look at the outplay. You've abused B so many times. Saw puts 4 people here due to the fact that it's a low buy with SMGs. You have nobody in middle, and that's exactly what Mongols are exploiting right now. And Mazzinho, he should have his pick of the litters of which frags do you want?
Well, he's used to blowing bubbles. Now he blows up this defense. Mazzinho on that double headshot. Now Utrecht's in the middle of the site getting pushed. He can't even finish off 910, who had to switch to the sidearm. What a half of Counter-Strike from the Mongols. They will exit it 8-4 scoreline. Blitz calls a beautiful T side. And then this decider matchup. And who is moving into the Lanxess? It's the Mongols that lead the way over Saw.
With the playoffs in sight, Mongols is running circles around Saw. They win 7 of the final 8 rounds of the first half, abusing that B bomb site, putting Saw in their place. Now they switch sides with a heavy advantage. And let's see what Mongols can do. About to close out map 1. They're so close.
Yeah, the CT side. Let's see what they've got on it. Saw looked completely lost as to what the Mongols were doing in that first half. Now it's Saw's turn to show us what they can do on their T side. A pistol round feels necessary.
910's going to get the early spot in Donut. Oh, and he swings out, sees two, sticks around fighting, tapping away. Mid is compromised. Right through the mid smoke, Saw goes. They can split the map. They can split the defense. Blitz spots another one. 910 trying to take off ahead, but they need to do something at the A site.
Oh, Blitz fires the flash in. Story well, it doesn't really phase him, so he ends up getting that kill with the P250. Arisdose fighting back, and Saw are up 2 players. Bomb plant commitment. It's wild. Mazinho undetected, and suddenly, just like that, it's back in favor of the Mongols. And Arisdose, the last remaining player. Saw had everything going their way. They commit to the plant, and from that point onwards, it completely unravels. It is Mongolian dominance in the pist around the close.
I think Mazzino taking down the planter causes Story to turn. I'm assuming that's what happened, that exposed him to the flank coming in. Mongols had no business winning this. Oh my lord, look at that long-range dually spray.
That's wild. Mine don't do that, that's for sure. 9-4. Ooh, it's getting rough for Saw. He didn't even get the bomb plant in the end, so it's not even a good force buy option here in the second. Missed smoke from Mongols in elbow. Let's see if that does anything. Well, it's been detected nice and early from Blitz at least. And he'll re-smoke it out. Saw's best hope is to get a bomb plant out of this.
Unlikely. Mongols have complete control of B lane. All the information on that side of the map. Blitz had already spotted 1 or 2 over towards elbow. I say unlikely, but 910 is playing a little bit of a crazy position out in the open. He's just going for as many kills as possible. He's got a Molotov that he'll never be able to use once they attack.
Good peek from 910. Oh, holds down must want a little bit of wild. Too many targets for him. He goes around that corner. Couldn't make the decision, but Blitz will mow down the rest. It's 10-4 now, and double figures reached as Saw get their first buy here in the second half.
3 rounds away, Mongols. Couple of 3 SMGs still in the loadout. Good rotation from Blitz. 910 is going to pick up the AWP as soon as possible because AKs are out on the other side, utility is out on the other side, and Saw burn a second timeout to talk things over before these gun rounds begin. The first half was a disaster from them. They could never get control of the B bomb site, never get control of the defense. They want to change that. This T side, they know they have to come in hot. They have to deal a really heavy blow very early and close the gap in this scoreboard.
Yeah, Barry. He's going to be pretty stressed sitting behind there, watching his team 10-4 down.
Doesn't look stressed.
Not yet.
Actually, his legs are... He's moving his legs. He's stressed.
A little anxiety.
Yeah, it's just...
A little cough into the page.
Sure.
Oh. 4 rounds is not exactly a fantastic foundation to build your T side off. We'll see what they're able to construct. They're gathering up outside of A. There's no one home right now for the Mongols. Roman, does he walk through the smoke? Does he catch out Techno? Techno looks... Oh, God, it's so uncomfortable for Roman. Now the A play's coming in. Udrix needs to clean up Mazinho. Does so very effectively. Mazinho was in the open. Tough position to really get much out of. Even if he did get one, was likely traded right after.
Yeah, you can get away with that against unarmored Glocks like 910 did. You can't get away from it. Can't get away with it against AK-47s, but there's still a chance for recovery.
Oh, yeah, they just keep bringing the fights. They keep presenting them the opportunity to get back into these rounds.
These footsteps will be heard as well.
Matiras is now taking a shift walk into A main. Story plays from Brokey. There is utility, plenty of it for the Mongols left to get ready for this retake. They're going through their final motions, their final checks, and Story checks them out. That is a beautiful double kill that saves this round for Saw, and Story might even get this 3rd kill on the AWP retreating. Great work from Story to keep his team in that fight.
Now he's got the AWP as well, salvages it off the body of 910. Convincing round from Saw, marching in, dry contact entry.
And the money is not incredible here for the Mongols.
No, especially because you just invested in that AWP.
They're going to go for the buy in this next round. They're going to get 2 M4s out of it, 2 MP9s and a 5.7 in the hands of Blitz. It's not a great buy for Mongols. Fast mid play. Matiras, oh god, takes his own teammate down, but it's so clean from Saw other than that. Great work done in mid.
4 kills through smoke. Nice.
Feels like vertigo.
All right.
We talked about many times in this competition, Jason, how quickly these scorelines can start to just go the other way. You know, MR12, they just disappeared. The lead that you've got can be found very quickly.
Well, Tekno is going to be found quickly by Roman. Coming in late, away from the bomb plant, it's just Senzu. In a position where he could get a little crazy, but he's got no kit. So save the M4. That'll be the only weapon that Mongols have in the next round, and we'll see if he can be the hero.
You need to be a superhero to win this next round, most likely. And in fact, he's under enough pressure that you maybe thought that M4 wouldn't get into the next round. But he does keep it. He does drag it into this, but it is about to be 10-7. Here's that early fight. Get a replay of the crazy chaos here.
Look, when you drop your gun in the middle of a battle, you deserve what you get.
You do. It's like, coward!
Exactly. There's no retreat. There's no surrender.
We're marshaled.
4 rounds back. Should be able to close that gap to 3, unless Senzu's got something special for us. He's in the right place.
He'd not need something super special here, Senzu. I got Senzu peering down that ramp. It's a good shot from U-Jerks. Senzu with nothing, and they know they're likely to find... Oh, God, smoke blows open, grenade lands on top. Aristase having some fun in and around these smokes at long, and Blitz just waiting around that corner. He's spotted by Roman and taken out 10-7. That scoreline doesn't look that ugly anymore.
Not anymore, but this is going to be a very telling round. There's not going to be an AWP on 9-10, but Mongols trying to slow down this Saw attack, not let them build momentum. It's been 3 rounds straight for Saw. And as we saw in the first half, when the Mongols built to this critical momentum of never being able to be stopped, Saw can do something similar. It'll be different style. It's not going to be that brute force into a bomb site. They'll be a little bit more tactical. But very deadly as well. Utility out in the early rounds. Deep Molotovs and smokes. Aristase is going to ignore all of it. Blinded right at the end. But thankfully so is Blitz. And that is another one through smoke.
Oh, Roman to bring Tekno down and out straight away. Mongols lose 2 players. Saw are hitting another gear. And we know they're capable of this. We know they have mental strength in games. We've seen it against G2. They come back into matches and series, and it's so hard to put them away. Mongols nipping at the heels, finally getting 1 kill, but it's not enough. Not enough at all. It's a safe call now for Blitz, and the Mongols have disappeared. Gap is now 2 rounds. The money is dwindling for the CT side.
It's got to be a splash of cold water for the Mongols, who were feeling so good going into the halftime break with the run that they were on. Now can't get anything going on this CT side. Even with the pistol round victory. It's going to be 10-8. U-Jerks having another very good game. 16-14 for him.
We've become very used to seeing U-Jerks getting up to those numbers. They're just moving so fast, it was hard for Mongols to keep track of them. Yeah, another round where Mongols don't have the weapons that they desire and require. So, Saw about to head to 9. Unless they slip up big time. And it's a quick play for Saw. All the forces gathered at the A-bomb site. They're just going to charge through. Getting a good read on what Mongols likely don't have in their economy, and that's good weapons. The utility to slow them down, and they find an empty A site to put that bomb down in. Mongols held at the extremities.
Blitz might just want to back away with the M4. They're going to be buying in the next round no matter what, but there's no reason to risk it. There's no reason to lose it if you don't have to. So we'll see the 3 players back away from Donut. Or that M4 is going to go red room and start to look to cut off rotations and get some exit kills. Roman is aware of the possibility. Blitz now trapped, must fight to survive. He's got 9-10 giving him cover, but it doesn't matter. U-Jerks again with a double to close out the map, and Saw's within 1.
And Barry's on his feet as well. He's happy about this.
No longer stressed.
Yeah, definitely not stressed anymore. That leg is no longer shaking. This is a timeout for the Mongols called because they have lost control of this game. The gap is now 1. And Saw looks so incredibly warmed up on this T side.
It's not like they're rushing, but things have been fast-paced, and a lot of it is because they're getting 1 to 2 kills pretty early in these rounds.
True.
You know, they're finding kills, you know, the spam through the mid-smoke. Red Room, Arisdose got that one, picking off a player boosted up over towards the B bomb site. They're finding some early kills that give them the opportunity to speed up, and they've just been able to do it. Not that they're trying to, it's just there. Round 20. 1 round separates the 2 teams. Let's see if the timeout changes anything for Mongols.
It has to. Can't continue to be like this for their defense, otherwise it could be a swift uppercut to knock them down on their map pick. Meteorus looking to be a nuisance out middle. Pokes and prods away at that elbow. And Saw start to fixate upon this B setup. Techno in the cubby. His teammate Senzu down. Techno must stand up in his stead. Second kill out of Techno. Starts to run out of ammo. And he does well to get 2, but it's not enough. They keep peeking. They keep giving them opportunities. Stories on 1 health after that. It is a little unfortunate for the Mongols not to get that kill. But the bomb will go down. And 9-10 and Mazinho are in middle.
You think Saw at halftime were just like, you know what, let's just do the same thing. Let's just do the same thing as them. We'll show them that we can give it back. We'll show them how hard it is.
Yeah, and I bet it feels good. I bet it feels good that it's working. Yeah, they're calling it. They can't go for this one. It's going to be a save for the Mongols. They're retreating. Falling back. Meteorus tries to catch them as they run. But that scoreline now reads 10-10. Game is all tied up again.
Not a single gun round yet won by Mongols in this second half.
Terrorists win.
Arisdose is starting to heat up as well on this T side. 13 kills now for him.
Yeah, and the Mongols have used every one of their timeouts so far. And you think about how young these guys are, and they haven't been in many situations where they're going to progress to the biggest stage in Counter-Strike, right? And you're on your map pick, and you had a strong lead. And that's starting to, it has fallen away from you completely. You're now on the back foot.
Well, it's also the pressure of being this close is a whole different kind of pressure. So you want to talk about inexperience.
And much as Saw maybe haven't had the greatest titles or the greatest appearances in their careers, they've been going on for around 15 years. They've been to countless tournaments preparing for these moments. And 9-10 to grab a kill on U-Jerks. Mongols up a player, and 9-10 has plugged the gap on this A attack. Bomb is down. He sees it. He knows where his next victim is. And Utility forces Saw further and further back into A main. As soon as they concede the lead, they grab it right back.
This is an unlosable round.
You heard it here first. It's got the O'Toole seal of approval. And that is a shot and a half. Meteorus will fall 9-10 with a 4K round on that AWP. Now, money is not an issue. There's a lot of cash here for Saw. They can buy back. They can get everything they want. But that is the first gun round that Mongols have won.
Really good kill from Blitz. He's getting naded down to 18 HP. Finding that, but 9-10 manages this perfectly. Always dropping back to the next safest location to take your 1v1. Final timeout used by Saw. Last chance for Barry to have something to say. Comeback's been lovely from Saw, but it can still come to a crashing halt.
And in a way, that's even more heartbreaking. You've seen the top of the mountain, and you fell right down.
They've been pretty grouped up, I feel like. I mean, both teams, I thought Saw would play a little bit more tactical, moving around the map. Maybe they just don't feel like it's an easy thing to pull off against Mongols, but it's been very much like, hey, 4 players, trade your way into the A bomb site. Hey, 4 players, trade your way into the B bomb site.
It hasn't felt like there's been a whole lot of mid rounds at all in the second half. It's
Not a whole lot of mid challenges. Saw's had a few rounds where they've gone out against lower buys and been able to mop things up, but most of this has been relegated to the extremities.
Oh, it's blasting Blitz again, and he had a smoke in his hand as he was challenging down elbow. That's a little awkward for Blitz.
I wonder if that smoke just was thrown a little bit late and he didn't realize it. Miscommunication, not communicated, but he turned that corner, it seems, expecting that choke point to be blocked off.
Yeah, he definitely did. That's a tough one for Mongols, who are now down a player. There's so much time left for Saw. Perhaps this is where they change the style up.
All initial contacts would be individual for Mongols. Technos and Jaguar with no assistance nearby. Senzu is back of cube at B, looking towards long and short. Mizzino's in donut. Solo until he decides to fall back at contact to join up with 910.
Roman, lucky that smoke didn't blow away too much. 910, unable to connect on U-Jerks in the donut.
Well, now they know where the AWP is at the very least.
There's the play from Techno, aggressive down into the B lane. There's the AWP and the bomb. Story goes for the fight and wins it. Now he's getting out of there. Now he's sprinting back through spawn. His teammates now pushing through into the A bomb site and Red Room. And that kill on A opens up so much space for Mutiras, who catches Senzu stepping, charging back into red. Mutiras wins that fight, and Saw will tie up the scoreline 11-11. This is the kind of fight we want when you're challenging for the Lanxess.
That's such a beautiful round from Saw as well. They get the opening kill, and they know in a 5-on-4 that Mongols is going to have to do something, and they're so patient the whole round. The play doesn't come out until like, what, the 40-second mark when Techno pushes out a Jaguar, and then you just see everyone from Saw in position. They trade that kill off. They know the defense is going to have to shift. Someone makes their move out A main, someone makes their move up middle, and everyone's constricting to punish the shifting defense.
Blitz having a look. Mutiras gets blinded, caught, finally. An opening kill for Mongols to work with as they challenge down to try and grab map point, but Blitz stays and fights Mizzino with him. Mongols still ahead, and it's chaos in the first few seconds of this round, but the bomb is still outside of B for Saw. And they're going to boost Story's AWP atop the boxes. Senzu jump spotted, just seen that. He won't re-peek into the sniper, instead repositions.
Oh, but it's got to make you a little bit nervous playing at this B bomb site when an AWP is potentially at B ramp. Makes it really hard to work up the confidence to jiggle. Everything's a little bit riskier, so Techno's going to get at the entrance of Cave. Similar setup to last round, Senzu over at long B.
9-10.
Saw is going to send all 3 players here.
Yeah, they know that's coming. Techno turns away from the flash. He gets back to it. It's awkward, and he nearly brings out his Dossé down. That would have been a double for Techno. But as it stands, Saw still in with a chance. As Dossé falls, and it puts it all on Story, and he begins to right it. It's a shot on Mizzino. Jumps into the site. No one up for the peak. He goes back into the cave. The timing eluding him, but he gets that shot on Senzu. And this Story could have a beautiful ending. 9-10, the AWPer in the cave. And Story takes a few steps back, waiting for this post-plant moment. 9-10, not comfortable, no kit on his back, switches out to the AK instead. Story knows where his next victim is, the shot misses, and now 9-10, that bomb is not planted comfortably whatsoever. Story can rot the clock, he can run this time down, and Story just plays with his prey as he runs around the corner. It is a beautiful ending to this round for Story. He pulls Saw out of the hole and gives them map points. This is so frustrating for 9-10, but absolutely beautiful for the side of Saw.
My man Story, what a performance, 1v3, and that's what I'm saying, it makes you so nervous taking some of those peaks. Mongols gets lured into each and every one of them despite mid-control, despite a heavy defense put up in Cave.
That is a sick clutch.
Nobody could find a clean fight on Story, and his teammates are loving it.
Oh, that is a nightmare round for Mongols to deal with, though. You had all the chances to take 12. They've got to feel like they should be on map point, but there's no time to think about it, no time to worry about it, because they don't have a timeout. They got to go into the fight again, and Blitz is down at the elbow. A start for Saw with an advantage to close out their opponent's map pick in a qualification game for the Lanxess Arena. 9-10, smoke is blown open at Donut, the long and labored spray eventually equals a kill.
They're coming around to A though. This is 3 players coming out, they're making footsteps. 9-10 knows, he's got to step up again, he doesn't have the op this time.
Oh, he's blinded.
This is good utility for Mongols, they slow everything down, give themselves time to breathe.
Yeah, they stall out Saw, and there's still so much time left in this round. So much time to take a breather and reevaluate what other options are available on the table.
Yeah, but there's been so much chaos and there's been so much pressure from both teams. Look at the utility left with over a minute. Like there's a 1 flashbang on Techno. They've used everything to slow down that A hit. They were in a panic.
And that bomb starts to wrap its way back towards this B side of the map. And this is a good chance for the Mongols. They've got a double setup in Cave. Techno and Mazinho needing to combine together as Saw sending players towards the ramp. Senzu's about to peek mid. Story's at the bottom of the stairs.
Those footsteps,
the
though.
Sounds. He doesn't see Story. Story knows exactly where he is, though. And Techno, oh my god, falls down. Arisdose with a reaction flick. Now Senzu waiting for Story to come on into his trap. In through the red room. 25 seconds left. Mongols rotating over, fighting for overtime on their map pick. Or Ujarx and Roman will close this one out. 9-10 with a shot right down that back line. And Ujarx has a 1v2. 1v2 in 2 different angles. And the Portuguese man plants his feet. He goes into that fight. Now a 1v1. 9 health left. And he's so close. Senzu steps up and overtime secured. The Mongols not dead yet. And this goes to the bonus rounds.
Man, there's no way you win 2 1v3s back-to-back to win the map. That's crazy. Ujarx so close. And if he had a little bit more health in that last fight, a little bit more HP to work with, he might have been able to do it. Mongols have to just be so relieved at the moment. In control of this map entirely at one point, ripped out of their hands, and they watch as that lead dwindled this entire half.
Not exactly the most hype reaction, but it is the Mongols. They are stoic in their nature.
I mean, it's good though, right? We talked about some of the inexperience and having to play in different situations and for a big stage, and yeah, no reason to get hyped up. You've just forced overtime. Game's not done. Job's not finished.
Oh, the shot lands on Story, but not enough to topple him off the top. Elsewhere, 9-10's op will connect with lethality. It's information of the whereabouts of 2 snipers, but it doesn't quite matter now for Saw because they're down to 2 players, and the Mongols with a clean CT round so far.
Yeah, very clean. Good little mid-round aggression, peeking up and clearing out B lane. Saw's on the back foot. Story's got 11 HP. Ain't no chance this time. Him and Muterus are going to combine at the bottom of B ramp. 50 seconds. You have all the money in the world, so saving doesn't really matter, but, you know, at some point, there's no reason in going for an unwinnable round. They're still going to give it a try, see if they can find a pick.
Senzu, straight through the chest. Now Story runs, but the fire will hold him back. Not getting too many angles that he's comfortable with, and Senzu will shut him out. So 13-12, Mongols back into the lead, and that round's really impressive. They keep 5 players up. You get a timeout again in overtime. Mongols not making use of theirs just yet. It's Saw that have called it first.
I wonder if Arisdose got kind of baited by the op call out from his team. The op shot at the B bomb site, the switch into the double op, and he tries to start making his plays. Like, okay, op's on the B bomb site, I can take a little bit more space and get prepared to challenge. And just gets wrecked. 13-12, 1-round lead. Timeout comes to a close.
They've gotten rid of that double op already. Even though they kept it. They're like, we don't want to play another round with a double op setup.
Well, it's just, okay, you've seen it. Now you can call against it, right? So switch out, different defense. One of those rifles can be a little bit more aggressive inside of a bomb site, more useful on retakes, obviously, more useful on being mobile around the map. So trying to change Saw's game plan based on what they're expecting. And it's a B rush.
It is quick up B. Roman, the spearhead of the attack, hasn't quite penetrated any of the defense yet, and he's blunted by 9-10. Blitz helping out. Meteor's going in for the fight. It's just chaos, but it's all Mongols. And ours Darce stuck in cave. This would be one hell of a pullback if he's able to even get close to this.
Don't need to take any more fights in cave. No reason to challenge there whatsoever. He's got to come to the B bomb site. He's got to commit himself to pick up the bomb.
9-10, straight down that ramp. It's 14 rounds now for the Mongols. 2 away from victory on their map pick.
That's a sick shot from 9-10. That's deceptively a very difficult shot to land for an opper.
Through the boxes.
You're getting shot, and also your focus and your gaze is on the deep angle. And even though he's coming into your crosshair, for whatever reason, your brain doesn't always switch over to the close fight.
It's those young reactions from 9-10.
Back into a double op.
Meteor's through the fire. Heating up with a great opening, but it's traded 2 for 2. Tip for tap. Blitz burning. Blitz, get out of the fire. Oh my god. 3 health. He eventually gets away. This guy's the cerebral assassin.
It's crazy. I maybe never saw the Molotov going into Cubby, but he stood in it for quite some time.
He did. He really did.
I think it did like 50, 60 damage to him. Good transfer over from 9-10. Careful.
Dude, how sick has 9-10 been playing?
Yep.
He gets out of there again. Blitz on the other side with that AWP. Stays alive. Tells the tale to Roman. It is now 15-12.
CT sides have been the struggle for both of these teams throughout regulation, right? T sides have just been bodying them. So the fact that Mongols is about to throw 3 in a row up on the board might just be a death sentence. Think Saw stacks the B bomb site? First round CT overtime?
And then the Mongols are going to rush A.
Hold the phone a little bit. There is a pathway open here. Blitz with his low HP. There's a path open to the free plant at the B bomb site, overlooked by Mongols. They think the finishing move is towards A. Blitz has 3 health, and with 2 ops, this is manageable. And it's story. He's already won 1v3. And he's got the AWP for deep angles.
It's just the utility and how low he is really making this a difficult outcome. They're charging back in from red. He now gives away his position. Flash connects on him. He's stuck in the open. He's really close to that kill, but Blitz will break him.
Yeah, he needed that first shot.
Yeah, he did.
That was the right play. I like the play. You have to get a little bit aggressive to thin things out before everyone arrives. Just missed the opportunity. 15-12, winning number is 16. Mongols just a single victory away, a single B hit away from a map win.
Definitely expecting a B hit here.
They've already ran it like 10 times on their T side.
Well, it doesn't look like it's just going to be the straight up direct B hit. They'll take their time. A barrage of utilities softening up, in particular Techno. Story's waiting for 9-10 to be boosted onto that box, and 9-10 gives away the opener.
That's the bomb. They're going to have to go back and recover it.
It's a bit of a spanner into the works here for Mongols.
I think that's Senzu just realizing it and jumping across the smoke.
A jump up from Senzu.
This is just going to finish at the B site, as we can tell, right? Like, they haven't moved anywhere across the map. Again, it's kind of what I outlined in regulation, was you start with all 5 people here. Even though you lose that first pick, you have no map control elsewhere.
Senzu straight through. It's a great lineup here for Ujerks. They will not end yet.
Yeah, Senzu's telling his boy, you stepped in front of me.
Yeah.
I had the shot.
Calamity. A little goof and gaff as they try and get in.
They got 2 more chances. This is a virtue. This is the nice thing about winning 3 rounds in overtime in the first half.
Or you could just win this one, Jason.
Okay.
No. You know, could have been.
I appreciate that you called it, though.
Yeah.
I appreciate you called it ahead of time.
It could have been something special.
Timeout for Mongols.
That's the opening.
I mean, look, again, another thing we touched on in the first half was if you're having difficulties handling, I mean, a B-rush is one thing, but even when Mongols was just kind of slowly marching up as they did in this round and just kind of dry challenge you into the bomb site, bring your opper over. Get some assistance over there to let your op kind of alleviate some of that pressure. He gets 1 or 2 kills like that, they're going to start slowing down on how willing they are to just challenge up that B ramp.
Well, that's the Mongols overtime timeout. Over and done with.
New jerseys for the Mongols.
Yeah, still got that beautiful gold. But sporting the colors of Mongolia.
Yes, I did just notice that 28 rounds into the game.
Well done, Jason.
Thank you.
That's good, you're paying attention to the game, not the pictures, you know? Utilities being tossed out towards that A site. Donut smokes in, flashes into main, but there's no commitment into the site yet from Mongols. Mutiris is isolated in Donut. This red fight about to go down, and once again, it's Story opening up. Mazinho dies in middle. Mongols down a player. And is there any way they can get this back? Techno shows us exactly how.
Oh, Blitz is waiting for this donut push.
Timing, look at that. Look at that timing.
Yeah, but look behind him. The position he was just watching, he has just somehow unknowingly dodged all elements of danger.
Dude, if he checks back mid, he's going to see 2 players in that position. But is he going to check back mid?
His eyes have got to be focused on red.
The bomb is going over towards A. The steps surely being heard now from Harris Dorsey. Is there a reaction? They've killed Techno inside of Cave. They're searching Cave for another player, but they don't see anything towards B right now. Blitz cutting off the rotation by sitting in red so long. He'll smoke out that CT rotation point, and now he's looking at the ledge. He's seen Mutiris. He's trying to dance with death.
His attention is going to be occupied towards CT spawn to look for that push when the smoke fades. Meanwhile, Olive Saw evacuated the area, heading towards Donut. One's going to come red room behind him. That's Mutiris. Big shoes for him to fill in an important job.
9-10 sits a Brokey, ever patient. His teammate Blitz in the temple. And they're praying that this round could take them one step closer to that cathedral. Good swing from 9-10. The mighty Mongols break through with the first map victory. Ancient goes their way. The Saw side, they bring it back, they fight, but it's not enough to close it. One map up in the series, it's the Mongols.
They couldn't make it easy for you. They couldn't make it comfortable, but they did make it through in the end. It took overtime, but the Mongols strike first in this series. They're one step closer to the Lanxess Arena.
I don't want to talk about Mike. There's never a doubt. Already in the bag.
Yeah.
Mongols had that one. They just had to make it
bite to your chair.
They just had to make it. I don't know what you're talking about. They just had to make it entertaining, take all the fights. But jokes aside, listen, I think that was a bit of a struggle from both the two teams on the CT side, honestly. Obviously the first time you're talking about Mongols, the B take simulator right there, which Saw really didn't have an answer. And on the second half, I think it's a little bit of complacency from the Mongols players. The number of 1v1 duels they were just giving to Saw was not what I expect from them, number one. And number two, towards mid, it's almost like Mongols are just running in headfirst into the utility every single round. So I don't know what was happening there.
I'll actually give the credit to Saw because they were really good at mixing it up. Sometimes they would do the instant rushes, like where they just flash out, get the timing and kill Blitz in the middle. But then oftentimes they would also just wait in the smoke and then pop late, right? So it was really difficult for the Mongols to actually read what they were doing. But once they started doing 2 and 3 guys mid with leaving A open, it seemed like they got it under control. And it didn't, for me, seem like Saw didn't have as much in their playbook towards the end.
Yeah, it did look like they kind of ran out of it. And also, they could have done way more rounds towards A. It came down to a lot of clutches going the way of, I think it was Story pulling off a crazy 1v3, almost a second 1v3 as well. But heading into overtime, it felt like Mongol just went to a different gear and closed it out, Mike.
It did indeed. I mean, one thing you have to worry about with young players like that, right, is choking hazards. But they managed to keep it away from them, keep it out of the trachea for this one. And now, look, they've got a primo chance. They've got a primo chance, don't they? They're one step away, blah.
One step away, and it's in a map where, Saw didn't pick it, but it's a map that Mongols are pretty happy on as well, right? But I do actually want to highlight a round right now.
Please do.
Just to kind of talk about where I personally feel Mongols just kind of, just own Saw there. So we just play this round out. It's going to be round number 11. And basically, Mongols have just been going B every single time. And what's the answer from Saw? Let's take a look real quickly here. It's going to be just a lot of players you can see. Heavy stack towards B, mid, and B. And the Mongols, what did it do? They're going to be heading towards this A bomb set. But this is when things get a little interesting. This gets a little interesting because they're going to see Blitz, right? He's going to be towards the mid position. Now, Mongols, they're going to be stalled. Nice kills being found by Mutrus right there. And they're going to stall. And I'm just going to pause right here for a second because this gets insane. Blitz gets a kill. And you expect him to fall back towards A main or maybe towards mid. But no. If you take a look at the radar right here, you're going to see the bomb is stuck on site. You have 910 watching towards Temple with the AWP, and Blitz is going from mid all the way through B, and it's going to be flanking in here. Now, you got to keep an eye on the clock. 50 seconds. It's going to take him about 30 seconds to make his way all the way there, which is kind of mental. And if you are Saw, you kind of expect them to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe retake that A bomb site, figure out what's happening, but they're scared. They're scared of making a misstep, allowing Blitz to walk in all the way from B. The timing here is a little unfortunate for Mutrus as well. He should have really had that kill, and Mongols somehow steal the round away. I feel like they just got into their head so much in that first half.
I think it was actually the principles of Saw lacking a little bit here. I think they do the correct play in the start of the round. I mean, they start off by doing that B split where they actually get the information. If they would have gotten that earlier, they do actually run into 2 people on site. They get good trades, right? And they also get good positions afterwards. I think Mutiris is doubting himself. Or are they ready for me? If he takes that initial push and he gets that kill on 910, it stresses the guy with the bomb on site so much that Blitz can't do this lurk. Yeah. So for my sake, it was actually Mongols abusing the fact that they didn't really take advantage of what Saw were doing.
It's nice to see as well, right? Because we've been talking about it with Saw, the protocols, the preparation, the utility. They do seem prepared more often than not. So making them sweat, making them uncomfortable does seem to bode well down the stretch. Now, we do have another map coming up. It's Nuke, if I'm not mistaken.
It is Nuke.
What do we think's going to happen there?
I think so. Look, for Saw, the 2 best maps, in my opinion, are Anubis and Nuke, right? It's the 2 maps that they usually go for all the time. And the reason they haven't picked Anubis this time against the Mongols is the first game they had against the Mongols, it did go to overtime. It was a very close affair. And yesterday, Mongols made Spirit look like absolute noobs in that very map. So Saw, like, okay, let's not go on this map. We haven't really seen much from Mongols on Nuke so far. It's not their best map. I know they like to play it once in a while. I remember EWC when they allowed Fear to play against it on that map. I was not happy about that. But it is, I feel, a map which is going to be favoring Saw a little bit. One thing Mongols do a lot on Nuke, which I find is very easy to read, their re-aggression on the CT side, it happens almost every single time. It's so predictable at certain instances that I feel like Saw, considering how slow and methodical they are, they can punish the Mongol CT side here.
The Mongols and generally speaking, Asian team had this issue of they would just copy European teams and then they would just like have patterns that would execute once a certain thing happened, right? So let's see on Nuke back in the days, right? They saw yard smokes. That means, okay, we'll push lobby. I mean, where other teams now are way more dynamic. They think, okay, we can stop these smokes, we can punish them. But I do think one thing that is kind of sick with this team is that we have the Mongols, right? And we speak about if they should advance to Lanxess Arena, everything needs to be in place and the stars needs to align and all these sort of things. But we are not having their best player on the server perform by any means. I mean, it's not Sensu rocking the show, right? For me, I was expecting Sensu to come in here to Cologne and just play lights out, right? I think he's one of the most interesting prospects entirely in that scene, and he's not making the difference for Mongo. So it's so impressive that this team can make it so far without having their best player on the lineup play.
Honestly, I don't even know at this point if Sensu is the best player in his team, right? You're looking at Mazina. I mean, Mazina plays some of the roughest roles in his team, and he comes up as a star. Mike said maybe they're just like 5 stars.
This map, though, it was all 9-10. It was all 9-10, wasn't it? If he could do that again on Nuke.
It was Techno as well. Everyone chipped in. Again, this team doesn't rely on one-star fragger, which I feel might be the biggest strength.
It's a good strength, though.
That's a pretty good strength, yeah.
I mean, that 4K round as well with the AWP, where they just seem to be tumbling down in the second half. It's 10-10, all tied up. Seems like it's getting away from them, and he just Heimlichs.
That's such an important round as well, because it was Saw just running away with it, right? They were breaking the economy, they were just getting into sights, and then he pulls off this miraculous round. He gets a 4K. Obviously, the round's pretty much won after he gets the first couple of kills right there, but yeah, and a 4K to just make it look pretty. But he was in a very uncomfortable position there, and he stood tall.
Also with the AWP, you really want on this map just to be kind of static, and I think he filled out that role pretty great, right? Often you're limited to the options of starting donut, holding that cross, starting on the B side, peeking long, or you're going to be playing on the A side. And we see him use all the different possibilities once or twice. Like, he mixes it up, and I feel like I love an AWP that just in the start of the round, it will say, hey, I'll go B, dude, I'll take the donut area, and then we'll do something else. I think this is where the good AWPers really shine.
Well, there's no more donuts to be found, but there is a little bit of plutonium. Up next, it's Nuke, and we may just be sending another team through to the Lanxess Arena.
Think you've seen it all? With FACEIT Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FACEIT.
Tell me now why you want away. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
There's never been an Asian team in the IEM Cologne playoffs. There's never been an Asian team in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and Mongols is just one map away from changing that history today. Nuke is going to be the second map of battle at the top of both of these two teams' map pools, as Saw desperately tries to bounce back into this series and make it a third. First was an overtime loss. They looked good, just couldn't outlast the Mongolians. And here we go again. Nuke has begun. Mongols starting on the CT side, Saw starting on the T side.
And they have fought so hard to get to this point. This is their best opportunity for both squads to get into the playoffs at Cologne. And we start with Saw on the T side of Nuke. Arisdose with the bomb on his back. And he'll play in towards the hut. Ujark's dropping down into main. It's a quick split into this A site from multiple different avenues. Senzu is hearing those steps and watching his teammates fall around him. He eventually will pick up one kill out of it, but Arisdose with all 5 kills in the most ridiculous fast fashion.
I didn't even notice he got all 5. Dang, well done, Arisdose, coming into map 2 hot. Getting his name on the scoreboard real early, clearing out hut in an extended battle as Mongols is trying to hold on, but Arisdose does it all.
And that'll fire your squad up when you have someone getting an ace like that straight away. We've talked about Arisdose, we've said it many a time. If Saw are to be their best form, this is the guy that's usually with Ujarks up at the top, fragging out one of his rifle prowess moments. Hopefully it will come up later in the game too. That pistol with 5 in a row. Outside, occupied by multiple Mongols now. Blitz looking to nip in behind them. That deagle now revealed. Story takes him out. It's not the start of the force buy they would have wanted. Saw have many players already down secret.
He's got a deagle tag though. Maybe that scout can clean things up. 2 players down here as well. Mazinho with 1. He was the star yesterday. Haven't had to talk about him too much yet today against Saw. Deagle's not landing until the very end. Finally, Mutiris is taken down, but that should be about it.
Techno with that 5-7, so close to taking Arisdose down, who is now 7 kills in 2 rounds, yet to die. Bomb plant now secured, Saw up 2-0 on the T side. That's one hell of a start from Arisdose, isn't it? So would love a great start here.
It's a big risk for him to go back and actually fight in vents. There's only 2 players downstairs. If he had actually lost that fight, lost the bomb, and given over an AK-47, that could have got a little bit weird. But that's not what happened. So we're up 2-0. And Mongols will have to save in the next round. The scout will be the only tool they have to work with. Unless it is a T-spawn. There's already Story here. Oh, he's going to grab this scout. 910's going to be so sad.
After all that, there's someone already waiting in your hiding spot.
That's a dick move.
Definitely is. So we're definitely better on the T side. We've seen a good T side over an Ancient, not so much on the CT side.
Might have just been a stylistic thing for the map.
Might have been.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see on this one how the CT sides actually roll and pan out. As I said, this is at both the teams' map pool. It's both of the teams' best maps, statistically speaking. And just recently, the Mongols took a pretty rough loss to Furia on this back at EWC, which knocked them out of the entire tournament. So I mean, that's one of those demos you're going to go back and review in detail.
Yeah.
And they came into this event, they took down Eternal Fire on Nuke, 16-14, so I mean, they've...
The Mongols were due a little revenge win from Furia, though, as they knocked them out of Katowice and Cologne.
Yeah, they've inflicted more heartbreak than they've taken when it comes to Furia.
Oh, Furia will play Liquid later on in the bracket. currently ongoing. We've got Astralis Na'Vi as well. That side of the bracket is crazy strong. Just like the Zeus. And the nice little kill on Ares Dose. He'll nip away here, and Mongols...
Oh, he can recharge it.
Oh, he could go again. It's quite a long recharge, though. So, they're running at him. He is going to die. Meteorus gets rid of him. 910 is dead in that lower bomb site. Plant is coming in now. There's a lot of players down here for Mongols, and they've got pistols that can inflict some damage.
Yeah, I'm surprised they never opened that door during the entire plant process, but it was low percentage regardless. Mizzino and Senzu are going to go down last. So 3-0 for Saw, and then the rifles come out. I don't believe Techno's going to have an AWP in this next round. If he wants it, it would be glass cannon with no utility.
Well, 910.
Oh, he's had someone drop it over to him.
Yeah, has got the AWP thrown on over to him.
Dang, Senzu had money.
So we do get 910 on the AWP. We get him with Kevlar and utility. And everybody from Mongols has a rifle. Saw AK-47s to boot. What kind of call do they go with here in their opening gun round? Outside wall is erected. They are going for an upper hit straight into this ace site. Techno blinded, still off the top of the rafters, getting a double kill out of it. And remember Senzu, he's playing in and around the vent. He's looking to be an absolute nuisance inside of these smokes, and he has gone around the whole way around. But Roman's now ready for this hot push, and he comes back into that headshot. Probably would have been better for Senzu to stick around at Squeaky instead of coming around the hut, because they were ready for a ramp play or a flank coming in from that side anyway.
I was just going to bring up the same point. That pathing is super weird, because that's exactly where they're going to look for a ramp flank, which is something completely predictable. If he stays inside that smoke and waits for it to fade, maybe he can catch someone off guard or come out of it on the footsteps. Either way, like the play he made in that round to hide in the smoke is fine and it can be effective, but all of his teammates died in the meantime.
You have to come out from behind them. You have to be unpredictable if that is going to work out. And
his yeah, it's just that, yeah, that's rough. I mean, you get the opening 2 kills on the defense, you completely decimate the entire hut portion of the split, and you still end up losing the round, coming through the smoke, not realizing there's a Molotov on the other end. And that was the one that really sealed it. 4-0 for Saw.
Rough start here for the Mongols, but they still buy. They still got everything they want. But sort of loving this start. If we need it, Math 3 is Anubis. Ujark's diving down, Blitz is caught, great opening, second nearly on top of the hut, Senzu, oh, he stepped up this time. He's with Techno this time. And it's a 2 versus 3 thanks to that kill from Meteorus. It's still doable for Saw.
Meteorus in a position to exploit outside. I don't know if he was spotted. Possibly. He obviously saw one up in heaven. Gonna hop up onto the barrels, climb up. Roman's gonna wait over in lobby. So Meteorus looking to crack this.
Oh, Senzu comes around the back, but Meteorus turns just in time. Senzu goes down.
Up the ladder we go. Should be predictable, so you have the hut push from Techno. Mizzino's got to be the one who's cautious about heaven.
A lot of time, Saw. But what are they able to do with it? Roman now coming into the hut. This fight is everything, and Techno collects the head of Roman. Mizzino has heaven on lock. And the Mongols do finally get a CT round. Better work from Senzu this time.
They weren't able to recover the AWP though.
Good entry power from Udrax. Very unlucky not to get that second kill off the top hut.
It's that position up in rafters. That's been back-to-back rounds. It's given them a double K or 2 kill. Just a little giggle as the players settle into nuke.
Oh, Mongols playing aggressive with these outside smokes and getting close to red. It's Blitz that is doing it, and he stopped Udrax from making the exact same move as he used prior. But there's no fallback plan for Blitz. He jumps into the open, and Stories up will snipe him.
Not a bad transition though from 910. A little bit risky, but now that he's got place in the back of Garage, he can cover Mini. So Secret is still open. That'll have to be communicated.
Here comes Roman. In front of that smoke, Senzu wins the duel. Steady and ready. 9-10 all the way at the back of the garage, so it's a strong position for 9-10.
That's a last smoke that Saw has to put this round together, and you can freely rotate down to lower knowing Secret is open because you have that coverage from Big Garage towards Mini. This Mongols defense is lined up perfectly, and a nade coming in just lets Saw know they know what's coming.
Senzu. Oh no. The foundations to the boost looked like it was going to cost them. It actually works out in the end with a nice shot from Story. Damage being done to the Opera though. And he's just throwing a heap of utility at Mazinho.
All right, who's covering Squeak? It's still 9-10. If they decide to shoot up the vents, he'll be ready.
And you can see them considering the vents, but I think they realize it's too risky. Mazinho takes a step forward, shot will miss, and he goes out for a re-peek, this time to his death. So Maturius is left in a 1v3, and Mazinho now sees exactly where his next opponent is. With 14 seconds left, there was always two players charging towards him. It was unlikely Maturius got out of that one alive, so second round for Mongols.
Mazinho takes a huge risk that round, though. That little walk out in secret stairs to check towards vent against the AWP, that is such a risky play in a situation where you just really don't need to even risk death whatsoever. Fortunate to get away with it here against Story. But I mean, you throw like Shiro, Monasi, Wonderful in there.
They're hitting that.
Yeah, they're hitting that, and that round's on. That turns into a 2v2 and starts getting uncomfortable. Saw's back to pistols.
And those are the kind of teams that they'll have to be thinking about once they get into the playoffs if they're able to win this. Well, some of them, because they're all on that kind of deathly side of the bracket. A few of those names will be dropping out.
Yeah, we're going to thin the herd over these next few days.
Who jerks to land on top of main. That grenade proves lethal.
Nice throw.
That was a great throw from Blitz.
Well done, Blitz. Adds another tally onto it.
He can enter the shot put event. Under a minute left. You're not really expecting Saw to do much with this, so it's going to be 4-3, and the Mongols have done a very good job at stabilizing the early portion of this half.
Mongols barely use utility in this round as well, so just minimizing the amount of cash they have to spend. It's a little bit rough on a couple players. That death is one you don't like to take. Roman will go down eventually. So the lead is cut to 3. It's dwindled. This time it's Mongols clawing themselves back into a map, within one of tying things up on the CT side.
They don't have enough to get the AWP out here. 4 stories, so everybody has to play in an AK-47 instead. I think they'll be comfortable with that.
That's how I like my T-side nuke. All AKs.
All AKs, no AWP. Why is that, Jason? Because all your teammates suck with the AWP, probably.
Yeah, usually. I'm playing with you guys.
Yep, it's true. Usually Blood.
Poor Blood. He's already tied up in knots watching this game. Give him a break.
He might get a celebration later.
He might get a celebration later. All right, Ramp Room. All right, Mazinho. You were the king yesterday. Show us what you got.
Takes a jump off.
All right.
That was not much, but he stays alive. His teammate 910 goes into the fires and the flames and dies at the hand of Story.
That's either a mistake out of 910 or a failure of communication from Mazinho letting know he's dropping. The only reason the AWP ever comes to peak there is when he's got a teammate in Ramp Room ready to fight and support.
So if it is a lack of communication, Mazinho has a chance to step up and make up for his prior issues. Senzu takes the distraction away. Mazinho now strikes out. It's only 1 kill, and that is not going to be enough to keep the Mongols in a position of power. The bomb is going to go down, and the Mongols consider whether or not it's even worth going for this. They get this first kill on ramp cleanly.
They have time to come clear this and see if they can win this fight.
Yeah, but it comes down to this.
They have kits. They do have a smoke as well.
Didn't see the second player, so only knows that Techno's coming down there.
That's clean. It's on. Retake is on for sure.
They got a smoke, they've got kids, and one HE grenade alongside a flash. So they move into the bomb site. Smoke can be deployed by Blitz. Decon closed, double doors open. Kill from Mudrix, locked in on Techno. Smoke is out towards that Decon door, and Blitz, while time is running a little too thin for the in-game leader. He's gonna get to it, he's gonna stick it, but even if he had enough time, it was so close. And Story will slash him up with that knife on his run out the door.
Yeah, nicely done, popping that door open as they're transitioning into the bomb site. You can track the audio cues, and Saw's putting together a very nice T-side at the moment. Up 5-3. And showing no signs of slowing down. This series is for the playoffs, and they want to fight for it on map 3. That would be Anubis if we can get there. The Mongols' first time out comes to a close. They've got an op in 9-10's hands. We'll see what they can do to slow this hit down. Haven't really been able to dominate outside very much from the CT side. They've been aggressive a couple of times. They found a couple kills here and there, but they've never really been able to slow down what Saw want to do.
It's not pretty for Saw, is it? Gleals on 3 players, a MAC-10 for Roman, and an AK-47 in the hands of Story. Matiras takes a lot of damage on board with that initial utility, and here's some of that outside pressure. Blitz swinging. It certainly will dominate Mutiras in that fight. Now the ramp play. Mizinho, a little bit of a calamity in the last round. Perhaps a collapse in communication. But he holds them at bay for now, and no peek is coming from 9-10.
Yeah, they forced the rotation down to the lower bomb site yet again. They want to wrap towards heaven, though, it looks like. At least Udrix wants to challenge for it, and that's going to be a rough corner to turn if you do it.
Yeah, but he does it with ease. Sees that second player down. 9-10's off is out of there. Techno dies at the back of the bomb site. Story just runs right through him, and Saw have A. It's a rough round here for the Mongols, because you get that opener outside, and you still just lose all the important frags. Blitz blinded as he climbs up the ladder. Is going to be another retake attempt for the Mongols.
They're going to test. They do have a Molotov. Blitz is going to deploy that just now. Flashbang comes in from Mini. There goes Ares Dulce.
Oh, he's blinded by it, but the rest of his teammates stepping up. It's just Mizinho. He called him the king. Well, there's the young prince as he gets towards the site, taps that defuse, doesn't stick it, does not pull it through, and now he gets back to it. Is there enough time for Mizinho with that kid? He's got plenty, and Mizinho's able to pull it off. Great work done from Mizinho coming in from heaven, and the decision not to stick it works out in the end.
Had a little more time than I expected, but still, you have that kid inside the bomb site planted safe. You know he's not going to be in heaven. I thought for sure that would be a stick. I love that play from Story. So much chaos, so much information around the map. They've been able to gain so much map control. He just waltzes out Hut. That clutch is actually massive for Mizinho. That keeps Mongols in the fight. Losing that, you're out of money. Then all of a sudden, Saw can extend this lead into something that you can't recover from. Big time clutch.
Yeah, great work. It requires a massive performance from Mizinho to be the most impressive 17-year-old on the server when Donk's in there, and that's exactly what he did yesterday. Another good day at the office from Mizinho. That's not how his career started. It was rough at times. Blitz defending secret, they're walking towards him. Second player gets cleared out. You thought the second player might be an element of surprise that Saw wouldn't be ready for. But they get through it. Senzu defends from Vent.
Oh, another Hut lurk. This can be impactful. Ooh, the MAC-10 though at that range, not pretty. Senzu still alive in Vents, and Saw no longer have their escape route, their fallback plan.
And they get caught from heaven. Good peek from 9-10. Actually, it was from the lockers window that he peeked out there. So he got that kill locked in. Story able to trade it. But a lot to do here for Story. Plenty of time, though. That's the thing on his side at the moment. 2 flashes. And the bomb on his back. Can Story piece this one together?
Techno's over in ramp and Senzu is downstairs, so an upper plant will have some time to it for Story to relocate and reposition. He had a huge 1v3 back on Ancients. He's got a chance for a 1v2 here.
The utility is in the hands of Techno. He's got a flash and a molly to make this uncomfortable for Story. Senzu making no secret about his position as he makes a lot of noise, entering the vent, coming closer to Story, checks him out. Story has to turn back. Techno from that MP9 in heaven, able to close out the 1 versus 1. Scoreline's tied up, and it's Techno to do it.
Yeah, but none of this is easy. Back-to-back 1v1s won by the Mongols. But their money is just they can't actually get any safety. They can't actually have enough cash to propel themselves forward. Everything is like right on the edge. It's still going to be a little bit weaker in some cases. I imagine we see a force up out of Saw as well here.
Yeah, fortunately for the Mongols, Saw don't have money either, right? So they've got around 3k average at the moment.
This is where it gets like a tough decision. Do you force up here knowing that a win will give you a final round against like pistols and armor, or do you just kind of half buy here and then get a full buy in the last round? We'll see what Saw choose to do. You can see the Galil's already being picked up now, so they're going to fight, they're going to challenge. They know the money's low.
Those pages have seen better days. No one's able. They've been in the back pocket of Barry.
Spinning his hands, just crimpling him up as he goes.
Stress. Overtime. Oh yeah. They'll be shreds by the end of this. 2 rounds left in half number 1 here on Nuke. Tough to call who is going to edge this out, but you would say it will be decided by this round.
Door blown open. Looks like a fast pace towards the upper bomb site. Not a complete rush, but they're hitting the timing.
As Dase charging in, gets caught by Blitz out from main. Techno, he's searching rapidly for the second target, but they've actually went down the vent. They've decided to descend into B. That door open at Decon.
And Mazzino didn't rotate down. He's still over in ramp room, so they're going to get a free plant out of this, and now they can take space towards ramp room. Retake is going to be tough.
Oh, Mazzino.
Oh, careful. He spotted it.
Yeah, you definitely seen how far up Udrex was, so that element of surprise is no longer with Saw. But it's still so tough to deal with Udrex in the darkness. Mazzino takes a dink on board. There's fights going on the upper bomb site, but that time is ticking on lower. Materis is still in ramp. They're fumbling through weapons, and all that distraction is perfectly allowed Materis to come in and clean up the other two. It's a 2v2 now established, but time is the problem. No kit on their backs. Blitz to the kills, but it's seconds that he does not have. It is 6 rounds for Saw. They take a small lead. And the money is broken for the Mongols. They will throw everything they've got into this last round of the half, but it's very likely that the Portuguese now storm to a 7-5 lead.
Mongols spent so much time kind of organizing that retake. Not only organizing the retake, but organizing taking out the lurkers over in lobby, right? They didn't actually have any pressure on the lower bomb site until the retake began. Everything else was just precious seconds being wasted trying to jockey in towards lobby, find that kill. And they only got one of the 2. So yeah, busted by. Saw looking to take a 2-round lead into the second half. On the T side of Nuke, that would be a beautiful thing for a team trying to take this to a 3rd map.
Oh, Senzu.
Damn.
You gotta get more of that if Mongols are gonna pull this round off to tie up this scoreline. But it's a good start. And Saw take a breather after that. They take a real pause. They're not using their utility yet. They're hanging on to those final pieces. And no one from Mongols is pushing the issue. They've got the player advantage in this situation. Mazzino cleared away, forced down the ramp. 45 seconds remaining in this round as Saw begin to take their steps forward into the upper bomb site. Sensors looking the wrong way, and because it's silent, it's effective. And now it's Techno on top hut, unable to clear away Materis.
Oh, that dink came on the last bullet before he went down.
Yeah.
He would have loved that a little bit earlier.
Blitz through that smoke, Roman's down. And the Mongols must go for this. They've got a kit this time around. They've got a kit for the retake, but Mazzino's dead, and it's just Blitz left. 1 versus 2. Materis so low from his earlier engagements, but I think Blitz is starting to realize just how difficult this clutch is going to be. The Saw side sit in the sight, and they will close out this half with a 7-5 lead on the T side. They desire a third. They want to bring this battle to 3. We'll see if they can do it in the second half.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you.
Well, Mutiris and Roman are thinking, we just made our first major earlier this year in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Why not add a Cologne on top of it? Why not make it a little bit better? They got their team up 7-5 by 2 rounds over the Mongols with a fantastic offense. Now they've got to switch over. You mentioned this coming into the map, Dinko. Both CT sides were a mess on Ancient. Both teams struggled with the CT side. Still kind of struggling with it today, or on Nuke Mongols.
Yeah, so let's see if Saw are better here on the CT side of Nuke. You'd like to hope so. It is their map pick. Mongols T-side pistol begins with everybody with Kevlar. No one buying any utility. None of that. It's a waste of money. Just go for headshots.
There's the jump. Mongols speeding up. Oh, sit down.
That's lovely.
Had a chance for another one. Senzu's lucky to be alive, down to 50 HP.
And they're just going to charge back into this upper bomb site. They'll want to get a bit of taste of Arrows Dosse because it's quite sweet rice. And now, while they're into the site, a couple of shots coming back for Story. But Mazinho, he's having one hell of a pistol run here, but he would need everybody. And that is not going to happen for him. Saw stands strong, and now it's 8-5.
That's both pistols now for Saw and Nuke, and that should be that's a pretty big advantage when you want to take this map and bring it to one more.
Yeah,
Good shot from U-Jerks.
It is starting to sort of set those early signs up for Anubis, isn't it?
Yeah, because you get like a really nice start on both halves of Nuke. Now the one X factor is Mongols buying up into this round. At least, not buying up into it, but Blitz has a hero AK. Actually, no, they are.
They're buying, Jason.
They've come in late. I've changed my mind 6 times, so have they. AK-47 on Blitz, pistol and armor around it. So looking for Blitz to be a hero. Blitz was a great video game, by the way.
Was it one of the first video games ever made, Jason?
Not one of the first.
Oh, like one of the first 10, something like that. Let's see if Blitz can create something out of this. Smokes deployed. He'll get behind that wall as he gets ever closer to that MP9. Roman takes a few steps back. Oh, Blitz, has he just been spotted? Oh, yes, he has. And now he's just screwed.
Talk about working yourself between a rock and a hard place. Just caught out at the worst time.
Getting smashed by both at the same time.
Oh.
Oh, the hero AK didn't do much.
Stories moved himself into the lower bomb site. He only has a USP, saving all his money in this round, wants the op as soon as possible. So he can be overrun with ease. That's not a great weapon at the moment against the armor to multi-kill.
Well then, what a shot from Senzu.
And he wishes he had an MP9.
Okay. This is Saw falling apart. Deagle shots ringing out. 9-10 with a second for the Mongols. Roman gets down the vent. It's a risky maneuver, but somehow Senzu doesn't get that kill. Roman stays alive on low HP. Mutiras clears out 9-10, and suddenly Mongols are in a position of weakness again. Mazinho falls to Mutiras' FAMAS, and it's all cleaned up for Saw. That comes off the back of Roman just making a wild drop down the vent. A Mongolian hearts break all around the world for that one.
They had a ton of advantages in that round. A nice 4-on-3, a post-plant situation. You could have played in multiple different spots. I'm watching Bled do a little de-stress walk around the studio. He's feeling excited about how that round started and not how it finished.
Yeah, they're going to finally make this guy look old. I can't believe Roman gets away with that. I cannot believe he gets away with that in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's just by virtue of the Deagle, right? If that's a P250 or a
if it's the old Deagle.
Yeah.
With the body shot spam.
Sure. Timeout used by the Mongols.
Yeah, Mazinho's got his bubblegum back out.
Plant in a little bit of economic damage, and they feel confident buying up into this. Not a whole lot of utility, so I don't think you can do a slow map control-y round. And with this light of utility, it makes Stories op all that more dangerous. But Mongols need to get started right now. This is the route they've decided to take in this second half, is engage in this kind of economic warfare, this force buy constantly at the start to eventually batter down the money of your opponents. And if you go down that path, you've got to stick to it to its bitter end.
Oh, Story outside. You don't get much easier than that. 9-10 falls. Story repositions. Senzu rips him off the top of the fence. Now Mutiras is in behind Unbreakable, and the bullets are peppering towards him. It sounds a lot more violent than it ends up being because he's got most of his health still left, and that FAMAS does far too much. Mazinho swings into him, finally taken out, and it's a 2 versus 2.
2v2. Blitz is down at the lower bomb site. He has the bomb as well, going to plant behind Silo. Both Saw players upstairs and out of position. Dose, however, is wise to this lurk from Techno, and he might have a free kill. Oh, the timing that he just switches away from.
Oh, as Dulce takes Techno down, now it's just Blitz. 1v2 for Blitz inside of this lower site, and he hears those steps coming towards him. He tries to separate the fights, but he just goes into that first peak, and as soon as he does, Udrex clears him up. It will be a 10th round. It will be double figures here for the side of Saw.
I don't think he never had information on that second player. He's listening to those footsteps. I think he's trying to win by movement and just kind of wrap around that hall. Unfortunately, that second player he never saw was there waiting.
See what he did there.
A win for Saw, but they don't get to recover the AWP. They have to rebuy it. Which is fine, because they got money. And again, Mongols just committed to this path
And they're starting to run out of chances.
Yeah, I mean they're doing a good job. They're losing in the late round scenario. They're not doing bad in the early rounds and the mid rounds. It's these late rounds, these after plants, these bomb site takes, bomb site, you know, holding the bomb site after the fact. That's what they're losing on. Good opening from Techno.
As you were saying, early rounds, it's going well for Mongols. They've got to pick this one up now, though. The outside smokes are deployed. About to be broken open by Meteorus. There's been quite a threat for the Mongols over the last few rounds here. Arisdorse moving his way into the lobby. And Techno is about to peek in towards him. Arisdorse, oh my god, he got away with it. How does he get away with that? He jumps up, Ujark's taking one more for the defense, and now Senzu sprinting in behind. Mazinho combines for that heaven headshot. And well, they don't have money anymore, so a safe call absolutely here for Story. Will he be allowed to take it into the next missed shot, and he's dropped by 9-10. 6 rounds for the Mongols.
Okay, that's what they needed. They finally broke through. All this pressure, they've come out in a decent place. Round win, they get rifles, they get better buys than they've ever had in this half so far. They've got Saw at a breaking point, even taking that op away at the end. I think it would be a massive mistake here for Saw to force buy. I hope they just descend to some pistols, a low buy. Don't shatter your economy with only a 4-round lead, and they'll stay strong. Only one Deagle.
I mean, we've seen Saw over on Ancient. The scoreline looks so much in favor of the Mongols, and Saw were able to pull that back into a competitive game that went into OT. So it's another scenario here, perhaps, that Mongols will have to come from behind.
Let's see if they can do it. Let's see if they have that same kind of tenacity. Playing very cautious at the moment. I don't think they fully know what kind of a buy they're going to be up against, so they just want to take it. So they hear the Deagle, obviously, but you don't know if it's 5 Deagles.
Yeah.
You don't know if it's a Deagle and 2 M4s out there somewhere, baiting you into a peek. There's a gap in this.
There's a massive gap in that. It's the Grand Canyon. And you use another smoke. They're going to try and cross with it. Not clean for the Mongols, but at least it happens in a round like this.
They have no more smokes, and this is telegraphed. They're clearing out lobby. There is a lurker here, Techno. But there's going to be a lot of Saw players at the point of attack. And yeah, they only have USPs and 1 Deagle. It's still not something you want to walk into.
Yeah, sometimes the many are mighty.
So it becomes a fake.
Yeah, Molly goes down, 35 seconds.
They seem so convinced. I wonder what the information was that sold them this idea, because they're dead right.
Full charging.
Yeah, they have it accurate. They have it read.
That's the bomb going down. And the Mongols go 7 rounds on the board, so now the gap is just 3. Saul will get their buy in the next round here. Some damage will go a long way. If you can take some of these weapons away from the Mongols on exits. But I'm starting to believe in that Mongols comeback potential.
I'll give it 1 gun round, Dinko.
Nah.
Before you buy in.
Then it's not as impressive, is it? You know, you got to buy in early. Otherwise, you don't make the big profit.
Sure. This is the Anders school of predictions that you're on right now. It's a dangerous place to be.
His is just wild speculation.
It's a really dangerous place to be.
But he did get the Australis winning the major call right all those years ago.
Yeah, like the 3rd time he did it.
Yeah, but no one remembered the other times.
I do.
Yeah, well.
I remember them all. 3-round lead. Good job for Mongols calling themselves out of running right into a stack.
All right, here is that first gun round. That's a weird foot angle there on the curb. Hope their ankle's okay. See what the Mongols are capable of with 5 rifles. And the AWP back for Story on the other side of things. Sends it to climb up on the silo. And the AWP for Story plays inside of Garage. The cross towards red is being committed to for Mongols. They're sending multiple forces this way again.
Is there enough of a stall to make them not cross on this wall? There's the smoke break. Nothing seen. A little bit of spam damage on a Bliss. He steps in front of the smoke to be able to challenge and exposes himself to Story. Baited out. Thought that was the defender. A little bit of extra damage on 9-10, and this is not looking good.
Yeah, this is not a pretty start for the Mongols in this round whatsoever.
But again, it's all 4 players here. Oh, they're just picking up the pace. They say, screw it. Like, we don't want to give them time to rotate.
Let's just charge. Hopefully we catch them in a poor timing. Mutiras up on the rafters. Rotation down from Udrix doesn't go his way. Mutiras off the rafters only manages 1. And the decision to speed things up looks to have paid off for the Mongols, at least for now. But those 3 remaining players are so incredibly low.
This is the round-winning play. There's no way they expect this. They've got no eyes on it. There's one on the AWP, and Roman. Oh, beautiful. 9-10 was deeper in secret. Never saw the transition from vents. They didn't keep control of it.
You can see him frustrated as he realizes that play has lost in the round. Took a little side and an eye roll backwards. It's now 11-7 for the SAW side. It's a tough one there. Just the opening for Mongols sucked.
What's crazy about that from Roman, he was the one who dropped in vents against the Deagle as well to win out on the retake earlier in this half, but also that's the second time we've seen him drop vents when Mongols has control of secret, which is generally a textbook no-no. He's gotten away with it twice now in this map, and a final timeout used by the Mongols.
Sometimes when you get in early, Jason, doesn't work out.
Yeah? Go on.
I'm just saying is like believing in this comeback.
Okay.
That first gun round didn't go so well. Maybe should have waited, taking your advice.
And let that be a lesson for all you kids at home.
Listen to Jason.
Well, thankfully for the Mongols, they've got plenty of money for a very strong buy. 5 AKs, everyone's got nades. Last chance to fight for regulation. SAW win this, and overtime's the only eventuality possible for the Mongols. They've been playing on the back foot this whole map, it feels.
Mutiras hears those steps, but he realizes there's one right beside him and they have no clue. They're not clearing him. Mutiras could have the perfect position to kick this round off. As they all walk in front of him, he gets back with a dink. Could have got a multi-kill out of that if he had committed to the right side, it looked like, but at least Mongols get the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, their T side has been one-dimensional. We've seen them kind of walk all 5 players towards secret multiple rounds, and SAW has that understanding as well, as you can see, because of that outside presence and trade and the number of bodies and comms that Mutiras gave. Roman slipped in towards Squeak Door. They've taken over lobby. They need to clear this. They won't. First is there. Roman's got a battle on his hands. He's run out of ammunition. They need this trade, but it's a ton of damage. Senzu and Mazino have no HP for this clutch.
Similar to last round where they're damaged goods, and now Udrix, this is the freest kill he'll have. Senzu just running right into him. Mazino now thrust into a 1 versus 2. Bomb will go down in the site. At least that's secure, but anything else would be an absolute miracle. And Mazino unable to make it happen. So, map point for the side of SAW. This series, this duel to get into the Lanxess is going to come down to a map 3 decider. And it'll be Anubis between SAW and the Mongols.
Thought Mutiras was going to have at least 2 and beyond for a 3rd in that play.
Yeah, definitely could have been. We got to see Anubis in that opening. It was an overtime game between the Mongols and SAW to kick off their Cologne campaign in stage 1. It was a SAW victory, 16-13 in OT. So we're in for a treat if it gets that close again.
Utility fast towards the upper bomb site. Trying to give a new look. There's that outside wall they've used time and time again to cross the secret. No one's going to be behind it this time. No smokes remaining for the Mongols. And no one from SAW is even respecting the Spirit Cross. Nobody's dropped down. Nobody's considered it as a potential danger point. They're just like, nobody's crossed. We're fine. Everyone stand pat. Which means Story with his AWP will be here in ramp room in this attack.
Ugh, Jerks, right through the smoke, it's 2. And it's a 3rd for you, Jerks, as he looks to drag his squad through to map 3. He's already decimated the attack of the Mongols. And suddenly 2 left for this T side. Techno, the kiss of death to Arasdase from behind. It's 1 extra back, and Mongols, once more, seems like they're in this fight. Despite the laceration from the start of the round, Mongols still have a foothold in this.
Yeah, they really do. 910 drops that bomb, takes control of the double doors in the window. If he peeks this left, he's in trouble. But just covering his teammate. Mutira's going to clear the angle, nails it. There goes the planter as well. That's it.
That's it. Saw tie things up. They equalized this series, and we must wait to see who it is going to be entering the Lanxess arena. This series tied up. Anubis will decide it. The doors of the Lanxess lie in wait for the team that is going to walk through them. It's Saw or it's Mongols. We're no closer to finding out.
Saw cutting through the Mongols on Nuke, and now we've got a series on our hands. Boys, that one never particularly close, was it, Bled?
No, it wasn't, and it just goes to what I said earlier, Mike, that I don't like Mongols as Nuke. It isn't great. That CT side especially, it looked like everyone were on just different pages altogether. Now, I don't want to take anything away from Saw. I think they had a very solid game plan. They were very calm, very composed. They knew how to work together. But the same criticisms I had of Mongols on his CT side on Ancient, it happened here again on Nuke, and sure, it was a close affair, a couple of rounds here and there, and then on the T side it looks even worse. It's so one-dimensional, this lack of imagination how they want to approach a side, and I feel like they're just, at the end it felt like they're just relying on all 5 players grouping up together, hoping to get the kills, and honestly, that's not the way you're going to play Nuke and win.
One point is also just look at Techno. Like, the way he approaches inside is kind of unique. He just stands on top of the silo with a molly pulled for like literally 20 seconds every round where he starts off. I think that just shows you that they're a little bit too stagnant when it comes to approaching this map. I would love them to be a little bit more proactive, like try to push lobby early in the rounds. It just feels like they want Saw to execute on them and just have the regular answers.
And you usually, most of the times when they do re-aggress in the lobby, it's always like a re-aggress. It's later in the round, right? So if you're Saw, for example, there's never a point in time in the T side where you can just sit back, you know, when you have to be worried about someone pushing, and you can just sit back, relax, execute to whatever you want to do, and then maybe after that just hold on for a re-aggress from Mongols. Very predictable from the Mongol side.
You did get what you wanted, though, Bubsky. Sensu was top of the board. Still, there's one round, Vlad, that you wanted to take a look at. Tell me about this.
I think this round basically highlights what went wrong for the Mongol side. Here's round number 18, T side. You know, it's a pretty close affair. Mongols have no margin for error. And what do? All 5 players, everyone groups up outside. They're just going to walk on in through the smoke. Now, the nade doesn't really find anyone. Blitz going to be trying to push into the smoke, trying to catch something. What do Mongols do now? Minute 20 seconds on the clock. They still have a lot of utility. They're like, all right, guys, just group up and run. Head into what's a lower bomb site. And obviously the information has been conveyed by Story, who's hearing all the footsteps. Ujuk's great bait for Muturis, who's able to take down the guy over there. 3v3. You'll see Roman dropping in from vents. Catches a perfect timing. 19 still watching to its secret. And the moment it comes in right here, the round is over. The round is done. And what I want to highlight here for the Mongol side is it just reeked of desperation. It just reeked of, all right, you know, just smashing the panic button. And it is kind of surprising for me because I didn't see much from their T side earlier either. So if you didn't even seem to have a plan B or a C or a D, forget any other plans, right? So that is worrying because this is a map that they pretend they like to play. It's a map in a best of 3 decider. They would usually have it as a decider or in a best of 1, for example. And I have to ask questions as to the prep and the protocols they have on this map because I didn't see it here.
I love that you mentioned the bait for ramp, right? Because that was what Saw was doing so well, right? They were constantly just reacting to the information given. You say they start running, and Mutirish you just instantly see on that face cam, he's screaming, I need help, I need help.
Yep.
He will take a forward position, and then the guy on ramp, he will literally just die for that duel.
Yes.
I think there's many moments, and I would like to take it on the telestrator as well, where they also have a moment of this, where they do it really well. So just to paint the picture right now, we have gotten Mutirish in a relatively good position, many would say. He's gotten close to yard if we can get the round up on the telestrator.
There we go.
Got it.
Nice.
Yeah.
For you, Bubsky, we can do
only
it.
For you. Only
right
for
there.
me, baby. We
Right
see
there.
Mutirish right there. He's having a good time. They're doing a slow default on the side of Mongols, right? They're just doing a classic default. They're doing the smokes outside. Mutirish waits, and of course you would say the round should probably end here. He only gets one, and then he gets traded, right? All of a sudden you would say, they have a decent chance now, Mongols. They have eliminated the yard player. They have the info to go down. But look at the radar, what they're doing to approach this. They immediately react with that information by taking lobby. We see number 4, and now they are facing the issue of having to re-clear the entire lobby, and it's so rough. I mean, it's a little unfortunate that Roman spent all his bullets spamming through the smoke, therefore he dies. But towards the end of the round, they just go through, they get the trades done. This is a relatively play-by-play easy round for them to win.
Again, it's all about info plays, right? Because when the player meter is outside, when he gets just the 1 kill, he's conveying information. There are at least 3 more there. Yes. Tops, there's only 1 player playing towards lobby. That's the call coming in, right? So it's a low-risk info play from Saw. It's just common sense, you know what I mean? Which you do very well.
Yeah, exactly. And the realistic chance that there's one guy in lobby, it would be the back lobby, right? If you were playing alone, you would either see him in the back of like the door room, standing behind that box, or you would stand back lobby sidestepping, right? They immediately take that duel because they know they can trade their way out of it. So just a good way for Saw to generally approach the CT side.
Well, they do say the best sense is common sense. Now, looking at the weight of these 2 maps, we had a very close affair in the first, into overtime. Mongols then managing to close it out, but now Saw dominant on Nuke. We've got one more. It's Anubis. How we feeling about this math here, Blair?
I mean, there is a reason why Saw didn't pick Anubis, right? When the first time they faced off against the Mongols, it was a very close affair. It was 16-4. I believe it was Story popping off with a 3K on bridge at mid, which actually netted them the win. So it was a very close affair. And then Mongols yesterday, we can't just deny the fact that just school spirit on. I think they played an incredible game there, especially on the CD side. And Mazzino was just a rock on the A side. So Saw were like, you know what, we want to pick it against you. Let's wait for the decider. That being said, I feel Mongols have one ability which I want to give them credit for. Even if they lose a map, even if they get completely smacked around on one map, they're able to mentally bounce back, so I have no worries about it. What I am worried is if they have anything else apart from what they showed against Spirit yesterday. Because I'll tell you something about Saw. They do their homework.
The Barry effect, one might say. Well, you know, they were ready to handle Donk, but are they ready to handle Roman, Bubsky?
Yeah, Roman, the greatest of Portuguese Counter-Strike, obviously jokes aside, I think he has proven improving a lot over the years. He was used to playing the DreamHack Opens, all those old tournaments, tier 3, tier 4. All of a sudden, he's very close to standing inside the biggest arena. I think the most interesting part about what we're going to be seeing here on Anubis is the dark area, or cave, whatever you guys call it in English. This position is so determined by just raw aim, man. If you lose the first couple of duels, you can't play the util out of it. You sometimes just have to kill the guy who strafes on you, because that's just going to be the reality. Many spots you can kind of play utility, play 1-2, do the trades, but this position itself is so unique.
And I think that is the one weak link for the Mongol CT side we've seen so far. Because guess who plays there? It's Senzu, who's had a very quiet tournament so far. And the thing with Senzu is he's amazing when it comes to fair duels, like a 1v1 duel, so to speak. Might be the best even in the server. But when you're playing Dark, you're going to see a lot of players nading and mauling and peeking together, pushing into the smoke, trying to catch you off guard with your pants down. And that happened to him time and time and time again. Except yesterday, where it was Techno stepping up with him and playing kind of outside Dark, giving it up a little bit. And that, believe me, is something that Saul's going to try and exploit here today.
And the only ability you have to go back is that if you re-aggress somewhere else, right? I think they can do that well because their communication is often pretty good on the CT side. So if they are allowing them to take connector, then they should just immediately push A, push mid, push B. Like, look at those small details, because this is what matters on this map. You can't just keep going back like Nuke, where you can just stand inside and wait, but...
And that's exactly what they did yesterday, right? Against Spirit, where Mazzino was just basically taking A main control by himself on his CD side. While that was happening, we saw the B players, I'm talking about Techno and Senzu, re-aggressing outside of B as well. So for Spirit, they weren't really able to take any map control whatsoever on the T side, which is why it fell flat. So Saw better have an answer for that, and considering what I've seen so far, they might indeed do.
They might indeed do. It's birthday day for Senzu, but it might just be Shaw having a party. One more map, and one of these teams will secure a spot in the Lanxess Arena here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. We'll find out on the other side of this break.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Each of the individuals on the server have played thousands of Counter-Strike maps, but this one map has the chance to make monumental history for themselves and their countries as they challenge for a spot in Counter-Strike's beautiful cathedral here in Cologne. The Lanxess Arena awaits at the end of Anubis for either SAW or the Mongols, and I really don't know where this one's going.
I don't either. It's been a little back and forth. I think SAW probably have put together. I mean, that nuke was probably the more convincing performance than Mongols' win on Ancient. They were looking great. They look like they're playing really well together, a well-oiled machine. But you know, just 30 seconds ago, Bled was supremely confident in the Mongols. He said, "Are they starting CT side?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "They're gonna win." So here we go. Let's find out who's making it into the Lanxess. Who's our first playoff team here at IEM Cologne? SAW starting on the T side, attacking into the Mongols' defense. You've got Senzu over in Dark. Techno's going to be close by at the pillar, and Story already challenging with the P250. SAW look like they want to head towards the A bomb site. And this game might just get weird because they played this map earlier.
They did. Overtime victory for SAW in the opening game of stage 1. Senzu, first kill will go his way. Mongols have the player up. They're starting to encroach in this A bomb site. Waiting for them is Mizinho, and he's got his feet wet in the fountain.
910's got a flash, but they're not giving any indication it's coming.
910. Whoa, he's going to find out the hard way, and the Dual Berettas unleashed. They unravel just one. And this pistol's back on. Roman's waiting for that rotation. It isn't the cleanest shots, but it certainly will be effective in the end. Blitz at Heaven, 15 HP, and Techno, he knows Roman's in mid. He's got to deal with this threat. In the meantime, his teammate is fighting out Heaven, and it hasn't gone well for the Mongols. It hasn't gone well for them at all. SAW fight back after losing the first player in this pistol round. Roman comes in through middle and secures a 3K, and the majority of the kills picked up by him.
Such a masterclass of handling the lurk. He gets a little bit of an easy job of it to start. Player running in canals is the easiest one for him to find, but an extended duel Techno in mid, spam through the smoke. He just does a lovely, lovely piece of work. A good pistol round. And Mongols had the right setup, but SAW make a perfect call to just go quiet, to go contact into A main on the pistol. No ability for the flashbang to be deployed.
Silent but deadly. And the force back for the Mongols. Senzu's got himself on the scout, everybody else on upgraded pistols. There's even 4 helmets out. Won't matter against those AKs, but it's the Khalils and MAC-10s where it can make a difference. Well, it's the AK that opens up the first affair. One of those helmets cracked open. It's Blitz that is down. Senzu trying to hold on to camera with his scout. He's had a couple of opportunities, unable to connect on the third time of asking no. He finally gets one onto Story. And so have to bail out of there. They don't want to go into that.
No, they might have wanted to if that was a little bit more clean. If that kill came out a little bit faster. Now they've made plenty of noise, but there's nothing Techno can do to slow down all 3 of them. And the B bomb site is compromised, taken over. And this will be a second round for SAW. 910 flirting with the idea, but once he's spotted, he realizes that's way too much ground to cover against an AK. And that should be all of the excitement for round number 2.
Galil stolen away by Mizinho. He's going to bring that into the next. For SAW, a 2-0 start on the T side is exactly what they want here. Mongols looked disjointed. They looked a little discombobulated at times on the CT side, both on Ancient and Nuke. They have moments that just left you scratching their head.
Yeah, I was talking with Bled about it between the maps. It feels like one area in which Mongols can show some massive improvement in my mind is watching the protocols they have in place for different situations. It feels like there's too long of a time of when SAW does something on a map and then they come up with a solution or a response to it. Those protocols aren't set in place, so you end up seeing them kind of run around like headless chickens for a little bit before they, sometimes snap into a play and sometimes just continue being headless chicken.
Yeah, sometimes just the headless chicken just keeps on running, and so hopefully we see lots of that coming into the final map here. First time in Cologne for SAW at all. It'd be impressive to see them go all the way to the playoffs in their first chance. Just think how many times this group of players have tried to qualify for events of this caliber and struggled. And They've lost a player here. It's the beginning of the struggle against some pistols. Udrug's maybe, you know, making it look easy to trade that kill out on Mazinho.
This is pretty good damage done by Mongols, though, to start this. Three players are here. They don't have a whole lot of control. Aris Dulce isn't really peeking into anything. He's just looking for pushes, and now the scout has rung out. Story's low. Saw's in danger of dropping this one.
Yeah, there's 3 players waiting around that corner. And this is tough. Because 910 sees the shadow, he double scopes up, he lands that shot on Mutiris. Now things are getting rough. 910 gets another kill before he is decapitated by Story. 5-7, close quarters, Techno ready for that peek on out, but unable to sink the kill. And Aris Dulce gets a double out of it. The Mongols were so close to an upset victory in this round, but a 1v2 now for Blitz. And he's got that long run still ahead of him. Even if he gets these kills, it's the time.
And he's got a deagle. He's got to be super accurate. Story's not
both
really...
so low.
They're not considering this. Just now he turns. Blitz has the first.
That's one.
Shirley.
He's got it. He's got to get closer. They turn now. That's an AK-47. And he's got a smoke now. This gets uncomfortable for the remaining player of Saw in the form of Aris Dulce. But he uses the smoke for the darkness. He knows where his next opponent is. And Aris Dulce runs around that obelisk. And there's no time to waste here for Blitz. He's got to get back to it, but he's got no time. Once again, Blitz runs out of seconds. And Saw head up to 3.
It's kind of painful because that was a very winnable situation for the Mongols. They let Aris Dulce just double him up on the entry when everyone else is low. But I think you're still going to be happy with the outcome overall if you're Mongols. 5 kills, you take all the guns away, force those rebuys, you get a free AK-47 yourself, and you set yourself nicely going into these next gun rounds. Look how much money Saw has left in the bank after that round. They've got nothing.
So a chance to break him for the Mongols. They may have come close to victory in the last round, but you'll still feel the effects of how close it got if they're able to win this. Look back on that opening game of Anubis, and it was Story that topped the charts. He had 24 kills, 18 deaths, a 1.41 rating.
Again, these silent walks, these looks for contact from Saw. Very effective on Mazinho here, obviously effective in the pistol round as well.
And his Story.
Mongols is going to have that in the back of their minds and be very careful about how they hold angles.
Just having a look over the top of this smoke, not seeing anybody into the fountain. And it makes you a little nervous when that's happening. Gets you on the edge of your seat. And Udrux is starting to make his way through mid, spots out the temple extension. That's 910 to bring Udrux down. Roman was caught by Blitz. And was Dulce making that leap of faith through the smoke into the A-bomb site. Stopped by Blitz and held by the Mongols.
This will be a save now between these two. Story and Mutiris just saying there's no way we're going to get back in. We didn't cause any damage. We didn't find any kills. We didn't open up any gaps. Let's just bail out quickly so we can find some safety over in Rugs. 3-1. Good job from Mongols. And you have to imagine in this kind of a scenario, Saw's going to force buy around these 2 saved weapons. There's no reason for Mongols to hunt. They don't have the money to sustain losses. So we head into round 5.
Counter-terrorists win.
Timeout taken. Here from Saw, their first used. Not comfortable about how this round is looking, so they want to make sure they get a few extra seconds to talk about it.
Well, they want a game plan, right? You don't want to like spend the whole round sitting behind smokes, waiting for your op to get a chance to peek in. You want to find ways to activate the weapons you have. Activate this AWP with a boost, with a flash, somewhere he can find a pick. Activate this AK-47, some utility to get him into a good position. We'll see what Mutiris and Story can provide with the only weapons brought over into this round. 2 Tech 9s and a Deagle to supplement them with utility. And for Mongols, this is a great opportunity. You just had a round, all 5 players survived. You built up money behind this. You have another buy regardless of what happens here. But if you can have another clean round of 4 or 5 players surviving, and then you go into a full-blown eco against Saw, like that's perfect for Mongols. They have a chance to set themselves up nicely for this half.
Good flash. Forces Story away, but he sends the rest of his attack forward. That grenade will slow down the momentum that Saw had. 910 drifting over. His AWP coming out of the temple. Blitz, he's not alone inside a camera. They've got 2 in here. It's Mazinho and Blitz. Smoke flash goes too deep, but it's still effective. Story comes in. He's got 2 in the AWP, and now they know exactly where 910 is. And dealing with that threat, well, it's going to prove a little more difficult. 910 still stands on his feet, but that smoke comes up, and that A-bomb site is open. They're charging in together. Senzu trying to get out of the smoke, trying to get out of this awkward scenario, but it won't happen. It's Saw that somehow figure out how to get through that mid setup, break both of those camera players apart, and they're straight into the A-bomb site.
Yo, it's a beautiful pre-fire peek from Story for the first kill, but that second kill is so quick. That M4 starts shooting, takes down his teammate. Perfect bait by the Saw crew to set up the AWP. And man, that's both A defenders lured towards middle. They had a 3-man setup there and couldn't stop it. 3-for-1 trade. And Saw once again putting together a strong T-side. 4-1.
That round really can't be allowed to happen for the Mongols in that fashion, but still you can't stop Story when he decides to pop off. He was the bane of their existence on Anubis.
Look at this one.
To it earlier, but yeah, this second shot so quick on the reaction. You see why Senzu wants to get out of this awkward scenario, but not finding impact.
Nade to blow up in that smoke as well went very shallow, so
Yeah.
like, that was when you really are just kind of like, oh, my only option now is to come through the smoke if I want to fight for things. Timeout used by Mongols. They had an extra buy built up to take that loss on the chin and keep moving forward. Saw hasn't really messed with the B bomb site too much. Not towards dark, not towards main. So much focus on the A site, a lot of it coming through mid as well. And that's what Mongols is trying to figure out.
Gaining mid-control very quickly here for Saw. They haven't rounded that corner through those double doors. And when they eventually do, 910 is in the position he is commonly found. It's Temple, it's the same setup, and it could be the same result. Mazinho charging out into the open. This time 910's with him. And they take away that main prong to the approach through mid, but Arisdose senses the timing and some space to move through A. So he sprints forward, he smokes out Heaven. And Roman's waiting at B site.
Yeah, this would be a sick kill for him to find. Over towards Tempo, he can't do it. Arisdose provides 2. There's Roman with the pounce. And the bomb is in no man's land, so it's very easy to fall back. Saw have put together another masterpiece.
And that bomb's going to go down for Story, and Mazinho running down the beach, but Roman's already so deep inside of the cave. Mazinho's aware of that possibility. He's holding for it, but
he's got no health. He can't.
Not given the chance.
He can't even think about going forward. He's got to back away.
He's walking away into the storage of the AWP, and it's 5-1. What a start it is from Saw.
Yeah, this is getting painful for Mongols because they've had a lot of chances to put a stop to this. They're going to have one more. Mazinho can drop a rifle. 910 can buy. Senzu can buy. So Mongols certainly going to force up and challenge in this next round. The 7th round of play. But even when they get that mid stop, Saw's extremity players, Arisdose that round is a god. Senses the opening, fakes with utility to be an A play, sucks all the defense away from the B bomb site, leaving just one player to be lurked by Roman.
Double up setup for the Mongols. It's an expensive solution. Will it prove to be successful? Saw they're heading towards B, and they are not putting any players elsewhere. It is a full commitment through B main. Contact explosion right into 910. Senzu undetected. Big swing from Roman. Techno stepping up. 910 there as well. And Mongols stop this A play, or rather B play, right at the door because Story's left nowhere near his teammates. And it was an interesting call, one that just gets absolutely destroyed.
I think they get a little bit baited. I don't think they expected there to be a full buy on the map. I think they just misread the economy. They're looking to get in there and bully some pistols and maybe just deal with a couple players and get in. They didn't realize there'd be some rifles to support 910 and keep that space. Good setup, a crossfire at Pillar and Jail, and then the op back in the bomb site. Second round for the Mongols. And it's Saw who have the financial troubles, despite the fact that they've won 5 of 6 rounds to this point.
Blitz, ready to peek into middle. Roman's taken down, but there's no getting away if you're the AWP here. Eventually, Blitz is traded out by that Glock of U-Jerks. Arazdoce.
Not again.
He's got the Tech 9, and this could break the Mongols very early in this half.
Saw's gonna back away. They just realize everyone's kind of converging on their position. Molotov to give them no pathing forward. So back off and start taking advantage of how thinly the defense is gonna be spread. Last time it was Story's hero op to net them the openings. This time it's Arazdos with the AK-47, the hero AK. And he's got another rifle and another op in his teammates' hands. This is perfect. And from here, it's going to be contact. Quiet. And that's been very effective against the Mongols. Although maybe not against the op.
910 sees the shadow, reacts, Meteor's down. Good trade from U-Jerks as they get into the site now. Senzu's burned away, but he spots out that bomb crossing. What a shot from U-Jerks. That's a third in this round, and Mongols cannot handle him. They cannot put an end to him, and Mazinho is nowhere near this fight. He can't help out. It is going to be 16 rounds for Saw, and Mongols have had far too many of these heartbreaking rounds already.
Dude, U-Jerks is a god. Just
it's crazy how good he is.
The immediate trade on 910, but then the fast swing with the jump across for an instant headshot as well. If he keeps hitting shots like that, it's over. In a map like Anubis, I think...
I mean, we got to commentate Saw getting through to the major. We got to cover the action of their biggest feat in their careers, and we've seen who did it. It was U-Jerks taking over maps. You know, he would just be that rifler that just was unplayable. Didn't matter the level of opposition, he was just fragging out.
Yeah, he seems like he's a special talent, and it's going to be fun to watch him continue to develop in his career. Hopefully seeing him on these big stages more and more frequently. Second timeout forced out by Mongols. They'll have another bye. They've saved at least a weapon in every single round except for the pistol in this half, which is why they're constantly able to have so many force buys. Also, why it's so frustrating to see them continually not able to adapt. Saw's been able to get into bomb sites as much as they have pleased.
That is a hard sentence, though.
Nailed it.
To be fair.
They've got the bomb planted 5 of their 6 round wins on the T side.
Techno into the smoke. Takes a step back. The fire tickles his toes. They know exactly where he is based on that sound, and the Mongols' defense is collapsing again. But Blitz, he builds it back up with 2 kills on that M4. There's still a lot of time, and 910 has already arrived to this side of the map, ready to go. But the bomb is now planted. Time begins to shrink. 9-10's timing to look away. Works out for Story. Matiris there with him. And the Portuguese are pummeling the Mongols' defense.
Yeah, disconnected in the post plant is Mongols. His teammates smoked out. 9-10 is still kind of creeping up, putting himself in a very exposed position to multiple angles and just didn't have the timing, looking at the wrong place at the wrong time. That was maybe the easiest post plant that Saw could have hoped for in that scenario. One coming through smoke, one looking the wrong direction. 5-round lead.
Blitz has invested everything he had into an M4. The rest of his squad have left some residual cash over, and they've gone for pistols and MP9. It's not pretty for Mongols. That's Utrecht again, unstoppable in middle. The one rifle that Mongols had is now down. And I think we have to start talking about, at some point soon, where the Mongols go if they lose this. It's down into that lower bracket. It's not elimination. They'll play against the winner of Pain 9Z. But then, from that point onwards, if they get through that game, that is also the bracket that contains Astralis, G2, and Spirit. This is their best opportunity. This is the best opportunity for both teams to make it to the Lanxess. It becomes unlikely if they lose this series.
And you would have realized that coming into this as well. And that's where hopefully the experience, well, with these guys inexperienced, that's where experience generally lets you put that in the back of your mind and forget about it, not think about it. But it might be something that's knocking on the door of the brainstem of the Mongols players here. Erzdos gonna lead the way. Mizzino close up, Shadow shows, fight one. And even 2 kills from Senzu might set up Technos, 5-7, but he can't find a second.
And the rounds just keep racking up.
I feel like he was talking shit, but he's so nice about it.
I think I just understood one number.
Okay.
But maybe wrong. The story with these two teams is kind of, they're all different points in their careers, right? You've got Saw, who are having the peak of their careers a little bit later on in life. You know, we were talking about 2009, Mutiris was playing Counter-Strike. These Mongols players were just kind of figuring out how to do all the basic human stuff like breathe and walk and eat. So it's crazy. There are different points in their careers, but they're both fighting for their first chance into that Lanxess arena. And right now it looks like Saw are in that powerful position. Double up setup for Mongols, and Techno in dark has to take a few steps back here. He might be pressured from 2 sides though, because this is a split being set up for Saw.
Oh, here it comes. Senzu blinded, flames everywhere. Gets one, but his teammates have all fallen. It's all on his shoulders now, and he can't find another. And once again, Saw ask for the B-bomb site, they get the B-bomb site.
I don't even think they ask, they just take it. They just walk in, they snatch it out of the hands. Mongols aren't here in this deciding map, and that is a depressing reality, but it is true. They've had so many different looks. They've invested in double ops. They've changed their setups. But Saw don't care. And it's a team effort again, as it has been so many times for Saw. Of course, you have your standout players with their impactful moments, but the majority across the board here all do their part for their squad.
The calling on this map has been obviously light years ahead of what Mongols is able to do on the defense. Saw has been running them ragged around this map, more so than Ancient, more so than Nuke. You can tell that there's a tactical depth to Saw that Mongols today cannot handle. And then you add Hugjerks on top, and then you add Erzdos on top.
Last round of this first half. If Saw collect a 10th, this is pretty much a sentence to the lower bracket for the Mongols. They push the canal, they push right into Matiris, and he drowns them out. But 9-10 and Blitz keeping these numbers even at least. Hugjerk starts to make his way through middle. 9-10 brought down low. Matiris is taken out by Techno. It is a 1-player lead for the side of the Mongols for the time being. But that bomb, it's starting to go in towards this A site.
Smoke creates some space. to work with. It's just Story. He had a 1v3 on Ancient. See if he can get himself another. Blinded. Oh, no way. It's on, baby.
He writes it right away. It's the turn on towards Techno. 2 players low in front of him. He goes to the P250. It's a nice shot, but it's not the clutch. And the Mongols will grab themselves a 3rd round at the end of this half. It is a disappointing CT side showing for the Mongols. And it is looking like Saw will be heading to the Lanxess.
It's never easy. Nothing comes easy at IEM Cologne, and Mongols is finding that out the hard way. They're down 6 rounds, 3-9. They have yet to show up in the server on this third and deciding map against Saw, who's marching towards a playoff spot inside the Lanxess.
It is crazy to see how much Saw has improved this year. This is the greatest year of their careers. They make their first major, and now they're on the brink of making their first appearance in the Lanxess arena at their first IEM Cologne appearance. It's fantastic to see from Saw, but Mongols will see what kind of fight they can put up on the T side. Mazinho at the front.
This round should be theirs with no problem.
Yep, that entry kill is clean, and Saw were stacked elsewhere. So, does not go well for them initially.
They have a smoke. They've got 2 flashbangs to activate this retake, but they don't have a kit. So these kills got to come fast, and they got to get started early in this bomb timer. 1 in jail. Information gathered.
Sierra swings to the back of the platform. Those dual Berettas rattling away. 9-10 steps up. 2 Glock kills back. But it's all the CTs getting the frag. Suddenly Blitz left alone. And there's time for this for Saw. There's time to break the Mongols. Blitz goes down, and Saw retake the site.
Filthy, filthy retake from Saw. Fine work with the dualies, getting the opening kill to really get things started, and then pinning Blitz down behind the pillar. So many bullets.
If you're Mongols, you really needed to win this pistol round. It was almost essential. You get the clean entry, you get the bomb into the site. And Saw come back in, slinging their way into a retake.
10-3, they can feel it now. And once again, Mongols, much like Nuke, they're going, it's just going to be that force buy path. It's going to be constant buys every single round until they either break free or lose. Mongols played a very simplistic style on Nuke that Saw had no problem reading. Grouped up, 4-1s, 5-man plays, sticking all together.
They are playing that simplistic group play through mid this time. Blitz at the double doors. Saw have presence in middle. Story took a dink. He's down to 4 HP. And Matirus knows there's pressure now being applied towards his position. He can't walk out of that smoke because of the fire, but he's going to bide his time. He's calling their coming camera. Matirus does go through that smoke, and the intended result for the Mongols works out. Roman sprints in behind, keeps these numbers even, and now they have to focus on the bomb plant. Ujerks is coming back in from storage, and he's looking to box up this round. Looking to take away his first victim off the fountain, but Mazinho has weapon superiority at range. And Roman just fires himself through that smoke to his death. It's a 4th round for Mongols. They needed that one, and at least they have a chance to get off to a decent start here in the second half.
Anything but that MP9 for Ujerks, and that's a different situation. I like this play from Matirus to bait for his teammate. Just comes charging through the smoke, so he dies, but that allows his teammate to come through behind him because Mongols think they've taken care of the position. Doesn't net them a win. But Mongols stay alive here a little bit longer, 4-10. It seems so overwhelming just because of how the first half looked, how dominant it was for Saw.
It's true. And then you lose the pistol in the second half.
Yeah, but this is still a map in a series that the Mongols can come back in and win.
How legendary that would be.
We know the CT side for every team on this map can sometimes, some games, against some opponents on the right day, it's very tough. We've seen CT sides on Anubis get battered.
So have that added pressure that they're now 3-round wins away from qualification to the playoffs. Grenade lands on the head of Story. Mongols not giving them any opportunities. They want to try and keep this one as clean as possible. They'll start to drift their forces in towards the B-bomb site. There is no one here from Saw. It will be an empty site to work with. Story's going to try and get him behind, but how much can he really do with a 5-7?
Nothing. I think by the time they get in and realize it's clear, yeah, Techno's going to turn and look for the flank. So he's spotted out very early, and Saw will just save. Do it all over again in the next round.
Well, if you're a Mongols fan and you're full of positivity, they're halfway there.
Halfway to tying it up.
Yeah, halfway to tying the scoreline up.
Yeah, but not halfway for the win.
No. That's why I said if you're positive, you know?
Okay, yeah.
And then when you're at 10, you know, then it's really on.
Sure. This is all assuming Saw doesn't win another round before then. There's a lot of assumptions being made here.
Yeah, well, I like to make an ass out of you and me. This will be a long old save for these pistols.
Yeah, very long save. But it gives them time to chat. Gives them time to talk about how they want to play the next round. Talk about some of their plans coming the gun round. Good opportunity to make sure everyone's on the same page. This ended up being the only kill in the round.
What a great kill it was, Mazinho.
It was. If that was going to be the only one, that's the one I like to see.
That was beautiful.
10-5.
Well, it's going to be a similar story in terms of what Seoul are able to bring to this round. So the Mongols should be grabbing 6. Then it doesn't really look that bad from that point.
Then they're halfway to overtime.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so many positives here. Story coming out of A main. Mazinho blinded, forced back into Ruggs. Senzu is not a comfortable fight, but one that he eventually will win. And Mazinho's grenade searches out Mutiras, takes him out of there. Now a 5 versus 3. The Mongols should be able to just turn to a swift victory.
Just got to deal with Roman first. And that's completed.
Job done.
Okay, so we'll see what Saul's going to look like when they get the guns back out on the CT side. I don't think we'll see an AWP quite yet. They'll have to start this with 4 M4s. Nobody really has the money to buy one or drop it over.
Yeah, unless you would just throw away someone's Kevlar, which would be ill-advised. So it is going to be full rifles for Saw. Heaps of utility out across the board. And the Mongols with 5 rifles too. A Galil for Techno, keep eyes on that. But everything else looking dandy as we head into round 17. The Mongols campaign to tie this game up, take the lead on the T side, starts now. 9-10, half of his health gone in an instant. Senzu walking up, getting spotted by Ujurks, who tosses out utility, and that'll slow down any sort of advancements into the darkness.
Yeah, it's going to start pulling at third players here. The fourth player Story in middle is leaning towards the idea, but holding back for the moment. At the same time as there's dark pressure, Mongols is also showing A main utility to take map control. So Saw has pressure on both sides of the map, both bomb sites. Look at all the counter utility they forced out.
There's 1 smoke left and a minute on the clock.
Yeah, this is actually, this opening for Mongols has been really, really good.
The B setup is Ujurks and a Roman.
And because they have no utility, they have to play this passive setup. They have to play this like almost half retake where you're trying to get kills on the entry, not trying to stop them in the choke points, but as they progress to the site.
And they'll bring Matiras in. An extra player. To give a hand to Saw's B defense. First kill is Roman. Oh, what a clear from Senzu, but Ujurk steps up in his stead. A follow-up from Ujurks. They can't get through him. And finally, Techno arrives with that Galil. But the Mongols not comfortable yet. Those 2 kills give them a fighting chance. But the bomb is not planted. The fights keep coming. Techno with that follow-up, but Aristose slips the net. Gets in beside them. And 9-10 is so low on health. And now he's low on time. Aristose peeks from behind the pillar. And it's Saw up to 11. That is a huge step up from Ujurks and Aristose.
They could never get the clean entries. Ujurks with that triple kill is so massive. Obviously 3 kills is everything, but you slow it down. Look at how many players from Saul were able to get there before the bomb site was even taken, before the bomb was even thought of to be planted. Ujurks just delivering all day long. 14 kills. Aristose 14 kills next to him. The rifle strength of Saw is on top here on Anubis, and it's a timeout called. This one by Saw out of a victory with the understanding that 1 player survives, money is busted, a Mongols victory here, and this gap will close. We're not done yet with this series. Round 18. 2 SMGs, MP9 on Mutiras, and Story. Mongols have a ton of cash. They've got another full buy. They've got another one behind this. Saw fighting tooth and nail And once again, early pressure from the Mongols, this time in middle, has forced the defense extremely passive. And Utiris is just going to dip all the way back and rotate to the A bomb site. 3 players here.
Tense shoulder spotted of Arsdose. It's a tough shot to land for the AWPer. And now Mongols are paused out inside of mid.
It's a perfect final piece of utility for Saw in terms of your smokes, right? It's completely negated the smoke thrown in middle by the Mongols. Those smokes will
low panic,
stall themselves out, and all of a sudden they'll have vision and information.
Story takes a few steps forward. Now a tight corner to clear from Mazinho, and crit headshot. Arsdose though, double from the fountain. His teammate goes down. Arsdose's then left out to dry, and 910's AWP will bring him off the top. Plant is coming in. Mongols with the player advantage into this post plant. And Utrix is still on that beach. He's coming up to join Roman
don't
now.
expect the timing!
Oh, the timing's so good. Roman slips out. Oh, second player still standing. Blitz alive on low health. But Utrix now comes in from heaven, and they're looking elsewhere. He would have peeked by now, surely, if he was coming in from heaven. But Utrix down against Techno, and he dives into the site. He's got the plant for him. Techno throws the utility in, and the grenade gets the job done. Utrix doesn't stick it. Techno will pull it off, and the Mongols don't have to stare at map and Thierry's point here against the side of Saw.
I'm so happy Techno won that 1v1 because he was playing so dedicated to A main. Blitz inside the bomb site had to worry about so many choke points. He was looking everywhere, trying to find a timing, and Techno wasn't spotting anything for him. A really nice clutch with that HE grenade, anticipating the swing. Fortunate that Ujerx doesn't have a kit, otherwise that defuse is just stuck.
Just USPs for Saw, so this will be a moment for everybody to catch their breath and settle into this one, especially for the Mongols.
It's Saw's turn to struggle with this CT side. They too.
That's true.
Really not having a good time, really not able to find solutions. I feel like they haven't been put out of, I mean, I obviously mentioned it, there's a deeper tactical depth in my mind on Saw than Mongols. So they haven't been like worked around the map and just kind of made to look foolish in the same way. But they have the problem of kind of like Ancient, where that round you had 3 players at the A-bomb site. You're able to kind of read where it's going, you're just not able to put a stop to it.
Well, Saw had to take the full eco. Now they've got the buyback. No AWP for Story, which can make massive differences on the CT side. They'll just play with rifles. And it's just that feeling of Mongols getting ever closer if they pick this round up. Story. Oh, this could be nasty.
It's so bold.
This is such a risk in a round like this. At this point in the game, he's not going to continue his push just yet. He's waiting on that fade to the smoke. 910's watching for it. This AWP surely will strike him down. It is going to be the shot for 910 that just knocks Story out of middle. Techno could go down outside of B here. Ujerk's trying to get that fight back and does so very effectively. Techno's now gone, and we're under a minute.
That kind of a push and kill, I think, should tell Saw that A is the most likely finishing move. Mongols isn't going to want to mess with this B bomb site, thinking they don't have control of main anymore.
So that's the Heaven Smoke coming in from Mongols to follow up Molotov. Flashes raining into that position. And Blitz is here to try and stop the rotation from Temple to Camera.
One of those 2 players needs to go through CT spawn and get to beach quickly. That might have been a little early from Mazzino. Nobody can trade it. Mongols trying to work the map instead of trade and brute force, which has been their style through this whole series.
20 seconds. Senzu tries to fake out that it's going to end on B. He's trying to move that defense, but it isn't convincing enough for Arsdose. He will sit inside of the site. They're running back now to try and get to A in time. 9 seconds. Blitz cuts off the rotation of Roman, but inside of the site, this is the fight that matters. 4 seconds. seconds. That plant is coming in, and Blitz is defending his squad. It was so close for the Mongols. Just enough time to get that bomb planted. And Udrex is gone. He's saving, but 9 rounds for Mongols now. This game is on a knife's edge at the moment.
They've got to be so stressed out. That's maybe the first time on this second half on this map that I think Mongols has really confused Saw as to what was happening. 3 players were at the B bomb site, leaving Erasdos alone at A. And they just couldn't get back to him in time.
Yeah, that's the definition of squeaky bum time right there. Coming down to the final second before that plant starts coming in. Blitz is desperately trying to keep everybody away from Camera. He does a great job at being their bodyguard.
Actually, I mean, he would have had a free backstab on Erasdos in the site if he kept moving forward until he heard the footsteps in mid. And that's when he had to stop and turn around. So in some way, like this rotation running into Blitz has kind of saved a potential victory for Saul. They had a chance after that because he wasn't coming in. 2 rounds away.
It's another situation where Saul has to think about the economy. So AK for Udrex, he needs to save that, but everybody else has to go to some upgraded pistols. Then we're looking at 11-10. And what a hell of a comeback this has been from the Mongols to get into this position.
Oh, the first time they played this earlier in the tournament, it was an overtime victory for the Mongols, correct?
For Saw.
Saw?
Saw able to pick up that first map and then went on to win the series. Gathering of forces behind the smoke. Mazinho repelled back.
They're hoping the Molotov would trap a few players inside of A main.
Here comes Mazinho. That 1 AK. He's done a lot of work already. Mazinho's down, and not a bad start to the round here for Saw. Techno had to get ours Dorsey. Couldn't afford to go down the middle. Staying committed towards this A site, staying committed towards Udrek's rifle, but that's now down, and so the biggest threat no longer on the server. There are some smaller threats to worry about, and those will be dealt with in due course.
So Mongols now within 1. This was 3-9 at the half.
And then they lost the pistol round, right?
Then they lost pistol, and they have now won 7 of the last 8 to get us to this point.
Legendary comeback if Mongols are able to do this and get back into the playoffs.
And we've talked about it for so long, it feels like for years. Like, I think the first time I can recall anyone getting excited about in CSGO and CS2, like an Asian team coming out of that region and showing strength and showing danger was like early 2016. Was Tyloo upsetting Luminosity, the event after they won the major, upset them at DreamHack Malmo. And ever since then, we've all just gotten so jacked up and excited every time we see an Asian team making improvements, taking steps forward, but none of them have been able to get to a point where you're in these big event playoffs. None of them have made it to a point where they're on the biggest stages. Mongols might be the first one to accomplish that here at Cologne.
And to do it from a country that has a population of 3.4 million people versus China of 1.3 billion people. I mean, we're looking at a huge disparity in terms of likelihood of this happening.
The handicap that they've had to embark on this journey with, considering whenever you need to make a roster change, like how do you find them? Where do you go? And they've mentioned it, just picking random people out of random land centers in Mongolia, seeing something, seeing some potential, and just molding it and building it. To be at this point for the Mongols is impressive. We play again. Saw back to a full buy.
The Initial utility being placed outside of A main. Arasdase is going to hear it, but it's the charge of the Mongols. They're riding into this A-bomb site, and Arasdase at the back of the site trying to stop their might. It's Senzu with that trade. Mutiras comes in from storage. Senzu goes down, and that's a good position for Mutiras to gain. It keeps his team close to the bomb site and with the player advantage. Blitz cuts open Roman as he tries to take the risk through the smoke. They're all charging in from heaven, and it would require divine intervention now to stop it, but that headshot from Ujerks, that is huge on 9-10. The spray from Mazinho is a messy round, and now it's Blitz in a 1v2 with that kit on the defuse. It is so close. Blitz comes off it. He could have killed the diffuser, but he went back to heaven. Blitz was so close, but yet so far. And Saw now looking at 12 rounds. Oh, he's going to want that moment back.
He had it.
Oh,
he had it. He did everything right except switch his target.
He just kills the diffuser. He wins the round. Oh, that's Counter-Strike, though.
That's a round he'll remember for years. If they fail to qualify here, descend into that lower bracket where G2, Spirit, Astralis are all waiting, that moment is going to haunt him for a long time.
Oh, that moment, and before that, obviously, Mazinho could have taken the heaven kill easier. There's just a couple of instances there for the Mongols where it falls apart, but that is definitely the key. Fortunate to have a timeout left this late in the game. The Mongolians...
I don't know, at this point I might just feel like you're spending 30 seconds staring at losing the series after a round like that.
He's got a good buy still. And they've said it themselves, Mongolian blood is strong. And they've got to try and pull this back to overtime.
Saw these last 2 rounds that felt like there's going to be a B play. They put bodies there to activate some aggression. Good kill from Utiris. Can't get the second one. Now they've got to hustle back and hustle forward on this flank for Ujerks. Because Mongols have been able to split this A bomb site, and it's very effective and very deadly.
Ujerks, what a star he has become. He goes into the mid flank. He doesn't go down. He does detect Techno.
Oh, he's so tense, so stressed. He didn't want to commit to that fight.
Doesn't want to be the player that goes down there.
No.
The Mongols are happy they haven't lost a member in the mid-fight. They've still got 1 minute left at a 4v4. But it's the canal that worries me because Story is there with the AWP. Mazinho's in the water. Senzu's coming to join him. But Story has been lights out. When given opportunities at times in this tournament, he's been a little quiet for his own standard on this map. But that's the shot that matters. Senzu, oh, and Mazinho down. His Story brings them a step closer. It's Techno and Blitz in a 2v4, and Saw are staring at the Lanxess. Careers that started over 14 years ago. And they could be taking one of the biggest steps there is in Counter-Strike. Blitz with that headshot. Ujerks is down. He sends the molly in, but it's behind the players. They're able to run in front of it. They're able to run towards them. And Blitz now left trying to make up for his previous mistake, and he's damn close to it. But that flank from Dark, Roman brings him low, and Blitz goes back to it. Cannot stop Roman. This is a tale of persistence and dedication. For the players, the career started over 14 years ago. Through all the sacrifices and disappointment, the individuals of Story, Matiras, Arasdase, Ujerks, and Roman are having the best year of their career. They will play in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Welcome to the Lanxess. Get yourselves prepared. Hard-fought series for Saw. And it's lovely seeing the smiles on their face. That had to have been a big goal to accomplish for them.
And now for the Mongols, it is heartbreak because they realize they've gone down to the lower bracket, and it's not an easy lower bracket. They are no longer favored. They are no longer a team that are likely to make it into the arena with some of the big names we've got down there.
And it was a winnable map is what they're probably thinking in their heads at the moment. So many opportunities, so many chances. A tough break, a tough loss for the Mongols, but they'll continue to fight on. It's just an uphill battle for them as they continue to try and prove their prowess. For now, the moment is Saw's to celebrate, to bask, and to enjoy the fruits that you reap of all that hard work.
But there's always another side to the story of Jubilation. The Mongols are young, their career is still just starting, and they'll have other chances. Each event, they're improving, and they will have their opportunity. But we have Shocks down on the sidelines to hear from Saw.
Absolutely, Roman helped get everyone in here because what a moment for Saw and what a year. The first major, the first time at IEM Cologne, and now in the Lanxess Arena. Congratulations. What is it like knowing that you did this all together in a super hard-fought series and you get to go to the Lanxess?
It's just an amazing feeling. We worked our asses off to be here, and we are doing just an incredible job. Everyone is doing their maximum. We are putting so many hours. We are literally our entire lives we work to be here. So it's incredible, and I feel like we deserve it.
You absolutely do. I talked to Matthäus earlier. He said as a 31-year-old, I know you yourself are 32, and you say it's so many years of work. I mean, what a feeling it must be for you to know that all the times that you doubted it, all the times that you thought, when is it going to happen, that this is when it's happening, and when you can go into the Lanxess and maybe make a run that you could only dream of.
I mean, it just feels like a dream. When we were at the major qualifier, we were 0-2, and that was probably one of the worst moments in my life because we were so down. We waited so many hours to be at the major, and we did it, and now we are here and we're playing in the stadium in Cologne. That's such an incredible feeling, and I have no words.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Aristotele, we spoke, and you said people don't say we're good, they say we're a bad team, and we work so hard, and they're going to have to understand it. Is there anything you want to say to them now?
I mean, the results talk by themselves. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm going to ask you some more questions. Going to the Lanxess after, what was such a crazy series, and now the fact that the door is wide open to do even bigger things, how much has that helped your confidence?
Yeah, a lot. Playing at home doesn't give confidence, just takes it. And it's my first time playing in a big stage, and I'm so fucking happy.
Yeah, I can imagine. Matthäus, we talked before this series, and you talked about how big of a moment this would be, but I want to talk a little bit about the key moments in this series as well. First up, your speech at halftime when you were 9 rounds up and it looked like it would be going, but you probably also realized that you could just as easily give it away.
Yeah, I don't know. When we are 9-3, we are a lot ahead, but when they started to put some rounds, it was really difficult. And Anubis, it's a map that it's really difficult to SCT. So I don't know. It was a bit shaky, but in the end we win. So it's amazing, and the team played really well.
Yeah. Can I say you seem very calm?
Yeah, I seemed calm, but I was not so calm playing. No, not at all. I was not feeling the game so much, and I don't know. I think that everyone played really well, but I don't know. The calls were the calls that I made was good, but playing was not so good. So
okay,
I'm gonna try to fix for the next matches.
Okay, well, at least you're in the Lanxess to do that, so that's great. Finally, is there anything you want to say, maybe in Portuguese, to all those fans who have been waiting for this for so long?
Obrigado por todo o apoio. Sei que nos estão a apoiar aí desde casa. Nós tínhamos avisado que andávamos a trabalhar bem e pronto, está aqui o resultado. Para aqueles que criticaram e para aqueles que gostam de sempre pôr o trabalho de pessoas profissionais em causa, nós estamos aqui e vamos estar numa arena gigante e respeitem o só.
Wonderful. Obrigada. Congratulations. Saw is going to the Lanxess Arena.
Obrigado indeed. The oldest roster here. Players with careers years in the making who could scarce dream of this kind of glory. They now book their ticket as the second team to secure a spot in the Lanxess Arena, in one of the holiest grounds in our game of Counter-Strike. It's Saw.
How can you not feel emotional? just watching these guys grind it out. Look at Cologne, look at the teams we have here. You have G2, you have Na'Vi, you have FaZe Clan, you have Vitality, and yet it is a Portuguese. You're talking about veterans, aged players like Roman Muturis, who, as you point out, have been grinding out throughout the years. And then early this year, they make it to the major, which is a first for them and the region. And then they replicate something similar to it in success, making it all the way to the hallowed grounds of the cathedral. I mean, it's been a beautiful story. And you have, for me personally, I have nothing but respect, admiration, because I think it is testament to hard work and commitment.
It's so hard to get out of that point where where Muteris and Roman has been a part of, right? When you're in that tier 2, tier 3, you're just stuck there for so often, and especially when you've been there for 7 or 8 years, and then all of a sudden you get the last year of your career, and it's all starting to go up to a higher point, right? I think they're really, really impressed with the young guys as well. Why coming into this roster, I don't think anybody expected them to be going this far, but all of a sudden they are farming experience for very young prodigies in the form of Aerostosh, EUJUX, and they're gonna be fueling the future. Like this future for the Portuguese CS is so important, because now they're getting the experience, and when Aerostosh one day is gonna be old, probably say, I'm gonna be an IGL now, then he's gonna be able to have so much more to give to the new guys. It's so important for Portuguese CS.
It is indeed, and I think it is good to zoom out and think about the region, because they're almost the little brothers of the Iberian region when you talk about CS, right? They were used to getting their players poached, yoinked away over towards teams like the Movistar Riders, just when they started to find success. This time now, this SAW team, they gelled together. The best of the veterans, the best of the new crop, the new breed, the EUJUX, the Rostos, the stories coming through with his second stint in the roster, and this is the glory that they hit. These are the heights that they reach in this new game, changing the fate of an entire country when it comes to Counter-Strike. I mean, it's unbelievable, really, and the story was definitely written by this man, our Air Force Aim High player of the match. That new crop, EUJUX.
Matt, listen, he was looking unplayable at times. Like some of the frags he was getting at will, even in scenarios where he should be getting more than maybe 1 or 2, just completely shutting down Mongols. And we saw it happen throughout this entire series, even on Ancient, which was a bit of a heartbreaking loss for SAW. He was just everywhere. But again, I don't want to take anything away from the rest of the team as well. I think Story was finding crazy impact with the AWP. But I think you said it best right there, Bobski. You're looking at Aros and EUJUX, the next generation, so to speak. And again, just a bigger picture. If these are the two young guns we're finding from the region, and obviously all these kids watching Counter-Strike and seeing this team, continue to impress, continue to defy and surpass all the expectations. Maybe there are more EUJUX out there in Portugal. You never know, and I believe we're going to see more from them as long as this team continues to do what they're doing, which is basically impress every single one watching.
Also, as a player, you have a couple of moments in your career where you'll be like, oh, that was that BO3, right? And this will be one for EUJUX to remember. I certainly have a few of those, right? And surely he's going to be looking back in a couple of years, even if they don't make it back to the stage, he's going to be like, that was the most important game in my career. Maybe they're not, obviously they're not favorites to win this one, right? But just being inside and getting that feeling and knowing that you were one of the biggest parts of why it happened, it's such a satisfying feeling that you really can't replace.
Look, I will say, based on what we've seen so far, I don't think this is a team that anyone's going to be taking super lightly from here on out, right? The names that they have toppled, taking down G2, besting a Mongols team that stupefied Spirit. I mean, this is a very dangerous contender. This is a team that's getting better and better, and that's doing it the right way, right? Doing it in replicable manners. It's not just about EUJUX popping off. It is the whole team coming along for the ride. And look, it's a big test when you get in front of that crowd, when you hear that roar in the Lanxess Arena, but who's to say they can't make more magic happen?
That is the next, the next step, so to speak, right? A lot of teams, I've seen so many teams, you play great Counter-Strike in a group stages in a studio, and you're like, yeah, arena, big deal, and then you walk up there, and you can feel the floor rumbling. Whole different ball game altogether. And for me personally, listen, we don't know what's going to be like when they step into the arena, but at least they have the chance to experience that, and I think they've earned that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We know they can play good Counter-Strike, which is why they should be there, right? Of course, it's going to be difficult in front of a crowd, potentially not going to be home favorites either, so there's just a lot of things that has to go at a somewhat of a success.
Success indeed, the greatest success this team has yet seen, but there's more to come. They'll be moving on into the Lanxess Arena. They'll have a match with Na'Vi as well to determine who goes straight to the semifinals. But for now, we have a break. And on the other side of it, another game to decide destiny here at IEM Cologne.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
He's been a bit of a lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely falling.
I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face, focused on you like X-rays.
Intel presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Very very big match up ahead for Pain versus 9Z. They both want to show big things here in Cologne, but unfortunately fell yesterday and are now in the lower bracket. Fighting for survival is also Biguzera. And I know that you had the goal to show that you could take down the bigger teams, that you would have taken a step forward. Now, yesterday versus Navi was kind of a reality check, I guess. What were the lessons learned for Pain from that one?
Actually, on my point of view, Navi is playing so well. So difficult to play against them. They are playing a very hard CS to play against. So actually we watched the demo after the match and we learned a lot actually. So I hope today gonna be a better day.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine they are, of course, one of the best teams in the world. A lot of eyes are on Snowzinho as well. How did he deal with the loss and kind of how do you keep that under control, knowing that these are all new experiences for him?
Yeah. Everything is new. Actually, we always try to say to him it's a normal thing to lose, and this kind of things happens all the time, even with big teams. And for me, a loss against Navi was normal. It's not normal to lose, but you have to learn with. So I think he's doing well with this.
I'm sure you're leading him very well as well. Finally, 9Z is up next. That is a completely different opponent, but it is for elimination. How are you dealing with the pressure, and how do you feel about them as an opponent?
It's a South American team, so we used to play a lot against each other. So we know a lot of them, they know a lot of us, and I think it will be a good match, no pressure.
Obrigada.
Obrigado.
No pressure indeed, or perhaps a little bit. I'm here with our beautiful casters. Come on down. We lured them out of their nest and onto the floor. How you like it down here in the lights?
You know me, Mike. I love the spotlights.
You do.
A little bit cold for shorts.
Looking like he just came off the river, right out of the sun and into the server, maybe, but a brief sojourn here. Biguzera talking about Snow, the newest addition, right? A little bit of pressure maybe against the #1 team in the world?
I mean, dude, probably unimaginable pressure for him, right? But at the same time, like Biguzera also put it, it's an expected loss. You're just kind of going through the motions. I don't think that's the kind of loss that should disrupt their expectations or potentially their run here in Cologne.
I think the biggest problem now is that we've typically been the official casters of 9Z, like the talismans of 9Z. Whenever we cast, they seem to have their best games. But this is a match where both parties should power up drastically. And so I think that this is a game when we have a regional matchup like this, that we see two teams play almost like the Tier 1 teams they go up against and lose against normally.
And I mean, for 9Z, right, we already saw that run in Dallas where they made the unexpected victories. They put themselves into the arena. They had a great run there. So they've already kind of dipped their toes into this IEM experience, going all the way, going as far as they could. For Pain, that's still very much a new step.
Yeah, I think it's for that reason that, I want to draw a parallel, say, between 9Z and Saw, right? Saw earlier this year also finding success, and I feel like with 9Z specifically, they could just definitely tap back into that, right? That's why my expectations for them are that they'll end up taking this series. DGT in the corner. If you know, you know.
There are a lot of teams right now that are the underdogs that have created a groundswell of attention, and they've all done so well that it's almost impossible now to be the biggest one. I mean, we had Mongols and Saw both take their matches, and then Saw win the match versus them. It's impossible for me to call this game, and I think Biguzera hit it on the head when it came to calling it a regional matchup. In terms of skill straight off, I would assume 9Z, having been together longer, have had more recent wins at Dallas. They're the team that I would expect to take this, but because it's regional, it's all up in the air for me.
Well, I'll tell you one thing we can expect, and that's fireworks, one way or another. I'm going to let these guys get back on the microphone and make my way over the desk. What do you think about that, Mac?
Mate, I think that there is a lot going down this afternoon, this evening. Well, this morning, if you are watching from South America, it's pretty early over there, but 9Z and Pain, it is going to be a scorcher. Both these teams bringing so much aggression, so much firepower, and so much sound as well. Both these teams have been some of the loudest we've had here in the Horbubski.
Yeah, and these guys, they play each other constantly, right? They're living in the South American scene, generally speaking. 9Z just moved to Madrid, right? But they have known each other for years. They know how it is. They know the ins and outs. They already probably know the veto the day before they even walk in to play each other because they have played so many practice matches against each other. It's going to be a game of energy, a game of momentum. Those who are going to be having the great start is actually one I'm going to be betting on.
And I'm back. I'm back over here, 2 places at once, instant transmission, almost like you could have seen me in the background of this shot. Yeah, I mean, this is a lot more comfortable for Pain, right? They've had this luxury of almost playing the Americas RMR here at this event, you know, tearing through domestic competition. They played Liquid, they played everybody from South America, and now it's just more of the same. 9Z, a team that they are very familiar with.
Yeah, it's just going to be crazy. Look, so far here, the journey at IEM Cologne for Pain has been exactly as you said, you know, the Americas RMR there, MIBR, Imperial, and Liquid, all the names that they've managed to go through. And then Na'Vi, of course, yesterday was a bit too much for them. It was a very short affair.
But I'll still give him, they played a better game against Na'Vi than Astralis did today. They had many moments where you could actually see, okay, they actually can play Counter-Strike. They have moments where they'll actually do those entries. It was just a lot of mid-round situations where you constantly feel like, how did we throw that one? And we also talk about it, they're energetic, they're momentum-based. If you let those rounds constantly slip, you're just going to be a very dark place.
I'm just going to seize on that for a second here. Are you saying that Astralis can't play Counter-Strike?
I mean, winning 3...
That's what I heard.
Winning 3 pistols.
Anyways, the Dane said they can't play Counter-Strike, so let's focus on this matchup here, because it's not about Denmark, it's about South America, and let's talk about 9Z here, Mac, because I know you in particular have a little affinity for this squad.
Yeah, I do. Look, I may or may not be marrying into a Chilean, half Chilean family, so, you know, I'm a little bit tainted towards Waso Peak, but other than that, 9Z overall, this is their journey to get here as well. Going straight through MIBR and 3D Max to make it into the groups, into stage 2. And then Astralis, of course, managed to knock him down in a pretty close affair, at least on one of the maps yesterday.
Yeah, and don't underestimate the 3D Max. They're generally a very good team, right? And they had a beating, and then we see Waso Peak. Waso Peak. He's actually one of those who's been having a great day at this tournament, right? He's been one of the moments where you feel like he can bring something extra. We've been talking about Max, this guy, and also DTC, but this guy itself, he's a beast.
If you're not familiar, Waso is the equivalent of a cowboy in Chile, so it's the Cowboy Peak.
Shout out to Reddit one time for clarifying that the other day, as well as the pronunciation. Look, it hasn't gone by the wayside, we have noticed. But Waso Peak, his lurking, especially on, I remember Ancient the other day, he was having so much impact. Everyone was just doing so much on the front side, just, you know, the aggression, just drawing so much attention, and Waso just had so much space to play around. So keep your eye on him. Definitely one of the key pieces of the puzzle so far for 9Z.
Also interesting, when we saw them on IEM Dallas, we mostly spoke about DGT and also Martinez as like, oh, wait, these are the prospects. But all of a sudden you have a third guy joining into that party, and then just gives them a lot more possibilities to potentially advance against better teams.
I mean, he's the guy who's been on the roster for the least amount of time, right? It feels like he's the one who's gelled the most over his stint in the squad. We've seen him sort of blossom as a player. And that's something that definitely does bring an extra element to this squad, and is going to be one that Pain are worried about, because they've got a lot of players who maybe still need some time to be some blossoming. We're getting floral. No one wanted to pick up that. How's your flower knowledge? You're actually not wearing a floral shirt.
I have so many upstairs, but you guys are wearing all these jackets, this cool guy stuff, so I was like, look, I wear my cool guy stuff.
I mean, one guy who's not in the green in QZ. I think we're just gonna briefly have time to talk about him. I mean, we spoke a lot about 9C, right? There's also an opposition who can play Counter-Strike. Yeah. And generally speaking, you want to make the orbs make a difference. Martinez has had a, let's say, not a mediocre tournament, but he's been having a normal tournament from his likes, but in the form of NQC. Ew, brother. This is not the move. He is one of the best prospects on the server, and he's not lived up to that expectations. There's been moments where you can see, okay, raw, aim, and those duels, like he's really instant, yeah, but it's not been consistent at all, and they need him, bro, they need him.
They certainly do, and yeah, when you're talking about raw firepower on the AWP right now, I feel like Martinez takes that slightly by a small margin. You know, this tournament they've had a little bit more success than what Pain have, but then as you could see as well, they haven't had as much of an America's RMR situation going on. So doing that against, you know, better competition is a pretty solid prospect. But again, you've already mentioned it. These guys have played so many times now that it's just who's better on the day, who's going to be tasting it more, who's got the passion.
I think it's going to be who does the moment get to, right, Bubsky?
There's going to be the underdog role in favor of Pain as well, and 9Z for the first time in this like real group stage 2, call it what you want, they're going to be taking the favorite role, right? They're going to be banning out their maps that they don't want to play, right? Where on the other side of Pain, they can gamble a little bit more. They can take a little curveball in there because they expect they can make 9Z move in the direction that they actually want. And that's just the reality of being favorite sometimes, is that you're going to be forced into some maps that you're just going to be having to ban.
Well, Anubis is going to be that first pick coming through for Pain. Has been a very solid map for them, and then 9Z have been just a powerhouse on Dust 2. So I'm seeing this already probably going to 3, unless Pain can't hold on to the map pick of Anubis. And Nuke is going to be that third map. Ooh, that'll get spicy. South American Nuke is always a fun time to watch.
9Z on Dust 2, these guys are absolutely maniacs. They push and push and push, and then you would finally think, okay, they stop, but they're still going to be pushing. Dust 2 middle, keep an eye out.
Well, it's time to throw it back to our casters, and I gotta ask Launders, how them toes looking?
Yeah, this will be the only day that you get free feet, okay? So soak it up. Soak it up. I lotion them for you, Darf. All right. Let's get into the series. Because, you know, you want to get your toes wet in a series like this.
Yeah, you want to
know what's about to happen. We jump into the pistol round and these guys start rushing each other. This is going to be an explosive match.
Yeah, that's what it really feels like, dude. It feels like the energy in the server is going to be a high one. Screw dipping your toes in, man. It's Cannonball Central, I think. Time to see which of the two teams moves on. It's an elimination match. We've had a lot of regional games going down in Cologne at the moment, but only a couple of representatives left over, and 2 of them here in the server at the moment. So will the pressure get to Pain? Will 9Z be able to tap back into the form and ability they proved in Dallas? Oh my goodness, imagine playoffs at 2 separate IEMs for a team like 9Z. Listen, this one doesn't qualify them there, but it just keeps that dream alive.
It very much does, and it will say a lot as well for a team that's already impressed a ton. Push gets shut down. 9Z already thinking about what this means. NQZ headshotted in the back of Lux, who stays up. A lot of roaming going on. You can see how responsive already the CT. They haven't even seen exactly what site it's going to be, but they're trying to make the proactive play. It's a minute 10. They're about to clear out A main or B main.
Taking another look. Again, it's just contact all over the place. So no matter where Pain have been trying to take that peek, there's been resistance. But it seems like 9Z have seen enough to make their decision, and into A they'll run. Biguzera doesn't punish the jump over, has to fully concede that bomb site before his teammates come and bolster him in storage. There's a lot of bodies here. An entire retake from storage.
Not a perfect plant, right? They don't plant for main because they're still worried about it. They got to get the kills.
Oh, there's 2 in for 9Z. Buddha trying to draw him back into heaven. Kawez starts to turn this one back into the even 3v3. DGT looks to join. Lux has been taken out. Max's flank. The 6th player. The 6th player to come around through storage. All backs turned. He gets the diffuser off of the play. He goes for the flash over top. He finds himself alone with 27 HP and another CT on that bomb. Can he? Absolutely.
Dude, he's so smart and so calm right there. He knows that 10-second stick. He gets all that info, perfectly played it. I thought the bomb wasn't planted in the right spot. I didn't even see Max was coming in from behind. That was actually beautiful. I mean, they could even survive all of these kills coming out from Pain, who, again, were working the map as hard as they possibly could to get the info back. Couldn't stop this clutch.
Wild scenes, man. Wild scenes indeed. Storage turning into a highway. Oh, careful, Biguzera. You got players storming for you. We said they would jump into this one with pace. Well, here's some tempo. Uh-oh. Buddha with the team kill as Biguzera gets the worth out of that MP9. And this was a big investment, right? We've got AKs all over here for 9Z. While the smoke is up in middle, they're hoping Max can get something done. He would have heard that drop. Oh, but Kawez hits the Deeg. Martinez able to exit out from camera. This is a critical back and forth. Missed shots now after that beautiful 1 Deeg. Kawez hanging on. Snow comes out. And then Buddha jumps back up. But he misses the climb up if that's what he wanted. He goes 1v2.
Bomb just ahead of him. Can't put that down just yet. Scout makes this a little strange. Maybe a good thing, though. Tag could come in. Lux takes a shot. He hasn't found the second player, but they know Snow's here, so maybe he could reasonably figure this out.
It's a frag first. Still no possession of bomb. Oh, what? Lux blasted, and Buddha almost pieces it together, but leave it to Snow. The new kid on the block.
That's nice from Snow. Yeah, he's hyped about that one. Absolutely needed that trade and was so close to dying too.
What a shot through the corpse.
Great. That was just a pre-fire. I mean, he's got the same bodies we have. Gave that one a shot.
Not even your meat shield can save you.
Nice one. We watched the kid build confidence.
He's having a very slow Cologne in his first couple games.
But you brought up that his performances overall are not that great relative to his team. Is he just having an on-par Cologne?
Well, last time we talked about him, it was a subpar Cologne specifically. Let's go do a little digging. Let's see if he has been able to recover it.
Oh, nice trade from DG. Whoa, this round is live, Connor. Actually, NQZ in a rotator position, trying to cut them down as they cross, and he'll win his fight handedly.
Martinez able to move that bomb into the site. Plant here would help with the recovery economically. Not to mention, that's an AK for Martinez. Let's take this one seriously. He's got Kevlar, he's got an incendiary, and with the smoke on Temple, he's got a position now that could turn into a crossfire.
Yeah, this is a good play from Buddha to move in.
And if they just write off the possibility of Dark, he gets the first, won't be able to manage. Tech9 rattles off, and we get Payne to convert it. They're forced by in round 2 off of the back of a triple kill from NQZ this time around.
Dirty. Okay, so 3 deaths in the bomb plant. That's still not a bad round out of 9Z, but just as importantly for Payne, they convert the eco, and then they don't lose the follow-up. You won't have that trade train back and forth on rounds. This will be a game of hype and energy and emotions, as it always is with these rosters. Another round that comes in on sort of a half buy here. Just a slight investment. Lots of deagles for 9Z. Payne happy to take all the fights. Lux will grab his. Get the active swing and deagle spotting for the cross. They're looking for just that one golden frag, essentially, to justify these investments. Anything good?
Well, unfortunately for us, HLTV divides the play-in stage from the main event, but he finishes the play-in stage with a 0.97, which is still subpar. And I would say, you know, considering the teams at that first stage, maybe we would kind of want him to tap back into his average, I think, was sitting around 1.05. He's not far off, but after their unfortunate opening match, the second stage, 0.73.
Yeah.
Got kind of bullied.
Worse, yeah.
But, we'll keep eyes on him. Obviously going up against Navi.
He's going to be one of those players, no matter how old he gets, we're going to treat him like his little kid, right?
Probably.
Because we already casted him for 3 years now.
Yeah. Wasso Peak gonna storm into the B site. Let's get back in with the gun rounds. And he stays fixated on Lux, who's stuck in the corner with the smoke up. Max wastes no time.
What do we call him? Max never stopping.
Okay. That's not bad.
He keeps going.
Not just that. Had to be first. Had to run right into that bomb site. Didn't feel like there was enough there in sight, out of the gate, for him to be turned away. So Payne looking for the 3-man save. Hiding in their storage closet again. They love this part of the map.
Some good things have happened here. Ooh, DGT. He's got kind of aware there could be someone to the left too.
Oh man.
NQZ gets one. Kawez gets away.
Sir.
This is like the opposite to Yakinder. We have Max with the full lean in with the monitor far away. He's like chasing it, whereas Yakinder brings the monitor to him.
Different strokes for different folks. But you see the timing there. Snow, for example, caught outside of Temple throwing a grenade down. He thought he had way more space to be working with. And that's one of those things that I believe I heard Bubsky being critical of, was Snow's kind of responsibility as an anchor, as we often find him on different maps, and his,
his awareness as to when or when not to use util, or maybe that was something even you had said that originally that was one of the criticisms we had for him years ago in the Academy League. And
no, for me it was rotations back then was the big thing.
Okay, then it was indeed
a
Bubsky criticism of his utility usage.
I mean, back then it's also, you know, what we knew about him was he was an opper, and he just so young, you know, so young. It was just already just like, wow.
Oh my God.
Buddha, that's not fair.
What did he do? What did Lux do wrong? What did he do?
He just meditated for 1 second and then
Max comes through.
His third eye, and then Max came through. Oh, and now there's no chance.
It's gonna be like this, huh? 9Z are hitting the server in a sprint.
Buddha was in full zen right there, right? He's staring at the smoke. No one's making a peep. Closed his eyes, meditated.
And then cracked the whip.
Just appeared right there in his mind's eye. Didn't need eyesight at all.
God damn. All right, well, suddenly that round 2 hiccup, losing to the Force.
Not too bad.
Feels long gone, and it doesn't feel like that's kind of stunted 9Z's confidence whatsoever. Max has looked absolutely on it with the AK-47. Buddha seemingly cerebral. Yikes. Okay. Kawaz hanging. Oh, my God.
So close. So close to another engagement. But yeah, even though Pain counterforcing to lose these 2 rounds that are very strong, already getting 3 CT rounds this early is nice. And I mean, gotta feel for NQC. It's a great kill that Buddha finds on the back of the site. It was Buddha and then 2 from Max, right? That's what we saw.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you've got it smoked off. Playing back default's a normal position.
Look, they're just coming for it again.
Yeah, I like it, man. Abuse the anchors if they don't know how to hold.
Tear off the anchors and watch Pain's hopes just trickle downstream. Biguzera, it's a good boost. It could catch somebody off. Wasso Peak is the victim. The DGT's just swinging wide. Everybody's swinging for that extra bit of control. Max feeling pressured, and there is that second M4. Now check out all 3 CTs with guns. Perhaps the downfall of the aggression. Buddha starts to peel it back, and QZ's trade is critical. Let's see if Martinez can put forth a clutch. They come at him. He spots them both, just trying to dodge damage. It's a switch to the pistol. It's moving targets, and it's 2 rifles for Pain to come up. Fight fire with fire.
Absolutely. Nice tactic there from Biguzera, and it's the use of the CS2 smokes, just chipping off the top of it to get some vision, and then the rest of the spray coming in. And also DGT continuing to fight. It gets a little bit messy here on the left side of the site from the CD perspective, and it's also because they just keep moving with that kill. They expand very quickly. They put pressure on Max when he's supposed to be the bomb planter, and they're supposed to have a guy alive just to make sure no one can swing the site. Maximum pressure on the communication. Pain win another round. It's the unlikely rounds they won. The eco in the second round, and now they win another very, very low buy. I mean, as much as that's usually not a good sign for the half, if those are your main wins, they've already got 4 here on CT. This got to be the strongest, like, Cologne in terms of the lower tier teams that are here, in terms of how the wins they've taken, the form that they've shown.
How are they already back in?
Oh my God. They did not waste any time.
They just sprint, straight up, sprint through smoke like it's nothing, guns up, barely announce themselves with the util. It does cost them. That lack of util is what opened the angle for the offer. Biguzera gets away with it. Wasso Peak turns back on him, keeps a quarter of his HP up, and then gets another. So we go to DGT, who could, for all the CT knows, be playing out long, but he gets to pillar. And this position's gonna blindside him. DGT has 2 options, play passive or get up in his face.
Yeah.
And what does he do? Takes the risk, repositions, and it pays off.
Yeah, he doesn't play that long round and potentially have the bomb get tapped and then the op shot come in. He plays very active in here. I mean, there's a moment, 9Z are just crazy with it, right? The way they're running in through the site. And they have a moment where they can sit for a second after their first kills, get smokes down, and hold for pushes, but they skip that step as well. That's allowed Pain back into the game, but it hasn't harmed 9Z's confidence at all. Like, they keep up with it. And this is what we've seen from Pain. They are comfortable in the spot. Maybe they get one gun. Maybe they have a few pistols. I think it's a worthwhile try. Just because of the nature of the opportunities, right? 9Z are going to just come in rough like that, then why not take some kind of risk on every buy? It's a little investment just in case.
But this time they don't, Mo.
Yeah, nothing.
And QZ goes Kevlar 5-7. Snow with the Deeg, though. What is this? Well, how many times have we just seen that hyper-aggressive B-swing? Try it.
The one time they don't.
Well, maybe a sign of, 9Z also realizing.
Yeah, they've conditioned them.
Hang on now, maybe we should just, for once, go through the motions.
They go scissors, we go rock.
Small chance the CTs would have repositioned, but not the case. They just still sat inside B site. Bomb's been picked up, it's inbound, and this one's gonna be all 9Z all day. It's been a great year for South and Central America in terms of Counter-Strike. If we go back to the Copenhagen Major, we can discuss the RMR spots that these teams earned for us. Pain being a big part of that. Imperial putting fourth. 9Z gets their Dallas run that just shocked the world sort of at the end of the season. Nobody would have had them painted for playoffs. And yet they put that one forward. We get the likes of Guatemalan Malbs joining G2. Hell, even Canada's looking good at the moment.
Oh, very good. I was going to say, I didn't want to make it about us, but
right at the end we have to.
Listen, Nap, yeah, definitely had a great year overall.
And I'll say it, complexity too. Complexity too. Can you believe it? At least here in Cologne. Some shaky times for Cole, but that's an American core that has pulled something off for the organization at Cologne 2024.
I'd love to get a confidence meter on this game after the types of rounds that Pain have won, plus versus the sort of like brash, overly aggressive, instant B hits that 9Z have pulled off so confidently.
Uh-oh.
As they want to try again. Is it the wrong play, man?
Lux finds Max. That's a good pickup.
That's the guy you want to get.
Yep. With him down, it takes a little aggression off the edge of the long B play, which does indeed double back.
Now this will be interesting to see what their default looks like now that they don't full commit to that instant play.
DGT looking to secure lane as the bomb looks to come down the staircase. CT smoke it off themselves.
Kind of just needs to throw nades in here just to keep them here, because it looks like they're going to try to go A this time.
Doesn't have nades, unfortunately. Oh, he just grabbed it. Smoke off the dead body.
Yeah. Let's see, the bomb's coming up, though.
And QZ doesn't look to be pressing his advantage out top middle, but he is there if needed. Oh boy, frag grenade. Could have been way worse. Martinez on the angle, missed shot from him as that shoulder comes out. Lux looking to lock it down, but a second CT swings out, and Martinez swept away. Into the op goes Snow. Trading out his teammate efficiently, making sure that man advantage at the start of the round from Pain gets milked to tie this game at 5.
Yeah, incredibly close game in favor of Pain slightly, getting these CT rounds. Nice hold too. So I find an antidote to this problem that was Max on all these rounds over on that side of the map. And if 9Z tightened up the loose ends, they would have had a bit more money coming into future rounds. There would be less ecos. They would probably have a better chance of cleaning up their own anti-ecos. And so they've had a very imperfect half, and it's still been impressive because of the fact is they've won so many rifle rounds of these 5. They just haven't won the easy ones to follow. think he learned that word from Shocks.
Must have been. She's a bad influence, you know. Ooh. Snow locked it down last round, but don't forget Lux. Oh, he opened it up, Martinez. How dare you?
What the hell?
What is Cowes doing? He's getting a little crazy. Oof, Biguzera's incendiary just spread far enough. DGT half health. Biguzera's got the advantage here, but he calls NQZ over.
He doesn't believe that DGT would just run up close and that position could have died, but will they expect the op? This could be a great opportunity for NQZ.
Util comes out, nice shot, doesn't whiff, but Max gets the headshot to Biguzera. NQZ falls back. We put him under a microscope prior to the game going live. 11-6, but soon to be split inside a site with no chance to offer anything from heaven. So he turns back to camera. Again, no teammate there. It's going to be this eventual long A play. The smoke fades, and NQZ, oh, he misses his chance at a third frag, but he's got 1 health left to do it. And as he chucks the nade back to heaven, this is all about distracting, all about giving his 2 teammates a chance to strike with backs turned. He's done a good job of puffing his chest. Shadow advantage to Buddha, but he drops the ball. And as they go chasing the Opera, now they're left up inside of heaven. Martinez tries to swing. Expose out into the side. Will this bring the Opera back? And QZ comes over, and he gets his 4th of the round. USP down. Waso Peak is dead. And Snow jumps back on time. It is a clutch for Pain. The young gun steps up again.
Yeah, that's 1 of 2 out of Snow. Nice one, man. And he had to go out wide and hope. He had 1 chance right there where he shows himself and he doesn't get that kill, then it's definitely going to be 1 on time for an 9Z. Very good round in terms of fallback protocols from NQZ. Almost put himself out of the round, came back just in time to be a part of it again. And he's had a strong half so far. The way that these situations are distilling, it is just, it gets into the creative late round situations so quick with these guys.
It's just such fun CS.
It's like the definition of think fast, right?
Yeah.
Like, plan out everything, but...
Biguzera's spot. They think it's supported, but Waso Peak emerges. Oh, Biguzera. Not going to happen on his watch. Nay, nay. Puts down 2 players top mid. Just because of the boost and not seeing anything, they thought they had it, but that smoke cycled, gave Biguzera his cover, and this is now turned into an excellent chance for Pain to close out this half with a 7-5 lead. NQZ leaves a little slack out in middle, so be it. Still a 4v2, should be good. And he nails another one. All of a sudden, Martinez is surrounded. Pressure from behind by the utility. He can't even leave. And these 2 CTs top mid look to give him the fight, but they better be careful about it.
Yeah, he knows now where all 3 are for a second. This will still be so difficult for Martinez to surmise an opportunity when there's 40 seconds. They're covering every choke point just a little bit.
It's a nade in hand for Cowes. He falls off.
And I don't know, yeah, go towards Cowes. Other guy was spotted underneath the bridge, and Martinez knows they could go either direction. Not gonna lie, there is like a small chance that they've got too thinned out. Too much respect. Cowes, active defense.
Waited here a little while. Cowes sits back on fish.
Oh, doesn't spot
he's behind the cake. Martinez sliding outwards. Martinez is going to find this, but it's all about the time.
If Cowes doesn't swing,
he's got it in the bag. Martinez wastes a little bit of time up inside of camera. Felt like maybe he'd have a chance. You ask Snow, they never had a damn chance from the start of all this. Solid stuff down in camera. Connector gets locked down. We go 7-5 Pain at the end of the half. Prior to Anubis going live, our experts on the panel put NQZ's performance in Cologne under the microscope. And, well, he has exceeded the expectations from the last few days. A 14-8 half, locking it in over towards that A site while they scrambled. And it means 9Z are now trailing by 2 as they kick off the CT half.
I can't remember who it was versus, but remember we looked at NQZ's kill matrix and we're like kind of impressed because it didn't feel like he had won his duels versus that Opera. I think it was on Dust 2 the other day. We were casting it together.
Try, yes.
And so, I don't know if the stats are telling the full story here, but today I think they're doing him some favors.
Oof.
Site's getting run over. TGT can't hold on to this one. And we don't even want to look at this. It's just violence.
We don't want to look. It's our job to. We have to watch. Oh, and GDT? What? GDP? DGT tries to go running back into the spawn. That's going to make him scramble. I love that. Good tap. Oh, but he can't get a kill with it. Snow's going to blow him away. They're in the CT spawn with bomb planted A. When they hear that defuse sound, man, they had to run. And run is what they did from the get-go, right? From the outset of this pistol onset.
It is outset.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hell yeah.
I think you got onset dementia or something.
Something like that.
At the outset. Nailed it.
Sorry, one too many Falcons casts.
DGT, baby. DVDs. You like tapes or CDs, Connor?
I'm a CD kind of guy. They make great Frisbees. Dual purpose.
Well, why don't you tape these?
Okay.
Don't say it. I won't even finish it. Already got him.
One single flash on Wasopeak.
Oh, man. I think this game got away from 9Z. They lost the eco rounds. They won some cool rounds, but no pistol, lost some ecos. Too many tragedies. Too many tragedies.
They were barreling through some of their T side as well, as if they already had a 7-round lead.
Yeah, right.
And, you know, I'm all for a fighting spirit. I'm all for some electric South American Counter-Strike. But when you do it without the lead, you make those mistakes. Next thing you know, Payne's sitting pretty 8-5 with Mac 10s in camera, a completely wrapped up B site, and a finagled A stack. Sorry, gentlemen. You're not getting anything this time.
I wonder if they've got a watch party going on.
They always do.
Always do.
9Z always does.
Yeah. They had Dallas watch parties, right?
They should be. Whoa there. We got to go to Buenos Aires one day.
Would absolutely love that.
9Z fans have invited us many times, Launders. Whoa. Starting to intimidate me. Making me nervous.
Give him the donk talk.
He's making me nervous.
Had to play 2 best of 3s the other day and kept the energy up all night.
Yes, sir.
DGT walking to his death, maybe.
Maybe not.
Kill, but the trade is coming.
Oh, Mac 10 up close. Luckily, Martinez there for the trade frag. Nade could find him.
Run!
Oof. He ducked IRL. That's how you know he was going to get away.
They spotted no flash support. They could. Oh, Lux doesn't know he's here.
Awesome that Martinez jumped back into this position.
But there's no way. Martinez is probably so scared that they're just going to walk up on him, right? He would assume he spotted Wasopeak. He's got some info. Cow is coming in to clear this. He can take his time with it.
He's going to have to be thorough. Oh, my God. Well done, Cowes. Keeping that possibility in mind, just opened the door to the B site. And Martinez just came off of the pillar, sees that there is nobody there. There was never that walk-up really coming towards him. So more movement from 9Z in middle. But they are just playing catch-up versus a team that's about to take a site, put that bomb down, and be uncontested. Maybe they swoop down through connector. Lux doubles back. Oh, should have seen Martinez. But he's so far back.
It'll still be hard to breach dark here. Martinez, maybe he's got a timing. Lux is watching this, and Cowes will go down. 3-on-2.
Lux looking for the swing. He finds himself alone.
He will turn eventually, man.
Oh, gets dinked. This is going to be the advantage to Buddha, and the bomb not really planted here for Lux. Oh, Buddha comes out wide. That's a 9Z retake. That doubling down on long ends up being worth it. They trade out, and as well, a dink on the player in dark. They get by with 70 health the difference. Buddha's clutch could maybe give 9Z some legs early on.
And the good early trades as well with double layered aggression. Even though DGT wasn't aware that someone had pushed up to the baskets, they have a way to get the trade and get away. And Martinez is very slick to get up behind the pillar and call for some support to come in, and Payne don't even realize that he's sitting there. So not an easy retake still. They pull it off, 3-round game.
Ouch.
You can really feel the lack of the utility here on the CT side. Good first steps in the round here for Payne.
Nothing too daring just yet from Payne. Sizing up from mid-control, and honestly, 9Z, they had that excursion out towards long A, but a bit of unknowingness about middle. Doubts start to grow. Lux has been locked in for ages. For ages he waited in that corner, and Wasso Peak just gives him the jumping MP9 treatment.
And the flash did nothing.
Okay.
The flash just gave him confidence.
But look at this.
Oh my gosh. Big Daddy, Big Uzera coming up around the outside.
Is anybody exposed to him? Wasso Peak's on the pillar, but I think he might be on the opposite. Nope, yep, fully exposed. Big Uzera sliding up, loses his angle on the first. Oh, he gets spotted. Now everybody's going to fixate forward. Wasso Peak gets finished off. The remnants of Payne push in. Max holds onto the wall, and Buddha's got the support over the shoulder. His gun goes dry, but the trade frag's fast, and 9Z smother that hit.
Yeah, that was a situation where the smoke comes in, and it's actually a chance that Big Zera can get his kill, line it up, and walk up closer. And obviously, we can see that he should take that frag because his opponent had very low health, but he didn't know that at all. And he was thinking probably with the MAC-10, this would be silly to try to start a duel from this distance. So, I mean, some might look at that and think it's greedy, but genuinely, if he had 100 and he thought he had 100 health, that wouldn't have been a great fight to take. You could chalk it up to unlucky. 9Z still, though, might be able to make this CT comeback, as unlikely as it seemed a few rounds ago.
Again, though, live by the sword, die by the sword. Even versus pistols, we've got an MP9 pushed all the way down lane. A skewer for Martinez, a faded smoke for Max. Backs turned to these CTs. It's a cleanup on aisle 3. And our hourly wages are low.
They have gone up against all the adversity, and in some rounds have beaten themselves here, 9Z. Nearly about to tie this game anyways. That kind of speaks to how confident and strong that they're feeling. And we see they're out in enemy waters in canals early on into this round. What kind of energy do they bring to the full rifle? We now enter the late game. There will only be an op in Martinez's hands. No way. There was no nade on that smoke again, was there?
I'm not sure.
We saw the icon, but it's possible. If they didn't blow that out, that was just something ludicrous that he just hit. Ah, they did blow it up. Never trust that kill feed.
Wasso Peak hangs onto it with 2 players in front of him. He's the one struggling piece of 9Z at the moment. Oh, that's going to help.
Oh, 2 dinks.
A lot of damage there.
An extra gift.
They have to respect the utility with such little bars on Big Uzera and Lux. Another incendiary pops inside of Connector.
That's actually a big problem this round. Look at the HEs left over. They've still got late game smokes as well. Oh, this is so tough, but they get a kill.
That could help.
You do get a kill.
Cowes finds one, gets traded back. Deep peek. Oh, they find Martinez.
Ooh.
The Opper gets found out trying to get a little too aggressive, and they had already turned their attention against them. Now, it is still a pretty quick sprint from 9Z into position. Oh, but Lux offers up another frag. We've got the Fountain player low, Snow in the front. Now, they're both still on such little HP. DGT from the top. The Op just turns. It's Snow again with critical cover and an awesome turnaround from Payne.
Oh, man, his late round awareness is 100. We got 2 clutches out of him, and his overall frags aren't there, but these moments, they're game winning. It's actually crazy that they put the bomb down on this side when the CTs, you know, they have full control on the other side of the map. They can't push through canals. What if there was a lurker, right? So I thought that plant was definitely going to be a mistake, and if one bullet came in and Snow isn't turned at that moment, that round is over. 10 seconds left.
That's one of those things where, like, bomb actually gets planted in a position that caught the Heaven player off, so he peeked deeper than he had to. But in peeking a little deeper, that's all he needed to give Snow the shot. Incredible turn of events in that last round. That felt all but wrapped up. With that low HP,
yeah,
I bet you Martinez is kicking himself now.
Yeah, that was actually not a great round for Payne because they didn't do a good job of drawing utility out through that whole round, right? And we saw the tail end effect of that as 9Z were throwing molly, smokes, and nades at 40 seconds.
Here we go again. Max straight back into it. Again, it's good at catching them off guard, but Snow just will not go down without a fight. Buddha comes in, gets that 4v4 back. Martinez expectant of a boost. Big Uzera just dodging the op shot. As the CT player peels off middle, they're going to get active on B instead. Very passive from Cowes. Nade with his name on it just sails by him. He's cold. Dude, that was so cool.
That was just a nice
What
crowd.
a cool guy.
Not even close. Right over the shoulder.
Chill as hell.
But they don't see this default, and it's actually Cowes to tell his team they haven't pushed and stayed here. They threw a nade and left. This is a great timing brought to you by Cowes. Martinez is alone in dark, but you know, with no one flanking him, there's actually multi-frag potential if he's careful. We've seen the power of 9Z on these retakes. Oh, wow. Never mind.
Ooh. Big Uzera's got other ideas. Instant headshot. Martinez deleted, and there is no chance here for 9Z. They won't even take the gamble on a retake. So Payne go up 11, and like you said, that's all Cowes.
100%.
Playing it cool.
He got the information. He had the perfect way to spot. He's also been the guy as the lurker in that previous round when the full push came out. Approached it so carefully. You know, he's never really been caught off guard. And I love that with Cowes because he really is like a very fur-like rifler, but adapting to what his team needs. You know, that Furia Academy project, he was just tip of the spear every single round. I mean, that team really didn't have much structure. The Academy League, they tried to build it like an art style team, and it just didn't have the right sort of like leadership on it. But Cowes as an individual was happy to fit that persona. But kind of like Henny, when Henny went from playing on Immortals to playing with Furia, he slowed it down for this roster and showing that he's got enough court IQ to play a versatile game that means he'll be a very careful lurker as well as an aggressive player when they need to. Most importantly, just not like jump across an angle someone's going to be sitting in or make some foolish mistake of taking a duel when all he needed was information. Cowes looking good. I mean, if 9Z can bring it back at this point, they've been through everything.
True.
Good luck.
Ooh, nice nade. That'll help them. And their attempt to hang on to the A site. Sea of utility back and forth. Big Uzera's honing in on Martinez. He's going Gonna clear it. Oh, instant headshot. Dude, Big Uzera's kicking it up.
Oh, yeah.
As he does in the big games. Big Uzera given a chance in a second. Takes a third player for 9Z to finally topple him. Buddha is alone on B, and we get this instant transmission from Pain into it. Buddha, oh, it's good damage. Swap to the AK, but the trade's there. Waso peeks in sight already, and that's 2 players stuck inside of camera. A nade that goes bouncing in for no damage, and they sense that as a chance to just run the other way.
Yeah, but this is kind of wild. I mean, the CTs have established control in dark. Lux is going to get over here. No one's made the rotation. Maybe I don't know what they're scared of with the lurks. But Bomb doesn't cross into the site. Pain did something weird this round, right? They ran through the dark smoke so early on. It was obviously being watched. And now they were trying to bait something into the op, but the bomb hasn't crossed over yet. It still feels like the CTs are guessing, so they'll let the plant go down. But it feels like they're sort of making up as they go. It's just 15 and no problem. made NQZ cross into the site to plant.
Crazy.
There's literally a chance for him to die doing that too.
He gets off, but will they anticipate this A flank as fast as it has come through?
Oh, they're trying to get the kill and push, eh?
NQZ looking at the nades. Here comes the big swing from DGT, but they did allow for that T to get up into heaven. Still, DGT finds his, now to be pitched from mid. Oh, it's so close, but Waso Pete's got other ideas. How many rounds will 9Z add to the board by the skin of their teeth?
They just want this to be the hardest fight possible, okay? Connor, they're like Hisoka, watching Killua and Gon. They want them to grow into Nen users that are so strong they can have a fight worth, an opponent worth beating. That's what they're doing at the moment.
That's such a great analogy that
they're just
we all definitely understand.
Yeah.
And I couldn't think of a better way to put it myself.
Yeah. Well, it is, the best shonen anime of all time. Very popular, massive cultural impact.
That's my favorite appetizer, actually.
Can I get an extra egg, please? But that's what 9Z want. They want a powerful opponent that's worthy of being beaten. They're letting Pain get all these rounds just so they can try to take him down, these difficult situations. But they shouldn't do that with Pain, man. Pain are too good. It's a scary game to play.
What can NQZ offer us in a round like this? In contrast to some of the aggressive rounds 9Z have played this time versus the AK, they will lean back. And when I say AK, I mean the one. NQZ's rifle here to make contact. Saw a shoulder.
That's how you spot.
And he sees that as a chance to just pounce on tempo control. They're all going to come at this. DGT comes through, kills one of the pistols. A few more players for him to deal with, but he won't know about the AK.
He should still call the timing just so his teammates are aware, but...
He's got the bomb cut off. Buddha seems wary, but steps into the rifle, and so NQZ gets his first. Doubles back.
And now he gets to wander a little bit.
We got Max down on the beach.
Cause some paranoia. NQZ looking for another duel, but DGT's aware.
Good. Good on 9Z. Like you said, kind of calls the potential timing, even if Buddha does step into it and die. Martinez? Huh?
Oh, wait,
Snow
he missed
gets
the shot.
Mid, into the MP9.
Oh, he doesn't take it.
No way. No way Snow's going to do this again.
Oh.
He has been so key. And DGT blind comes through, missed op shots out of Big Uzera way too many times. Snow comes out with another
chance for a clutch.
Into the M4 with Waso Peak already out. He swings. He softens him. It's a health advantage for the CT. Snow gets back away with a fresh mag, and it causes a chase. Waso Peak has the kit, and Snow's not going to bite on it. So many rounds from Snow, but not this time. Not this time, kid.
Yeah, he's just too far away. And the way that he ran, he knew that he would have to run back, and he could have time to get off the bomb and then go fight again. So finally, Snow looks human in these clutch situations, as he's been so clutch in these late round moments. But man, this gets scary.
Dude.
I think it's the Big Uzera shoulder peaks that basically hypnotizes Martinez.
Us too.
Yeah, and gives them a chance to win that. So that's a nice try. But once he gets the op, man, it's sabotage. Ugh. You can't hit a shot with it.
In the wise words of Bubsky. Brother,
So,
what was that?
Third timeout call for 9Z as they dodge disaster once again, and they have somehow kept this a one-round game. I just can't believe it.
It's like you said during the halftime when our mics were off, you're just like, I can't really tell who's actually winning.
Yeah.
You know, and even though the round count was there.
Trying to check on that first pistol. Oh, is it? Yeah, like they got ecoed on the conversion and they lost second pistol and they still have it a 10-11 game.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Honestly, at times I've just felt like 9Z have kind of made this harder for themselves.
Oh, that nade is amazing.
Beauty. And of all the people to soften up, go ahead and catch Snow down to 68 health. But I feel like a round like this one, the 22nd, pressure's getting to everybody. All the more wild if you can throw risks out now. And it doesn't seem like 9Z are going to do that. Maybe it's this decision to lean back and hang on to sights that suddenly puts them up 11-all.
And because they've just been playing with fire this entire time and everything rests on a knife's edge, 9Z have, you know, very little utility here early on into the round. Pain have a distinct advantage in that regard. And, oh, nice. Martinez with the 180 back on Snow.
That is some snappy shooting.
And DGT is still here spotting. He's going to set up a position to flank again, but Max gets caught off guard.
Lux barrel stuffs it. Waso peek against the wall. Yep, he's going to be able to hang on. His trade frags there from Buddha. Blinded and dealt with. Cowes comes in clean at an opportune moment. NQZ knows he can also push through smoke. How many tight rounds will we get between 9Z and Pain?
And they're still missing one player. The big flank might be unexpected. DGT taking the safe route actually might be a good idea. Bomb goes down late. That's one for free.
Yes, sir. 9Z back with the edge. Martinez trying to find some contact. NQZ sees this as a chance to slip off sight, but remember, bomb's not planted for him.
And DGT has a smoke.
Starts to make some sound towards long. That push coming out. Martinez jumping the gun. That's now both the information that NQZ needs, but again, no vision on bomb. He holds for the close peek, trying to be baited, but oh, the smoke didn't go deep enough. The deagle's out, the no-scope's in, and they'll jump on top to clutch. It is Martinez's kit that was needed. The smoke was short.
The smoke was short. He had to hit the no-scope. If he didn't get that kill, or he took an extra couple seconds to duel, and the trade came in, it would have been too late. 11-11.
Oh, how are you going to throw that smoke short?
That's crazy. They didn't even need to smoke the actual bomb. They could have smoked the choke points, but they didn't know he was in dark. Oh, Martinez literally must hit no scope. They just wanted sloppy joes right now.
Better sloppy than sleepy.
Yeah, they are looking alive. Pain appear pretty calm. Is this a curse, though, for 9Z? They get a full buy with all their utility?
Yeah, it feels like it's too good to be true.
Is that just a little too comfortable for a team like 9Z?
What do we do with all this?
Who have won like 19 defuses in this game?
Insane, dude. 9Z, 3 defuse rounds in a row. 2 of them 1vx clutches. I mean, fighting to secure 11. Fighting to try and get map 1. Fast flash. Martinez hits the shot. And as DGT slides back out, it's a trade frag that Pain are content with. You've gotten the 4v4. They decide to peel back, but this is a fast sprint perhaps. I thought they'd go for control, but they're just looking to stampede into connector. Waso Peak puts the incendiary down, but there's 2 players ahead of it. They wait for the smoke to pop, which will block off Buddha. At the same time,
Nade.
Biguzera trying to get in from long. Nade exposes them, but the Tech 9 hits. Snow is looking for heavy impact again. Buddha slides around, the T's fall back, but NQZ climbs up onto Plat. And now they know about him, so he'll reposition. Snow has grabbed an AK in the meantime and plays the pillar. Peeks deep, dies. 3v1. Nigh impossible at this point, you'd assume. But NQZ's position, it's gonna get hard cleared. Max comes all the way through. 9Z survives so many tests and come forward with a 4th consecutive defuse, 12-11.
Unreal that they get to 12 before Pain, the way that this game played out. But they, as you said, are playing not so sleepy. They have looked alive this entire map. I don't know where the self-confidence comes from, but it clearly works. Insane stuff so far. Fireworks till the very end. That's overtime secured, but it's still a full buy and a timeout for Pain to think about things. You can tell that their calling is, well, it's been just as simplistic on the T side in terms of take the opportunity and run with it. They tried to go for the A site play, got shut down by the Martinez op, turned it around instantly into the B site hit. And, you know, right before the hit comes in, it looks like the CTs are all in perfect spots, right? That's what it's been.
Yeah.
But then it doesn't matter. Like the Tech-9s run over, someone gets a ridiculous kill, and then suddenly the bomb's down, and you have no idea what's happening.
But it felt like once the bomb did go down, CT still just kind of cooled off. Max, no way.
This guy.
Dude.
On round 24?
I mean, NQZ's going to hear it, but a missed op shot, yeah, I mean, insanity. Insanity for Max to try that. Big Uzera's going to come out middle, and this is going to be a punish. Pain into the 4v3.
EGT has been a star player here, but he's alone. They're coming in for him.
He hangs on. Big Uzera's coming hunting. Oh, he gets both. DGT cleared out. Lux gets a main control, and Buddha wants to scramble now down through camera.
Do they hear both players? It's a question of information at all times. Kawaz seems a bit too wise to jump on this and run into the site directly. They'll start to make their way back, and it is a matter of discovery. Nobody knows what information they're going to get, but because Pain are going around long and slow, the CTs can start to fan out themselves and clear out any lurk positions.
As if this first map needed one more tense 2v2, one more potential defuse situation.
Also, he's coming to meet them at the impasse.
Yep, and he's got a teammate with him.
The right timing.
This trade potential is here for both teams, but the swing, oh, it's a bad spray, but guess what? Surprise, surprise! Buddha's in position, 9Z take the win, and that is without the first pistol, because they got forced upon. No second pistol either. Could you have made this game any harder for yourselves? Max dives bridge, stands inside of fire, just in the thick of it. 9Z prevail. My God, what a game. And we go map 2 after this. Pain have slipped on their pick. Anubis to 9Z.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray.
Battle headed right down the wire. It looked like we were set for overtime, but 9Z pull it out, close on Anubis, and set themselves up strong here in this Battle of South America.
We said it was going to be chaotic. We said it was going to be entertaining. We said it was going to be loud, and it delivered on all three fronts. This game is only one map deep, and I can't wait to see what we're going to be getting on D2.
So much passion in this region, generally speaking. When they play against each other, you just feel like it's a different mode, man. I'm just getting football type of vibe from those kind of games. I would have loved to have a South American crowd in here just cheering for each one every time they get around. They use so much energy, like when they win around, that I'm sometimes curious if they screw them up for themselves in the freeze time. Like, oh shit, forgot the orbit back in spawn or some shit. Like, there constantly just happens stuff, and we said it was going to be messy. And the reason why it becomes messy is because they're doing these sort of things. They want to play where they get in the opponent's head, so it will be fast-paced, it will be chaotic, and that just screws up the beautiful Counter-Strike at times, but it was really, really entertaining.
I think there was just so many turning points in that map as well. Even the AWPers that weren't, well, the people AWPing that weren't the AWPers were having impact as well. There was a point where Snow had that AWP. You remember that 2v1? Yeah. Beautiful hold at Heaven. Had to hit that shot. And so many turning points as well. Even just with the economy, was just going all over the place. You'd swing one way. In the first half, you'd have Pain winning like 5-0. You know, not having a single person lost in the round. And then the next round, it'll be back to a 2v2 crazy clutch. We were getting every single kind of Counter-Strike out of Anubis.
We absolutely were. And I mean, touching on those AWPers, they became a focal point of it, right? We had some pop-off performances coming through from both sides. It's something we were keeping an eye on in the pregame, so let's check in. The number's actually pretty good for NQZ, but I think he'd rather have what Martinez does.
Exactly, he got it up. I mean, the pregame we talked about NQZ being a missing factor for this roster. They need him, and he kindly showed up. And let's be honest, this was a moment of margins, right? There were so many rounds that could have gone in the favor of Pain, and then we would be standing here cherishing NQZ for a great performance. Martinez, I mean, this tournament has been pretty mediocre for him so far. He's like one of the best players on the server, but he's not really showing it that much. I know he had a difficult opposition in the form of Astralis in the first game, but this is more like his level where he should be dominating. I would have loved to see a little bit more, but I do agree that it wasn't the easiest game to AWP because you were constantly rotating as kills was just flying around the corner.
I feel like the numbers definitely skewed towards NQZ in the head-to-head, but in terms of impact, there was so many points where over towards A main, you had Martinez and whoever else was next to him just holding different angles back to back, making sure they were locking it down. And the way that they were playing on the CT side was like a 2-3 split in a lot of those rounds, leaving mid almost fully open, and it was Martinez who was either gazing through camera over to mid, just keeping that sight line going, or just like dominating every single time they were trying to come into A main. He was so quick, able to go quickly anti-flash, boom, flick back, boom, get the kill, and just get the numbers there. And it was crazy how fast he is in comparison to NQZ at the moment.
And I mean, looking forward as well, right? This should be continuing to be an AWP treat for the senses, right? We're headed to Dust 2. If there's ever a map to just watch two scopes go head-to-head and get weird, this is the one.
Yeah, but this is now up for the Martinez to actually slow the game down a little bit. I know on the CT side they want to play aggressive, but I would love to do him to just talk to his teammates and just say, hey, let me be the star of the show, because I'll get a lot of easy picks. Because right now, Pain and 9Z are both playing very fast. They are missing a couple of flashes. They're not doing the regular defaults. It's not a Na'Vi default you're facing. You're just facing people who are strafing. We are potentially going to be seeing many duels towards the mid area, right? Down mid, Martinez, just hold that short angle. I swear you're going to get a kill or two if you're just going to keep your calm.
We see the team huddles outside, right? And now it's big tension on for Pain. I know we've got 9Z in our view right here, but you're seeing it from Pain. It's a little more muted than we've seen from them so far, even after some of the losses, because right now they're looking at their Cologne dream potentially coming to an end.
Well, in terms of moving towards Dust 2, right, that's where, you know, some heartbreak might start to come, because Anubis, we thought it was going to go to 3, but then they just couldn't quite get it all the way at the end of regulation. There were some moments that last round looked like in that 2v1 they were going to be able to do it, but the spacing between 9Z was just too good. And the round before as well, when they did have the pistols, they had full side of B control. It was a 3v3, looked pretty damn good in the post plant, but again 9Z were just that little bit too strong. So they've crushed their dreams, but backs against the wall. They have to go for the reverse sweep if they want to keep themselves alive here at Cologne.
when you use so much energy as well for this one and you go outside, you feel so dreaded. Like it's watching a Titanic. You're fully done, right? You already cried, you already cheered, you already did all the good things, and now you're standing outside there thinking it was all a waste, right? You spent 1 hour in this arena trying to scream out of your lungs. You won so many moments. Those players who won those one-on-one or lost them, they will sit down and feel, oh, couldn't I just have won that? And it would have been so much more easy to advance into the next stage. But right now, the reality is so much different for them. They're going to be getting probably a little Red Bull, get some bananas, whatever you want to eat out there, get the energy levels up, because this is going to be difficult. Like facing 9C on their potential best map, and you've just lost your own in such a hectic way, that's stressful.
I feel like they need to come out, they need a pistol, they need to get off on the right foot, or it's just going to be a bit of a shellacking, because that's what we saw, over in that G2 Spirit game. It was extremely one-sided, and I don't want this stream to end like that. I want it to be a scorcher, an entertainer.
No, certainly not. We can't be doing what the A stream's doing. This is B stream. B stands for best.
That's it.
And Payne's going to be hoping that B stands for Brazil once more. I will say, as much as we've maybe doubted it over the course of it, the experience, the stamina, all these things, it seems like these young guns over on Payne, and Snow in particular, just seem to find another piece of their lungs, perhaps, to scream out with every match.
To those who didn't see the G2 game and Spirit, right, they just lost. I think the way Spirit went out of this tournament, you're not going to be seeing Payne throw off that phase, right? They're going to be so much still in there. They will give it their all, and that's why I'm still looking forward to the second map, right? There's no domination from 9C, which I maybe expected, but it's actually going to be a 50-50 still.
It's actually kind of funny to think. Some people were making some comparisons earlier in the tournament. We've got a screaming 17-year-old on the server. It's like, oh, we've got the Brazilian Donk over here. Who'd have thought that Snow would actually make it longer in the tournament and have more map wins at Cologne than Donk?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, if we're going to be touching upon it just slowly, right? Spirit out of the tournament, and that also gives room for these lesser teams to actually get a good bracket run, because all of a sudden you're going to be facing only 1 or 2 harder teams. I mean, it's hard right now to call Spirit one of the best teams in the world with what they've done here at Cologne. But generally speaking, they're going to be happy if they manage to advance from this stage to see, some of the favorites have already gone out. Maybe we can actually do an upset and get into the Lanxess arena.
I mean, the prospect for them as well. That next opponent, the Mongols, have also looked mortal, Mac.
Yeah, they've unfortunately today just couldn't quite get across the line. Earlier against Saw, that was another scorcher. And then, every single time I've seen Mongolia take on, anyone from South America, they usually have their number, but tomorrow could be interesting if Mongolia doesn't bring their A game. And there's the chance that we are going to have, a battle of the young guns again. Mazzino 18, and I think Senzu had his birthday the other day, so he's no longer in that 17-year-old club here at Cologne.
No, he's graduated on out, but now it's time for us to graduate into a quick break, because it's time to get the second map underway. It might be Payne's story coming to a close. It might be 9Z moving on. It's Dust 2 after this.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Ooh, baby, 9Z, who were ferocious in a lot of those rounds, maybe a little too insane at times, have found themselves stepping into their own map pick of Dust 2, which, as far as I'm concerned, Mohan, spiritually, okay, philosophically, Dust 2 and 9Z make absolute sense. If they're going to be playing rounds as they did on Anubis, if they're going to be going for opening swings, if they're going to be looking to trounce bomb sites in mere seconds, then of course we go to Dust 2. I've cast enough 9Z to know that when Dust 2 came back into the map pool, that's when 9Z truly took a step forward.
100%. And these two teams both really love the map. It's actually a bigger win streak for Pain on it. At the moment, but a very good win rate, and 9Z have the Vitality victory on Dust 2 from Dallas. That's their big golden moment.
Ooh, pushed out of the lower tunnels.
And they got crushed by 9Z on this map twice. 13-3 once,
Blah.
13-10 another time. About 10 maps ago, so we'll see.
That's nearly ancient history.
No, not getting that in the map pool.
Oh boy, Kawaz, what a slippery situation. 5v3 off the back of that one. What the hell are you going to do about it? You thought that long rotation was going to get you anywhere? Kawaz has to go back to try and just take somebody else down, but he won't get any more damage. So I think clearing him out like that and not losing a third player, keeping all your utility here on max, it's still winnable if you're 9Z.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Could have been worse.
They kind of dealt with that problem fast enough to give themselves options. And it's good that they're keeping their attention inside of middle with DGT, but they're just trying not to die. Lux. Oh, wow. That's it. Max wanted to line up a smoke. DGT will get a kill. There is a smoke on the ground. A molly. Oh, that was the most expensive piece of utility.
Scoops the bomb up with it.
I have to hit 3 more amazing shots. I mean, that's all he's got to do.
Hell, look at a bomb plant. He won't be half bad, but yeah, writes off the possibility of Gandalf. NQZ just tiptoes out, and that is a Pain pistol in their back pocket.
Yes, it is. They're the ones who start off with the 1 round, and a good round at that. The lower push comes up favorably, and it's a nicely timed lurk from Kawaz. They're just not a safe way for him to get out. He tries to. But it's really all about Lux right there. Unreal. Perfect on the timing. What's got your attention, Connor?
I was just counting the number of America's teams currently in Stage 2 of IEM Cologne. That would be 5 teams from the Americas, if you include Team Liquid, which Hugo Byron doesn't consider ours.
We are everywhere.
So I was just taking a glance to see, because I feel like we had a lot of, back at the play-in stage, a lot of kind of South Americans going up against one another and whatnot.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I just wanted to see how many of our cores we're going to keep going after this evening. This will unfortunately be the first America's team to be eliminated. The loser of this game. Bigozera, how have you done that, my friend?
He doesn't die.
Hangs on, just blows him away with the MP9, racks up the cash like it's a Vegas craps table, and the next thing you know, Pain go up 2-0.
You think he's got a craps secret? He's broken the game.
I don't really understand that game.
It's, you know, have you heard the saying that confident people are more lucky? Well, that's just like a fact. Or confident people feel more lucky, I should say.
Okay, sure. Yeah, main character synergy, energy.
Exactly, exactly. I feel pretty lucky to be here casting this game.
Damn right you do. I could have picked anybody else, and I picked you. A little bit of mid-door spam. Emphasis on the spam and not so much the little. 2 full mags blasting through, but CTs are fine. Tuck against the wall. Lux, how lucky are you feeling at the moment? Stepping into what was just the spray train.
9Z got their claws in deep here inside of middle. And Snow's alone. Okay, he's anchoring. This is a spot that a position that was brought up by Bubsky about Snow in some of these moments. Well, he's got a weak gun now. If they do go for some type of mid to B, there'll be a lot of pressure on him. Very little utility. I do want to say though, Lux as the other anchor has shown us some very strong moments on the B side.
Kawes going to stay committed to the pit, which freed up Biguzera to come help A-Site. But, I mean, Biguzera is playing site with the MP9. Just a potential issue here for the Pain camp. And all the while, he's trying to help out Kawes by throwing that flash from downtown. But Kawes, does he need help? 2 kills, easy. Third one, just as free. Beautiful stuff from the pit anchor. Then Biguzera does get the most out of the SMG, getting active along the side of the smoke. Max finds himself in a 1v5. That was clean.
That's pristine, clean, immaculate scenes here for Kawes. That's the anchor on the other side of the map, showing his worth. Last map, he was great too, and I just want to say very reliable. I always look at him and I'm like, he's not going to get caught off guard. He's not going to make a silly move. He's got good aim. But you know, 9Z, they don't care when they lose.
It's true. I mean, their spirit, their fighting spirit was so on display back in Anubis. We were kind of scratching our heads wondering, like, did they make that way too hard? And some of their opening moves, some of their gambits.
They are the guy popping champagne in 3rd place on the podium.
Hell yeah.
Right? Chewing on the metal. They enjoy every moment.
And I think they also make the most of every moment. So rounds like these, when they've got enough utility in these pistols as they do in the half-buy, we've got to keep our eyes close on 9Z. They got that spunk. Met by a smoke, however, on Catwalk, and very comfortable anchors all around the map. I believe that's Kawes even like sitting on top of Plat, so a completely different angle. If there was anybody to walk out long. See, like, who's going to be ready for that? Not me. Luckily for him, nobody is looking to challenge it. So we get down to 30 seconds. It's going to be the all-in 5-player cat pop. Or maybe a last-second rotation out middle. Nope, smoke doesn't go down to the CT spawn. So yes, they will try to hammer their way through. Met by Biguzera. NQZ still just setting up that streamline of flashbangs, and it goes exactly how you want it if you're Pain. 2 players lean back in the comfort of their cover, with utility enough to turn away what was an attempt from 9Z, but an attempt that falls incredibly flat. They find no opening, barring the Biguzera frag. Even that is after he gets his. So Pain to the 4-0 start, looking good.
No, that is fantastically done here on the defense. And the flash, the palm flash, as well as the CTs who are there watching, I mean, they're just ready for each situation. That's pretty beautiful. And this is, you know, it could have been Pain to pick Dust 2. It's 9Z picking into Dust 2, knowing they play against Pain on it very often, knowing they go toe-to-toe with Pain, just because they're trying to play to their strengths. But Pain have won a lot more than them recently. Their last 8 games, 9Z have lost 6.
Oi! And they're still picking it. Okay, that's
why, Connor. That's why.
That's something.
You know how to tune into those timings.
That's something. That's a thing. That happened.
Oh man, this is the kind of the perfect site hit, right?
Yep. Now
this will be Snow. This is tough. No support for him. Good luck, man.
They know Snow already dumped all that util at the start of the round. He peeks into a real pack of players.
Martinez in the back.
Yeah. Can't believe his luck. But, of course, 9Z confident that they can overwhelm this site. And I think that at the play-in, when it first started, one of the criticisms I had for Snow was this was, I think, one of the bomb sites where Bubsky's criticism of him was very apt. It was the utility usage and kind of, at times, finding himself more focused on the mid-fight than maybe the actual B anchoring.
Yeah, like this round's a little bit unfair because his teammate dies and they rotate to, like, heavily stack A.
Yep.
But it's true that...
We'll have to keep an eye on it as it goes on.
Lux is the better half of this site.
Yes, sir.
And I think that what we have seen actually, I think Snow gets a lot of attention. You know, we kind of infantilize him because he's this cute kid who's like so good, but he's like bottom fragging, but bringing great energy.
Yeah.
But then what we saw as an upside, if you watch the game itself, is that there were some big late round moments.
I would say most of the big play moments for Pain back on Anubis, despite them losing the map, were coming off the back of Snow.
They kind of would have got crushed without those 2 clutches that he got, plus that 2v1 that they needed him to get the kill and to win.
But unfortunately for him, this round, fully isolated, could have had one of those miraculous moments where he peeks into that pack and just rails headshots, but 9Z too ready for him. And off the back, we'll get their opening round win. But again, remember, all of that is set up by a blind shot through smoke in the middle of the round. Go ahead, try to replicate it. Oh, Cowes, that's kind of gross. Kind of disgusting.
That's audacious right there.
Comes around the side of the smoke.
Trusted the flash that didn't do anything. DGT just didn't think they'd push off of it.
Blind confidence, man. Can get the job done.
They called 2 on the cross. I mean, that was spotted at the beginning of the round, so they knew it was a long setup. The value of that information will quickly fade away as the CTs can get anywhere, but as you can see, they're trying to trick them into actually coming closer to the smoke and lower so they can go over top. I don't know what kind of opportunity this will net 9Z, however. This is very basic map control right now. And the new position being held here for Biguzera.
Climb up, put himself in the middle of the hit. Big chance here for Biguzera. Oh, okay. Sprays through. Just like that, turns away 9Z. They never stood a chance. He has been rock solid in this bomb site. He is off to the races on the score line, 10-1. And as Buddha attempts to just step out into the A site, just hoping for a bomb plant best case, double push behind him. Shit, Biguzera. Just absolutely locking down the smoke. But what do you expect trying to press a smoke against Biguzera?
Man, he's super good. And I'm wondering if even their last times they played Dust 2 were pre or post this one change that has come in. But
I can tell you.
But those 2 games, again, it's 9Z who won them. So overall, both these squads love Dust 2. Core part of their map pool, win or lose.
Those matches took place in May and June of 2024. You see that?
I did see that.
Oh my god, I just caught a water bottle as it was about to fall all over the PC setup.
Yep.
Oof, I'm the most clutch player
Clutched.
on the server.
Clutched it.
What was I doing?
You were trying to see if the Dust 2 changes.
Dust 2 box update.
Yeah.
My heart's pounding.
Sounds like at least one of the maps was definitely played before it.
3 weeks ago.
So.
That's both.
Both, okay.
Both games were played with the new box.
Without.
Sorry, I'm scrambled.
Oh, but Biguzera is not.
Max sure is. Brains blasted.
He's he's turning them into eggs, cooking them in all kinds of different ways right now. Scrambled, boiled,
deviled.
They're getting julienned. It's not even a thing you do with eggs. He's just trying to find new ways to kill them.
Ooh, this is an opening though, not bad for 9Z. They don't pounce on it, however. Keeping Waso Peak alive in mid doors. Just contemplating if they've lost too much mid control just yet. Oh man, I thought 9Z would have had to have kind of pounced on that moment, but they wait out the smoke. They've got one CT isolated. However, there is support trying to get into position. They are going to press out onto Snow. Can he do it on his own? Waso Peak gets the Biguzera frag mid. NQZ offering up a distraction. Snow, however, gets dropped with no impact from behind car. And NQZ desperately attempting to come back through the doorway while it's still smoked. Nope, never mind. Decides not to. They hear him and his teammate.
One flash for Cowes, but the op, is it too valuable? They have so much money. Oh, and this Buddha back site with a lot of HP.
Done. Martinez just patient as he needs to be. 9Z coming through with a second round win, isolating fights inside of the B bomb site. NQZ too afraid to leave just yet. And he has a reason to be as they come hunting. The window peak a little delayed. It'll get it there. 2 alive. Ooh, boy.
And an op upgrade. So that doesn't save. And yeah, there's a moment where, yeah, Snow's just got to get his. He's actually, in that spot, they do such a good job of getting over towards him. But the smoke, the mid-smoke, the CT's throw gets disrespected by the one lurker on 9Z. Also, P comes through that instantaneously and gets a kill. So that almost doesn't matter. NQC gets to the door, gets one op shot in, and then again, that's like as much of a distraction as you can hope for Snow in that position, and then, you know, he's just got to deliver like this. NQZ lighting it up again.
Why not? Straight into the lower tunnels as well. We've got one player holding back on the stairs. Snow under pressure yet again. Ooh. He's got a flashbang coming out through the doorway. Good flash to just hold off Buddha, and Snow's able to capitalize on that one. So Waso peak to the wayside. Snow burnt down to a third. And all that 9Z have right now is tunnels. They've already got a CT pushed out through towards long doors. All is good here for Pain. They survived the pressure of an early B presence. Support comes in from middle, Snow delivers, and now he's got Lux even steps ahead of him. So unless somebody steps into Martinez's scope, and that's not going to happen with a smoke up, it's looking like a nice and easy Pain 6th.
Yeah, man, this is a really great round between Snow getting his frag and also NQZ in lower getting away after his kill. They were unable to trap him in there. NQZ having another strong start. I don't know if there's a world that they pick up this round with the way the CTs are positioned, but because Biguzera is not coming in for the full flank and they're still grouped up here, the only chance with all these pieces of utility is both these site players get one kill in total, and that's where it gets scary. So that's all they have to do is defend against that.
Oh, you made it sound so easy. Because it should be. More CTs come through the smoke. That extra little volley. Really stunning 9Z in their tracks in their desperate attempt to exit into the B site, so it will not be allowed. No entry. Martinez hangs off, but will they be able to save guns, or it feels like Pain are kind of... No, okay, gonna let them have it. There we go, 6-2.
Yeah. Time comes down, rotations are nice and fast, and Pain off to a flying start. Again, another great play here.
Really good op play coming out of NQZ. NQZ.
NQ easy.
NQ too easy.
It's not that bad. This is your average day, Connor.
Is it? Man. Dude, I fell off.
You can tell they're drooling to take an opportunity to contact explode the B site, just like they did on Anubis. As soon as they have the chance to get close to the doorway. NQZ, does he have the right angle? Oh my God! Martinez absolutely had to take that shot before he peaked. Nasty. Nasty stuff here.
Little sigh of relief for 9Z. They don't get hammered by the op. Biguzera hasn't pressed his luck up catwalk just yet. One of the rounds where I feel like Pain give 9Z a bit more space, a little more respect. Biguzera nearly dead. Martinez, same boat. And there's only room for one. Lux leaning all the way back. He's being delivered chances here. It's a difficult duel for the T's to take, but they've got him pinned in. It's a Deagle looking for his head. He pops up. Martinez then has the AWP on the angle. DGT giving the insurance policy to the A site, but he showed shadow. I don't know if Kawa has spotted it, but he's aware of the risk. Waso peak jumping Tech 9, why not? And 9Z just like that back in with a round where they can do no wrong.
They're chomping at the bit, and just to get into that site.
It's so difficult to kind of put my finger on who is better at the moment between these teams because some rounds are just so convincing, other ones are on a knife's edge.
Yeah, it's like their team talk is, we know we're going to lose a lot of rounds in terrible ways that would normally kill morale. But we know that that's going to happen. But what's also going to happen is we will destroy them randomly on these one type of attack that we are so good at pulling off. And they never doubt that game plan. They come back in for the exact same thing over and over again. These explodes are so hard to stop, and it's not as if they're random, right? I mean, they have everybody watching everything. They stay back in the tunnels. They have their flashes and smoke still coming out to the door. They clear out all the right positions as they enter into the site. And even though there's 3 people there, they have the protocols in place to make that as difficult as possible. But still, Pain are up. right? We looked at Anubis, and overall, like if Pain had one more round, it would have got into overtime, right? One close situation goes their way in that position, and it could be a whole different result right now.
If any of those insane opening moves from 9Z, if any of the over-aggressions had been punished one more time, because there were rounds where they did get stopped in their tracks, where they did look
round
foolish.
24, even round 24. That was Max flying off the bridge like he had a cape on.
And QZ locked in behind cat stairs. Players coming at him here. Max, gets the shot out. But they don't kill him. And then the support comes through. He's still stuck in. But who's stuck with who? And QZ gets out. Oh my goodness.
They were scared of him. They were so scared. They didn't want to full commit, and they thought the rifle was right up behind it.
DGT gets killed by Cowes on top of Blue Box. Long smoke goes down on the catwalk. I cannot believe.
This is why they keep going B.
NQZ got out of there like that.
Yeah, they had to commit just a little bit more. No, but here's an interesting call if they stay on Cat. Like, their late round situations have always just been mid-B. Maybe they walk through the tunnels and go that way. NQZ on the up. They're banking on him missing. Do they have a flash for the scale? Yeah, they do.
But nobody crossing in that moment, so he takes AK tag, gives up the next shot.
That's beautiful.
And that's the cross. Now he's missing. And with those misses comes the chance at a bomb plant. But the jump up gets denied. Max and Martinez. A kill a pop. Missed shot. Cowes hangs on to the man advantage. Fast flank out from catwalk. Buddha's down. Only one offered back. 2 survivors here for Pain as they go 7-3.
Excellent trades. Nice try with 3 players to make that happen. And again, when it's their openings are where they're the weakest, right? It's the mid rounds where they're actually the strongest and can put up a compelling attempt, even in a 3-on-5 situation. They pulled off that cross looking like they had 5 players to do it. They had the smoke, they knew exactly where the opera was, they made him eat 2 flashes on their way in, and they finally pulled off the cross safely, and then Martinez had the chance to have angle dominance over him. And if not for a second shot that gets missed, there's a chance that 9Z win it. But Pain overall, beginning of the round solid, end of the round solid.
Feels like Cowes hasn't had a genuine test on Long since he got that 3-player mowdown. You said 9Z had this affinity for the B site. We'll see if they rock the boat back there in the dying moments of this T-half.
Yeah, I wouldn't be trying to fight Cowes either. He's had no one around to help him and still getting multi-frags.
We even see it in that last round when he's drawn away from Long into the A play. Still successful. Buddha doing his own thing in tunnels at the moment, trying to step out. Yeah, attempts to take it to Lux. But instead, he will be the first casualty of round 11. NQZ flashed, this time on the ramp, so he'll get more head-on shots as opposed to trying to hit them on the cross. Molly doesn't go far enough, but he whiffs. And Waso Peak is here to punish. Utility comes out from the spawn. Biguzera keeps the heat up. Another frag to be thrown forward.
He missed both of them.
And all the while, they're waiting for that long contact that just isn't there. Cowes instead, still sitting next to Blue, has yet to go for any kind of a fight back. Curious to see how DGT gets into the mix when he is called on. There's a good cross back to the cat stairs. Snow decides to press his luck, and that draws Max into the action. Martinez able to put his op down the ramp, but these 2 CTs still near sight. Simply outnumbered and outgunned. Biguzera trying his damnedest, but that bomb at the halfway point, and he gets tagged on the jump over. Beautiful shots coming out of Martinez. All those moving targets, all those slim slivers, and he shoots them one after the other.
And it's moments like that where you're like, no, this is why Device made such a name for himself as the car opper, because every piece of utility on the cat exec is designed to stop you from getting a chance, and QZ sets himself up actually for a great shot, but just doesn't hit it. And that one can totally screw up the momentum on the attack. Some people might look at that as one kill, but in reality can stop everything, especially if it gets a chance to get back in position. So
they go into the long play. Haven't seen a test there for Cowes, as I was saying, for some time. And well, they're going to sprinkle one in on round 12. So a Scout, 2 MP9s, Deeg 5-7. 9Z may have finally just broken through the economy to sprinkle in this 5th round win. But they get long control, all 5 players out the doors, and pause.
This should be the perfect place to go.
Should be.
On a round like this.
But it's also stacked quite heavily, and all the damage NQZ can do, will it be enough to deter them? Because right now they're looking a little stubborn. And you're going to have to deal with Martinez and Buddha being down on 30 health. More missed shots coming out. Third player gets tagged. Now, let's be real. NQZ just did his job.
Yeah, 100%.
But it boils down to the others.
It's no longer a disadvantage to have these pistols and SMGs.
They go for the 2-stack inside of the smoke. We've got Cowes behind on site. Biguzera looking for a chance to strike. Wasso Peak will be the first to fall. And that was a player who wasn't tagged by the scout. 30 to the clock. DGT clears Cowes off the bomb site. They climb over top of it. Biguzera. Oh, he gets blasted by Buddha. Snow keeps his head down as Lux comes through. A jumping MP9 to stop the bomb. 20 to the clock. And they wait for a second, reposition. Again, they are tagged, they are damaged, and they continue to fall. Everybody's lit. Trade comes back from Snow again, but the kid just can't close his clutch. So many times he's important, and so many times 9Z fight up against a brick wall, but they'll bust through in the 12th. 7 rounds to Pain, 5 to 9Z. Darth Mike promised us fireworks tonight, and honestly, explosive rounds yet again between these two teams as another South American competitor looks to go on here in Cologne. Someone's getting eliminated by the end of the night. 9Z don't want to do it, but Pain 2 rounds the lead as they take to the T side of Dust 2. A map that, again, 9Z picked, but Pain are just as capable of playing.
They have a better record in general, even though it's funny because the 2 of the 3 Pain losses, it would be like 15 straight wins, if not for 9Z as the only guy to beat them and beat them twice. So it makes sense that they want to take him here, but it also makes sense that Pain still have managed to surmise a lead. Looking to beat their head-to-head statistics and keep up with their normal games on Dust 2. Same pieces.
Some really nice plays out of Big Uzera, I feel like, on the catwalk holds.
I love the CT setup. It's like you have long control, you have tunnels as well for a fast rotates to be, but you still got to hit your shots.
Buddha will find one. That's the tunnel lurker dead, so all-in catwalk here from Pain, and heads getting popped. Not a single response back yet from Pain. NQZ tries to turn around. This is looking flawless, or so it was. Lux, double kill to kick this off, but a 1v5 at IEM Cologne, nobody's allowed to pull those off.
It wouldn't be the first one, actually. And now we're down to 2 players. Lux got to channel his Halzerk.
Right? I love that he turns back here. Makes a little contact. Goes jumping back around. Yeah, nicely done. Skates into the bomb site, over top, and plants. Now that's money guaranteed. What about the 1v5 though? 2 frags away from it. Oh, he gets popped. DGT makes sure to put him down. Him and his hopes and dreams. But that's money in the back pocket of Pain. Well done considering 1v5.
Yeah, at least kept him scared and maybe built some confidence for himself, but it gets a little scary now with Pain potentially on elimination in this one map, and 9Z crawling closer to tying up already. And the setup is so cool, man. How you're not going to tell me that setup wouldn't work at every level. If you get 2 players on CT side in the lower tunnels and then have that standard like double up on Goose, it's perfect versus Long, it's perfect versus Cat, it's fast rotates to B, it catches lurkers, it catches fallbacks off of Cat. It's so good. And all it requires that's special is 2 players getting out the door into lower early.
Did a very good job of finding Snow on the lurk. Even if those players then did just get blasted away on doors. NQZ actually got body blocks jumping out of spawn here and missed his chance to get the cross kill. Small detail.
Those details can matter.
His scout has been really good though. I mean, we saw it in the 12th round of the first half. All those bodies he tagged, 3 of them on the approach of Long.
Did his job.
And here he has offered Max something to think about. 70 of his health gone.
Mixed up force buy here for Pain. They're going through some motions. I mean, they can't really commit to taking any map control. They don't even have a smoke. Oh, they've just got to fight their way out, and they have started.
Scout holds, and P9 doesn't kill him.
I'm spotted leaving awkwardly. But there's still time to go back. It makes sense. Pain just continuing forward. Going up towards Long might be the right idea. I mean, they're not going to get spotted going back. I think that 9Z won't necessarily be ready for this, but we are almost out of time to make this possible. And they're going Long with no smoke at all.
Yeah, you'd think if anything, this would rely on the bomb getting over. We'll see M4. Yeah, well controlled. Martinez posts the double. Wasso Peak's just going to keep his head down. Again, no smoke for the cross, so he does decide to make a play. Oh!
What?
And in going for that peak, he gets wrecked. Cowes delays the mid-fight.
no!
Buddha and Max a kill a pop, but Big Uzera plants in time. All of that boils down to a bomb plant, an AK, and a 1v2 from the IGL, who gets toppled off boxes.
Cowes.
Almost.
He wins that. He wins that. He just needed literally like a bullet.
Almost.
Ooh, man, been highlighting Cowes for how well he's played his lurks and how good his aim has been. But this one is, ooh. That's a momentum shifter. Man, this was definitely the wrong play with the amount of utility left over. Even though they pull off of Long, there's no smoke at all. But they still almost make it happen because it was so unlikely to go from upper tunnels all the way back to Long. I think that was the trick. But they were very fortunate even to get that bomb planted. But the thing is, they should have won it. They should have won at that point.
Uh-oh. Nice shot. Martinez survives. Ready for the re-engage. And he misses his chance. Now he's going to peek down beneath his counterpart. And this all frees up DGT to get a little frisky. We've got Snow holding this angle, but there's a player back on the taxi. Yeah, that first one's easy. Cow is dead. NQZ still looking.
They don't chase
got
him.
off the scope. DGT will be clipped. And Martinez going back in on the angle. This duel between the Oppers has been set up, but doesn't come to fruition.
Yeah. No, they're right. There's been a lot of action down in mid here before we even cross a minute 15. And Big Zera, I think he's actually found an interesting gap. But no, he's not going to go through the smoke and upper tunnels gets pushed. Maybe this actually favors the CT. Martinez, even deep line on Cat. And remember now, dropping down is not that much of a commitment since you can get back up pretty easily.
Oh boy.
But he'll dip back to car.
They're not ready.
Oh, man,
they don't see it coming.
Yeah, at all.
Oh, but Max doesn't get that second.
But now they can't mid to B safely, can they? They're going to try to run up to this. Oh, an up in play here for Big.
Misses, and in front of him, Snow gets clipped. Big Uzera's now low. Lux trying to save it.
Oh!
And he gets himself that second. Bomb gets scooped. In through the doors it goes. Big Uzera may have missed. Oh, but Lux's nade finds Martinez. Lux has come alive. 4 kills in. Just when it felt like that mid to B was impossible, Lux goes above and beyond.
But Big Uzera, man, this op has not been working out too well. You might need Lux to get every little bit.
Also peek steps.
Yep.
Smoke into flash. Does he go through the smoke or does he challenge through the window? The first M4 fires. The op is unknown. He doesn't go in. Now he dives. Peek from the backside. Big Uzera doesn't miss, and Lux sets them up to succeed.
And 100%. I was looking at the kill feed and I was like, how did they nade him in the site? No, it's the reverse. A nade into mid from the site after 2K entry. Beautiful round to save this. And an opening trade inside of middle.
Dunk.
Oh, that's nasty. Big Uzera is so good, but it's kind of like Nico on that op, man.
Yeah.
And and to be fair, he's not buying. He's picking it up and in moments where there's no other gun around, but oh, he's having trouble with that. Need to keep him on the rifle as much as possible.
At least he got the closer.
Remember, 9Z, they don't like a game where they're in the lead. You know what I mean? That's not their kind of game. They have to play from behind all the way to the very end.
Constantly on catch-up. Watching for the lower ploy. We got 2 scouts here between Max and Martinez. So this is a bit of a weird setup. 3 players in suicide that could be hit by the scout.
I swear Martinez could have.
Saw a little toe.
Yeah, a little toesy.
A little lotion toe.
It's my toe.
The scouts get freed up, though. One of them's going to go play cat. The other is in the back of the B bomb site with Max.
Oh, man, I love the CT adjustments, man. They're meeting them here. Better guns, though, coming in.
Will it work? Scout tag's good. They clear the wall.
Oh, Lux.
Yeah, beautiful double kill. Just quickly dispatches of the pistols. Big Uzera on the entry now. Him and Snow sweeping him away. No threat inside of the A site. No contest, no challenge. Nothing to stop Pain and their 5 players from pushing that 9th round onto the scoreboard.
Lux, masterclass here in the second half. Game saver. Very clean with it. And individually, I mean, there's a lot of rounds here for 9Z, but Martinez is literally the only player positive at the moment. Meanwhile, Pain have 3. This could be it. Pain breaking the curse on Dust 2. That's what they're looking for.
Solid setup. It was a scout shot that hit, but it was just a beauty of a spray down from the M4. Fast back into it. Lux already spotting suicide. And QZ, ready for it again. And Max at a distance, also tagged. Honestly, he is winning this fight in Suicide. We talked about the NQZ versus Tri duel on Dust 2 back at the play-in stage, and I felt like that was one where he kind of got dismantled a bit. It was a little more even than it should have been. He was losing to the Tri Scout some rounds, but this time he is absolutely flexing the advantage of the op down mid lane.
No, so that's the one where it felt like he was losing, but for some reason in the op head-to-head, or I guess we didn't add in the scout kill.
Yeah, it was just that he would lose, you know, in terms of total frags head-to-head, he was doing well, but it was just he kept losing to scouts.
Yeah.
You know, when we think op versus scout, it's always his to take.
Those Stewie shots.
Oh.
Man, that Lux 4K. And then the money.
Cowas saw that.
Yeah.
So CTs think they're going to set up for some exits. They are in for a rude awakening. Glass of cold water upside the head. Buddha turning back around, and if this is 5 players alive for Pain again, which it is, they are looking at the finish line at this point. We said, you know, Dust 2 could have just as easily have been Pain's pick. 9Z thinking they'd be able to keep those wins over them rolling, but my goodness, T-side has been a total turnaround.
Yeah, you're right, so much comes down to controlling Suicide here, and all of the mid pressure that comes out early. The CTs want a piece of this, and right now they cannot gain angle dominance on it. It's the T's who have the rook on the file, and they are controlling the flow of traffic.
Back in with an NQZ opener, this time different direction. Long gets a bit of opening play, and Wasso Peak gets popped.
What in the hell? Is there a gap there on the right side, or just give that a shot?
Looks like there's a gap.
Yeah.
Buddha leaning back sight.
Oh, he wants to try it, but...
Keep your head down, buddy. Oh, he pops before the smoke goes. Giving himself a second chance, giving himself an opportunity to maybe take back this man advantage from Pain.
What Pain should be trying to do here is just create one more rotation while the CTs are uncomfortable to cross the mid door and then take advantage of that fight. Max is the one they want to trick. He's got to make the key decision. Does he reinforce A?
Gets scooped, looking to come join these mid players. Max has been really muzzled, unfortunately, as this game's gone on. 7-13.
Yeah, but you know, it's Max on Dust 2. That won't last for long. However, they've actually tricked them, and right now 9Z are so confident it's going to be a mid B, but it's not. The CTs, however, they have long, and they are going to rotate back. They love trying these retakes, but this is a great position for Pain, you'd think.
Oh, Cowas had to hold that.
Oh, that
said
nade.
They had long.
That nade.
Stops it, 20 seconds, all's good. Max finds his without being able to fire at anything whatsoever, but again, we said it wasn't too bad for 9Z because they had that long control. Cowas has other ideas.
Yeah.
Steps out, gets the instant headshot yet again, and this is going to be Pain positioning themselves properly just to flow forward into the A split. Again, if long goes south, could still pull it off. The fact that Cowas gets that kill, lock it in. Pain 2 away from map 3.
Yes. Very strong position. Yeah, it's 9Z who they're thinking about the guns they have, lack of utility they have already, no kit coming into this potential retake situation. Pain are doing everything right.
You know, we go back to Anubis, dude. There was a lot of, like, maybe overconfident moments from 9Z where they really tried to make action happen and at times got punished for it. And we kind of said, oh, they're just making it hard on themselves, and individually they simply felt better. That is not the case here on the second map, right? If anything, they've just kind of been muted on the CT side. Hasn't felt like they've got that same gusto. 3 players severely negative in the KD spread, all while the likes of Lux and Biguzera go above and beyond. So Pain bringing it on map 2, looking to push this series to nuke. We'll give 9Z the benefit of the doubt, hope the CT side gets something going, but they're working with lesser nades. They haven't been able to hold mid control again, and this just frees up this pack with the bomb to move around so freely.
Don't want that smoke to plume too early.
Been waiting for Max to do something spectacular. DGT takes up the responsibility of middle this round. Max getting closer to that long door. Little does he realize there is an entire pack of Pain players sat inside it.
I don't know. They got Martinez in behind him, too. You can sort of feel this one. But they're stretched thin. Yeah, Martinez will go back.
Gotta hit the shot.
Oh my God,
dude.
That's amazing.
Just the best player in the server right now in terms of time to kill. I mean, just headshot after headshot on long. Instantly, that pack of players starts the transition. We saw Martinez, who was helping long, now stuck here in elbow. I mean, he's going to get swept away from sight. They're already up the ramp as if it's nothing. Total killer instinct out of Pain. They can do no wrong.
Clinic.
This is, of the last 4 consecutive round wins for them, only a single death on the side of Pain.
Yeah, that's amazing. And this is a full investment here from 9Z after saving as well. It's the slow, crushing rounds that are working out so well for Pain, where 9Z get uncomfortable. What do you mean we can't be aggressive? What do you mean we can't find the opening pick? What do you mean we can't take mid-control in the beginning of the rounds? Pain are putting a tapestry together of really difficult to deal with positions that are making 9Z uncomfortable. And as you said, getting a single kill in each of these last rounds.
Hold on. 1 kill in total over the last 4 rounds.
In total?
In total, dude.
Oh my.
5 alive, 3 out of the 4.
Oh my God.
1 dinky little kill.
They don't even need the money anymore. They just need a single round.
Yeah. Pain smelt blood in the water, realized it was their own after that loss on Anubis, and have turned around this T side. 9Z suddenly finding themselves with their hands full. 5 map points. Nuke awaits us. Elimination looms. Pain will do as they have been doing, slowly taking control until it's time to go in with the pack. And from that point forward, just owning. One kill for 9Z in the last 4 rounds.
And with the staging of this round, 9Z are not in a position to go toe-to-toe versus a long cross with nades to delay the plant, with smoke spams and these weak guns. They've got to try to fight a little bit earlier, get some more map control, but they kind of know what's happening at the moment. There's just one loose lurker and the 4-1 on the other side of the map. NQZ's coming back with the bomb, though.
That is a mistake in the making. MP9 triple. Oh, Max, I'm sorry I doubted you.
Of course he gets a round like that. Hold on, he could get the ace all of a sudden. Max is on 12. Max never stopping.
I thought it was over. How dare I doubt? Snow had put forward some beautiful Anubis rounds, but it's just Wasso Peak's MP9 that'll lock this one in. There he is. Max goes huge.
Come on, bro. After that, he's sitting on 7 kills. He gets insta-tapped on this last round, and then with the MP9 out of nowhere, NQZ's coming back with the bomb to check on the flank. That's the wrong guy to do that with. They don't have to overthink long control. You don't need the rest of the map to go forward with that exec. You have to have someone watching your flank as you exit, and that's it. They already have a lurker in playground. That's the right amount of map control, so they overthought that situation. Finally, it's Pain who overthink, and it catches them off.
Gives a healthy buy over to 9Z. And Pain coming to this one a little bit slower towards T-spawn. NQZ, who really kicked off this T side as a pain point for 9Z.
Good one.
Has been able to hold this lane all too often. Far too frequently tagging them up with the scouts, if not nailing them to the cross with the op. This time though, Martinez gets the first shot off and he misses. 25 health left over for him. Big Uzera sensing a chance to pounce. Comes out through that mid-smoke. Max is tagged and down. Then the CT player falters. So if not for that Max 4 frag in the last one, this would have been a total sweep of a T-side.
And Buddha can hear him running by. He just wants to try to catch half of the split off. Yeah. Help his teammates come and help him.
They're already out of the tunnels. Big Uzera, he's going to deal with the closer rotate.
Wait a second. Buddha's still alive.
Wasso peak down to 4. Buddha tries to push through, just barrel stuffed by Lux, as so many players have been throughout this Dust 2. Round after round, Lux leaves a mark on 9Z. He goes 22-10 on map 2. It was all kicked off by the Big Uzera cat holds. A lot of presence shown by him in the CT side. And then Lux also stepping forward into the spotlight, sprinkle in those Cowes long headshots, and it's to no surprise that 9Z have been bested on this second map.
Live, laugh, Lux.
Martinez offers one to the coffers. As bomb is inevitably about to blow up, he has to make this move, and Snow will put him down. One more added to the kids' tally. 13-8 here on Dust 2. We said that Pain could bring it. Their record looked good versus other opposition, and they get revenge for their recent 9Z Dust 2 losses. Nuke up next, but oh boy, that's a 9Z classic.
Live, laugh, Lux indeed, Launders. And that's all it was for Pain as they're lapping their way into a third map. The Young Guns resilient once again, and they might just be Brazilian enough to secure this one.
That was a good one. When did you come up with that?
Right now. I'm glad you like it.
Beautiful. And I love your work, Mark. I love your work.
But I also love what Pain brought into Dust 2. We were singing the praises of 9Z. They really are one of the best Dust 2 teams we've seen here recently at the last couple of IEMs. But today, boom, different ballgame.
Yeah, there was a lot of rounds that was super messy. Again, we expected it to be a kind of hectic game, but I think Pain actually took the game down to a pace where they actually wanted it to be. It felt like the GTT and the Pain guys wanted, 9Z guys wanted to force a lot of things, but they were ready for it. A really, really good game. I'm curious to see how many players still has energy in their tanks, but of course they're using so much in these games, constantly screaming. Even when they won that game comfortably, we still heard a scream from Snow.
Yeah, and towards the end, it looked like it was all over Red Rover. There was that moment where Max, was it Never Stoppin'?
Never Stoppin', I think was the line.
Max Never Stoppin' had his moment and managed to get another round on the board for 9Z, but look, it wasn't that pretty. It wasn't that pretty. There's a few individuals that were missing for sure. You know, DGT had a couple of moments which unfortunately just whiffed. Max, even though there was that heroic moment, didn't really have too much more impact throughout the earlier parts of the game. But if you want to talk about Pain for a moment, Lux, man. That is a name that we haven't said a lot throughout the, first stage and then this stage as well. He's had some very particular games where he's been super important, but look at this package. He has just had so much impact here to keep Pain back in it and make that first half as solid as it was, and then in the second half as well, ended up on 22 and something kills. That is just insane.
This is the issue with having such a prominent AWPer and also a prospect in the form of Big Roseros and IGL, right? You're just gonna not get a lot of spotlight. There's so much talk about this team, and people always mention, NQC coming out of the region as a great prospect. Maybe he should go bigger places, or maybe he can take Pain to the next level. Big Rosero, like this guy, when does he join Furia? Where does he go? Like, when does he join an international team? Because he's so good, right? And then often you get those players who get kind of forgotten, and I think it's great that Lux steps on, especially considering it's a 9C game, right? This is where you want to be remembered, because this is what the local fans in the scene will remember, that that was that game with Lux we won against 9C to advance them into IEM Cologne, potentially Lanxess Arena.
It's a place for story building, right? That's what we do here. It's all about building the story, building the narrative, building up the heroes, and that's something that Lux has certainly taken a step towards doing. But none of it matters if they don't stick the landing. There's another map to play here. This is still very much a doable game for 9Z. They let things slip on Dust 2, but we go again.
Look,
what do you think, Mac?
I've been looking at the stats. I've been having a quick look at the stats, and for 9Z, they've had some bigger wins against some bigger competition and also pushed some, big European teams. Whereas even though the stats look like for Pain, they've won it a few more times, they've got more reps on Nuke, it's against teams that are more domestic. It's more the Brazilians, it's more the local South American teams, and not quite as many big names or scalps taken. So I think on paper, this is going to be a great arena to crown our champion.
Also, generally speaking, this region has not really been known for being like an excellent nuke region, right? I think it's more like Dust 2, Inferno, those type of maps. Yeah. And especially because the map is just like a little bit odd when it comes to like making plays in the mid rounds. Often we've seen teams being very slow, like throwing those shout smokes, getting down secret. What's your next step? Do you go up vents? Do you do something different, right? And I think there's not been a lot to look for. I think the reason why we love in Denmark nuke, right, is because we had Glaive and those guys back in the day showing us the way, right? But all of a sudden you kind of feel like after the departure of Art in Furia, they adapted a new approach in that region, and I feel like it's kind of gone through the ranks a little bit, where I see more and more teams bringing nuke into the play.
It's kind of the home ground more often than not in South American CS. You see a lot of teams play it. You're certainly right about that. But the question is, who's going to be the winner? Bubsky, who's going to win it?
I'll stick truth to my own predictions before the game, right? I still think 9C is the better team objectively. I just think it becomes very, very intense when you meet somebody you know so well. I mean, 9C will be really, really disappointed if they go out losing to Pain. Pain will also be disappointed, but not to the same extent.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it as well. Did you want to have a quick talk about angles?
I mean, if we have a little talk about it, I mean,
we got time.
Let's talk about it. There's some details here.
Sure,
the details make the difference, and here's the details that might lead to the difference.
Sure, so we have a position of NQZ, and many people will be out there like, damn, that's a great angle right there. He's gonna get the kill on top mid right here, if you can see number 8, which is Martinez. But look, if we play this clip and just see who's gonna win this duel, it's Martinez. And people are like, wait, is NQC just sleeping or what? No, it's not. It's because he's so far from this position up here on the radar. If he's further away from the wall, he's just gonna be able to see the guy so much more before. If NQC was smart in this moment, he would have gone all the way back here towards the car and then lined him up for a little bit better. But I mean, it's also well played by Martinez, actually knowing this is a possibility, as it's not really a common play. But I think it was a really interesting one where Martinez showed you how much of a game of chess the AWP can be at times, where you hold one position, but if you move into it, you're gonna die.
Yeah, and it's not just about the angles. Off the back of that, they then had the man advantage, knew that where Martinez was playing, knew that he was, around mid, around that sort of B ramp area, and because B was weak in that moment, they decided to group up in tunnels and then just execute on B.
Make
off the back of it.
Make it simple, right? If you get an entry in CS nowadays, it's often pretty complicated and people want to do all the sort of things. I mean, this is just a classic one. You killed the AWP on B, you know you're not only going to be facing a rifle potentially on the backside. If you can execute your way out of that, it should be a round. And it became a round.
Yeah.
Now it is those small details, right? Do we think that maybe some of the more experience from 9Z might lead them to keep those details in mind as we head into Nuke? Do we think that maybe Pain have enough momentum now coming off of this to close? What do you think, Mac?
I don't know. Last time they played Nuke, it was 13-11. It was another scorcher all the way to the end of regulation. And I think that was 2 or 3 months ago. So
flip a coin.
Flip a coin.
Flip a coin.
Wants it more.
That's not what we do here. That's not what your day rate's for.
I mean, I think my day rate is probably lower than yours, so I'm only here for the short break analysis. But
you know me, big money over here.
I mean, I should probably get a higher day rate if I went down to and show one smoke or two that could potentially win the game. I'm not thinking that I'm up to that level anymore. But one small detail that is going to be very decisive is if we're going to look at those guys who's going to be playing the ramp position. You've used a lot of your energy now. Now you're in a spot where you can be the difference maker, and not necessarily wanting to be the guy, but you're going to be facing a lot of actions like one-on-ones, executes all alone. Like there's nobody to help you at this point.
Yeah.
So they gotta be focused on those, and in Snow, it's gonna be a test for you, boy.
Is it Portuguese or is it Spanish? For me, I really want 9Z to take it just because I feel like that they can go further. I feel like they can go further, but it'd be so heartbreaking for Pain.
Well, day rate conversation notwithstanding, it's time to earn this day their daily bread and see if they can book their spot in the holy realm of the Cathedral of Counter-Strike. One team will survive when we come back.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
This man, 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely falling.
Your time's up.
Spirits in the 9Z camp at an all-time high, even coming off of the back of that Dust 2 loss. We've been sat here in the studio listening to them sing along with one another, Launders, because honestly, if you had told me coming into this game, this third map, blind, I would have said that this could have just as easily have been a 9Z pick. You know, the amount of times we've cast a good 9Z nuke game, this is kind of, to me, where they leave a mark. So the fact that boils down to the decider, you know, listen, I'm a 9Z believer. I'll be real with y'all. But at the end of the day, this could be one of those situations where they tried to play a potential decider as their own pick. Maybe they sensed that they had this upper hand over Pain and wrote off Pain's Dust 2 despite their recent success. So we'll see why this wasn't the pick and instead the third. But it's underway nonetheless. Somebody at the end of this map gets eliminated in Cologne. First player down in the pistols, NQZ. DGT connects to Lux. Of course, this is a 9Z that won the knife round and come through with the CT side.
Talking about 24 maps here for Pain on Nuke. 17-7 is their record right now. Extremely comfortable as well.
3v5, man. This is a 3v5 equaled out.
Everything's set for fireworks. Big Zero equalizes. CT still roaming a bit. Cowes clues into these moments. You know, he gives up some space, but he typically holds the right spot. Sometimes Max, though, he can be so tricky on these peaks that he'll be ready for it. Oh, there it is. Yep, Cowes coming up.
Snow's been keeping his head down and squeaky. Buddha's still far removed from any potential situation here. He goes back towards ramp. Excuse me. I thought he was going to be just still floating heaven.
It's a stoic.
Oh, he does go back. Yeah, he takes a little bit of a look, but not at the right time. And so this three-player pack of Pain, they do indeed get by.
Yeah, they're holding on to the potential for event drop, of course, but they're going to be slow to this, and they don't have it broken open, and they just don't want to make any noise. Perfect call here for Big Zera and Pain after they get this final kill. And now the unlikely retake is on.
Stomp along side by side. A doubled up between Big Zera and Cowes in dark. Not to mention you got Snow in the rafters behind the bomb. Door swung. Oh, Snow gets his. Buddha already having to swing all the way out, and I mean, it is so dire. The chances of him getting into dark, getting both of those kills, he knows he is time limited. He's hoping Snow gives him something to pull on, but nah, it's just Pain to lock it in. All too easy for them. This is a 3v5 in the pistol. 9Z had their chance, but the T side kicks off with success.
Yeah, that's a big one for Pain. They're looking for a clean game, man. And Big Zera on this map, when it came to the PGL Major, this is where I started calling him Bonk, the Brazilian donk. This is where he was swinging outside, and he was in tune with the timings, and all the rounds were around him and his opening frags. It was pretty unreal, those performances. He's been not... He's not been like the main character anymore. He's just a really strong rifler right now, as well as the caller for the team. So it's not the bonk show like it's not the donk show these days. Things have leveled out. But one thing that hasn't changed is Pain's overall strength on Nuke. They're just coming across as a very disciplined lineup. You know, it's fire and ice in this matchup with the game that 9Z are playing and the counters that Pain bring. The difference for me, though, is I feel like 9Z are stronger in the mid-round situations and actually making the right calls, but Pain are more solid at the beginnings of the rounds.
And also consistently closing.
So patient.
Heard about 85 7 shots so far this round. He's about to run out of bullets.
And Lux got hit in the head.
DGT gets the smoke up in front of them. Makes for a weird situation here for Pain. They will see that as a chance to just leave.
Yeah.
Or not.
Moments like this, they didn't draw out all the utility they needed to. Look at that. That's actually the last smoke from the CD side. Perfect place for it to be.
Max hears this coming back towards him. It's all about his timing on the peak. Molly at his feet, and Snow clears him.
Oh,
two players backside. They're going to try to wrap Heaven at the moment, so there is still a little bit more time here for Pain to wait, but they have to climb over the building quickly.
Oh, they're taking so much time. They're making so much noise.
The thing is, you've already made sound, and then they continue to walk. This could end up just taking valuable time off, but no, they do still emerge.
4, 6, and 3 HP.
Insanity that they all get away with that. I thought for sure once they started making sound, they would just have to go, but they waited, and the backside players seemed to get caught off by it regardless.
I mean, if Cowes doesn't get his instant headshot and the Falmus is still alive inside of Hut, then it's going to be a difficult situation to try to plant with those low players and everything. So very close calls here for Pain, but they get away with it, and it's crazy because they get away with 5 players and they all have rifles. This would have been tough to stomach the losses. I don't know if there'll be any punishes right now. No one's sitting in their spawn. Maybe a chance for Waso Peak.
Think they'll die in spawn?
Man, honestly.
Okay. Good to know somewhere safe.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, they really had to go that far.
I was worried about it, right?
Yeah, they did.
I mean, just the fact that they go boosting on Hut to exit Heaven, really just trying to dodge any potential CT. But yeah, Martinez never even turned. And he would have heard people climbing. But they went silent after a second.
Yeah, he only is a scout, so he's going to get traded out by either the Heaven players or the guys who are coming in mini.
Looking for a Hut fight, but nobody inside it, just DGT's MP9 above. Already starting to rotate down. This is not a game where I anticipate kind of like a lack of lower rotations from 9Z. We've had teams where sometimes they don't do it frequently enough. Thinking back to Imperial versus Furia, for example.
Yeah, that's where I say I think 9Z's rotations are that's like the highlight. That's like the most impressive thing.
Which is why I think, again, like they're suitable on Nuke, but it'll also boil down to just holding back the Pain players at this point. Cowes impressed all dust long. Just in those moments you need him. Time to kill is so quick. You know, Lux was topping the charts. Big Guzero was locking down Catwalk. The core is here for Pain. Yes. And that core is enough to stifle 9Z yet again in a round where they have so little to work with. They may have rotated down lower, but they don't offer any kind of a defense, Mohan.
Yeah. No, Cowes is could be Brazil's next fur. Now he's using a more lurky, slower style on this team, but it's fitting him. It's fitting him very well.
Biguzero sat back here just trying to deny saves, but it'll actually offer an AK over. So an upgrade for Biguzera and a 3-0 start to the Pain camp. With a very comfortable start to boot, right? So we're talking about a bunch of money being made here on all the players for Pain. Cash is flowing early days on this decider.
A slow composed style worked very good for Pain on Dust too. Not surprised they're continuing forward with it. And even when we look at the first map that 9Z won, you know, they got punished a lot. And even the rounds they won came down to 1v1s. Boom! Oh, that's a find.
Way too easy. DGT just sitting on the angle. No smoke, nothing. Could not have been an easier frag for Pain's op to pick up. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, God, Max locked in. Oh, he gets away. There was even a top silo player, but that player obviously a little worried about the op and has good reason to be. Martinez outside garage repositions over towards Heaven. Even further so towards ramp. Yeah, he's going deep. Martinez feeling the need to go for entries. Has to cut some corners here and not clear everything, but he posts up in time. Lux peeks in. His victim has been found. Very nicely done from Martinez to get to the other half of the map. And then again, instantly transitions away from it. So what's the move here for Pain at 40 seconds? They've got a player downstairs secret already.
If they get down secret, 9Z have to be very careful. Yeah, they got to be very careful. They don't even have a ramp player right now.
No, they dive down the vent. They go to join Biguzera, who had secured it from secret. So out-rotated in this one. Bomb down uncontested. Martinez got the op pick and ramp. But then he decides to go play A-site instead, and in doing so has just left this open to be swarmed.
Oh, it's Waso Peak who's playing Turnpike in his absence, and I think that they need to have more than one player ready for that. Or they make sure that no one can drop vent by playing either inside a vent or to make sure they can control Squeaky, but they don't do either. So there is a big mistake there from 9Z. But honestly, very nice to see Pain find that so easily and cleanly.
I was holding my breath.
I was like, he's going to shoot back now. Didn't it really have to fall off?
That was the part.
At him? Yeah.
That is when I held my breath. Falling down with the US. Ooh, I got him.
Oh, maybe he did have to. What if he died to the bomb up there?
No, he would have been fine. Yeah, what's worse? Not getting that kill, falling to your death because he tags you on the way down, or just straight up dying to a bomb on the roof? 4-0 for Pain. Waiting for a sign of life at a 9Z.
Yeah, it's a quiet night now here in the studios because, I mean, it's not even that late. We're only at 9:45, but the place is empty because, well...
G2 broke the speedrun record?
Yeah, exactly. Pieced up Spirit a couple maps ago. And this is the last map of the day. And definitely a map that can have an explosive finish. But so far what we're seeing from Pain is above and beyond. It's an improvement from maps 1 and 2. They're not letting 9Z in.
Rather, 9Z can't keep Pain out. No matter where they're going, 0 resistance. No 5v4 to deal with out of the gate this time. Big volley of util into the A site. We'll see 9Z start to scramble a bit towards main. Through hut they go. Buddha's blind. Trade frags come back and forth. We get the peek out of Max, but he's toppled. Kawez going above and beyond until the op stops him. Biguzera finds Waso on the fall out of heaven, and it's a Martinez clutch queued up.
They're not sure where he is, it feels like, but they still win the duel. Ooh, the scariest round yet. Straight up upper hit on an early timing. This is something that 9Z haven't really faced, and they fall apart. Buddha gets his one, and the 2 upper players get a kill apiece, but they don't have a hold on Squeaky Door. They don't have a way to stop him from getting out of the hut at the doorway. Whoa.
Highlight reel moment for Kawez, and they just keep coming. 7-1 is his start here on Nuke. Tries to take a quick glimpse through main. The money is going still for 9Z, but man, he should be able to see the barrel of that gun, no? Yeah, Biguzera walks in, ready for Max, who is having a horrible start to Nuke. 0-6. And back on Anubis, we were looking for Max to kind of be that firecracker. Pulled off all sorts of crazy moves because he was just overflowing with confidence, but 2 maps later, a shell of himself. And while Biguzera hangs on to the secret control, we're getting utility up on the A floor. He just missed the timing there for the box change. Waso Peak, there's his first kill of the map. He finds Biguzera, puts us back 4v4, and warns DGT that mid could be compromised. There is more to come. NQZ gets into the angle in time. One misstep here from the CT and he's down.
It feels like the peak was coming there for a second. DGT even readying the swing, potentially searching around, not seeing anybody just yet. And this is a point in time where, well, he has no idea that they've gotten into secret. And the last time the CTs let this go without information, they didn't make the early rotations.
The tough thing, too, Wasopeak gets a frag, goes upper. They just missed the timing outside. This is going to completely catch them off guard.
There's no way they can be ready for it.
Oh, man.
As far as they know, DGT's still watching outside.
Yep. Martinez posts down on lower, just thinking there is a possibility, so they're aware, but he peeks back into the op of NQZ, and we're looking at a flat-footed half yet again. Well-timed peek out from Hut on Cowes. They have a desperate attempt at a lower retake, or they have to tuck tail and forfeit the 6th round in a row.
Amazing from Payne, man. Amazing. The call's been perfect. Like, this is just such a far cry even from Dust 2, which was already great in terms of, like, right place, right time, perfect amount of walking. Entries are there. They're out fragging everybody here on 9Z.
Big Uzera calling an excellent T-side.
100%.
And putting forth the frags to boot.
Winner of this game goes on tomorrow to play against the Mongols.
Yes, sir. Winner of that game plays the winner of Astralis G2 for a spot in the Lanxess. So if you're Payne, all you gotta do is beat 9Z, and then you just gotta beat Mongols, and then you just gotta beat G2 or Astralis. Seems easy.
No problem.
No problem. No problem with calls like this. Big Uzera yet to make a misstep on this T side of the decider map. About time for a timeout. But it's Payne's just wanting to make sure this war machine remains well oiled.
Yeah, we don't get. I mean, it's sad for both of these squads to be able to, to face elimination today because, well, it's just not that often that we get to see them play at these massive events, and it's always a special treat. And at Dallas, we saw what 9Z could do. At the major, we saw what Payne could do, and now they're pitted against each other.
It's a dog-eat-dog world. See if 9Z have any kind of an answer here for the CT side. There's been a couple of moments where it really has just boiled down to timing, not spotting that lower cross by mere seconds outside. They'll throw Martinez into the top of Secret Stairs. Feels like they understand they cannot falter in this position. They cannot let that opening go again because they're struggling once anybody compromises the lower hit. Uzera pulls away from middle, just making sure that nobody gets aggressive. Snow's on the rooftop with Lux.
Oh, you can just feel it from 9Z. They just hate waiting around. And Payne haven't been waiting too long either. Like, one round has come down to a final few seconds, but that's it.
Uh-oh, Martinez. Oh, God. Yep. Molly spreads, but luckily, Big Uzera's down. CTs have found one. Cowes gets smoked out. There's a lot of pressure on the main players, but they're doubled up in the corner, and it looks like Payne's solution will be to attack this ramp. Wasopeak's MP9 in the corner gets found out.
Oh, man.
Oh, his SMG gets nothing out of it. 25 seconds. It's a scramble to lower. Martinez has got this deep position. Will they face him? Can he frag out? One is his. Lux trades. Max is looking to make the difference as he slips back up, but blasted by the Tech 9. 10 seconds to the clock. What? He dives through smoke, and bomb goes down. Gets the headshot in the background. Buddha up close.
No way!
He falters.
No way!
And it is a continuous streak out of Payne.
No way Snow wins that clutch. Oh my God, he goes down so low, gets the plant off. That already was a miracle. Then his teammate on the rafters above him dies first, and there is nothing for him to do except start pre-firing and cutting off that angle. Wow. That's Snow with another big clutch. Timothy.
That's so cute. That smirk at the end.
Man, that's okay. That's to make it 1-6. You know, that was just would have been a drop in the bucket here if 9Z won that, and they could have.
I'm done now. Man. Hey, the kid's impact's real. Almost dragged him over the line back on Anubis. 9Z can't even take a step forward yet. This first half's almost toast. Max is on the board. Took a while, but he's there. Unfortunately, it was Wasso who just got stuck in the corner over towards ramp and couldn't offer anything. This time he'll get boosted up at the very least. Martinez there to help him at the start.
Rinse and repeat. Pain did have a couple moments where they didn't draw out enough utility. The 9Z are getting used to them playing very, very slow and holding on to their own. That should eventually come back to haunt Pain, but they're the ones with rounds to lose.
Max off flashes, goes in. Traded out by Biguzera.
DGT on the refresh.
He's just trying to get his game going. Offers one, but dies out. Biguzera keeping the attention of the main player is great if they were to transition into the A hit. Right now, they've just got Buddha isolated. They don't know it, but he's on his own here. Holding off a sight.
You're going to...
Biguzera gets active. Oh, barely losing that fight to DGT. Wasso still boosted on ramp. Lux drops off of main. Starting to really threaten this A commitment, but here comes Lux in with the kill. Oh, and he gets a second. Martinez from the backside. Double kill of his own. Lux trying to close that gap with so few time left over. There we have it, 8 rounds deep. 9Z post there first.
Man, they jump at the opportunity. That's a great round out of Martinez from the back of the site. And finally, just some duels won that are really important. I mean, Lux nearly somehow brings this back. He was a player who I think it was Pain were 6-0, and he just had like, he was like 0-3, didn't even get into the game yet.
Faster tempo here from Pain.
Yeah, like here's a good round, but it's not quite enough, and it's also still a close call in the end.
Sure. It's a sigh of relief, that's sure. Pain are ready to dish out a quick reminder to how we got this deep this quick. 7-1 on a T side of Nuke with plenty of rounds still to go. But Martinez gets his hands on the op. He's been so promising since joining 9Z. Elevated the op back to a new level since the departure of Martinez, of Tri. We kind of saw that rotating door of Oppers for 9Z for a little while. Nobody was able to tap back into it, so can Martinez keep it going? But the problem is this is where their issues started, right? Compromised Secret to lower plays, and once again, they haven't put somebody hard dedicated to Secret. Max wasn't able to best Biguzera this round like he did one prior, and so at 45 to the clock, you've got Biguzera sniffing out B-site.
And no one's at clock. No hard rotations down, not in a position to retake once again.
This is the same kind of a formula that cost them rounds prior, but right now, Bomb is up top.
Faking lower, yeah.
Yep.
These are faking lower. CTs aren't rotating. NQZ gets a kill. What happens now?
DGT trying to stay stuck on the vent drop. Biguzera could always come up. DGT's just sitting in the vent. Oh man, is this gonna work? Buddha serves up the distraction, and QZ still hangs on to the main play. Wasso, known to be playing a ramp, will try to get himself up heaven. He's gotta play it fast, but he can't stop Bomb. Keeps it quiet.
T's get to good spots.
Biguzera puts the smoke out. Wasso wins the first fight, and it's a move around from NQZ as he's already got 2 kills on the round.
Smoke is kind of fresh. He's got the op in place. He's probably going to look over top of it. Hearing Wasso drop now. Wasso, what's the move?
Bomb's planted on the hut corner. He's thinking, it's got to be inside of the hut. It's a tap. It's no kit. Wasso comes back. It's a Glock. It's a Glock, for God's sake.
Oh, man. He did it right. It was a fake. He pulled the peak. He doesn't win versus the Glock. Snow wins on 5 HP with a rifle.
NQZ has a highlight reel moment this round. Comes in the action as we get that sneaky play out of DGT to slip in behind Buddha's distraction. So close. And yet so far away now, trailing by 7 behind Pain. economy back in question. We go from a back and forth affair on Anubis to a killer T-side Dust 2 to a stomp here on Nuke, and instantly back into bullying Waso. Martinez trying to hold against the wall here. Good chance as he jumps onto the player in the back. Damage versus Snow as well. And NQZ still stuck up inside lobby. Max's 5-7 tries to get into the action as bomb is inevitably planted. Fire at his feet here. It's a little awkward for the CT. And he gets sprayed against the wall with DGT in front of him.
Bomb ticks away.
Gowes has them pinned in, so even as things get a little scrambled there, a bit more electric of a round than the last, it is still added to Payne's tally.
This is brutal, man. Payne. And you know what I would say? Oh, these close late round moments, the 1v1s that go the way of Payne, those are really cool and they show a lot of X factor, but there have been just some straight up clear mistakes here from 9Z in the early rounds. Not protecting Secret, not starting there, not fighting for information outside, not getting the opening kills, letting too many lurks get into place. They just gave up way too much. And it was Big Uzera dictated this entire half so far. 9-1 on T side, and it could get even worse. I mean, we've seen it all with 9Z. I think this would take the cake, though.
Gunning for 3. Oof. The level that Cowes is bringing is just unquestionable.
So good, so good.
You know, numerically outperformed by Lux back on Dust 2, but his time to kill all series long. You step into that crosshair, you are done. Good trade frag back. Well, rather, just a Big Uzera cleanup outside, but they go even 4v4. NQZ prowling, missed a shot. Oh, but then Max steps into it in the distance, and he spots a player up in heaven. He knows there's one main, he knows there's one heaven. This is 9Z not only fighting 3v4, but also their positions found out.
And they're actually going back. They're going back towards lobby. The CT is going to be coming in to reclaim this. And if they play this incorrectly, they go towards ramp, they don't think it's going to be an upper hit. And it looks like Waso Peak's starting to walk over there. Like, he's watching this.
Yeah, but he's thinking it's clear.
Yeah.
He's watching it to be safe. Oh, can he do anything, or is he going to be gone by the time they commit?
Oh, there it is. A little bit of info when they need it.
Exchange glances. Try to pressure him. Waso on his own towards the ramp. They just make a bit of a stomp and then double back. We hit 25 seconds with DGT downstairs. So it's Buddha on the back of A, and it's Waso Peak trying to throw himself into heaven to stop this. DGT, we've seen it already almost work in Vent, but they dive down on him. And so he gets 1 kill, and we get another Payne rotation down to a bomb site that has already been cleared out. And that bomb will be uncontested.
Oh, it needed to be all DGT all day, and instead, Waso Peak shooting at Ghost. Cowes looking for a lurk, but now in the 2-on-2.
It's a chance. A chance at a second round. They take the fight into the vent, though. Buddha won't be able to survive it. They double back as Waso Peak smoke fades. Door needs to be swung. Snow's got him locked in, and Waso changes weapons. He's incredibly low. The Tech 9 of NQZ swings out, and Waso's 20 health. Is it enough? He's got to go for the chase. The nade's got his name on it, flusters him, and forces him forward for the 10th round on this T side.
Late round moment again from Snow inside of the vent, and as they drop down, GGT was in the perfect spot to try to get a multi-frag, but he needed to get basically 3 frags right there. Only the 1 instant headshot. Payne, I thought they were going to commit upstairs, and that was actually the right idea, because even though they saw 2 up there earlier, they think they had 9Z convinced that they were going to go lower. When it rains, it snows. When it gets cold enough. And it's a chilly day here for 9Z.
Nobody can question 9Z and their fans' fighting spirit. Absolute warriors. But this beating, to this degree, it's tough to watch, let alone experience. So they'll gun for best case scenario here. 2 rounds on a CT side of Nuke. Their lives at IEM Cologne on the line. But they won't give up. Not allowed. Max gets ever closer in a half where he has unfortunately been bested all too often outside. He's at least got himself in a good spot. That nade softens players up for his MP9. Yep, he gets his. That's Big Guzera down, but the jump over to main from Lux returns it. We go back 3v3. Even when the CTs find something, there's this quick pounce out of pain. They are just that bit faster. That extra little pep in their step.
One move ahead.
And it's been so consistent throughout this entire T half. Wasso Peak falls off of the hut. CC side comes down to no utility, no kit. At a moment's notice, Wasso Peak, he could get split from 3 directions. He knows, no, excuse me, main's still covered. The approach is heard, the possibility of the vent drop queued up. He's gonna try to throw himself in it. And he climbs down, but all that does is draw Martinez into main, where Lux then gets to activate. He'll catch the Opera off guard, and they're not going lower.
No, they're not.
But maybe that puts them back into Buddha's hands. He gets the headshot onto Lux. And Wasso Peak, he's got 2 backs turned to him. Yes, it works. And at the very least, the slimmest of silver linings, a second round for 9Z. And a hope to God that when they switch sides, they can make something, anything, happen here on Nuke. Ooh, on the scale of pain, it's an absolute 10. Only 2 rounds for 9Z at the end of this first half. Snow coming through with some clutch moments, but it's really been Cowes taking over this third and final map of Pain versus 9Z for elimination. You know, we've had a lot of America's representation at Cologne this year. A lot of players moving forward from the play-in, but unfortunately, one of them has to go home tonight.
And it certainly feels like it's going to be 9Z if they don't pull out some magic. And we have seen some 9Z magic, but this would be beyond David Blaine. Chris Angel, and have to channel multiple levels of Mind Freak to get out of this. They've got to make a 13-round T-side comeback on Nuke.
And it all starts with a pistol. DGT already 2 kills into it. Snow's a little late to the party for the Beretta spam, and the USP of Cowes hits the dirt, so far so good.
Oh, he just cleared that. But I don't know if there's any way the CTs even go for it. DGT on 1 health could also catch a pair of dualies if he's lucky. Here it is again in spawn. They bring this back, Connor. You shave your head?
If 9Z win this map, yeah, I'll shave my head. Yeah, sure.
If 9Z bring this back, yeah, Connor will shave his head.
Yeah, sure. I'll do it. Let's see. Pistol secured. DGT outside, just connecting with the P250. And again, right, that vent drop just didn't get back by the Berettas. If Snow's Berettas were in place, maybe. Maybe he chews right through them. But we're going to get the force from Pain. Honestly, they're going to be freed up to make some pretty brash, I think, economic decisions at the start of this half. It's one of those moments where you've earned the chance at the force buys. Hell, I wouldn't be even upset if they just tried to take the gloves off and make some crazy pushes within it.
Yep, why not?
Because a lot of this T-side was very, very well pieced together. Almost meticulous calling from Big Uzera, making sure things were in place. Nobody really kind of jumping the gun at any one moment. And I think that coupled nicely with nobody on Pain dropping the ball individually. Will they choose a different look to close out the game on CT side? Snow has been pelted by 2 frag grenades as 9Z's feet storm through this A site. Backside, Snow finds the pistol kill into the upgrade. Cowes comes up from vent, but here's the response you were waiting for. Martinez with the double kill. And then Lux actually catches one with the Deeg. So we go back into it with Lux now half health pushed as this Martinez Galil comes at him. The jumping MP9.
Not the Deagle.
No. By the skin of their teeth, they get through it.
Not the Deagle. My God, that was close. Jumping SMG. And 9Z, it's a perfect anti-eco in terms of all the utility and then the spacing as they get in for Mini and Squeaky at the same time. CT's just come here and they are just ready to fight, man. Extremely scary rounds. But you see, they latch on to every iota of energy, positive energy in their direction. And they know also that there was some kind of investment there for Pain. This one won't be a full save, but it was also a win for Pain. Oh, Flash is bad. Flash was very bad. And normally that wouldn't matter, but in a game like this, like, you can win any round, so gotta be careful.
DGT not looking too concerned about your little 5-7. Big Uzera hits the ground.
One round at the very tail end of the half.
Yeah, could it really make a difference?
And it was a 1v1 as well, right? Yeah, my God.
And it looked like, again, you know, the player on A floor to get into the vent, I believe it was Buddha, or maybe it was Waso.
It was Oh, no, I'm not sure. I think it was Buddha, though.
One of those two.
Yeah.
Right, coming back in, trying to pull off what DGT almost did himself, right? Getting into the vent, seeing that nobody hit it, and then just thrusting yourself into the back line of the A commitment. It was a nice move to pull out the clutch. But even that clutch was only a second round win on a CT side of Nuke.
Again, the only issue for Pain, or like the one benefit here for 9Z, or their specialty are these explodes. If they try to repeat on upper and they get away with some good entries, they can raise hell.
Lots of util through the rooftops at the same time. Biguzera trying to smoke off Squeaky in case the avenue of attack was to be taken with a commitment, but that's not the case. They go over, clear trophy, find it still open for the taking, and offer a bit of utility of their own as they send Max outside with the Mac-10. Little jump spot can go a long way. Biguzera doesn't like his odds here, feeling as though he's been spotted. He is absolutely right.
Yeah, and they're actually just looking for some push-pull right now. They want to threaten something else, but they are going right back into upper as the smokes come down to pull the rotations. It's beautiful here for 9Z.
DGT.
Oh, off on the back of the site. Spotted. Some down. Biguzera with 2.
And an op shot that tagged Waso as well. Oh, Biguzera with the triple. And an easy quad. What on God's name from outside of the site? Holds off on main. Just when 9Z finally started to feel like they've had something going, he gets peppered back behind Vent. He loses his teammate. And Biguzera with 30 on the clock tries to swing out to the site. Gets away from that nade that had his name on it. Into the AWP. Held onto by Rafters. It's the bigger, better Zera. 4 kills. And he puts Pain to 11.
New and improved straight off the lot. Biguzera, unreal with that rifle. They pull his rotation out with the wall of smokes, and then he still got his 2 kills back through them. There's smokes, not walls, said Biguzera. And that is 11 rounds for Pain, even though 9Z do the false first exec, get the upper anchor dead on the first peak, and then pull the rotations and try to execute again safely. Pain's X Factor shining through.
Snow, opening kill. They were piecing something together in this T-half. They were trying to keep it composed in the face of absolute adversity. Now Snow gets 5v4. NQZ missed chance at extending that man advantage, but oh, he still got him in the open, and he will find Martinez.
And it's a kill and a half. Max also low. Oh, they can't afford to get thinned out now, man. They need a perfect half to be able to climb back into this.
Good climb back. Oh!
Only you could jinx that, I swear to God.
Cowes looking for an outer. Oh, Max gets the headshot back. We go 3v3, and that's a 17 HP'd Max. And because they didn't get that boost up into heaven, they've got to bank on Biguzera just playing this from Hut. You know what he wanted. He wanted to be stood in that position.
Yeah.
So now that they don't have it, can he really hold them back? Buddha on the front of it, Waso right behind him. They've got nades in hand. And as they molly the back of the site, Biguzera, he's already been spotted. Nades come sailing out. Snow gets active outside as Biguzera's bested. Lux, it's just the auto shotty.
Auto shotty, though. Will they know he's here, and will they watch this? Lux is waiting.
Okay, Snow activates, but the auto shotty drops with nothing to show for it. And we have seen some impactful late round moments from Snow. Can he clutch up 1v2? No, sir.
Okay.
Wasop gets the cover done. And what could have been if Biguzera pulled off that boost?
It's just... if you somehow it wasn't cursed. Oh, man. Yeah, you would have gone into heaven and probably stopped that in its tracks. But you know what? Good utility once they got up there, and they even read his position outside of Hut. It's a normal place to go when they're worried about Hut, heaven getting taken over. Pain still just within tripping distance. You'd think they won their first ET round too early, that it's just, you know, killed any hope that night. I don't know if you can do that, though. I don't know if you can. These guys, it's never over till it's over.
Oh, they got that fighting spirit.
Yep.
That warrior mentality. That 9Z community's been through worse. Oh. Also knows what you're doing. He knows where you are.
Okay, Wasso claws. He knows if you've been bad or good.
3 players on that A floor with pistols.
There's little tiny peaks here for Cowes. We're talking about working with not much here for Pain, right? Like, they're not moving around. They're getting caught off now in the vent.
There we go. That'll serve as the trigger for the snowball effect to take 4th. They're going to try to go and deal with Martinez's op. If they can get that, then there's a win to be had here for Pain. Trying to swarm them from all directions. They will get their hands on it, but cleared out immediately. Snow, I don't think so. 30 health. Bomb gets planted downstairs.
Might be awkward to track him down. Again, this is the gun he likes to use.
Unwinnable round, of course.
And do they know where it is? Do they hear it? They're going back up for it.
Yeah, they got it. Wasso Peak grabbed it.
Wasso movement.
9Z closed that lead to just 4 rounds. Pain come back in with a bye. A 10-2 half for Pain.
They just don't care, do they? They just don't care. Max licking his lips. Having too much fun. It's just one more comeback, isn't it?
Just another day as a 9Z player. Just another heart to break.
You know, if it was a Leafs game, everyone would have already left. They'd be driving home early. 9Z game. You don't even get sad yet.
Still stacked to the rafters.
Yeah, that's right.
Buenos Aires on its feet. Pain will bring something more to the table. They've been kind of limited with some of their buys thus far just by nature of their timing of the CT round win. How fast do 9Z throw this into the A site? Snow back vent holds on. It is another 5v4 from the kid. Wasso Peak contesting main as Snow gets burned out.
Wait, did he push all the way through?
Yes, he did. No, he held off inside it.
And Wasso goes a different direction. Heaven is definitely in jeopardy, potentially, if Lux isn't ready for this, and he isn't.
And Lux,
what
honestly,
an approach from Wasso.
The one player who's getting bullied at the moment, down at 9 and 16. Big Uzera tries to turn back, and he does get the Heaven kill, but this 3-player pack is now confirmed inside the hut. Snow plays side of boxes, comes in with his 2nd kill of the round. We got a fast flank out from lobby, and NQZ has to pull a player off because his teammate's nowhere to be found. It is another success story for 9Z.
Come on. That op gets called out. And they don't know where Cowes is coming in from. And to be honest, with the day that Cowes has had so far, what he's shown us, maybe they should chill for a second before they put that plant in.
He second guessed climbing the ladder, and now he's already going back to ramp. So concerned that they may try to go for a redirection just because they haven't yet put that bomb down.
Now they can plant front sight, though, in this position. And they've cleared out everything 100%, so they know it's like most likely Heaven.
Has to wait the incendiary out. Crucial seconds. Cow is not currently working with a kit. There could be one on site somewhere. Yep, inside of the hut. We hold. T's on top of it. It's in their nest. And as he makes sound back sight, we get that movement back around from Martinez. Incendiary, he's fumbling his nades. And in that moment, an opportune time to strike. Martinez locks this in. 2 survive for 9Z, and 3 rounds the gap.
Their mid-round power. You have to respect it, man. The kills that came down, it was pure chaos. But look at this peek from Wasso. He's coming in Heaven from below, just in case someone comes to check on outside. He was supposed to be the guy coming in mini through the smoke as the exact upper, so they changed course, and that's why 9Z's mid-rounds are so strong. Pain that know how to stick to the plan. But can they adapt with 9Z when they can come at you from any angle and change up as quickly? Masters of the pivot. But what we saw in Anubis is Disaster could strike on an eco round. Pain. They've got 4 MP9s on this one.
Yeah, and a bunch of smokes. We'll see how much of that clock gets burned off. We'll see if 9Z respects them out of the gate. There's been some faster moments from 9Z, and I think those faster moments is what's netted Pain their 5v4s, of which Snow is established twice. He is the top performing player for Pain at the moment. Oh, and Wasso finds Big Uzera straight up through the smoke. Great chance to drop down onto top main. That's 1 SMG down, 1 smoke left over.
You wouldn't have any kind of idea what sort of buy this is. For the CTs, you know it's like a half, but you're thinking it's a mix of 5.7s, maybe 1 MP9, maybe a scout somewhere.
Ooh, Wasso comes through.
That's another MP9 down.
Dude, he is powering up now.
Yeah, that's true. And there was some talk about him for sure. Oh, Cowes makes noise. That could have been a kill going his way for free.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah.
Isn't.
Now
Won't
there's
be.
some trepidation about taking over Heaven. They're going to clear this out the long way. 45 seconds. No kills back here for the CT side, but maybe
Bomb
they're in
on
interesting
Buddha.
positions.
Bomb on Buddha here, bro. This is a weird one.
Do you have Wasso beside him?
Player up in Heaven could peek down the ladder. Bomb goes on to Wasso.
Oh!
Bomb brought forth by Buddha.
Uh-oh.
30 to the clock. Molotov's going to keep 2 CTs out, but they don't know about NQZ up top. What? Cowes in with a third. Unbelievable. And he delivered it to him, and as Lux gets into the fight, then NQZ can strike. You said disaster can happen at any moment. And with NQZ's pistol from above, Bomb gets picked up. 10 seconds, trying to get him off. Oh, he nails it. It's a triple from Cowes, a double from NQZ, and disaster strikes in Heaven.
Oh, you called it. You called it. The Bomb coming into hell, and even with a player to trade, NQZ did not have to shoot a bullet for all of that time just to come in. The crux of the puzzle.
Main is open, lobby's open.
Oh, man.
All of A primed to be taken, but Bomb steps forth.
And this is 3v5, and they walk into this. 9Z.
Fast play. Max back in on the action. Up into Heaven. He is toppled. What? And what do you know? 9Z respond right back with an all-out hit into the A play. Full commitment. Looking to take back a bit of respect. Honestly, that they lost in the round prior.
Is what they were supposed to do last round, right? It's a situation where you can't block that easily, where you have a significant economic advantage, and they just tried to cook it to perfection when it just needed to be simple, you know, reverse sear. Just make it medium, enjoy it, go on to the next round, try a little bit harder then. And now, versus way better guns, it's even easier. The upper pop goes swimmingly. Max gets 1 kill with the MAC-10, and it gets a snapshot of the other 2 players. That's all 9Z need to make this round complete. Oh,
imagine
the way that Pain have gotten their 11th and 12th round. A 10-2 game that's close, but seriously, how many losses like that can you withstand? Truly. I'm not even trying to be ironic anymore.
Sure.
You know, it's 9Z, we have seen it all, but
yeah.
How many rounds like that can you withstand?
It's just the beauty of simplicity, right? Slap some PB on that J and hit that A site. But like we said, it's a warrior spirit that keeps 9Z in this comeback. And as NQZ posts up on red, he gets found out by Max yet again. One of the worst performing players throughout this map has now just surged as this game goes on.
They're quickly into lower. And this will already be a new position. We have barely seen any yield out of lower takes, any defaults that have led down here to a full commit. Pain, they throw their smoke. I don't think they're truly worried about it.
No.
You know, late ramps maybe is what we've seen so far in this half. But they know that 9Z like to go back up. And at the moment, we see there's still three players on the first floor.
Oh, but it's the same slow cook pace that cost them.
And they're routing back through spawn. Big Zero has the spot.
Right? This is such a sick adaptation. this deep corner, if this goes unchecked. Two players walking unknowingly. Wasso half clears it, and Big Uzera locked into the corner. Can't finish off his second, but still, it is an instrumental amount of damage, and it sets them up, perhaps, to bounce back in this 3v4. So much pressure on Cowes as he leans back sight, shoulder to shoulder with Snow, 30 to the clock, and that bomb still floats outside. So while Buddha has the rooftop, there's a bit of ambiguity. 9Z start to set their eyes downstairs, but there's a defender over there. Lux will pick up the kill beneath, and then that bomb crosses. Lux turns away, just keeps himself alive. The 3v4 coming into fruition. Oh, the chase is there. The bomb gets dropped. Not once, but nearly twice. Heartbreak here for 9Z. A 10-2 comeback that could have been. And as he chases the player, time expires, and so does their time in Cologne. Pain move on. South America stands tall, but a dog-eat-dog world, they hang on for dear life.
It's a masterful game plan from Pain, executed so well by Big Uzera's teammates with the new addition of Snow, and it is still such a long climb left here in the second stage of this prestigious tournament, but it is amazing for them to take a regional win versus a team that 9Z have shown what they can do at IEMs.
That they have, that had a year to be proud of already, and one that was queued up to continue in high regard. But Pain stepped forth from a region that's having an incredible year of Counter-Strike, and a new Pain, not the same as at the major. A fresh face added to it, and another outcome they can be proud of.
They will go on to play against the Mongols tomorrow. That's the gift here for Pain. And for 9Z, that will be the end of the road. And we're going to throw it over to Shox for some final words.
Absolutely. Lux, congratulations. I mean, what a series, but particularly the eco round that gets you guys to match point, and then your finish. Talk to me about those last two rounds that were needed to close out the series.
Well, we are so happy that we could bounce back from the Anubis. That was our map pick. And now on Nuke, we had total control from the beginning to the final round. But then they started doing like some quick rounds, like the Anubis. But the eco, like that round was incredible. And this round, I just like closed the door, opened the door. It was amazing. We're very happy.
You're like, now you see me, now you don't. Yeah. But it was unbelievable. Talk to me about all the series then, because you were right. It was blow for blow. It was very fast at times, and they are a team that never lets up and that also had tons of energy coming into this last map. And I felt like when I was watching you guys before this map, you were a bit more quiet than them because they were singing, they were doing this and that. Were you conserving your energy?
Yeah, I know. Like in the Anubis, I was like more electric, but then I thought I need to calm down some rounds, you know, and then I start with this mindset the rest of the series, and this works out, you know. That's it. That's it.
That's it. Is it nice that in the battle of South America, it is the Brazilian team that takes the win?
Yeah, now we won the IEM Americas like again. I just need to face Furia because we just played with all the Americas team, you know, so it's like funny to think we went to Cologne and just play Americas, but now we are facing Mongols, I guess. It's a team that we already played on Major. We won that match, but it's a tough opponent. They won against Spirit, yeah, like one of the favorites in Donk, you know, so it will be a tough match, but it would be cool, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw it, but Spirit actually lost. So maybe it's, yeah, they lost 2-0 to G2 really quick. So maybe that changes how everything is going to be. Regardless, super, super difficult matchup. A few more questions. One, Snowzinho is next to you. What does he shout? Or can't you translate it?
No, it's like, vamos caralho. It's like, come on. But I can't explain. I don't know how to explain in English. But it's all the rounds, you know. It's great that I have an in-ear, you know, because I would be like, como fala, surdo? Deaf, yeah. He hypes up a lot, and he's like young, and it's incredible to have him on the team.
Yeah, and I'm sure he also finds it incredible to be next to you. You are so dependable. Thank you so much. Obrigada. Congratulations, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
The light in Snow's eyes, the noise in Luck's ears. Whatever he was crying, I'm sure he was happy to hear it because Pain are through. They survive here. And this miracle story, this growing, burgeoning team just continues to collect scalps. Only from their own region so far, but they continue to collect them nonetheless.
It's crazy. They expected to go into this tournament and probably play, okay, we will play G2, we will play some Astralis, we will play some of those international teams. We're coming to an international land, but they're just repeating their old sake. They're playing against the South American teams, but they're dominating them. They've beat almost all of them at this point. He said to himself, they only lack Furia now to crown themselves the true king.
Complexity.
That's not a South American team.
Americans, they played Liquid already.
Fair enough.
They've got to do the full run. They're just getting ready for the RMR, I'm telling you. It's pretty insane. I mean, the way that ended as well, some of those last rounds just got absolutely batshit, I think is the only word I can use.
Yeah, mad. Absolutely mad. Chaotic. We'll go with that one. It was just all over the place, mate. And 9Z, they really wanted this comeback, but this round in particular was the one that put that 12th on the board, and I don't think Pain should ever have even got that close.
No, there was moments in this game where I'm kind of like just pulling my own hair out because it's just so hectic in moments where you kind of feel like it should be chill. Like this is a 5v3, take a breather, and then you would potentially convert this round. But they do the stressful thing, they don't clear their angles properly, they don't trade in the right situations, and it just becomes such an uncomfortable position for both teams. And then that one we won towards the end, bro, I was sitting on the edge of my chair and I'm just thinking, bro, can he do this like cool movement up the stair and maybe one-shot him? Imagine if it was like Robs on that ladder, like strafing over one-shotting, like the moment itself would have been crazy, but a deserved victory in the end.
Watching that back actually just gave me palpable anxiety in my stomach. I cannot believe for 9Z, this has to be such a gutting way to go out of the series, considering how high they started this BO3. I mean, these lows, they're out of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. They've got to be feeling that gut punch right now.
That's heartbreaking. And the fact that it was also how they lost it on Dust 2, like that was just crazy, almost managing to make a comeback happen there. But again, it's just one of those series that they're going to have in the back of their minds for a very long time, and they're never going to be able to live that down. They can't face that arena.
Never.
One day.
Another try next Cologne was just there. Like, there's a couple more steps on the way, but, you know, the cathedral, it was just there.
I thought it was interesting, speaking of next steps, for Pain, they mentioned that they've played the Mongols before. They beat them the last time these two teams met. That's an interesting date now tomorrow.
Had a quick look. That was at the major, at the main event, and it was overtime. I think it was a triple overtime on that third deciding map as well. So that's going to be a absolute belter tomorrow.
Yeah, especially with the four Mongols have been showing at this tournament, right? Relatively close. They were the team that almost could grab inside that Lanxess arena, right? They're standing in a position where they've improved since last, and I think Pain will be happy to take a little bit of an underdog role in that matchup, where they could potentially play that role they did today so well, where they would like, nobody really believed that they were going to be the favorites to win, but you knew they had a realistic chance. I feel very much the same about the matchup against Mongols tomorrow as well.
I do want to give some credit over to one of the men who's made this happen. I know we're looking at Snow right now, but it's the captain of the troops. It's the guy corralling the Karayos. It's Biguzera himself, our Air Force aim-high player of the match.
Yeah, well deserved. The amount of impact he had, especially on the earlier maps, and especially in just crucial moments. He just constantly was there, was hitting his shots, was making sure that he was cool, calm, and collected. And then he's also just managed to get this group of troops, these young individuals around him, to continue finding this success.
Yeah, and the thing is that he's the IGL. Like, that's it's very rare nowadays. The only other team right now where I can feel like the IGL is the best player is maybe Twist on Liquid, right? It's so unique that we have these moments, and without Begosera, I don't think Pain would be nearly at the level that we see today. I think he's a very unique prospect. I think many people have talked about him to potentially go to something bigger, but I love that he just stays true to himself. There's probably a lot of reasons why he loves to stay in Pain. He's been there for almost 5 years. I mean, the story just continues.
It's his team. It's quintessentially his team. He's the iconic member of that squad, and he continues to build them up. And I think for the region as well, they got to be grateful because he continues to churn out gems, talented players, molding them in his image, and we see the effect.
And it doesn't feel like he's too harsh. I don't know him personally, but I've just seen when he plays with young people, it's not like when I'm seeing like other IGLs like constantly, like he keeps his hill with calm and like asserts his presence within the Snow, and I think like Snow feels really free. Like we can see him screaming constantly. I feel like that's just him being himself, and I think Begosera allows that.
Now, there is another side to this coin, and unfortunately, we do have to send a team home. The wildcards of IEM Dallas now removed from Cologne. To hear from them, we had Sharks catch up with Max.
It is the end of the road for 9Z here at IEM Cologne, and no one will be more sad about this than Max after his team fought so hard, but in the end it wasn't enough, especially on Nuke. So can you tell me about why it was that it was so difficult, particularly on the decider?
Yeah, I think our city was very bad today. Our calls and readings are not good today. So I think we back on the T side, but it's not enough for win them up.
Yeah, would you say that overall you feel like you didn't play up to the level that you know you can today?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's true. We don't play like we play normally, and on Nuke, on our city side, it was very bad, and I think I play very bad, and we will work very hard to learn from this and be better.
Yeah, I was going to ask you because there was so much excitement about 9Z, and one bad match, of course, does not decide everything. Can you look at the future and know that, all right, we have taken some really big lessons here, particularly in this match, and look ahead to the future with, new goals and new resilience?
Yeah, that's the mental we need to have now. Learn from this and play better now on the next tournament that is ACL Pro League on Malta.
Yes. We'll be looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Max.
Thank you.
Lessons to be learned and taken forward, because absolution will not be found in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike for 9Z. Still an ascendant team, a team that gives us a lot to be excited about, but we couldn't quite find it through this whole series, Bubsky.
No, they had a rough display today. Not the most favorable matchup they were going to be facing. I mean, Astralis one is pretty what you can expect, right? But Pain is one where you would realistically say to yourself that you would like to advance. But I'm very comfortable that they could potentially bounce back. They've stayed in Europe now. They can have a lot better practice possibilities and even develop from that point.
And look, we're looking at this Group A after today's results. We got Mongols and Pain. We already spoke about that one. Astralis and G2, another game for an elimination. Oh, I feel like there is every possibility that Astralis is going to give a bit more than what Team Spirit did today, though.
I mean, they almost gave as little as Team Spirit today. Don't forget the fact that they got 3 pistol rounds in that game, and they almost didn't get any buy rounds against the likes of Na'Vi. I know Na'Vi looks like the best team in the world right now, but man, Astralis didn't look great today. They're gonna have to massively step up if they want even a chance against the likes of Monisi and Nico.
And Malbs, my guy, the headshotter, the Donk Slayer himself. Now 2 meetings with Spirit, 2 bits of domination. Now these games over in Group B, very excited for. Mao's Complexity, that's going to be smack dab in the middle of our day here on the B stream, I believe. And FaZe Clan Vitality for a spot in the Lanxess Arena. Are you kidding me?
Actual banger. Team Vitality is someone I've been looking at thinking they've been a little bit slow in a couple of recent events, but today they came out swinging, and we also saw FaZe the other day returning to form. So that game in particular is going to be the one that I hope I'm going to keep my eyes glued to.
Ooh, you better keep your eyes glued to Stream B, because look at what we got. Falcons, Virtus Pro to start things off. That Mouse Complexity game, as I said, and the Mongols, Pain Gaming, only one can survive the battle of the non-Europeans. Now over on Stream A, Liquid Furia. We're getting back to the Americas RMR, that FaZe Team Vitality aforementioned game, and Astralis G2 to wrap up the day. Ooh, it is a treat for the senses of a Counter-Strike fan here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. So many good games, but we can't get to them just yet, so it's time to say goodnight. Thank you for joining us, folks, and tomorrow we'll see more of the Americas. IEM Cologne.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me.
Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the Grand Finals. It's Norwood!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.